Chapter 1. To live as a hero among men. In the grand nation of Xia, the city of Jincheng sprawls beneath a panoramic view. A rugged all-terrain military vehicle roars its engine as it hastens toward the site of the calamity. Inside the vehicle, Ren Jie, clad in a vibrant orange fireproof suit and burdened with over 20 kilograms of gear, occupies a seat at the rear. The youthful faces of the trainee officers within the vehicle are etched with tension and seriousness. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone pierces the heavy atmosphere. "What's my darling up to? Moo, are you asleep? What's my darling doing? Why haven't you replied?" Ren Jie's eyes light up as he hastily retrieves his phone, its screen resembling a spider's web of cracks. "Hello? Is there something you need from Ren Jie? I'm the one who can resolve it. What's the matter?" All eyes turn towards him, curiosity piqued by the peculiar ringtone. "Tutoring kids, you say? Sure, why not? I just received my college entrance examination results out of a total of 750. I scored 745. That this year's top scorer in Jincheng is none other than me. Feel free to check." The atmosphere in the vehicle shifts dramatically. Is this a joke? A total score of 745, and instead of attending university, he's here risking his life in the training squad? Has he lost his mind? Lin Huiran scoffs. "You must be exaggerating." Tianyu, his mouth agape, glances at his phone. It's true. Ren Jie. Lin Huiran, visibly displeased, adds, "Who doesn't know the name Ren Jie in District 69? The most formidable part-time worker as long as the pay is right. He'll do anything except illegal activities. He's managed to juggle 27 jobs at once. I've even seen him as a lead dancer at Hong Lang Man KTV." Everyone listens in disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. How on earth does he manage to work 27 jobs simultaneously? Is he some sort of time management guru? Yet, Ren Jie remains unfazed by the attention, and just as he ends one call, another comes in. His excitement grows as he answers it promptly. "Hello? See out, guy? You're struggling with 50 or 60 antes. All right, let them wait. He'll come over once I'm done here." The rest of the occupants are left bewildered. Tianyu, utterly perplexed, exclaims, "The KTV manager is calling you to dance? Ren Jie, are you seriously taking that job? Those aunties have discerning tastes." Ren Jie rolls his eyes. "Dance? Not a chance. These aunties are occupying the basketball court with their square dancing, and no amount of persuasion will budge them. The basketball team has summoned me to clear the area. Don't let my appearance fool you. In the unrivaled champion of disputes in District 69, to date, I have faced no equal, from the Jincheng nursing home to Nanshan kindergarten. For a mere 200, I can send those aunties packing, and for 500, I can keep it up all night." Upon hearing this, Tianyu dramatically kneels, grasping Ren Jie's hand with a solemn expression. "Great master, I beseech you, wait. I seek your assistance in scolding the rowdy group downstairs. I have endured the aunties' antics for far too long." "Ren Jie, are you still taking requests? I've been arguing with the contrarian in the comments section for an entire night and still haven't won. My mother keeps urging me to find a partner. Could you possibly come to my home and scold her into leaving?" Ren Jie's lips twitch in amusement at these clever requests. Seated at the head of the vehicle, Wei Pingsheng can no longer endure the antics and clears his throat, prompting the team members to sit up straight in an instant. As Wei Pingsheng gazed at Ren Jie, his eyes brimmed with helplessness. He was somewhat aware of the circumstances at Ren's home. The boy had indeed endured much hardship. The scene of the demonic disaster is imminent. "Assemble and check your equipment." Wei Pingsheng's mechanical eye emitted a crimson glow as it surveyed the surroundings. "Repeat the mission objectives. Secure the area, evacuate civilians, rescue and relocate those trapped, and cooperate with the Demon Suppression Bureau to subdue the demons, minimizing casualties." The crowd replied in unison. Wei Pingsheng narrowed his eyes. "Excellent. All of you are trainee members, and I understand that most of you have enrolled primarily for the opportunity to receive an injection of the Awakening Gene Serum upon becoming full. Members, your performance during field missions will be recorded in your evaluations. The more lives you save, the greater your chances of securing a permanent position. But remember this well. The foremost prerequisite for saving others is to ensure your own safety. Those who cannot protect themselves are incapable of safeguarding anyone else. Furthermore, do not confront demons directly unless you wish for your demise. Slaying demons is the responsibility of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Keep in mind everything I have taught you. Inside the transport vehicle, A resounding chorus of responses echoed. Yes, instructor. The troop carrier drifted sharply to a halt, and the team members leaped out. However, upon disembarking, they were left stunned by the sight before them. The entire Hanhai Longchang community was engulfed in flames, with countless officers in orange and yellow uniforms bustling about, erecting barricades and aiding civilians. People were continuously being carried out from the disaster zone, some severely burned, others with broken limbs, all covered in blood. The haunting roars of demons and the clashing of weapons reverberated loudly. The night sky was illuminated by the fire, with the full moon hanging high, yet its light was nowhere to be seen. The resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star had persisted for 200 years, marked by cataclysmic changes and racial wars. Human civilization had endured devastation, only to rise from the ashes. Yet humanity had also lost the oceans, the skies, even the moon. To this day, demonic disasters remain the foremost peril, threatening the safety of the populace. Wei Pingxing's eyes widened at the scene. What is the Demon Suppression Bureau doing? Haven't they dealt with a Tier 3 lava giant yet? His intention in bringing this batch of trainees was to wrap things up, yet he never anticipated the situation would escalate to such a critical level. At that moment, someone reported, Captain Wei, the Demon Suppression Bureau is understaffed. Most personnel are engaged in extermination tasks outside the city, and reinforcements will take time to arrive. TSKWHY, must it happen at this moment? Who is battling the demons? It seems to be a young girl from the Demon Hunting Academy. She is a divine chosen. Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth, hoping she could hold on, and then turned to the trainee members. What are you all standing around for? Get into the fire scene and save people. However, the trainees were paralyzed with fear. All were merely in their teens or early 20s, unaccustomed to such chaos. Just standing outside the barricade, the scorching heat wave was already searing their skin. Did they really have to rush in? What if they perished? At that moment, a soot-covered officer emerged from the blazing building, carrying a woman on his back. The woman was drenched in blood, yet disregarding her injuries, she thrashed about desperately. Please, I beg you, save my child. He is still inside the building. He hasn't come out. He is just a little boy. The face of the rescue officer, drenched in sweat, was filled with helplessness. I'm truly sorry, madam. I fully comprehend your anguish, but the fire in Building 27 has spiraled out of control. The structural integrity of the building is compromised, rendering it unsuitable for rescue operations. The mother cried out in despair, her gaze fixed on the inferno, desperately attempting to break free. Let me go. Please, I implore you. Let me return to save him. That is my child. Yet, all the officer could do was hold the mother back with all his might. Such scenes were all too common in the aftermath of a disaster. Ren Jie tore his gaze away from the distraught mother, silently donning his breathing mask, and grasped the fire axe and pry bar firmly in his hands. He strode purposefully towards the blazing Building 27. Tian Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiega, what are you doing? Are you not afraid of dying? We are merely interns. Without looking back, Ren Jie raised the fire axe in his hand and declared boldly, I am aware of the dangers, but some things must be done by someone. We are rescue officers. We are those who bear the weight of responsibility. To live as Ren Jie, to die as a heroic spirit. This world needs heroes. As they watched Ren Jie rushing towards the flames, Tian Yu and the others felt a lump in their throats, moved by his courage. Lin Huairan even felt a twinge of shame. However, after just a few steps, Ren Jie abruptly halted and turned to Wei Pingsheng. Uncle Wei, just to confirm, according to Article 13 of Chapter 2 of the Rescue Regulations, successfully saving a civilian during a disaster rewards 200 for each person saved, and the bonuses can accumulate without limit. This rule applies to interns as well, correct? Wei Pingsheng paused momentarily. Well, yes. With a determined glint in his eyes, Ren Jie turned and dashed toward Building 27, shouting, I'm coming. I will be a hero for sure. He then plunged headlong into the inferno. At that moment, Tian Yu and the others wore expressions of disbelief. Hero? Really? Was it that obvious that he was merely after that $200? Risking his life for a mere 200? Chapter 2. Thank you. Wei Pingsheng slapped his forehead, exasperated. That little brat. Did he forget everything I just said in the car? What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and use the high-pressure water hoses to cool down the building. The intern snapped back to reality and swiftly got to work, directing powerful jets of water towards the structure. Wei Pingsheng, without a moment to spare, blinked his mechanical eye twice. Intensifying the red light that scanned the building's integrity, he immediately contacted Ren Jie via the intercom. There are 4 survivors left. The child is at the middle door on the 6th floor. You go save him, I will handle the rest. Understood. Within the raging inferno of the residential building, a resounding boom echoed as Ren Jie kicked open the warped safety door, a torrent of scorching air rushing to meet him. Even with the protection of his fire suit, he felt as if he were being scorched alive, his body ablaze with pain, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Everywhere he looked, fierce flames roared, and charred bodies lay strewn about. Despite Ren Jie's numerous experiences and a maturity that far exceeded his peers, he had never encountered such a scene, causing his heart to flutter with trepidation. This 200 is not easily earned, he muttered in jest as he made a beeline for the central entrance. At that moment, a monstrous roar accompanied by an explosion reverberated through the air, leading to the building's collapse, a thunderous cacophony that even manifested visible. Sound waves boom. The glass of the residential building shattered entirely, and Ren Jie was forcefully hurled by the shockwave, crashing headfirst into the central entrance. Ignoring the pain, he hastily scrambled to his feet, gazing toward the source of the sound. Before him lay a lava troll, its form exceeding 3 meters in height and resembling a gargantuan toad, sprawled atop the debris of the building. Magma continuously surged from its skin, radiating an astonishing heat, while black smoke swirled around it like a sinister fog. Aside from the class of demonic disaster he witnessed in Jincheng at the age of 8, this was the first time he had seen a demon up close. Beneath the lava troll, a figure appeared, dwarfed by the creature's immense size. The brilliance of the starlight enveloping her obscured her features, revealing her to be the young girl who had been battling the demon. Jin warriors are truly terrifying to battle such monsters, he thought, resigned to his fate. Wamom, Wakoff cough. Ren Jie turned and hurried towards the source of the cries, clutching a fire blanket. Outside, Tianyu and the others grew anxious as Instructor Wei emerged with 3 individuals on his back. Why hadn't Ren Jie made any move? The flames were raging uncontrollably. Seeing that Ren Jie still hadn't exited, Wei Pingsheng resolved to re-enter the inferno at that moment. Ren Jie burst forth from the building, cradling a child of about 8 or 9 in one arm, while grasping a black bag in the other. Tianyu and the others' eyes lit up. Ha! Brother Jie is amazing. Even Wei Pingsheng wore a look of relief on his face. However, just then, the lava troll, with the starlit figure atop it, leapt and crashed directly into Building 27, producing a deafening roar. The structure, unable to bear the weight, collapsed like a row of dominoes. Ren Jie abruptly looked up as the shattered floorboards, steel beams, and burning debris cascaded down upon him. He was doomed. Almost instinctively, he exerted all his strength to hurl the child towards Wei Pingsheng. Ren Jie. Boom! The resounding crash echoed as Wei Pingsheng caught the child, helplessly watching as Ren Jie was buried beneath the rubble, instantly swallowed by the chaos. Amidst the swirling dust, Ren Jie lay supine on the ground, his left arm pinned beneath a steel beam, his body pierced in multiple places by rebar, his chest caved in and barely clinging to life. Blood gushed forth as if it were free, splattering onto the oxygen mask. He felt an unbearable heat in his chest, as if something were merging with him with half-closed eyes and a bitter smile. Ren Jie mused. So I've become a ghostly hero this too. 100, a life earned, but no life to spend. I save the people, yet the building collapse. Such is the unpredictability of life, a grand irony. Just then, his eyes widened in astonishment. In his final moments, he beheld an extraordinary sight. Atop a steel beam stood a girl clad in a gray pleated skirt, black stockings, and a white athletic top. A cascade of black hair danced amidst the embers, adorned with starlight, and, wielding a chillingly radiant sword, she appeared as divine and resplendent as a celestial maiden. The young girl looked down at Ren Jie, trapped beneath the steel beam, her eyes brimming with remorse. I am so sorry. It is my fault. At that moment, Ren Jie lay ensnared beneath the beam, unable to decipher the girl's words, nor could he discern her features. His vision, already clouded, caught only a glimpse of the pleated skirt, beneath which lay loose-fitting safety shorts embellished with a lace trim printed with 21 dog heads. What on earth? Why would someone wear that beneath a pleated skirt? What has become of the fundamental trust between individuals? The dog head print is quite something. Perhaps refrain from wearing it next time. With those words, Ren Jie succumbed to oblivion. Jiang Julie. She was about to speak when the lava troll charged towards her, forcing her to raise her sword, its brilliance blazing fiercely in her grip. Meanwhile, Wei Pingsheng rushed forward heedlessly of the peril. Upon witnessing Ren Jie's injuries, his eyes glistened with tears. Don't sleep. Don't you dare sleep. There's still hope. They'll get you out of here. Outside the emergency room, Wei Pingsheng, Tianyu, and the anxious mother and child awaited with bated breath. Before long, Ren Jie was wheeled out of the emergency room by the nurses. Wei Pingsheng exclaimed, "Why has he been brought out? Continue the rescue." The doctor shook his head somberly. "There is no hope. His left arm must be amputated, his vertebrae are pulverized, he is suffering from internal bleeding, multiple fractures, and dislocation. Such injuries would be insurmountable even for a genetic warrior, let alone him. Unless he receives genetic life serum or assistance from an advanced recovery genetic warrior, survival is unlikely, but such resources are not easily mobilized. I have also considered mechanical prosthetic surgery, but given the number of organs to be replaced, his body could not withstand it." Wei Pingsheng clenched his teeth, his fist crashing against the wall. "How could this happen?" The doctor sighed. "I have administered an overdose of adrenaline. He may regain consciousness momentarily to settle his affairs." During the rescue, he clutched that black bag tightly, refusing to let it go. It must be something of great significance. At that moment, everyone gathered around the rescue bed, their eyes reddening at the sight of Ren Jie's grievous injuries. Slowly, Ren Jie opened his eyes, gazing bewilderedly at the crowd. Wei Pingsheng's eyes brimmed with tears, his heart heavy. "This is your final time. If there are any unfulfilled wishes, speak them now." Ren Jie moistened his parched lips, turning his gaze to the child he had rescued with his own hands. The mother, filled with guilt, urged, "Xiao Ming, go say a few words to your brother." Xiao Ming whimpered, grasping Ren Jie's arm tightly. "Big brother, are you going to become a star in the sky like Dad?" "I'm sorry. If it weren't for saving me." Ren Jie smiled weakly. "Do not blame yourself. I did not save you for altruism, but merely for the $200. Do not live with the burden of guilt like I have. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Wei Pingsheng was struck by a sudden realization, his heart pounding fiercely, fists clenched, as Tianyu and the others also felt their eyes moistening. Even the doctor felt a twinge of emotion. "How gentle he truly is, I could weep." Xiao Ming sniffed, nodding earnestly. Big brother, I promise you." At that moment, however, Ren Jie's complexion turned an odd shade of crimson, clearly experiencing a moment of fleeting vitality. He thrust the black bag he had clutched tightly into Xiao Ming's arms, forcing himself to say, "And this, too. It's your backpack, filled with your summer homework. I glanced at it. Not a single word has been written. While I was saving you, I managed to rescue this as well. Don't think that just because there's a fire at home, you can escape your homework. Study diligently, strive for progress, and don't let your brother's good intentions go to waste." Xiao Ming was taken aback, clutching the backpack and staring at the overflowing pile of summer assignments inside. He suddenly burst into tears, the tears streaming down his face like a gushing fountain. Wei Pingsheng and the others stood frozen, their expressions stiff. They had assumed it was something of great importance he returned to life just to say this. A smile crept onto everyone's faces, yet tears could not be stifled as they rolled down their cheeks. Laughing and crying in such a situation, surely the merit would be 11, right? His mother hastily nudged Xiao Ming. "Quick, don't you want to thank your brother?" In that instant, Xiao Ming cried even louder, "Brother, I thank you and your ancestors for 8 generations." The mother's face flushed with embarrassment as she scolded, "What kind of language is that? You silly child." "This is your brother's heartfelt gesture." A look of satisfaction blossomed on Ren Jie's face. "Surely, he must be moved by my selfless dedication and sincere intentions. I, Ren Jie, am indeed worthy of the name of a hero." With that, his eyes rolled back, his legs kicked out, and he fell utterly silent. Chapter 3. The Tree of Demons. At this moment, Ren Jie felt as though the world had plunged into an abyss of darkness. His body grew colder. as if an invisible hand were dragging him deeper into the shadows. Whispers echoed in his ears, resembling the murmurs of demons. Is this the end? Is this what death truly feels like? Ren Jie pondered to himself. At long last, he could rest. After years of juggling part-time jobs and striving to earn a living, there were times when he could only steal 2 or 3 hours of sleep in a day. He was utterly exhausted and longed for a peaceful slumber. Yet, in this sleep, he feared he might never awaken again. What would happen to Aunt Anning? Could she manage to care for Yao Yao all by herself? Without his income to support them, how long could Yao Yao endure her demonic affliction? She would surely cry upon learning of his misfortune. Wouldn't she? How he despised the thought of dying. How regretful he felt. Ren Jie's consciousness fought desperately, but he had completely lost control of his body, rendered powerless. The doctor observed in silence. At 11:44 p.m., the patient's heart ceased to beat, brain death was confirmed, and there were no signs of life. What about the family? The mortuary was full. They might as well send him directly to the crematorium for cremation, sparing everyone further anguish. Wei Pingsheng wiped away his tears. Let them burn him. We shall bid him farewell on his final journey. It would be best not to let Aunt Anning see Ren Jie's ravaged body, as it would only inflict another wound upon her heart. Tomorrow, they would inform her instead. Yet, Wei Pingsheng was uncertain how to broach the subject with Aunt Anning. At this moment, Ren Jie was bewildered. He could clearly hear the conversation between the doctor and Uncle Wei. Directly to the crematorium? Burn him? How could they be so hasty? I'm not yet fully dead. I still possess consciousness. To incinerate me like this, wouldn't it be excruciating? You cannot treat a hero in such a manner. However, Ren Jie was powerless to intervene, merely allowing himself to be ushered toward the crematorium amidst a chorus of grief. Although he felt his consciousness plummeting, it remained intact. He was at a loss for what this meant. Dead, yet not entirely gone? Ren Jie was frantic. Was there no one to save him? He sensed he could still be revived, yet he lay still, as motionless as a mere corpse. In the crematorium, the vast furnace doors swung open. At this moment, Ren Jie had been dressed in clean clothes, his remains arranged with care. Xiao Ming was still weeping, while his mother clutched him, sobbing. After all, he had heroically sacrificed himself to save his child. Tianyu and the others wiped away their tears, although they had not always been fond of Ren Jie. They had trained together in the same youth team for almost a month, forming a bond of camaraderie. Who could have anticipated that on his first field assignment, he would meet such a fate? Wei Pingsheng squatted on the ground, smoking one cigarette after another, his expression forlorn. A staff member tilted his head and said, "Shall I proceed with the cremation then?" Silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere heavy with sorrow. Wei Pingsheng nodded silently. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sound, and they beheld a young girl, sword slung across her back, rushing into the crematorium. It is indeed Jiang Juli, the young woman who bravely confronted the demons at the scene of the calamity. With the veil of starlight lifted, the crowd finally beheld her visage. Her long black hair cascaded down her waist like a waterfall. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth complemented her fair skin, as white as snow. And her high-bridged nose and perfectly sculpted features seemed to have stepped out of a painting. She resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm with her presence. The entire crematorium appeared to illuminate. However, at this moment, Jiang Juli appeared somewhat disheveled, her white sports attire marred by soot and ash, and bandages wrapped around her pristine arms. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at this ethereal girl. Jiang Juli's large eyes fell directly upon Ren Jie, her gaze dimming as she glanced at Wei Pingsheng, hesitating to speak yet remaining silent. She merely leaned against the wall, clutching her arm, her head bowed, and her fists clenched tightly. Although she did not know this person, she bore the weight of guilt for his death, ultimately due to her own inadequacies. She felt a profound sadness, which compelled her to rush over as soon as the previous matter concluded, if only to bid him farewell. The staff merely cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Juli, noting her reluctance to approach, and proceeded to push Ren Jie into the incinerator. The door closed, and the cremation commenced. In his mind, Ren Jie was cursing vehemently. What the hell? I'm not even fully dead yet. What kind of quack is this? They're incinerating me like a whole roast. His consciousness plummeted further, seemingly reaching a new depth. To his astonishment, he found himself standing in the center of a vast mirror-like lake, gazing down to see his reflection rippling across the surface. Surrounding this mirror lake was an infinite expanse of darkness, with wisps of thin white mist drifting above. Ren Jie was bewildered. Where am I? Is this the afterlife? Before long, he realized he was not the sole entity in this mirrored realm. A fragment of blackness floated nearby, resembling a piece of coal, adorned with intricate double helix patterns. Ren Jie's eyes widened in shock. Isn't this my pendant? 10 years ago, during a grade 8 demon disaster in Jincheng, his parents and younger brother perished. While Ren Jie was desperately rescued by a celestial officer named Tianmen, who ultimately sacrificed himself, leaving behind his wife and Ning and their 5-year-old daughter Tao Yao. Ren Jie was then adopted by Ning and brought to live in Jincheng. As for Wei Pingsheng, he was a comrade of Tao Ran, who had participated in the rescue, which explained his concern for Ren Jie. Ren Jie vividly recalled that this fragment had been unearthed during his frantic search through the ruins, hoping to recover his brother. For years, he had worn it as a talisman, a token of remembrance for his family. Could it be that this object possesses some intrinsic value? He couldn't help but wonder if the searing sensation in his chest when he was struck was indeed due to this fragment. A normal person, having sustained such grave injuries, would have succumbed long ago, yet, astonishingly, his consciousness remained intact. As Ren Jie pondered the circumstances before him, the black fragments plunged directly into the mirror lake. At that moment, the entire realm of the lake began to tremble. A colossal, obsidian tree erupted from the water's surface, flourishing with vigor. Its trunk twisted like a coiled dragon, spiraling upward, swiftly transforming into a towering giant. Countless robust branches extended from the trunk like sinister claws, nearly filling the entirety of the mirror lake space. The branches proliferated, yet bore no leaves, resembling a charred, lifeless tree. In contrast to the sacred tree, this appeared more akin to a tree of malevolence. Ren Jie was utterly astonished. Everything before him had surpassed his comprehension, compelled by an unseen force. He raised his hand to touch the trunk, and in that moment, their essences intertwined in a mystical connection. In the next instant, the largest primary branch of the demonic tree glowed with a crimson light, igniting in flames. A fruit, radiant as the sun, formed upon the fiery branch, exuding an astonishing heat. Within the fiery fruit, shadowy figures could be faintly discerned. At that moment, a whisper, reminiscent of a demon, echoed in Ren Jie's ear. The demonic contract has been established. Contracted demon, demon of flame. Cost of transformation, let others weep. Cost has been paid. Gene of the flame, demon injected. Spirit of the flame, demon born. The initial contract of transformation begins. Ren Jie. In an almost instantaneous manner, the white mist drifting above the lake was entirely consumed by the demonic tree. Flames surged along the branches of the flame demon, forcefully cascading into the mirror lake, transforming it into an endless sea of fire, swiftly engulfing Ren Jie's consciousness. Simultaneously, the cremation furnace ignited. Chapter 4. I feel I can still be rescued within the incinerator. Dozens of high-temperature flame nozzles unleashed torrents of azure fire, directly engulfing Ren Jie. The garments he wore were reduced to ash in mere seconds. Strangely, however, Ren Jie's body remained unscathed by the flames that soared over 1,000 degrees. Was he not even as vulnerable as the Monkey King in the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Lord? Crimson, blood-like demonic runes began to emerge from Ren Jie's chest, sprawling across his body. The runes took on the form of fiery cloud patterns, bold and tempestuous. Astonishingly, these flaming cloud patterns began to absorb the fire from the cremation furnace, mending Ren Jie's wounds, healing his injuries, and restructuring his bones. His heart even resumed its rhythmic beating. Thump, 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 half an hour passed. Yet the atmosphere in the crematorium remained heavy, punctuated by intermittent sobs. Wei Pingsheng stared intently at the ceiling, the cigarette but in his hand emitting a cloud of yellow smoke. oblivious as it neared his fingers. Meanwhile, the staff responsible for the cremation were bewildered, staring incredulously at the incinerator panel. What was happening? Why couldn't it incinerate? After half an hour of exposure to flames exceeding 1,000 degrees, even steel and iron would be reduced to molten metal. Under normal circumstances, a corpse would have already carbonized. If the sensors indicated it was still active, immediately, one of the team members expressed his dissatisfaction. Is it not done yet? Are you capable or not? The staff member shot back, Bah. I have cremated more bodies than you have had meals. You may question my abilities, but you shall not doubt the professionalism of Zheng Ying. Tianyu rubbed his eyes. A brother Jie's heroic sacrifice to save others must count as great merit, right? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. It is said that those with great merit achieve an indestructible golden body after death, their corpses remaining uncorrupted for a millennium. Do you think Brother Jie could refine 2 pounds of relics from this? Wei Pingshang shot him an incredulous glare, rising to deliver a hefty slap to the back of Tianyu's head. What relics? Are you planning to skewer them for a feast? Zheng Ying, now anxious, insisted. We've already collected the fees. We cannot afford any mishaps in the cremation process. She immediately increased the furnace's power, pushing it to full capacity. Just then, a faint knocking sound echoed, knock, 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 in the silent crematorium. Every eye widened in disbelief, faces pale. Where did that knocking come from? No one moved. Could it be an auditory hallucination? Or perhaps the gaze of the crowd instinctively fell upon the incinerator knock. An even louder thud resonated, making the furnace door tremble slightly. The pallor of their faces deepened, confirming that the sound indeed emanated from within the incinerator. Jiang Julie's eyes widened. She had never witnessed such an eerie occurrence before. A fine sheen of sweat formed on Zheng Ying's forehead. After years in this profession, she had encountered many bizarre events, but nothing as unsettling as this. Inside the incinerator, the temperature soared above 1,000 degrees, and only a corpse lay within. It had been half an hour. Where could the knocking be coming from? Tianyu, with a pale visage and trembling voice, uttered, "Isn't it true that Brother Jie died an unjust death, and his restless spirit lingers?" At this moment, Wei Pingshang felt a shiver run down his spine. Nonsense. We must believe in science. Jiang Julie, feeling increasingly despondent, instinctively bit her lip. Zheng Ying swallowed hard, muttering, "We must believe in science. We must believe in science." Suddenly, he pulled out a yellow Taoist robe from a nearby box, donned it, brandished a peachwood sword in one hand and a soul-requiting bell in the other. Fastened to his waist were a Bagua mirror and a black donkey's hoof. As he vigorously shook the bell before the furnace door, wildly waving the sword while chanting incantations. Grievances have their origins, debts find their masters. Souls return to the underworld post-mortem. I, of the Zheng clan, call upon the celestial beings. May the spirits descend and quell the demons. Grant peace from all directions. I beseech the great Bodhisattva Gatlin for blessings and manifestations of power. Taishang Lao Jun, heed my command. Let the alchemy commence. The onlookers could only smirk at the absurdity of the situation. It was clear this fellow was somewhat of a professional, albeit with a rather eclectic approach. Even Jiang Julie frowned in disapproval. In the next instant, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air as the steel door of the furnace contorted under immense pressure. Propelled away by a tremendous force, fiery flames erupted from the furnace like a volcanic eruption, pushing against the blown-off steel door. With a clang, the twisted door crashed against the wall of the cremation room, sending Zheng Ying to the ground, clutching his head and shrieking, "Ah, spare my life." The temperature in the room soared due to the spewing flames, and amidst the astonished gazes of all present, a completely naked Ren Jie emerged from the furnace. Flames danced around him, crimson fire clouds engulfed his body, and atop his head, 2 horns made entirely of fire erupted skyward. In that moment, Ren Jie appeared as an otherworldly sovereign risen from the flames. His eyes glowed red, and a wild, unrestrained smile graced his lips. "Is there a doctor here? I believe I can still be saved." At that moment, everyone in the cremation room stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of incredulity as they beheld Ren emerging from the furnace. A ghost! A ghost! Zheng Ying, petrified, dropped the peachwood sword and the soul-requiting bell, turned on his heel, and fled. Wei Pingxing's eyes widened in shock, choking on a mouthful of smoke. He clutched his chest and coughed violently, his face a mask of terror. Xiao Ming wept even louder, his mother also frightened into tears. Tian Yu turned as pale as a sheet. Goodness, this truly is an encounter with a ghost. A living person crawled out of the furnace. How could he survive being subjected to over 1,000 degrees for half an hour? Is he even human? What on earth is happening? Didn't Brother Jie just pass? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Jiang Jiuli, too, was left agape, the spectacle before her rendering her breathless. What could this mean? Had he unexpectedly awakened as a genetic warrior at the brink of life and death? Her gaze involuntarily shifted towards Ren, her eyes widening in astonishment, her cheeks flushing crimson. After a small, distressed exclamation, she turned and fled. What on earth did I just witness? As he walked, he swiftly retrieved his phone, saying hello. Is this Sister Nguyen? I have a favor to ask you regarding a particular matter. Jiang Jiuli's voice was anxious, reminiscent of a startled rabbit hastily fleeing the scene. Ren Jie could only glimpse the retreating figure of Jiang Jiuli, a sight that felt hauntingly familiar. The girl with the dog head. She was the one who had brought about his demise. Had she come as well? Wei Pingxing and the others finally emerged from their stupor, rushing forward to support Ren Jie. At that moment, the fiery cloud patterns and the horn of the flame demon on Ren Jie's body began to dissipate, returning to a normal state. However, his left arm remained a void, still bleeding profusely from the severed limb. After his transformation, the fiery cloud patterns could utilize the flames to mend injuries. Yet with an arm completely severed, there was nothing left to restore. A rebirth of a severed limb? Such an ability was beyond Ren Jie's current capabilities. What on earth was happening? He pondered, touching his nose. Perhaps the gene lock was activated, transforming him into a genetic warrior? Ren Jie refrained from mentioning the matter of the demon tree, for it was indeed too horrifying to divulge. He felt utterly bewildered, concocting a casual excuse to gloss over the situation. A surge of fervor welled up within Wei Pingxing. His face flushed. Excellent. How fortunate you are, my friend. The power of flames? It must belong to the ancient bloodline. It seems you won TB needing that gene serum for your formal transition. However, regarding your arm, the corner of Ren Jie's mouth twitched. Was he destined to live an unfulfilled life? Just as he was about to speak, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. The director of Jincheng People's Hospital, accompanied by a team of doctors and nurses, rushed over with urgency. Upon seeing Ren Jie, the young nurses blushed and gasped. Though they had seen their fair share of the world, they had never encountered such a remarkable individual. Quick, we must administer first aid to this young man. A cadre of doctors surged forward to staunch the bleeding from Ren Jie's severed arm, lifting him onto a transport stretcher and covering him with a blanket. The director, with a beaming smile, grasped Ren Jie's hand warmly. I apologize for the inconvenience, young man. You know the higher-ups at Huatian Group? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Quickly, we must transport you via ambulance to avoid missing the optimal surgical window. Ren Jie furrowed his brow. Higher-ups at Huatian Group? Transport? Where to? The director replied enthusiastically, of course, we're going to fit you with a prosthetic arm. Ren Jie. Fitting? Hadn't I just gone through that? Director. We are going to the Jincheng Huatian Biological Laboratory. They just called to prepare a mechanical arm for you. Ren Jie. 0. Chapter 5 Nguyen, the master of arm installation. At the entrance of the Jincheng Huatian Biological Laboratory, Ren Jie was ushered towards the express lane by the staff. He gazed at the night sky, the pain from his severed arm sharpening his consciousness. It was deep into the night. The moon hung dimly, casting no rays upon the vast territory of the Daxia. The moonlight converged, transforming into a shimmering river, flowing towards the horizon. Since that fateful night a century ago, the moon has ceased to belong to humanity. Yet beyond the shadowy moon, an extraordinarily grand golden gate loomed above the azure planet. The gate stood firmly shut, adorned with flowing divine patterns that exuded a sacred aura. its radiant light illuminating the earth and brightening the night sky. Ethereal yet tangible, it seemed to transcend this dimension. This majestic gateway, referred to as the Sacred Heavenly Gate, had mysteriously appeared in the celestial sphere above the blue planet 180 years prior, and it had never been opened. Strangely enough, whether by day or night, from the southern hemisphere or the northern, the view remained unchanged. One could only see the front of the Sacred Heavenly Gate. No one knew what lay beyond its threshold. For 180 years, the luminescence of the Heavenly Gate has consistently shone upon humanity, though it had long ceased to be a topic of discussion. People had grown accustomed to the presence of the Sacred Heavenly Gate, all aware that without its emergence, perhaps the flames of civilization would have been extinguished by cataclysmic events. A multitude of thoughts raced through Ren Jie's mind. He recalled that the dog-headed woman was also a favored one of the gods, wasn't she? He had no connections with the higher-ups of the Huatian biological group. Was this arm installation arranged by her? In the blink of an eye, Ren Jie found himself pushed into the innermost depths of the laboratory. Contrary to his imagination of a pristine and orderly facility filled with technological marvels, the laboratory was in utter disarray, cluttered with scattered books and equipment. At that moment, Nguyen was seated cross-legged in an office chair, a cigarette dangling from her lips, using a beaker as an ashtray, engrossed in her phone. With two buns atop her head, she wore a black and white short-sleeved shirt paired with floral beach shorts. Her slender figure belied an unexpected exuberance. Her features were exquisite, marred only by a medical eye patch covering her left eye, and snowflake earrings adorning her earlobes. The only indication of her authority in the lab was the work badge pinned to her chest. Her phone emitted a series of high-pitched sounds, causing Ren Jie to flush with embarrassment. Ren Jie's expression stiffened, while the staff, their faces flushed, discreetly withdrew. Now, only Nguyen and Ren Jie remained in the laboratory, the inappropriate sounds echoing incessantly. Ren Jie wiped his nose. You got on speaker. I know, what is there to hide? But they said you were going to install my arm. Don't worry. Don't worry, a young lad can bleed a little and not perish, right? Just wait until I finish this. We're at a crucial moment. Ren Jie. I spit. I can discern the progress by sound alone. We've only just begun. Haven Tiwi? And this Nguyen is undoubtedly a formidable character. She doesn't even fast forward through her study materials. After you finish reading, an hour and 20 minutes later, I might very well bleed to death. Is this troublesome girl truly the head of the laboratory? Caribbean? A spark of realization lit up Nguyen's eyes as she raised her gaze towards Ren Jie, sharing an expression of camaraderie. Oh, young man, you are quite perceptive. Ren Jie's eyes twitched slightly as he sweetly replied, Dear sister, I'm truly in a hurry. How about you assist me with the arm installation first, and afterwards, I could lend you a phone for conversation. Nguyen's expression tightened. 10 devices. Deal. Only then did she beam with joy, approaching Ren Jie to prepare for the surgery. Young man, you have struck a remarkable bargain. Our group's third miss personally called to instruct me to provide you with a complimentary arm installation, along with a lifetime of maintenance. TSK. Our dearly is so kind-hearted. Ren Jie's face darkened. Kind-hearted? Do you even know how I lost my arm? The person is already in the crematorium. It is indeed the arrangement of that wretched girl, but at least she has some conscience. However, she is actually the third miss of Huatian Sheng Bio. Who in the entire Great Xia does not know Huatian Sheng Bio? Nguyen suddenly yanked off the blanket covering Ren Jie. Hey, oh, are you shy? Sister here has seen far greater sights. For the surgical procedure, it must be sterile. Of course, honesty is paramount. Ren Jie's lips twitched. Sterile? Could you kindly extinguish that cigarette first? Ashes are falling all over me. Yet upon lifting the blanket, Nguyen abruptly froze, gasping in astonishment. Wow, I've truly never seen such a sight. Young man, you are extraordinarily gifted. If you were to shoot a film, I would definitely watch. Ren Jie, what nonsense are you talking about? That's not the point. Dear sister, can you assure me of your reliability? Nguyen pouted. Go ask around. Who in the entire Jinsheng arm installation industry does not know me? Nguyen? Nguyen, an expert in arm installations. Having me personally assist you is a blessing you've accumulated over 3 lifetimes. Speak up. What style of arm do you wish for? I shall install it for you." As she spoke, she pushed over a display case filled with various arm styles, all of which were exceedingly extravagant, bulky, some equipped with alloy saw blades, large claws, and chainsaws. Even the arms of cyborgs do not appear so exaggerated. Ren Jie covered his face. What on earth are these arms? If I get such an arm, how will I face people in the future? Nguyen pointed to a gleaming arm with a blade wheel, grinning. Sister recommends this arm for you. The ingenious Mechanical Slaughter Collector's Edition. If this arm were to hit the black market, it would surely drive those mechanical enthusiasts wild, and it would fetch a hefty price. Ren Jie ground his teeth. Isn't that just a killing machine? No way. I wouldn't wear it even if you killed me. I'll take that one instead. He pointed to a slightly more normal mechanical arm, which had a black and gold skeletal structure, controlled by bionic muscle bundles, reminiscent of an electric cable's mechanical arm. In this day and age, the technology for mechanical prosthetics has become exceedingly commonplace. In order for humanity to unlock the genetic locks, it is imperative to inject the awakening gene serum, and only those fortunate enough may awaken their latent abilities, becoming gene warriors. The authentic gene serum is exceedingly expensive, priced at $200,000 per injection, rendering it unaffordable for many households. Conversely, the black market offers a plethora of substandard versions with varying qualities. While these alternatives are indeed cheaper, they may induce adverse effects, potentially leading to the malignant transformation of certain bodily tissues and organs, necessitating the replacement of original organs with mechanical prosthetics. Additionally, some individuals, after suffering injuries resulting in limb loss, opt for installation as well. Similarly, there are ordinary people who, unable to become gene warriors, aspire to attain extraordinary strength through the transplantation of mechanical organs. Those who have installed mechanical prosthetics are collectively referred to as mechanical augmenters. However, not everyone can afford such enhancements, with prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to over $1 million. Ren Jie could never have anticipated that surviving a near-fatal incident would afford him the opportunity to acquire a prosthetic arm. Nguyen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Young man, you possess remarkable insight. This multifunctional mechanical arm is the latest development from Huaisheng Biolaboratory, boasting comprehensive features. It is undoubtedly your best choice. I must tell you, despite its unassuming appearance, its former owner withstood the force of a 10-kilogram TNT explosion, sustaining only minor damage." Ren Jie was astounded. "Are you saying he used this mechanical arm to shield himself from such a terrifying explosion?" Nguyen shook her head. "Not quite. He was obliterated in the blast. He perished at noon, while the auction commenced in the afternoon. However, the mechanical arm remained unscathed." Ren Jie. "Fine. I'll take this one. I seek nothing more than its durability." Chapter 6. Genetic Warriors, Divine Favored Ones Under the Influence of Anesthetics. Ren Jie lost sensation in half of his body as the augmentation procedure commenced. Nguyen, cigarette in mouth, eyes narrowed, wielded the scalpel with one hand while the other held the sacred light codex, effortlessly blending surgery with her studies. At that moment, Ren Jie could only fixate on the chaotic patterns of the short-sleeved attire, too timid to gaze longer. Any sudden movement could lead to an embarrassing situation. Casually, Nguyen remarked, "I've heard all about your exploits from Shaoli. You managed to crawl out of the crematorium and unlock your genetic code to awaken your flame abilities? Impressive. Your genetic sequence is quite remarkable. You should pay homage at your ancestral grave when you get the chance. It seems your ancestors are quite proud." Ren Jie rolled his eyes. "With someone as exceptional as me in the family, should it be my ancestors who come to pay their respects?" Nguyen chuckled. "Your filial piety is truly charming, like the flowers of spring. However, it's quite rare to awaken after 3 years of injecting the awakening serum." In reality, Ren Jie had undergone this procedure at the age of 15. In the Daxia Empire, compulsory education mandates that children receive a free injection of the awakening genetic serum upon turning 15. Those who awaken abilities proceed to attend the Divine Martial High School, while those who do not must settle for regular high school. Ren Jie belonged to the latter category, having resigned himself to the notion of abandoning the unrealistic dream of becoming a genetic warrior. Who could have anticipated that this unexpected twist would endow Ren Jie with the power of flames? Yet, whether this truly constituted an awakening remained a mystery even to him. His initial motivation for joining the Sea Hall and his fervent desire for formal recognition were not primarily driven by the genetic serum administered post-recognition. Rather, it was the enticing benefits afforded to those who ascended to the rank of Sea Officer that spurred him on. However, individuals like Lin Huiren and Tianyu were indeed pursuing the serum post-recognition with fervor, despite having surpassed the optimal age for awakening. They still believed in the faint possibility of awakening with another injection, albeit slim, but they were willing to take the chance. After all, who is content with mediocrity? This explains why, despite the inherent dangers, countless individuals are eager to join the ranks of the Sea Officers. Ren Jie grinned. I suppose I'm fortunate, Nguyen. I can now consider myself a genetic warrior. What must I do to cultivate this power? Having attended a regular high school, his knowledge of the intricacies of genetic warriors was limited to what he could find online. Nguyen casually continued, to cultivate, you must first understand the origins and basic principles of genetic warriors. 200 years ago, the spiritual energy of the blue planet revived, with 12 spiritual springs emerging across the globe. However, humanity failed to reap the benefits of this spiritual energy due to the complexity of the human genetic chain and the presence of genetic locks. While animals and plants swiftly harnessed this energy to evolve genetically, acquiring extraordinary abilities, the situation spiraled out of control. Humanity, once at the pinnacle of the ecological hierarchy, was dethroned, and the Great Calamity began. The cataclysm nearly obliterated the entirety of human civilization. As Nguyen spoke, she performed the surgery, not neglecting her study of the Sacred Light Codex. The turning point in this saga began with an experiment. Professor Yang Hongxiu, a molecular biologist from the Great Xia, unlocked the genetic code of humanity and developed the awakening gene serum, thus opening the gateway to human genetic evolution. Consequently, the era of genetic warriors was inaugurated. However, by that time, flora and fauna had already surpassed humanity significantly, awakening their intelligence, forming communities, and gradually giving rise to the two great races of the demon and spirit clans, who occupied the spiritual springs and divided Blue Star amongst themselves. Ren Jie remarked, I am well aware of this. It is the history of the revival of spiritual energy over the past 2 centuries. Eventually, a racial war erupted as humanity fought for its survival. Subsequently, the emergence of the time-space abyss brought forth demons onto Blue Star, transforming the conflict between humans, demons, and spirits into a war against the demons themselves. Yet humanity continued to suffer defeat. It was not until the appearance of the sacred heavenly gate that the situation began to ease, leading to the coexistence of the 4 clans: humans, demons, spirits, and the abyssal creatures. However, the relations among the human, demon, and spirit clans remained fraught with tension. Even now, demons pose the greatest threat to the 3 clans, with calamities perpetually arising. Nguyen ground her teeth, poking at Ren Jie's wound. Did you really need to ask? Ren Jie winced in pain. I didn't ask you to discuss this. Nguyen rolled her eyes. The principle of genetic warriors is quite simple. Humans possess a total of 23 pairs, or 46 chromosomes, with 1 pair being sex chromosomes, leaving 22 pairs of autosomes. The genetic sequences reside on these chromosomes, and these 22 pairs are organized into 11 tiers. Given the structure of the chromosomes is XXXX, each tier is further divided into 8 segments. Advancing a tier signifies a genetic evolution, and each segment from 1 to 5 possesses 2 skill slots. Whether skills awaken autonomously or require the absorption of genetic fragments depends on the robustness of your genetic sequence. Ren Jie swallowed hard, realizing the intricacies of the matter. Wait, so there are 11 tiers of genetic warriors? But the online mnemonic for level states: awakening, spine, power, concealment, body, initiation, devour, heaven might. That only accounts for 10 characters. What about the 11th tier? Nguyen shrugged. The 11th tier is merely theoretical. Thus far, no life form on Blue Star has reached that realm. Furthermore, As each individual is a completely unique entity, the hereditary genetic sequences they carry differ. The awakening process is merely the manifestation of one's latent genes. Therefore, the abilities of genetic warriors are exceedingly diverse, with over 30,000 documented variations to date. Your pyromancy likely belongs to the ancient blood lineage, showing considerable potential. Since you've just awakened and are still in the awakening phase, your cells are undergoing evolution. In a few days, you should be able to enter the first tier of awakening. Ren Jie furrowed his brows, pondering that the abilities he had acquired through the demon tree seemed to diverge from what Nguyen had described. I have another question. Do genetic warriors need to pay a price to utilize their powers? Nguyen paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, genetic warriors certainly do not. You must be referring to the divine favored, correct? However, divine favored can be considered a branch of genetic warriors. You are familiar with the sacred heavenly gate, I presume? Legend has it that when an individual's faith is sufficiently fervent, the deity will cast their gaze upon them, transforming them into a divine favored. Their internal genes metamorphose into the genes of the divine, allowing them to walk among mortals as deities. Each divine favored is immensely powerful, wielding lethal force against demons. Is Shaoli a divine favored? Ren Jie raised an eyebrow. Shaoli? You mean the dog-headed girl? Nguyen looked confused. What dog-headed girl? The divine favored do not require a price to use their abilities, but they must maintain sufficient faith in the deity in their daily lives. Otherwise, they risk being consumed by divine fire. Yet, unlike genetic warriors, divine favored possess the ability to undergo deification, temporarily granting them greater power, albeit at a cost. The longer one maintains this deification, the greater the price to be paid. Ren Jie swallowed hard. What kind of price? Nguyen wore a mysterious expression. They will lose a portion of their bodily tissue as the price. Ren Jie's eyes widened in shock. Is it that severe? They undergo deification, while I am subjected to demonization. And what a peculiar price it is to make others weep. Surely, no deity would possess such a morbid sense of humor, would they? Are you suggesting that the sacred heavenly gate bestows blessings at random, transforming individuals into divine favored? What about the time-space demon abyss, which stand in opposition to the sacred heavenly gate? Could it possibly possess such a capability? Nguyen's expression stiffened momentarily before quickly returning to normal, her gaze towards Ren Jie taking on a teasing quality. In that instant, Ren Jie felt as though his little secret had been laid bare. Indeed, it does, though the numbers are significantly fewer than those of the divine favored. They're known as Demon Pact Bearers. Chapter 7. The Demon Contractor and its Price. The Temporal Abyss is a name known to all on Blue Star, primarily due to the malevolent demons that emanate from it. This abyss predates the sacred heavenly gate in the history of spiritual revival. However, it has long remained concealed beneath a thick veil of dark demonic energy, hidden within the infamous devil's domain, unseen by the world. Ren Jie suddenly felt invigorated. Demon Contractor? Why have I never heard of this? Nuo Yin replied with a smile. Of course, you haven't heard of it. The knowledge of a demon contractor is not something someone of your insignificant stature could access. Just as you mentioned, both the temporal abyss and the sacred heavenly gate choose certain individuals to transform them into demon contractors. Those selected will forge a pact with demons and inherit their demonic genes. Their strength is formidable, and they possess the ability to undergo demonization. However, alas, this contract will become the greatest nightmare of the demon contractor's life, haunting them eternally. Thus, demon contractors are but pitiable madmen. Ren Jie was taken aback. Why do you say that? Madmen? I certainly do not wish to become mad. According to Nuo Yan's description, he had inadvertently become a demon contractor himself, having formed a contract with the flame demon due to the demon tree, thus acquiring the ability to demonize. Surely, this wouldn't lead to any adverse consequences, would it? Nuo Yin continued. In a sense, demon contractors and God-blessed individuals are polar opposites. However, compared to the God-blessed, the life of a demon contractor is far less comfortable. As previously mentioned, God-blessed individuals must maintain a sufficient level of faith in their deities to avoid being consumed by divine fire, offering their belief as sustenance to the gods. In contrast, Demon contractors must nourish the demon spirits with their emotional energy. Failure to do so results in their being devoured by the demon spirits, transforming them into fallen demons. True embodiments of evil. Ren Jie shivered. Is the risk truly that great? Neither God-blessed individuals nor demon contractors have it easy. Nuo Yin stated calmly. To wield power, one must pay a price. The emotional energy of a demon contractor is drawn from the original sins of the demons. Once the pact is established, the contractor will be perpetually influenced by a specific demonic original sin, thus continuously generating emotional energy to feed the demon spirits. You have heard of the original sins, have you not? Gluttony, greed, sloth, envy, pride, lust, wrath, fear, sadness, inferiority, and so forth. Consequently, the personality of a demon contractor often becomes eccentric and erratic. And the influence of these demonic original sins peaks during the process of demonization. Ren Jie widened his eyes, astonished. Is it truly that terrifying? In such a case, does the will of the demon contractor become akin to that of livestock raised by the demon spirits, required to perpetually produce emotional energy to sustain them, or face dire consequences? Yet, he pondered, it seemed he had not been affected by any original sin, nor had he felt any madness during his demonization. What could this mean? Ren Jie suddenly froze, staring at the vast collection of holy light tomes filling the laboratory. Nguyen, could it be that you are the embodiment of lust? Nguyen shook her head, her expression one of incredulity. How could that be? I am merely indulging in a personal interest. Ren Jie retorted, I find that hard to believe. So, the use of magical abilities by a contract wielder requires a price. Does it not? Nguyen shrugged. Of course, but compared to the fixed price of bodily sacrifice that divine favored ones must pay, the costs for contract wielders are infinitely diverse. The price may range from folding 100 paper cranes, stealing 100 articles of women's lingerie, smoking 200 cigarettes, to even pulling out one's own nails. It varies from person to person, and according to research, the price paid by contract wielders seems to correlate with their personal experiences. Moreover, all contract wielders conceal the nature of their price from anyone but themselves. Once the information is known, should an enemy intervene to obstruct the payment? Ren Jie swallowed hard. What would happen? Nguyen's gaze turned teasing. Oh, young man, you appear quite curious about contract wielders. Are you perhaps one yourself? What demon do you have a pact with? What is the cost of your transformation? How old are you upon waking? Ren Jie exclaimed. That seems to be a rather peculiar question. How could I possibly be a contract wielder? Do I seem like someone influenced by demonic sin? Nguyen merely smiled, observing Ren Jie with a knowing look. What if one fails to pay the price for transformation? Are you familiar with the disease known as demonic mark affliction? Ren Jie furrowed his brow, well aware of it, for Tao Yao suffered from this very illness. Nguyen stated matter-of-factly, it appears you are informed. Should a contract wielder fail to pay their price after transformation, they will develop demonic marks. This affliction is excruciatingly painful. When the marks spread throughout the body, it signals impending death. Ren Jie gazed up at the surgical lamp, his expression vacant. Sister Nguyen, you are an expert. You must know. Is there truly no cure for demonic mark affliction? Nguyen shook her head. At least with the current medical capabilities in Daxia, there is no definitive cure available. It can only be managed to a certain extent. Once afflicted, it is a terminal illness. However, there is no need for concern. As long as one diligently pays the price, the affliction will not. Is there truly no way? At that moment, Ren Jie became somewhat obstinate, his gaze pleading as he looked at Nguyen. Nguyen frowned. Does someone in your family suffer from this disease? My sister, she's in the 3rd stage. Nguyen fell into an unusual silence. Perhaps there is a way. It just hasn't been discovered yet. If there is a cure, it must be found in the abyss of demons. Ren Jie clenched his fists in determination. I will find a way. No matter how difficult it may be, I will ensure that Yao Yao no longer suffers. As Nguyen gazed at Ren Jie, her eyes clouded with melancholy. It evoked memories of her former self, a time when she too was resolutely convinced that she would discover the cure for her ailments. Yet, what followed were countless shattered hopes, leading to the ruin of her own life. Everything, indeed, lay in tatters. However, instilling hope may not be devoid of merit. Oh dear, Ren Jie exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock, letting out a pained cry as his face paled. Nguyen, with a mischievous grin, remarked, linking the nerves will cause discomfort. Bear with it. Stand up and give it a try. From this day forth, you shall no longer be one-armed, but shall evolve into a fully functional being. Ren Jie, drenched in sweat from the pain, pondered, why do I always feel as though you are mocking me? At that moment, he cast his gaze upon his mechanical arm. At the shoulder, the fusion of metal and flesh was seamless, with the metal extending to half of his chest, forming a mounting slot that facilitated the connection of the mechanical arm to his body. The entire arm gleamed in shades of black and gold, adorned with intricate golden patterns, exuding an unparalleled mechanical beauty. With a slight adjustment, the biological muscle fibers contracted, causing his left hand to gradually clench, emitting a creaking sound. A gentle fist swing produced a sonic boom. Remarkably, due to the connection to the nerve plexus, the mechanical arm even possessed tactile feedback, allowing for intuitive control, as if it were an extension of his own will, albeit with a slight heaviness on the left side. I have fulfilled Xiaoli's instructions. The new arm is equipped with numerous functions, all preset. You may explore them at your leisure once you return home. Do not delay my studies here. Add me as a friend, and if you encounter any issues, contact me for repairs. Remember, 10 steps. Once the friend request was sent, Nguyen began to usher him out. Ren Jie felt as though he was being physically expelled from the laboratory. Hey. Does this contraption lack any camouflage function? Am I to return home like this? Although this mechanical arm is exceedingly impressive, Aunt Anning will undoubtedly be furious if she sees it. She was already opposed to my visit to the Xiao Hall. Turn your wrist to the left 3 times. Bang! The laboratory door slammed shut as Ren Jie attempted to follow Nguyen's instructions. Sure enough, the muscle fiber bundles of the mechanical arm began to transform, mimicking the appearance of scales in a mesmerizing display of imitation. In an instant, it morphed into an arm indistinguishable from a human's, though its interior remained a marvel of mechanical engineering. Ren Jie exclaimed, a heartless iron hand one. What a magnificent arm. Chapter 8. Civilization, Environmental Protection, and Collective Responsibility. Stepping out of the Huatian Biological Laboratory, Ren Jie ambled towards his residence in District 69, along Route 11. Along the way, he beheld the towering white spires that punctuated the skyline of Jincheng, their slender forms soaring over 1,000 meters into the air. Atop these spires rested colossal spheres, radiating a crimson glow. Viewed from above, these white towers resembled divine spears cast down to the earth by celestial beings. These structures were established by the authorities as formidable defenses against catastrophic magical disasters, should a high-level calamity erupt and not be suppressed in a timely manner. The corresponding white tower would activate, forming a protective barrier to confine the disaster within a designated area, thus preventing its further spread and mitigating harm to the city and its populace. The Ministry of Radiance aptly likened these white towers to matchsticks, adding a striking element to the scenery of Starfire City. However, no one wished to witness these matchsticks ignited. Under the shadow of magical calamities, the 33 principal cities of the Great Xia had long instituted comprehensive measures to protect the safety of their citizens. As Ren Jie walked, he began to explore the Mirror Lake space. Now, with a mere thought, his consciousness could manifest within this realm. At this moment, he had the opportunity to scrutinize the expanse closely. The branches of the demon tree still flickered with flames, the infernal fruits glowing with intensity. Soon enough, Ren Jie realized that not all branches of the infernal tree were ablaze. Only the main trunk was alight, while the hundreds of offshoots remained unlit, as if still locked. If Ren Jie's deductions were correct, the main branch represented the infernal demon. Thus, might these offshoots represent skills or abilities? After all, genetic warriors possessed a skill slot at each of the 5 tiers, and the demon contracted were a type of genetic warrior as well. Moreover, the demon tree boasted not merely one main branch, but thousands. Currently, Ren Jie had only unlocked a minuscule portion of this vast tree. Upon attempting to interact with the demon tree once more, he was met with no response. Ren Jie surmised that his ongoing awakening phase might be the reason for this lack of interaction. He had yet to formally awaken and enter the first tier of consciousness. Perhaps it was only upon reaching that stage that he would witness any change. His gaze shifted to the surface of the mirror lake. Previously, wisps of white mist had floated above the lake, all absorbed by the demon tree. But now, several strands of mist had returned to the surface. At that moment, the infernal fruit was drawing in the white mist from the lake. Remembering what Nuoyin had mentioned, Ren Jie's expression turned peculiar. It seemed he was not unique. This white mist could not possibly be. Just then, Ren Jie was taken aback to discover that several more strands of mist had suddenly appeared on the lake, as if conjured from thin air. Before he could fathom the situation, the clamor from the outside world jolted his consciousness back to reality. I'm really going to jump. At that moment, Ren Jie realized he had unconsciously wandered onto the Jinjiang Bridge. A throng of onlookers had gathered, held back by safety barriers. On the railing of a grand bridge stood a despondent young man, one hand gripping the railing while the other clutched a mobile phone. His complexion was pallid, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat, and his legs trembled incessantly. Ren Jie watched intently as wisps of white mist emanated from the young man's crown, vanishing in an instant. Almost immediately, a tendril of white mist manifested within the mirrored lake space. Ren Jie suddenly recalled that when he had just crawled out of the crematorium, he too had seen white mist rising from the heads of others. He had thought it to be a mere hallucination, yet it appeared otherwise. Several law enforcement officers were earnestly attempting to persuade the young man, but he remained resolute, refusing to descend. The onlookers, however, became increasingly agitated. Jump already. It's been 2 hours. Are you going to jump or not? Don't be cowardly, huh? I heard someone was going to leap, so I took a taxi to witness the spectacle. You can't let me down now. Brother, don't rush into it. Have you considered a comprehensive funeral service? How about a prime burial site, facing south? Their banter was not merely verbal. They even recorded the scene with their phones. The law enforcement officers were incensed. If he truly jumps, will you take responsibility for his life? Don't you have children? He is already on the brink of collapse. Stop inciting him. If you don't want to be summoned for a chat, just be quiet. Ren Jie observed as wisps of white mist also emerged from the heads of the officers, appearing in the mirrored lake space. Among the onlookers, faint traces of white mist were also discernible, though collectively they amounted to less than a single wisp. Ren Jie's eyes sparkled with realization. It seemed he must validate his hypothesis. He parted the crowd and strode forward, stepping directly into the restricted area. The officers glared. Hey. What do you think you're doing? I am an officer from the 7th Division of the Disaster Relief Bureau, Ren Jie replied confidently. I'm a professional and here to handle this. An intern should suffice. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, the officers' expressions brightened. They had encountered a savior. For the Bureau's purpose was indeed to provide relief and save lives. Wang Peng, the distressed young man, grew frantic. Don't come any closer. It wouldn't matter if the King of Heaven himself were here today. If you come any nearer, I'll jump. As he shouted, he cast a glance downward, his face growing even paler. Ren Jie, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, remarked, Are you certain? Have you thought this through? The bridge is at least 50 to 60 meters above the river. Jumping would be akin to falling onto concrete. You would suffer multiple fractures, internal bleeding, and your head would likely be crushed. Don't expect anyone to save you. Death might be a release, but if you don't die completely, you can expect to spend the latter half of your life on a hospital bed. Wang Peng's eyes widened in terror, the mist above his head thickening. He swallowed hard and shouted, Exactly. I just want a quick way to die. Death would resolve everything. Don't think you can frighten me. I'm not afraid of death, so why should I fear this? Ren Jie scoffed softly, Is that so? You fear not death, yet dread the very act of living. Very well, take your leap. I shall not impede you. But do not presume that death concludes all matters. Post-mortem, your phone shall be breached, revealing your chats, albums, browser history, bookmarks, and the files on your computer, all of which will be disclosed to your parents. To affirm that your demise was genuinely voluntary and not attributed to other causes. Wang Peng's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Is that true? Several officers nodded fervently. Truly, such expertise is formidable. Wang Peng exclaimed, Are you devils? Must one not only die, but also face social death? Is it still possible to delete everything now? I await your reply, as time is of the essence. With gritted teeth, Wang Peng lowered his head, frantically deleting records, his expression reflecting reluctance. Meanwhile, Ren Jie seized this opportunity to silently approach him. Wang Peng caught a glimpse of Ren Jie nearing and bellowed, "Do not come any closer. Step back. If you advance further, I truly shall jump." Ren Jie paused, rolling his eyes. "Oh, dear brother, if you must leap, why not choose a different locale for your demise rather than the river?" Furious, Wang Peng retorted, "What? I am on the brink of death, and yet I must select a location? Why should I not jump into the river?" Ren Jie pointed, and the crowd followed his gaze. They beheld a conspicuous sign affixed to the railing. "Please do not dispose of waste in the river. Civility is a shared responsibility, and environmental preservation relies on us all." Wang Peng was left bewildered. "What does this mean?" Ren Jie shrugged. "You see it too, right? The river is not a dumping ground." An officer interjected, "How absurd. Do not litter, even in this context. This individual is in such a state. Must we continue to provoke him? Are you a demon? Is this person truly the professional?" Wang Peng. "Oh my goodness. You are infuriating." Chapter 9. You are already an outstanding young individual. Wang Peng's eyes widened with indignation, and without a second thought, he prepared to confront Ren Jie with fervor. Such disgraceful behavior was intolerable. One should never treat the river with such disdain, akin to carelessly discarding refuse. This was utterly unacceptable. Ren Jie, however, found amusement in the situation, for in that brief moment, he had managed to acquire a substantial amount of mist from Wang Peng. Yet, as fate would have it, a sudden gust of lateral wind swept across the bridge. Wang Peng, already unsteady, was caught off guard. The wind sent him slipping backward, plummeting towards the river below. "Ah, help!" This unforeseen turn of events sent a shiver of alarm through the crowd. Ren Jie, eyes wide, sprang into action with instinctive agility, his feet igniting with sparks as he dashed forward. With a resounding explosion, his shoe burst apart, leaving a black mark on the asphalt. Harnessing that momentum, he surged forward like lightning, reaching out towards Wang Peng. To the astonishment of all, he grasped Wang Peng's phone. "Ah, my phone. Don't look at my browser history." Yet Ren Jie did not relent. He clung to the railing, striving to reach the plummeting Wang Peng. In the next instant, his left hand detached at the wrist, launching itself with remarkable precision to seize Wang Peng's handle, locking it firmly in place. A blood-curdling scream echoed as Wang Peng dangled in midair, his eyes bulging, tears streaming, desperately thrashing. "Let go! For heaven's sake, let go! Where are you grabbing?" At that moment, all of his weight was precariously balanced on that slender edge. The law enforcement officers and the onlookers rushed forth, peering down at the bridge's edge, faces etched with terror, collectively shuddering at the sight. How horrifying! Could this even be salvaged? Ren Jie, momentarily taken aback, discovered that his mechanical arm possessed such capabilities. "Fear not, I shall pull you up," he declared, retracting the mechanical hand. Wang Peng was bewildered. "Pull me up? One T that just stretch me out? Ah, let go. I implore you, just let me fall. I would rather perish than be saved." Ren Jie maintained a serious demeanor. "Nonsense. A vibrant life hangs in the balance. As an officer, I cannot relinquish my duty." Wang Peng was nearly rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Could you be a tad gentler?" Ren Jie offered an awkward smile. "My apologies, I'm still a novice at this. I am quick, just bear with me." At that moment, Wang Peng truly experienced the despair of a life worse than death. Even a sheriff concealed his face. One utter novice. Is it customary for the officer to be so brutal in rescuing others? Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers and Wang Peng's anguished cries, Ren Jie ultimately managed to pull the individual up. Throughout this ordeal, the ethereal mist continuously emerged, all of it flowing into the mirror lake space. Wang Peng lay curled on the ground like a shrimp, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Ren Jie, yet he was already hoisted up by the sheriff. "Don't let me discover your name." Ren Jie chuckled. "My name is Ren Jie. No need to thank me, brother. As someone whom I, Ren Jie, have personally saved, you can consider yourself an outstanding youth. Live well, forget the past, and embrace tomorrow. With that, Ren Jie turned away with a flourish. As the saying goes, when the matter is resolved, one departs without a trace, concealing both flaws and virtues. Had it not been for one shoe being blown apart and the dark soles of his feet causing him to walk unevenly, he might have appeared somewhat dashing. Wang Peng was infuriated. What nonsense is this about being an outstanding youth? Is this how one is deemed outstanding? Don't let me cross paths with you again. Cool me. Return with us to the hall and file a report. An exasperated Wang Peng retorted, first to the hospital. If I don't go to the hospital soon, I'll end up as Wang Peng. On the way back, Ren Jie felt a sense of elation. He had finally grasped what that white mist was. It was likely the power of emotions. This was why the demon spirit fruit had been continuously devouring that emotional mist. The reason he had remained unaffected by the sins of the demon was most likely due to the presence of that emotional mist. As long as he maintained a steady supply, ensuring the total amount of emotional mist on the lake's surface was not consumed by the demon spirit, he should remain impervious to any demon's sins. Collecting the emotional mist appeared to be quite simple. All he needed were individuals nearby to exhibit intense emotional fluctuations, be it sadness, anger, or even joy. Any emotional upheaval that transcended the mundane could be harvested. His previous experiences, whether resurrecting the deceased or heroically saving the man from jumping off a bridge, had already validated this notion. However, he was still uncertain about the extent of this collection's range. He wondered if other demon contractors possessed this ability. Though Sister Na Yin mentioned that demon contractors typically supplied the demon spirits with their own emotional power, she had never mentioned the collection of others' emotions. With the principle clarified, Ren Jie felt a wave of relief. As long as he continued to gather the emotional mist, he would remain unaffected by the sins of the demon. After all, he had no desire to become a perverse individual like Nua Yin. Moreover, collecting emotional mist did not seem overly challenging. With this thought in mind, Ren Jie's eyes ignited with fierce determination. Once he officially awakened and gained greater powers, he would undoubtedly be able to accomplish more work and earn even more wealth. In the outskirts of District 69, the dim glow of streetlights casts a soft light upon the somewhat chaotic streets, where aging residential buildings stand closely together, creating an impenetrable atmosphere. Balconies are adorned with an array of colorful garments, exuding a robust sense of life. This is the place where Ren Jie has resided for a decade, a dilapidated and modest neighborhood. He approached a weathered building with peeling walls. The ground floor housed several small businesses, including Shuang Mani Supermarket and Gongzi Breakfast, all currently shuttered. However, one establishment remained illuminated and open, proudly displaying the words, Ning Laundry. Ren Jie stepped inside. The modest shop, approximately 20 square meters, felt exceedingly cramped, with rows of antiquated washing machines emitting a cacophony of sounds. The drying rack was laden with freshly laundered clothes and blankets. Has Aunt Ning not rested yet? Ren Jie sighed, skillfully pulling down the shutter and turning off the neon sign. This door was left ajar for himself. He ascended the narrow staircase to the second floor, his gaze traversing the constricted hallway. There, he spotted a slender woman clad in an apron, diligently scrubbing clothes at the washing station. Her hands, accustomed to water, bore cracks, and her fingertips were wrapped in bandages, with beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. A considerable number of garments remained unwashed in the laundry basket. Though she appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, her beauty was undeniable. Yet her face bore the marks of life's hardships. Seemingly aware of his presence, and Ning turned to Ren Jie, her face lighting up with a warm smile. Xiao Jie, you're back. I've saved dinner for you. It's in the refrigerator, so help yourself later. A pang of emotion struck Ren Jie, his nose tingling with unshed tears. It's so late. Why haven't you rested yet? What about Yao Yao? And Ning chuckled. She's asleep. Went to bed quite early today. As Ren Jie spoke, he moved through the corridor and began washing the clothes from the basket. And Ning looked at him with a mixture of helplessness and affection. You really shouldn't be helping so much. Get some rest. The training at the Si Yao Hall must be exhausting, right? Has Uncle Wei been taking good care of you? Ren Jie smiled. Finishing the laundry early means I can rest early. Uncle Wei is very attentive to me. It's only a matter of time before I get confirmed. At the mention of this, and Ning's expression dimmed momentarily, before she feigned casualness and remarked, Xiao Jie. Today I received admission letters from 3 prestigious universities. Tsinghua and Peking University even called, offering to waive tuition fees. Summer hasn't even ended, and the reporting time isn't here yet. Have you really thought about it? Still going to school? Ren Jie shook his head with a smile. Aunt Anning, please do not persuade me anymore. I am 18 and have the right to determine my own life. I can continue to learn without attending university. Moreover, becoming a traffic officer is not without its prospects. The salary is quite decent. Anning's eyes glistened with unshed tears. But being a traffic officer is too perilous. This family has already become a burden to you. I cannot allow your life to be compromised because of us. Before she could finish her sentence, Ren Jie interjected. If we're to speak of burdens, it should be I who has burdened you, and Yao Yao. Xiao Jie. All right, Aunt Anning, let's not dwell on this. I heard that old Wang next door is expecting a second child. In the stillness of the night, the two engaged in casual conversation. Their light-hearted banter drifting through the window, reaching far, far away. Chapter 10. Tao Yao Yao, after assisting in Ning, Ren Jie stealthily returned to his room. Their home was structured as a commercial space on the first floor, with living quarters above, 2 bedrooms, and a living room. And Ning occupied one room, while Ren Jie shared a room with Tao Yao Yao. The space was modest, partitioned by a curtain. Ren Jie lay on the left side, while the right, near the window, belonged to Tao Yao Yao, who was currently deep in slumber. Exhausted from the day's activities, Ren Jie flopped onto his bed, just as his phone erupted with fervent vibrations. Hastily, he covered the device and burrowed beneath the covers, discovering a flurry of messages from Nuo Yin, who had inundated his screen. Her online alias was Old Sister, with an avatar depicting a sleek, high-displacement motorcycle. Old Sister, gorilla demanding money emoji. GIF 10 the gorilla, with a defined expression and bold text proclaiming 10 units, seemed to demand an immediate response. Quickly, the long night stretches ahead, and I am unable to sleep. Waiting online, urgent. Ren Jie chuckled, amused that she still remembered. His own avatar portrayed a bespectacled, scruffy man in a black short-sleeved shirt, with the username Brother Jie. Brother Jie, outdoor. MP4 private tutor. MP4 office. MP4 10th anniversary. Without hesitation, Ren Jie shared a plethora of content with Nuo Yin, as they had previously arranged. He had always been the type to accommodate requests. Old Sister, oh ho, it seems this young lad has quite the stockpile. I shall rely on you for future sustenance. Brother Jie, young people should exercise moderation. Brother Jie, adjusting glasses with a mischievous smile. GIF Old Sister, who are you to dictate? Yet, in light of your compliance, let me enlighten you further. Magic contractors typically conceal their identities, masquerading as ordinary genetic warriors, to avoid being ensnared by the Heavenly Gate Church or facing dire consequences. It is prudent to maintain a low profile. Study mode engaged. Do not disturb. Ren Jie sighed, realizing she had indeed made an astute observation. The sensitivity surrounding the identity of magic contractors was influenced by numerous factors. To avert trouble, it was best to keep one's identity hidden. The black fragments originated from a class, a magical disaster, in Jinsheng a decade ago. The events of that time might not have been as straightforward as they seemed. Ren Jie was merely a child then, and many details were hazy in his memory. He resolved to investigate further when the opportunity arose. His phone buzzed incessantly, with over 206 unread messages in various part-time job groups, alongside inquiries from Wei Pingsheng and Tianyu, asking when he would return to scold the old lady. Ren Jie began to respond to each message. Meanwhile, in the Huatian laboratory living quarters, Nina just finished her shower, devoid of any garments. Humming a cheerful tune, in the little garden diggy he as she toweled off her damp hair, she reclined on her bed. Having removed her eye mask, her left eye was not blind, nor did she have a mechanical eye. Rather, her pupil shimmered with a striking imperial purple, lending her an air of intrigue. With enthusiasm, Nuo Yin slipped under the covers, licked her lips, and opened her phone. Hey, let's start with this outdoor video. As she clicked on the video, vibrant sounds filled the room. Makabaka, akawaka, mika maka, observing several Teletubbies joyfully dancing in the outdoor garden. Nguyen's expression abruptly froze. Is this the outdoors? A collector's edition? Nguyen ground her teeth, skeptical yet determined, opening each video one by one, refusing to believe they were all the same. It was him indeed, our friend. Little Zatsa, you carry the burden. And I will choose the horse, youngster. Do you believe in light? Unfazed by wind and rain, not afraid la. La la la, waiting for the stare. Waiting for the dance. Welcome to the news broadcast. Prosperity. Democracy. Friendship. Unity. Nguyen. Being. Yeah. You're the elder here, and still Makabaka? I am furious. I was looking forward to it. I even bathed and changed, filled with anticipation. Infuriated, Nguyen seized her phone, unleashing a torrent of messages. At home, Ren Jie glanced at the message chat box, silently switching his phone to do not disturb mode. Old Master G60, 60, 60. Clearly, 60 seconds was merely the limit for flying voice messages. Not for Nguyen. Ren Jie couldn't help but smile slightly, a look of satisfaction on his face, wondering if his videos had managed to heal Nguyen's fallen spirit. He sensed an increase in emotional fog, confirming that this phenomenon indeed had a limited range. Just then, Ren Jie was astonished to find that the mist over Mirror Lake began to thicken. Its source was not Nguyen, but rather emanated from beside him. Behind the curtain, muffled groans of pain emerged, and Tiao Yao Yao, cocooned in her blanket, stirred restlessly. Clearly, this emotional mist originated from Tiao Yao Yao, who was currently enduring excruciating suffering. Ren Jie rushed over, yanking the blanket aside, revealing Tiao Yao Yao curled up in a ball, clad in pink rabbit-themed pajamas, the sheets soaked with sweat. Her legs and one arm were wrapped in bandages, and faintly, a mark resembling a black python could be seen on her shoulder. The skin around the mark appeared as though it had been corroded by acid, turning pitch black, hardened, and even cracked, resembling dark scales. This was the mark disease, an incurable ailment that emerged with the advent of the temporal abyss. To this day, humanity has yet to uncover the cause of the mark disease, which seems to afflict individuals at random. With current medical capabilities, it remains insurmountable. Only its symptoms can be suppressed and the pain alleviated. No cases of successful recovery have been reported. The mark disease is akin to an inescapable nightmare, tormenting its victims until death. When Tao Yao Yao was diagnosed with the curse of the demon at merely 5 years of age, it was also the year her father, Tao Ran, sacrificed himself to save Ren Jie. Misfortune often compounds. Just as one misfortune strikes, another follows closely behind. At 15, a time that should have been filled with the vibrant growth of spring, Tao Yao Yao found herself continuously tormented by illness. Her legs and arms were engulfed by the curse, rendering her movements cumbersome and confining her to a wheelchair. She resembled a canary trapped within a cage, with this cramped and cluttered room encompassing her entire world. Are you unwell? Why are you silent? Have you taken your painkillers? Ren Jie approached, cautiously lifting Tao Yao Yao and adjusting her into a more comfortable position before turning to fetch her medication. Tao Yao Yao possessed a striking beauty. Her cherubic face bore a hint of baby fat, infused with the innocence of youth. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with intelligence, complemented by her small, delicate lips and petite nose, creating an impression of a harmless, endearing little sister. Yet, in this moment, her large eyes were brimming with tears. Her smooth black hair dampened with sweat, and one hand clutched the bedsheet tightly as she gazed at Ren Jie's back. Brother, I can't eat anymore. I can endure this. Those painkillers are expensive and in short supply. How many part-time jobs must you take on? How many clothes must mother wash before? Ren Jie disregarded her protests, pouring the painkillers into her mouth. They are merely painkillers. I can afford them. Eat without worry. We can gather the funds for the suppressants later. Tao Yao Yao was already in the 3rd stage of her illness, and without the suppressants, the curse would spread rapidly. Delay was no longer an option. Yet, the price of the suppressants exceeded even that of genetic medication. Tao Yao Yao shook her head. Her eyes reddened as she implored, Brother, perhaps we should not proceed with the treatment. The curse cannot be cured. Taking the suppressants is merely a waste of money. I will eventually die. If I pass, You can attend university, and mother would not have to bear such burdens. The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became. Ren Jie stood by the bed, his expression solemn as he gazed at her with seriousness. Tao Yaoyao understood that he was upset. She timidly pleaded, "Brother, please don't be angry. I won't say anything more." Only then did Ren Jie sit beside her, enveloping her in his arms and gently patting her back. "I know you are in pain, but you must be strong. I will find a way to heal you, no matter the cost. Once you recover, you can take care of me and Ning. Do not worry about the suppressants. Once I secure a position in the Xiao Hall, I will benefit from the privileges afforded to Xiao officials. Medical subsidies will be provided for the families of officials facing serious illness. Everything will be all right, I promise." Ren Jie's reassurances were as much for Tao Yaoyao as they were for himself. This was the reason he forsook the opportunity to attend university. Determined to enter the Xiao Hall, the genetic medication was secondary. Obtaining the medical subsidies was the true objective. "Brother, hold me as I sleep," she said. "At this age, why would you want to be held? We are siblings, after all," he replied with a teasing tone. "It's not as if we are strangers," she pouted playfully. "Do not embrace, just sleep soundly. Is holding hands acceptable then? If you refuse, I shall inform my mother that you are concealing the sacred light scriptures beneath the bedside table. 3 volumes of Absolute Realms, 2 volumes. Oh, my dear sister, may I inquire whether you prefer to hold my left hand or my right hand?" Chapter 11. Novices are indeed unreliable the next morning. The gentle sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping the cramped room in a comforting warmth. The curtain in the middle was drawn halfway, and hand in hand, Ren Jie finally succumbed to Tao Yaoyao's overwhelming presence. "Brother, wake up, brother." Ren Jie opened his bleary eyes, emerging from slumber, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld Tao Yaoyao with a pair of oversized pink shorts adorning her head, her large eyes blinking at him. "Ren Jie, what kind of style is this? Quite unique, isn't it? Have you lost your mind? What are you doing with that on your head?" "Brother, you are so passionate. You told me before that you are a spirited young man. I didn't believe it. Now I do." Ren Jie was even more bewildered. "What does that have to do with you wearing shorts on your head?" Tao Yaoyao coughed. "You're so passionate that you're smoking. Cough, cough, let go of me. You're burning up." Ren Jie's eyes widened in shock as he glanced down to see billowing smoke rising from his bed, filling the room with a haze that made his skin feel scalding hot. Alarmed, he leapt out of bed. What on earth is happening? He noticed that the bedding had burned a charred imprint in the shape of a person, with cotton singed. As he emerged, flames erupted around him, transforming him into a human torch, with the only item of clothing he wore, the shorts, catching fire. Tao Yaoyao gazed at him with admiration. "Oh wow, brother, you're on fire. Even a vampire would get blisters from taking a sip of your blood." Ren Jie's face darkened, and without a word, he dashed towards the bathroom, realizing that if he didn't hurry, he would soon be left with nothing but bitter tea. "You unfortunate child. Why didn't you wake me up sooner? Your brother is on fire." Tao Yaoyao chuckled mischievously. "You can't expect a 15-year-old beauty with a debilitating illness to wake you up." In the corridor, Ning carried breakfast, frowning as she heard the clattering from the room. "Joey, it's time to get up for breakfast. What is that smell? It's burnt." Before Ning could approach, the door burst open, and a human torch dashed out of the room at lightning speed, heading straight for the bathroom. And Ning was taken aback. "Xiao Jie, what's going on? Did Yao Yao play a prank and set her brother on fire?" Anxiously, she hurried to the room to investigate, only to be greeted by the sight of Tao Yaoyao with shorts on her head and the charred imprint on Ren Jie's bed. And Ning. In the bathroom, the sound of running water mingled with a sizzling noise, and wisps of white smoke wafted out. Ren Jie's voice echoed from within. "And Ning, don't worry, I caught a chill last night and might have a fever. You all go ahead and eat. I'll be there shortly." "A Ning? A fever?" In a state of fever, could one ignite the bedding to leave dark marks, or even set oneself ablaze? Is such a temperature attainable by a normal human? In the bathroom, Ren Jie stood under the cool water, and gradually his body temperature returned to normal. This must undoubtedly be a phenomenon triggered by a formal awakening, right? He had anticipated that the awakening period would last several days, yet to his surprise, It transpired overnight. Now, Ren Jie had officially unlocked his genetic lock and entered the first stage of awakening. At that moment, the world before him seemed to sharpen into clarity. He could even discern the trajectory of water droplets as they fell. The aroma of pork and scallion dumplings wafted from downstairs, mingled with the sounds of a child crying next door and a couple quarreling. He could even acutely sense the delicate touch of water droplets against his skin. The realm of awakening pertains to the five senses. After entering the first stage of awakening, a genetic warrior experiences a significant enhancement in physical abilities, alongside a remarkable amplification of sight, touch, taste, smell, and hearing. He could manipulate the awakened abilities, and during this stage, he would possess a skill slot. Ren Jie raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Sparks flew forth, and in the next moment, his entire palm was enveloped in crimson flames. The fire crackled and danced, exuding an intense ferocity. The flames reflected in Ren Jie's eyes. He would no longer need to carry a lighter when he stepped outside, though he remained uncertain about the nature of his skill. 3 minutes later, after tidying himself up, Ren Jie finally sat down to eat. At the dining table, Tao Yaoyao was in her wheelchair, and Ning was present as well. Neither had touched their chopsticks, both staring intently at Ren Jie, seemingly awaiting an explanation. After all, claiming that a fever could ignite flames felt rather far-fetched. Ren Jie awkwardly rubbed his nose and confessed, "It seems I have unlocked my genetic lock and become a genetic warrior. My awakened ability appears to be related to fire." And Ning's eyes instantly lit up, and Tao Yaoyao exclaimed, "You've awakened an ability? A genetic warrior? Huh, I've always believed my brother would achieve greatness. Truly remarkable. Fire abilities? Show me a demonstration. Can you fry an egg with your bare hands? I want it sunny side up." Ren Jie frowned, thinking, after all the effort to awaken an ability, was it merely to fry you an egg? Yet, surprisingly, he could indeed do it. And Ning's eyes sparkled with delight. "Little Jie has become a genetic warrior? How wonderful. I knew you could do it. When you come home for lunch today, I shall prepare a few extra dishes to celebrate." The joy in Ning's eyes was palpable. In the realm of ordinary folk, genetic warriors were immensely powerful, capable of soaring through the skies and safeguarding their homeland, akin to celestial beings. It was evident that both Ning and Tao Yaoyao were genuinely elated for him. Tao Yaoyao pouted. If I had also taken the genetic serum, perhaps I could awaken some ability too. Certainly more impressive than my brother." Ren Jie chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Once I earn a substantial sum, I shall get you a dose of the genetic serum. You're 15, it's about time." Tao Yaoyao retracted her neck and weakly protested. "Brother, are you certain you're referring to an injection and not to hitting me?" Anning and Ren Jie burst into laughter. At this moment, Tao Yaoyao seemed nothing like a girl afflicted with a terminal illness. She radiated cheerfulness, vivacity, and an enchanting quirkiness. Perhaps it was only during her episodes that she would succumb to melancholy. "Come on, don't just stand there like a fool. Let us eat." Ren Jie gazed at Anning and Tao Yaoyao, her eyes brimming with tenderness. These two were the sole treasures she wished to protect in this world. With that thought, Ren Jie's expression hardened with resolve as she picked up her chopsticks and carelessly grabbed a fried egg. However, just as she attempted to lift it, her left hand suddenly acted of its own accord, flicking upward. The fried egg was sent flying, and the chopsticks snapped in the process, leaving her left hand clenched into a fist. With a forceful thud, she slammed it down onto the table. The resounding crash caused the table to tilt, sending an entire spread of dishes airborne, scattering food everywhere. Anning found herself adorned with a fried egg on her face, while several leaves of vegetables rested atop her head, and even her rice bowl had inverted on her crown. Her smile froze abruptly, and 2 veins bulged on her forehead. Meanwhile, Tao Yaoyao had just lifted a glass of milk to her lips when the table was suddenly overturned. A full cup of milk drenched her face, serving as an impromptu facial wash. In disbelief, both girls stood frozen, wide-eyed and gaping at Ren Jie. What in the world? Ren Jie's left hand had seemingly activated a tremor mode, uncontrollably pounding the table with a rapid rhythm. The sound reverberated, creating a buzzing that made the bowls and chopsticks vibrate in unison. Tao Yaoyao gritted her teeth. "Hey, quickly apologize to the table. And don't forget to say sorry to me as well. Anning squinted her eyes with a smile. Little Jie, you'll clean up afterwards. Even as a genetic warrior, there is no need to be this overzealous, is there? I've been up since dawn, toiling away to prepare this breakfast. Ren Jie was sweating profusely. Why wouldn't this mechanical arm obey her? Newbies were indeed unreliable. Was that old machine malfunctioning? Her hand felt paralyzed, refusing to respond. Despite her desperate attempts to stop her arm, nothing seemed to work. In the astonished gaze of Anning and Tao Yao Yao, Ren Jie's left hand continued its rhythmic drumming on the table while moving toward the underside of it. Anning's eyes widened as if a realization dawned upon her, her cheeks flushing slightly. Could this unfortunate child be contemplating something untoward in the living room? Tao Yao Yao's mouth fell agape as she quietly pulled out her phone, beginning to record. Yet even at this moment, her arm remained uncontrollably drawn beneath the table. Chapter 12. Flames Engulfing. Approach with caution. Ren Jie understood that if this continued, there would be no turning back. He firmly grasped the trembling mechanical arm and turned to dash towards the restroom once more. You all eat first. I'll be right back. Tao Yao Yao chuckled mischievously. Didn't he expect my brother to be quite the seasoned craftsman? This method of celebration is rather unique, indeed. At that moment, a loud banging on the door resonated from downstairs. Open up, and Ning shot a glare at Tao Yao Yao and removed the leaves from her head. We have guests. Let Shao Jie tidy up later. With that, she hurriedly rushed down the stairs. In the restroom, unable to contain the powerful mechanical arm, Ren Jie sent a message to Nuoyen. Old sis, is your faulty arm broken? Why is it vibrating so much early in the morning? It's still. Nuoyen, who had been groggy and irritable upon waking, suddenly perked up. What do you mean? You wouldn't be? Haha, indeed. Let you experience a bit of ma, ka ba ka. Ren Jie ground his teeth. I've said it before. It comes with a lifetime warranty. You need to take responsibility. Oh dear, such words should not be said to a girl. Nuoyen retorted playfully. It's not broken. This is a versatile mechanical arm. And having a flight mode is quite normal, right? How considerate. It's just been programmed with a shortcut. Ren Jie's expression darkened. Flight mode? How considerate can it be? A shortcut for picking up chopsticks? How do I turn it off? Just bend your ring finger, and a function list will pop up for you to explore. Nuoyen replied, then hung up. Ren Jie's face grew even darker as he hurriedly bent his ring finger. Sure enough, a holographic projection of the function list emerged on the back of his hand, showcasing an extensive array of features, hundreds in total. Options included enhanced power, energy shields, palm cannons, wall adhesion, claw blades, acupoint strikes, and even a fascia gun function. What absurdity! Where on earth is the option to disable flight mode? Ren Jie felt his vision blurring, and an outrageous thought crossed his mind. What if I just went along with it? Surely, if I ended up in flight mode, it would cease, right? However, this notion was quickly dismissed by Ren Jie. No, as a healthy and vigorous young man of our great nation, he absolutely could not afford to give it the opportunity to show off. While Ren Jie was preoccupied with exploring the functions of the mechanical arm, a commotion arose downstairs. At the front counter, Ning wore an apologetic expression, while a rotund man dressed in a python-patterned shirt, adorned with a thick gold chain and a small watch, stood in the store. He wore tinted sunglasses and cradled a provocatively dressed woman with cascading waves in his arms. Behind them loomed imposing figures clad in black tank tops. Exudino intimidatinho. Outside, a luxury car was parked, unmistakably a Kuri, nan alongside a Pame. A man dressed in a suit, with long hair cascading down, leaned against the Cullinan, idly toying with a silver coin. A woman with voluminous waves, her expression one of disdain, pointed at a white mink coat carelessly thrown on the counter, accusingly exclaiming, "Look at how you've washed it. It's all matted now. How am I supposed to wear it? Do you think this coat is akin to the ragged garments worn by you impoverished souls?" And Ning repeatedly apologized. I sincerely apologize. I assure you, this mink coat was treated according to the proper cleaning protocols. Moreover, when it was collected, it did not appear like this. The wave-haired woman glared, grabbing a container of laundry detergent from the counter and hurling it at Ning. Are you insinuating that I did this on purpose just to provoke you? You overestimate yourself. The detergent container struck Ning on the forehead, breaking the skin and showering her with powder. The portly man surveyed Ning with keen interest, stating, "I purchased this mink coat for 40,000. You shall compensate me." With tears welling in her eyes, Ning replied, "I did not ruin it. How could I possibly afford such an amount? All of our savings have been spent on Tao Yaoyao's medical treatment. We are in dire financial straits." The portly man scoffed. "Do not think that simply claiming poverty will excuse you. It is only just that a business owner compensates for damages. Since you cannot pay, sign this eviction agreement, and I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further." He produced the eviction agreement from his briefcase and slapped it on the table. Ning bit her lip, realizing they were deliberately provoking her. This old residential area was being cleared. It was not a demolition that warranted compensation, merely a relocation to a housing unit on the outskirts of the city, where the chances of calamity were far greater. Furthermore, the laundromat would have to close, leaving them without a source of income for Tao Yaoyao's treatment. This eviction contract was tantamount to a death sentence for their family. Through gritted teeth, Ning declared, "No, I cannot sign this." The portly man gazed at Ning's exquisite features, licking his lips as he stepped closer, seizing her hand and pulling her toward him. "You are an intelligent woman. You must understand that as long as you refuse to sign this contract, incidents like this will occur daily, and your business will falter. Of course, I am not entirely devoid of compassion. If you cannot pay, then perhaps you might consider accompanying me for an evening. As long as you are willing to spend one night with me, I could grant you a little more time. I have a particular fondness for married women." And Ning clenched her jaw, trembling with rage. "You are shameless." Tao Yaoyao, having heard the commotion from below, pushed her wheelchair towards the staircase, her eyes reddening with urgency as she witnessed the scene unfold. "Stay away from my mother, you fat pig." However, how could she confine her wheelchair, possibly descend stairs? She tumbled down the steps, her body and wheelchair rolling together, pain bringing tears to her eyes, unable to rise. "Do not touch my mother." The portly man raised an eyebrow. "Oh, your daughter is quite lovely, but what a shame she is so frail." And Ning, seeing Tao Yaoyao fall, felt a surge of panic. "Let go of me, Yaoyao." With a swift motion, she shook off the pudgy man's hand, intent on helping Tao Yaoyao. The pudgy man's expression shifted ominously. "You wretched harlot, don't overstep your bounds." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed, and a lithe figure sprang forth, leaping directly down the staircase. The pudgy man, grinning maliciously, seized Ning's wrist, raising his hand to strike her cheek. However, Ren Jie stepped forward, grasping the pudgy man's wrist and pulling Ning behind him for protection. As he beheld Tao Yaoyao sprawled on the ground, covered in laundry detergent, with even a gash on her forehead, Ren Jie felt as though his heart might explode. His eyes gradually turned crimson, and his frigid gaze locked onto the pudgy man's face. "You are asking for death," he exclaimed, tightening his grip. The pudgy man, wide-eyed, let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. "Let go, you scoundrel! Who do you think you are to lay hands on me? Why are you all just standing there? Get him!" The two burly men, eyes blazing, charged at Ren Jie. He raised his left arm, his fist clenched tightly. With immense force, he struck, producing a sound akin to an explosion. The punch connected with the pudgy man's chest, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones. The pudgy man's eyes bulged, and blood spewed from his mouth as he was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing through the shop's entrance, across the street, and landing headfirst into a trash bin at the alley's end. Just as the two hulking men prepared to throw a punch, they witnessed flames suddenly engulfing Ren Jie, his dark hair billowing as he transformed into a fiery figure, his clothes ablaze. The intense heat scorched their skin, causing the temperature within the shop to soar. The flames blazed fiercely, creating a barrier that warned them to stay away unless they wished to turn their fists into charred remains. Ren Jie then turned his gaze toward the stunned wave-haired girl, whose face had drained of color. "What do you intend to do?" "Stay back," she stammered. Before she could finish her sentence, Ren Jie delivered a fiery blow to her face, sending her crashing to the ground. He then seized her by the hair, dragging her forward amidst her shrieks of terror. The searing heat radiating from him forced the two burly men to retreat, eventually backing out of the shop entirely. And Ning and Tao Yaoyao watched in shock, mouths agape. Ren Jie turned to them, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, I will handle this." With that, he pulled down the rolling shutter. Chapter 13. The Might of the Divine Fire. Flames born from the heart. Tao Yaoyao's eyes sparkled as she beheld the scene. Goosebumps prickling her skin. "My brother, that's so cool. Mom, quickly help me up. I can still enjoy the spectacle." And Ning, on the other hand, wore a face of concern, pondering whether it was truly wise to provoke someone with such power and influence. Peering through the shop window, and Ning and Tao Yaoyao craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Once outside the laundry room, Ren Jie could no longer suppress the tumult within him. A smile of exuberance spread across his face, wild and unrestrained. And Ning and Tao Yaoyao were the two people he cherished most, and their mistreatment stirred a fierce urgency in him. He had already restrained himself in the shop, but now the circumstances had shifted dramatically. With a swift motion, Ren Jie seized the hair of the wave-haired girl, tossing her in front of him, and delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. The flames erupted beneath his feet, amplifying the force of his strike. The wave-haired girl was sent sprawling like a shrimp, her hair ignited as Ren Jie propelled her into the alley. Just as the plump man crawled out of the garbage bin, he was struck by the flying girl. Enraged, he shoved her aside. "What are you two doing standing there? Do you want to lose your jobs? Go after him." The two burly men bellowed, finally summoning the courage to charge at Ren Jie once more. Yet the searing heat radiating from Ren Jie kept them at bay. With blood-red eyes, Ren Jie taunted, "What? Do you wish to become old acquaintances? I can assist you with that. If you don't leave now, I won't hesitate to turn you into ashes right here and scatter your remains." The two hulking men exchanged glances, their faces paling, and they turned to flee. What folly it would be for ordinary individuals to confront a genetically enhanced warrior. Ren Jie's expression grew increasingly deranged as he advanced step by step into the alley. If you wish to play, I shall play with you to my heart's content." The plump man, exasperated, shouted, "Useless fools. Wang Yao, why don't you take action? Do you believe I won't tell my father?" Finally, the long-haired man in a suit, leaning against the car, stirred. He drew a blue-sheathed saber from his vehicle, positioning it at the alley's entrance. With a scoff, he remarked, "Who would have thought that such a small place could harbor a genetically enhanced warrior? Impressive. But do you really think you can mix it up with just a first-tier awakening? You might be overestimating yourself. I am at the second tier." With a thunderous sound, Wang Miao radiated a powerful aura, slowly drawing his saber. "Young master, what's the plan?" The plump man's eyes glinted with malice. "Incapacitate him. As long as he isn't dead, I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong." Wang Miao narrowed his eyes. "I'll just take one of his arms. Otherwise, I won't be able to report back. Before this silver coin touches the ground, I'll settle this." As he spoke, he tossed a silver coin into the air and lunged forward with his saber, water blades forming along the edge. Water blade slash. Ren Jie grined menacingly. "You certainly talk too much." In response, he raised his left arm to meet the descending strike. Wang Miao was taken aback. Did he not want his arm? How fortuitous. However, with a resounding clang, the blade struck Ren Jie's mechanical arm, sending sparks flying. The edge of the blade shattered, and the high-velocity water blade failed to breach even the surface of Ren Jie's skin. Wang Miao exclaimed, "What kind of arm is this? Is it the iron arm of Astro Boy?" In the next moment, Ren Jie raised his arm, deflecting the katana, and with a clenched fist, 3 razor-sharp claw blades sprang forth, hurtling towards Wang Miao. Wang Miao's eyes widened. Was this a mechanical arm? A strong cultivator? He swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding 3 slashes that tore through his suit. But the next instant, Ren Jie faced Wang Miao with an open palm, fingers spread wide. Palm cannon. Boom! The formidable blast from his palm was unleashed. Wang Miao barely managed to block it with the blade. It was forcefully propelled backward. Ren Jie reached out to catch a falling silver coin, crushing it effortlessly in his hand, melting it into molten silver with an intense flame. Slapped in the face, huh? Worthless. He then hurled the scalding silver at the plump man, who screamed in agony as it bubbled and blistered his face. Kill him. Just kill him. Wang Miao gritted his teeth. You're seeking death. Water dragon bullet. A torrent of water bullets erupted from Wang Miao's mouth, flying towards Ren Jie with a whistling sound. In that moment, Wang Miao transformed into a human water cannon, a veritable pea shooter of water bullets. Ren Jie could only raise his hands in defense. Most of the water bullets vaporized upon contact with his intense heat, but some still struck him, causing sharp pains and forcing him to retreat. The high-temperature steam quickly filled the alley, obscuring visibility. Gritting his teeth, Ren Jie realized that while his opponent was at the second level and he at the first, relying solely on his mechanical arm would not guarantee victory. Furthermore, his adversary possessed skills, while he had only just ignited his own flames. Logically, having reached the first level, he should also have skills, shouldn't he? He decided to give it another try. Focusing his mind, Ren Jie transported his consciousness to the mirror lake space. He reached out to touch the demon tree, and once again, he felt that connection. Looking up at the main branch of the flame demon, which extended into thousands of sub-branches, he suddenly felt that he could activate any sub-branch he desired. Did these sub-branches indeed represent the skills of the flame demon? Without hesitation, Ren Jie chose the thickest and largest sub-branch to illuminate. A red light burst forth from the flame demon fruit and directly infused into the sub-branch. As the sub-branch ignited, a cluster of crimson flame leaves sprouted forth. The whispers of the demon echoed in his heart once more. Flame demon innate skill activated. Skill, conflagration, divine might as fire. Flames born from the heart, burning through the 8 desolations, turning all to scorched earth. Ren Jie was ecstatic. Indeed, it came with its own skill, requiring no absorption of corresponding gene fragments. No matter, he resolved to eliminate his foe in one fell swoop. The price of transformation was merely to invoke tears from others. It was not a difficult task. Transformation activated. However, Ren Jie remained oblivious to the fact that the fog, which had already thinned to an almost imperceptible degree above the mirror lake, had been instantaneously dispelled by this magical transformation. The narrow alley was suffused with scalding steam. And seizing the opportune moment, Wang Miao slashed through the mist with a single stroke, directing the water blade straight towards Ren Jie's shoulder. At that moment, however, Ren Jie's aura underwent a profound transformation. Boundless flames began to unfurl from his chest, rapidly enveloping his entire being. 2 fiery horns coalesced above his head, and the flames surrounding him surged, becoming wildly explosive. In this instant, Ren Jie slowly opened his eyes, his once ebony hair now transformed into a brilliant crimson, akin to blazing fire, rendering him a veritable demon amidst the flames. His gaze was fervent and frenzied. Wang Miao trembled in terror, bewildered by this grotesque apparition. Yet his strike remained unrelenting. As the water blade approached, Ren Jie astonishingly raised his right hand and grasped the blade's body. The terrifying heat vaporized the high-velocity water blade, even scorching the blade itself to a fiery red hue. Under Wang Miao's horrified gaze, the blade was abruptly severed, breaking into 2 pieces and melting into molten iron that dripped to the ground. This is impossible. Yet in the next heartbeat, Ren Jie had already lifted his hand, aimed directly at Wang Miao's face, his eyes a deep crimson. You may perish. Ignite. A massive bell-shaped flame erupted from Ren Jie's palm, akin to the exhaust of a rocket engine, instantly engulfing Wang Miao's figure. Chapter 14. Gradually descending into madness, bubbling waves. A layer of azure bubble barrier emerged, enveloping Wang Miao entirely to shield him from Ren Jie's searing flames. Yet, he was still hurled backward, forced into a corner. The alley was suffused with flames, the walls charred black, and even the steel posts of the signpost began to melt. The corpulent man and the alluring woman were utterly terrified, hastily seeking refuge within the bubble, lest they be incinerated by the inferno. Are you truly incapable? Can't even handle a first-stage awakened gene warrior? Have I wasted my father's efforts on you? Wang Miao gritted his teeth. Silence, you gluttonous pig. Today, I've encountered a formidable opponent. Ren Jie's flames were peculiar. Not only were they intensely hot, but they also possessed a remarkable explosive effect. The bubble quaked precariously, as if it might shatter at any moment. He could only thicken the bubble repeatedly to insulate against the searing heat. Ren Jie, feeling the surging power within him, wore a maniacal expression. He was well aware of the enhancements granted by his demonic transformation. Demonic transformation acquires fire resistance, impervious to flames. Physical attributes are tripled, with greatly enhanced five senses. The fiery cloud pattern absorbs the essence of flames, healing bodily injuries and restoring stamina. The temperature of his flames is tripled, and the explosive effect is amplified. Under the state of demonic transformation, the potency of his skills is doubled. Such a degree of enhancement explained why demon contractors, despite the costs, would resort to demonic transformation, for it granted them the ability to overpower foes of the same tier, and even to engage in combat beyond their level. Truly astounding. Meet your demise. Ren Jie, seemingly unsatisfied with merely using one hand to unleash his skills, raised another hand, aiming at the bubble. Incinerate. Now, the single-firing rocket engine had transformed into a dual-firing one. Wang Miao stood no chance, cursing profusely. Was this truly the capability of a first-stage awakened warrior? The bubble evaporated under the dual assault of flames, leaving Wang Miao utterly desiccated. Under the fierce blaze, the three were charred black and violently slammed against the wall. Ren Jie, with one foot planted, unleashed flames from beneath, transforming into a fiery meteor that surged forward. With a mechanical arm, he delivered a crushing blow to Wang Miao's abdomen. The wall fractured like a spider's web, and Wang Miao's eyes bulged in agony as he clutched his stomach. Collapsing helplessly, Ren Jie crouched down, grinning maniacally, and under the intense heat, the corpulent man's skin sizzled audibly, the air thick with the scent of roasting flesh. At that moment, the corpulent man was utterly panicked, screaming through the excruciating pain, "What? What do you want? You can't kill me. Murder is a crime. How dull. I wish to carve your flesh piece by piece and roast it to eat. Extract your heart to make sand ginger pig heart, and slice off your ears for sashimi. I'll snap each finger one by one, roast them, and devour them. Ah, how delectable they must be." The mere scent was enough to induce salivation. In the midst of conversation, Ren Jie's finger knife had already emerged, pressing against the rotund man's face, scratching at it. The portly man was utterly terrified. What manner of deranged individual was this? Was he truly intent on devouring him? It was no jest. He was genuinely drooling. I have fatty liver, diabetes, and I'm excessively wealthy, yet I am far from delectable. Ren Jie ground his teeth, exclaiming, "So? Being affluent makes you superior, allowing you to bully others, does it? Why is it that while the rich can sweat with their heads in their hands, the poor must pause the video to scrutinize? How can someone uglier than me still attract women? Where's the justice in this? It infuriates me." The corpulent man trembled, saying, "If you wish, you too can sweat while clutching your hair. Let me go, and this woman is yours to do with as you please. I assure you, I will not trouble you again." As he spoke, he shoved the curvaceous woman forward, who was on the verge of tears. Ren Jie merely cast a disinterested glance. "Perhaps I shall pass. I have no fondness for bald women." The woman retorted, "What do you mean bald? I still have hair." The wealthy man, growing anxious, replied, "Though her hair has been scorched, she still has some." However, Ren Jie then reached out and stroked the top of the woman's head. As his fiery hand glided over her tresses, her hair was instantaneously charred away, leaving her bald. "Now you are bald." The woman gasped in shock, collapsing to the ground in tears. It is said that the fiery touch grants longevity. The corpulent man's lips twitched in despair. It was evident that his plight was hopeless. He pleaded, "What must I do for you to spare me?" Ren Jie's face broke into a devilish smile. "I tend to prefer acquiring things without effort." The portly man was taken aback, quickly removing his lavish Rolex watch and handing it to Ren Jie. A mere trifle, a token of respect, he chuckled nervously. Yet, Ren Jie was far from satisfied. He swiftly yanked off the man's gold chain, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "This will serve as medical expenses. I trust you have no objections?" Anne Anning's forehead is already bruised. The wealthy man dared not object. "Just let me go, and I shall concede to anything." Satisfied, Ren Jie smiled and extended his hand. The man gulped, cautiously reaching out to shake hands with Ren Jie. "Are you? Letting me go?" Ren Jie glared, "Dream on. You brought this upon yourself. I can't be bothered to lift a finger." The corpulent man, astonished, thought to himself that in all his years traversing the world, he had never encountered such a bizarre individual. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and knelt, striking his own face against Ren Jie as palm repeatedly. "I refuse to believe this one tea hurt you." Meanwhile, Ren Jie gazed at the sobbing bald woman on the ground, and for reasons unknown, he reached out to lift her skirt. Just as he was about to succeed, Ren Jie suddenly jolted. As a promising young man of his country, how could he entertain such perverse thoughts? Startled, he pinched the thigh of the bald-headed girl, causing her to scream and weep even more violently. It was only then that Ren Jie regained his senses, realizing that his thoughts had veered into a disturbing territory. Anger, greed, laziness, jealousy, lust, gluttony, and cruelty. Was he really about to embody all of these? He hastily checked the mirror lake space, and indeed, the emotional fog had dissipated. Although he had accrued quite a bit of emotional fog from the three individuals during this time, it was still insufficient for the demon to consume. Especially during the demonic transformation, the consumption was astonishing. No wonder he had become so twisted. Was he under the influence of demonic original sin? Crucially, didn't Teen Nguyen say that a demon contractee would only be affected by one type of demonic original sin? Why was he different? Once influenced, did all forms of demonic original sin converge upon him? Goodness, was he not simply descending into madness? It was absurd to the point where even he, a pervert, found the situation outrageous. Alarmed, Ren Jie swiftly terminated the demonic transformation. However, the impact of the demonic original sin had yet to dissipate. The emotional fog was far from sufficient. What was even more concerning was that ending the transformation came at a price. Although the well-fed man and the bald-headed girl were already in tears deep within Ren Jie, the whisper of the demon indicating that the price had been paid had not yet surfaced. An inexplicable sense of crisis arose within him. Chapter 15. The Abyss of Demons. The demon spring, once transformed, failure to timely pay the price, may lead to the affliction of the demonic mark disease. Yet at this moment, the requisite payment had not been made. Ultimately, the cost of causing others to weep was rather vague, lacking any specific stipulation regarding the number of tears required. Was it insufficient for merely 2 individuals to shed tears? Ren Jie glutted fiercely, demanding, "Three. All of you weep louder. Have I not struck hard enough? Do you all look down upon me?" He threatened the bald-headed girl. "If you do not cry, I shall scorch your eyebrows. And you, rotund fellow, how is it that you do not weep for your deceased father? Now weep as I command." The corpulent man was on the brink of a breakdown, lamenting, "I've been struck by your face all this while. You haven't even lifted a finger." He added incredulously, "And my father has died. Should I not find joy in that? What kind of twisted preference was this?" In a moment, both men cried out more pitifully than mourners at a funeral. Meanwhile, Ren Jie's gaze settled on Wang Miao. He seized Wang by the collar and delivered a punch to his nose. Wang Miao's nose crumpled as he leaned against the wall, glaring at Ren Jie with unyielding defiance. Ren Jie demanded, "Why aren't you crying?" Wang gritted his teeth and replied, "A true man, born of heaven and earth, stands tall. A man sheds tears only sparingly. I have not cried since I was 5. Today I concede to you, but I do not believe you dare to kill me. Come on, strike me if you can." Ren Jie raised an eyebrow, intrigued to encounter such a resilient adversary. He then directed his mechanical arm towards Wang Miao's face, initiating a relentless assault with mechanical pistons that hammered Wang's visage, causing him to tilt his head back, his teeth scattering like confetti. The rotund man watched in despair as the brutality unfolded. However, a series of electric strikes gathered a significant amount of emotional fog, leaving Wang's face swollen like a pig's head, yet he still did not weep. Ren Jie, now frantic, targeted Wang Miao's philtrum with his piston fists, launching a furious barrage. "You are striking a stone with an egg." Wang's eyes bulged painfully, his legs kicking and hair being tugged in agony. What kind of earthly torment is this? Each punch is a critical blow. Go on, hit me. If you break me, I'll simply don a mechanical guise, even stronger than before. You may conquer my flesh, but you shall never vanquish my spirit. Before he could finish, A frenzied Ren Jie thrust 2 fingers towards Wang Miao's eyes. Oh, my eyes, my eyes. At last, Wang Miao could bear it no longer. Clutching his eyes, he rolled on the ground, tears finally streaming down his cheeks. The whisper of the demon echoed within Ren Jie's heart. Cost paid. The inexplicable sense of crisis dissipated, allowing Ren Jie to exhale in relief. However, his expression turned peculiar. Was this truly the method? Regardless of the means, one merely needed to make another cry. With narrowed eyes, Ren Jie pressed his claw against the corpulent man's neck. This is your final warning. Do not provoke me again. Or next time, I shall not be so lenient. Though the Anning laundry was modest, it constituted my entire world. Should you dare to touch it, I shall ensure you lose everything. The rotund man nodded incessantly, tears welling in his eyes. Can you let us go? Get lost. The 3 of them scrambled out in a flurry. Wait, what? What's wrong? My clothes are gone. Upon seeing Ren Jie in a state of undress, the portly man turned pale, and at that moment, a dreadful thought crossed his mind. Was he really contemplating breaking a sweat? Not interested in the spicy girl? Then that must mean his strip. 3 minutes later, under the watchful eyes of the neighbors, the 3, singed and soot-streaked, darted out of the alley like oversized rats, leaping into a car and speeding away. Shortly after, Ren Jie emerged from the alley, clad in a form-fitting skirt and a tattered suit jacket. The neighbors gaped in astonishment, jaws dropping to the ground. In such a brief span, what heinous events had transpired in that alley? Ren Jie found himself helpless. Every time a fire broke out, his clothes would be incinerated. Was fighting really so costly in terms of attire? He would have to learn to control the flames better in the future. With so many eyes upon him, returning home in his current state was simply out of the question. With a thick skin, he dashed back to Anning's laundry. Upon seeing Ren Jie's attire, Tao Yaoyao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Cross-dressing. A cross-dressing master. Ren Jie, unamused, lightly punched Tao Yaoyao. What is so funny? You fell down the stairs and didn't even feel it? Next time, call me sooner if something like this happens. Anning appeared somewhat concerned. Ren Jie soothed her gently. Don't worry. If we don't teach them a lesson, trouble will only keep coming. In this world, the kind are bullied, and the good are ridden. Enduring everything 1T earn us respect. If they come looking for trouble again, we'll call the police. I need to tidy up and head out to work. I want to be back for lunch. Yao Yao, I'll bring you something delicious tonight. Anning nodded. If it weren't for Xiao Jie today, she truly wouldn't have known what to do. Well, the situation had already unfolded, so they might as well open for business as usual. Ren Jie took a shower and changed into a fresh outfit. Although he had gathered quite a bit of emotional fog from the 3 earlier, there wasn't too much left in the Mirror Lake space. If the emotional fog was entirely consumed, he would likely revert to being that strange, perverted version of himself again. He needed to find a way to gather more. Moreover, he had to prepare for the costs associated with his transformation. If he faltered when the time came to pay, it would be disastrous. Resolute, Ren Jie dashed into the kitchen, where the sounds of chopping and juicing echoed. Once prepared, he shouldered his backpack and stepped out, ready to tackle a day filled with various part-time jobs. As he walked, Ren Jie reflected on his current level. It was still too low. What if that portly man sent someone with a higher level to trouble him? That would be unbearable. Jin warriors cultivated their skills by absorbing spiritual energy, right? Spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Suddenly, Ren Jie froze. Wait, spiritual energy? Indeed. Why hadn't he felt even a trace of it until now? How was he supposed to cultivate anything? How was he to level up? Suddenly, Ren Jie conceived a possibility. He promptly sent a message to Lao Siji. Jiego, I have a friend. May I inquire whether the Demon Pact bearer requires the cultivation of demonic energy? Friend, please ask for me. Screenshot. Lao Siji. TSK, Tisk, obviously. Otherwise, why would it be called a Demon Pact bearer? Ren Jie was left dumbfounded. Indeed, where could he possibly acquire demonic energy? It is known that all the spiritual energy on Blue Star originates from the 12 spiritual springs. After the emergence of the temporal and spatial demonic abyss, the vast demonic domain gradually took shape, corrupting the spiritual springs into demonic springs. Currently, The vast demonic domain encompasses 5 demonic springs, with humanity possessing 2 spiritual springs. The demon race 3 and the spirit race 2. Demonic energy exclusively exists within the vast demonic domain. While the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom is saturated with spiritual energy, with only minuscule traces of demonic energy lingering. These traces are so minute that Ren Jie cannot even sense their presence. To obtain demonic energy, one would need to venture to the battlefield of races or acquire it from the demonic crystals mined from demonic ores. Regardless of the method, neither is feasible for Ren Jie at this moment. In that instant, Ren Jie's consciousness stood upon the mirror lake, gazing helplessly at the tree of demons. Where could he possibly find demonic energy? Was this not a cruel joke? However, at that moment, as if sensing Ren Jie's intent, the tree of demons devoured the remaining emotional mist above the mirror lake. In the next instant, an overwhelming suction erupted from his body, drawing in a significant amount of spiritual energy into the mirror lake space. Through the transformation facilitated by the tree of demons, this energy was converted into pitch-black demonic energy and infused into Ren Jie's being. His level surged directly from the first stage of awareness realm to the third stage. Subsequently, as the emotional mist was completely consumed, the absorption and transformation ceased. Ren Jie stood there, utterly bewildered, and gradually, a devilish expression emerged upon his face. The transformation has begun. Chapter 16. Undercurrents. The insidious influence of the demon's original sin took hold, stirring Ren Jie's emotions beyond his control. He never fathomed that the demonic tree possessed the ability to convert spiritual energy into demonic energy, albeit at the cost of consuming emotional miasma. At this moment, Ren Jie found himself with an overwhelming urge to rob passers-by and to lift the skirts of young women. Meanwhile, a student clad in a short skirt, carrying a backpack, cast a fleeting glance in Ren Jie's direction. With her head bowed, she hurriedly walked past him, only to inadvertently collide with him, stumbling backwards and landing on the ground. Flustered, she quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I was in such a rush and didn't see you. Did I hurt you? As she spoke, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she timidly glanced at Ren Jie, extending her hand in a silent plea for assistance to rise. However, Ren Jie did not offer his hand. Instead, veins bulged on his forehead in irritation. Are you blind? Are those 2 eyes atop your head merely for venting? If you don't need them, perhaps you should donate them. What good is an apology? What do we need the police for? Tell me, which school are you from? What is your name? What are your measurements? What color are your shorts? The student girl was perplexed. What kind of absurd questions are these? Should you be the one the police are after? Normally, a charming and gracious young woman like herself would surely captivate a boy of his age. How could he possibly resort to such crude insults? Feeling embarrassed, the student retracted her hand and quickly stood up. I am sorry. I'll be more careful next time. How can I earn your forgiveness? She looked at Ren Jie with a pitiful expression. With a wave of impatience, Ren Jie replied, All right. It's not a big deal. Just lift your skirt for me to take a look as compensation, and you can be on your way. Taken aback, the student's face turned an unusual shade of crimson, her eyes brimming with excitement, though she quickly masked it, shyly responding, Do you really want to see? But there are too many people here. Perhaps we could go somewhere more private? Ren Jie swallowed hard. Are girls nowadays this audacious? Would she truly show him? No. If he went along with it in his current state, who knows what madness he might unleash. He decided against it. If you're not going to show me, you ought to compensate me a little, right? Internally raging, the student thought, I merely bumped into you, and now I owe you money? Is this guy a professional scammer? Just you wait. If it weren't for the crowd. Frantically, she fished out 5 yuan and a lollipop from her pocket. Will this do? Ren Jie snatched the money and candy, pocketing them before turning to leave. The student watched his retreating figure, her forehead twitching in frustration, clutching her backpack as she blended into the crowd. Among the throng, a dapper man in a suit, carrying a briefcase, strolled casually, his gaze occasionally darting towards the student. That guy was audacious, huh? He merely got bumped into and already extorted 5 yuan from her. TSK. If he were to discover the true identity of that student girl, he would surely be petrified. In a corner CAF, a polished professional clad in a tailored skirt and black stockings, elevated by her high heels, delicately cradles a steaming cup of coffee. Her tinted sunglasses shielding her gaze that discreetly lingers on the student. With cascading black hair that flows down to her waist, a figure that captivates. And a face of exquisite beauty, she effortlessly commands the attention of many simply by being present. Xiao Yi, focus. Don't lose her. It's not easy to catch her once. So don't let her slip out of my detection range. Chunhua's every action is driven by intent, never colliding with others without purpose. That young man may indeed be her target this time. Yin Xiao Lao Wu, follow that boy. Better safe than sorry. Amidst the crowd, a spirited girl with a ponytail and a student's demeanor nods in acknowledgement. Got it, Sister Yiyu. She then stealthily trails after Ren Jie, joined by a robust fitness instructor in a tank top and crew cut, who quietly follows suit. At that moment, a frantic voice crackles through the communicator. Team Yi, we've lost her. Yiyu grinds her teeth, her ruby-red eyes shimmering beneath her sunglasses. TSK, find her. She cannot have gone far. In a secluded alley, the student girl who had bumped into Ren Jie steps inside, casually discarding her backpack into a trash bin. To her astonishment, her skin begins to melt and reshape along with her clothing, transforming her into a lean, dark-skinned laborer in the blink of an eye. Height and attire shift seamlessly as well. And the noses of the Demon Suppression Division are quite sharp, but to catch me, you're still a century too early. Do you think the name Chunhua, the thousand-faced sorceress, is just for show? Suddenly, a small, pure white ferret emerges from Chunhua's embrace, chirping incessantly. Chunhua's expression reflects an unusual excitement. She has stumbled upon a treasure. Immediately, she makes contact with her superior. Brother Dao, how is the situation progressing? That aura, can you confirm if it belongs to a newly awakened demon contractor? Have you made contact? Is it possible to recruit them as an ally for our organization? Chunhua chuckles with glee. That little demon's essence is so potent that even the treasure-seeking ferret can sense it with its eyes closed. We've indeed made contact, but just the thought of it irks her. But what? Chunhua exclaims with enthusiasm. That is of little consequence. Do you not recall the top-secret mission issued by the Terror Organization? To screen all newly awakened demon contractors? To find individuals who elicit a reaction from the treasure-seeking ferret? Brother Dao is left speechless. Wasn't that mission issued nearly a decade ago? Personnel from various organizations have long since given up. The Poker and Joker factions even faced Harrow's judgment for misreporting information. Chunhua insists, this time it's different. This time, the ferret has truly reacted. That boy is definitely one of them. The treasure-seeking ferrets are dispatched by the Tarot to various organizations, trained uniformly to identify demon contractors and expand their network. While mistakes may occur, such a strong response cannot be mistaken. With a grave tone, Brother Dao inquired, are you suggesting that the young man is indeed the one the tarot cards have been seeking? Certainly. This revelation unsettled Brother Dao, and he continued, let us refrain from reporting this for now. Should we err, it could spell disaster for us. We must secure that young man first. You must delay him and proceed with caution. The Demon Suppression Division has been vigilant of late. I shall devise a means to extricate myself, so remain vigilant. If this proves true, our fortunes will change dramatically. After exchanging a few hasty words, their communication was severed. Chunhua suppressed her surging excitement as she gently stroked the head of the treasure-hunting weasel. You cheeky rascal, you shall not escape my grasp. Meanwhile, Ren Jie was on the brink of madness. If he did not devise a plan soon, he would truly become unhinged. Chapter 17. He is a good man, but not entirely so. As Ren Jie approached the intersection, he spotted an elderly lady, frail and leaning on a cane, attempting to cross the street. As a promising youth of the nation, how could he possibly stand by and ignore such a scene? With a swift stride, he rushed forward, supporting the old lady and guiding her across to the other side of the road. The elderly woman widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at Ren Jie with a look of bewilderment. Ah, young man, she exclaimed, slightly flustered. Ren Jie beamed with a smile. No need to thank me, Grandma. It's my duty. Having successfully escorted her across, He turned to leave, basking in the glow of righteousness. The old lady stood at the roadside, utterly perplexed, watching his receding figure, and in frustration, she stamped her cane. I just took 3 minutes to cross from this side, and you brought me back? What are you doing? Meanwhile, Wu Yunxing and Yun Xiao, who were secretly following Ren Jie, observed this scene with twitching lips. Just as Ren Jie had taken a couple of steps away, he noticed an elderly man beside a trash bin, clutching 3 plastic bottles under his arm while holding a half-full bottle of water, which he proceeded to pour out. Is this tolerable? Ren Jie rushed over, snatching the empty bottle from the man's hands and gathering the 3 he was holding, stuffing them into his backpack. Don't need these? They can be sold for money. Thank you, Grandpa. Environmental protection relies on people like me, he declared, as he flung open the recycling bin and began to rummage through it, filling his backpack with plastic bottles and cans. The elderly man was taken aback. Wait, young man. No need to thank me, really. Do you still want this bag? If not, can I use it for the bottles? But just as he turned around, Ren Jie's eyes widened in alarm. He saw a little girl whose balloon had slipped from her grasp, becoming entangled in the branches of a tree. The child stood beneath the tree, crying inconsolably, unable to reach it. Grandpa, I must help. She's in tears. The country needs me. Having finished sifting through the trash, Ren Jie dashed towards the tree. The elderly man, flustered, called out, Hey, you rascal. Come back. Give me my bottles. Where are you from? In disbelief, he muttered to himself, I've been in the recycling business for years, and this is the first time I've encountered someone stealing my trade. Wu Yunxing and Yun Xiao exchanged glances, both astonished. Is he really taking the old man's bottles? Ren Jie had already reached the tree, and with the little girl's tearful eyes fixed upon him, he climbed with the agility of a monkey, retrieving the balloon and placing it back into the girl's hands. With a gentle smile, he patted her head. The little girl nodded earnestly, her face lighting up with joy. Thank you, big brother. Wu Yunxing and Yun Xiao watched this scene unfold, both wearing affectionate smiles. It seems this young man possesses a warm heart after all. However, in the next moment, Ren Jie flicked his fingers like a blade, plunging it directly into the balloon. With a loud pop, the balloon burst instantaneously. The little girl widened her eyes in astonishment, and then, with a wail, she began to cry even more fiercely than before. The smiles on Wu Yunxing and Yun Xiao's faces froze in disbelief. This person, could he possibly be suffering from serious affliction? Did he deliberately deflate the balloon just to burst it in front of the little girl? Was he a devil incarnate? As the little girl's cries grew louder, drawing the attention of those nearby, Ren Jie hastily pulled a lollipop from his pocket and placed it in the little girl's hands. Be good now, don't cry. Balloons aren't fun anyway. Here, have some candy. It's sweet. The little girl rubbed her eyes, staring blankly at the lollipop in her hand, sniffling. Thank you, big brother, and your whole family. Ren Jie felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Good heavens, is this how children express gratitude nowadays? After soothing the little girl, he quickly slipped away, fearing her father might come to give him a beating. In the blink of an eye, Ren Jie spotted a man by the lake. The man had just finished his morning exercise, his bicycle parked at the water's edge, and he was bending forward, gripping the handlebars tightly as he exerted himself, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Ren Jie approached the man, placing his hands on the bicycle as well, mirroring his actions. The man glanced at Ren Jie, puzzled, wondering why he would choose to crowd him when there was so much space available. It was not illegal, but it certainly seemed a bit eccentric. However, in the next instant, Ren Jie aligned his body, pushed off with his legs, and with a sudden burst of energy, he propelled the bicycle straight into the lake. With a resounding splash, the man stumbled forward, nearly tumbling into the water himself, staring at Ren Jie in disbelief. What are you doing? Ren Jie stood up, dusting off his hands. Brother, I'm not trying to be rude, but you seem to be rather extravagant. Why abandon such a fine bicycle? Just push it into the lake. Moreover, you really should exercise more. I could see you struggling to push it, so I came to assist. The man exclaimed, What the hell? Who pushes their bicycle into a lake? I just finished riding. I was doing stretching exercises. He shouted in frustration, Kid, don't you dare run away. Get back here and fish my bike out of the lake. Ren Jie ran off without looking back, No need to thank me, brother. After all, my life motto is to help others without expecting anything in return. At that moment, Wu Yunqing and Yun Xiao were completely stunned. He was indeed a good person, but not entirely so. Had he not run fast enough, he might not have survived such antics. They were unaware that this seemingly benevolent individual had become the target of the enigmatic demoness of illusions. Ren Jie was acutely aware that if things continued this way, he would be unable to gather sufficient emotional mist to sustain the magical entity. After all, there weren't that many good deeds to perform. Thus, he resolved to undertake something more substantial. With Wu Yunqing and Yun Xiao tailing him, Ren Jie made his way to a pawn shop, where he pawned a gold watch and a gold chain. Once again, I ventured to the veterinary pharmacy and the grain store, emerging with a bag of rice slung over my shoulder. Subsequently, I made my way to the supermarket to purchase an umbrella, which I tucked into my backpack. At Freedom Square, the weekend brought forth a bustling crowd, vendors peddling their wares, people leisurely strolling, couples enjoying their time together, and children frolicking near the central fountain. Wu Yunqing and Yun Xiao pretended to be a couple, seated by the fountain's edge, discreetly observing Ren Jie. Meanwhile, Ren Jie sat alone by the fountain, unfastening the bag of rice. He took a handful of millet and scattered it upon the square, instantly attracting a multitude of pigeons. Over 100, in fact. The sight delighted the children, who eagerly approached and asked, "Big brother, may we feed them a little?" Ren Jie smiled, "Of course. Come here, and each of you shall have some." The children joyfully clutched the millet and scampered off to feed the pigeons. Wu Yunqing and Yun Xiao shared a smile, noting that he seemed quite kind-hearted, having specifically bought millet to feed the birds. However, they wondered what purpose the umbrella served on such a sunny day. At that moment, a vibrant woman clad in yoga pants and a sporty tank top arrived at the square, glistening with the sweat of her run. Stealing a glance at Ren Jie, she gradually approached. Suddenly, the voice of Yue resonated in Yun Xiao's earphones. The target had appeared. Indeed, her aim was this young man. Chapter 18. Rain in the local area at this moment. Yihua and Night Moon had arrived at Freedom Square, disguised as elite white-collar workers. Sitting on a bench, they pretended to work on their laptops while discreetly observing Ren Jie and a beautiful girl in yoga pants. Sending someone to follow that young man had indeed proven to be a wise choice. However, it remained a mystery why Chanhua had taken such an interest in him, pursuing him with such tenacity. The alluring girl in yoga pants naturally leaned closer, having bought 2 ice creams on her way. She settled beside Ren Jie, her S-shaped curve accentuating her flawless figure. "Little brother, would you like an ice cream?" she asked, her sunny smile radiant. "I thought I could finish 2, but it seems I've overestimated myself." "Here." She extended 1 ice cream towards Ren Jie. Ren Jie was taken aback. "Is this ice cream for me?" Shenhua replied with a smile, "Of course. Not everyone gets ice cream from me." Internally, she felt a thrill. This little rascal had finally taken a bait. If he didn't fancy the schoolgirl, surely he would be swayed by her charm. With a serious expression, Ren Jie responded, "I don't want the ice cream. Can I exchange it for 5 yuan instead?" Shenhua was taken aback. "What? 5 yuan again? Are you out of your mind? Why should I give you 5 yuan? Who do you think you are?" Feeling awkward, Shenhua forced a smile. "Never mind, forget it." Ren Jie proposed, "How about you just give me the ice cream? I can try to sell it to someone else for 5 yuan. Chen Hui exclaimed, "No, I'll eat it myself." She was nearly driven to madness. Why did talking to him always ignite her temper? Taking a bite of the ice cream, she gazed at Ren Jie with sparkling eyes. "Little brother, do you believe in love at first sight?" Amidst the crowd in the square, "My heart only feels for you." Ren Jie shook his head. "I only believe in scams, like the kind that leaves you broke." "Sister, you must be a fitness instructor, right? This ploy is too old. Your performance this month must be lacking." Chun Hua gritted her teeth. She was not selling anything to him. It seemed she had to resort to a more drastic measure. "Fine, if you don't believe me." "Oh dear, the ice cream is melting." As she licked the melting ice cream, making slurping sounds, onlookers couldn't help but steal glances at the scene. Meanwhile, Ren Jie, who had been gazing at the sky, suddenly witnessed something white and unidentifiable plummet from above, landing directly on Chun Hua's ice cream. merging perfectly with the creamy topping. Ren Jie's expression froze. Chunhua's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was promising. She licked the ice cream with renewed fervor, ensuring every corner was attended to, fearing the cream would drip onto the cone. However, as she took a bite, her expression shifted to one of confusion. This ice cream tastes a bit off. A peculiar amalgamation of sourness intertwined with saltiness. Bitterness mingled with a hint of astringency, accompanied by the faintest trace of sweetness. Ren Jie's expression abruptly shifted to one of terror as he quietly retrieved an umbrella from his bag and unfurled it. Chunhua, perplexed, inquired, "Why are you using an umbrella?" "To shield myself from the sun." "Nonsense. That umbrella is clearly made of transparent plastic." Ren Jie stood up, saying, "Sister, take your time with your meal. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he was already pacing towards the square's exit. Chunhua, flustered, exclaimed, "Hey, wait. Don't leave just yet." However, before she could reach out, an indistinguishable mass of white substance plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on her hand. Furrowing her brow, she whispered, "What is this?" She instinctively glanced up, and at that moment, a clump of white bird droppings struck her directly on the face, exploding upon impact and splattering everywhere. Chunhua froze, her expression one of sheer horror. At that instant, the doves soaring above seemed to have found themselves in dire straits, transforming into avian bombers, relentlessly showering the square with their droppings. One after another, they descended in a chaotic barrage. They had not anticipated the treachery of mankind. Who would dare to poison their food? Countless white droplets cascaded down like torrential rain, landing on the heads and shoulders of unsuspecting individuals, while children frolicking in the fountain found themselves completely besmirched. Those indulging in fried chicken in the square never expected to be doused with a natural sauce, and couples, caught in the sweetness of their first kiss, were instead greeted with a face full of filth. Wu Yinqing was already smeared with several splatters, while Yin Xiao's hair was similarly besmirched with white. They exchanged a glance, their faces paling in unison. Veterinary clinic, Xiaomi, umbrella. Run. They disregarded everything and dashed towards the square's exit. Who on earth suggested purchasing Xiaomi? Yi Huai was equally bewildered. What was happening? Were the doves collectively having a gastrointestinal crisis? Yet in the next moment, he found himself hoisted above his head by Yi Yu, who was sprinting away. "Yi Yu, you can't leave me like this. You can't just abandon me in my time of need." At this juncture, the free square had descended into utter chaos. What on earth is happening? Is it raining? The weather forecast had not indicated localized rain today. Who did this? Who administered laxatives to the doves? Which heartless soul could be responsible? I was happily enjoying my fried chicken in free square, only to be besieged by avian excrement? How could this be? I traveled a great distance to see you, and you brought me here to endure this. The crowd in Free Square was utterly frantic, all desperately fleeing outdoors, with the scant few shelters becoming their only refuge. At that moment, Chunhua stood in the center of the square, drenched and resembling a celestial figure clad in white. Her eyes blazed with fury. No wonder the ice cream tasted off. No wonder he had brought an umbrella. Ah, the calamity. She anxiously searched for Ren Jie's figure. But wherever her gaze fell, it was met with mere white dots and the panicked throng of people. Ren Jie was nowhere to be found. "You little rascal. Don't let me catch you. Just wait. You better wait." At that moment, Ren Jie ambled through the rain, sheltered under an umbrella, as the raindrops pattered softly against its surface, leaving him untouched by the downpour. A vast, emotional haze emanated from the minds of the crowd, collected within the mirror lake space. The lake's surface was shrouded in mist, and even the most gluttonous of spirits would find this ample to satiate their appetite. A few instances of corruption would suffice, and there remained surplus emotions to transmute spiritual energy into demonic energy for cultivation and enhancement. Glancing back, the entire Freedom Square was enveloped in a blanket of white, as if coated in fresh paint, resembling a vast expanse of snow, with only the trembling figures of people remaining amidst the flurries. The effect was explosive. After all, Ren Jie had only purchased 10 pounds of millet. yet had mixed in 5 pounds of a digestive aid. Collecting emotional haze in such a manner was indeed swift, albeit limited in volume. It was not that Ren Jie feared the burden would be too heavy for the people. Rather, he was concerned about the doves being unable to bear it. Outside Freedom Square, the third squad of the Demon Suppression Division regrouped. Wu Yanqing and Yun Xiao were both splattered with bird droppings, resembling painters returning from a renovation site. Their foreheads veined with tension. However, upon seeing Yihua, their spirits lifted considerably. He stood there, much like an ancient Roman plaster sculpture, completely covered in muck. The front marred while the back remained pristine. His face contorted in indignation as he glared at Yi Yu. You could at least have shielded me with my back instead of my front. Do you know what it feels like to have warm raindrops mercilessly pelt my face? Yi Yu, darkly contemplative, inquired, "What on earth is happening? Why have the doves in the square suddenly?" Yun Xiao clenched her fists, her face a mask of fury. "Isn't it all the doing of that so-called Good Samaritan? We thought he came to feed the doves out of kindness. But who knew he was feeding them laxatives?" Yi Yu. Chapter 19. The Unveiling of the Dagger. Night Moon listened intently to Yun Xiao's report, her eyelids twitching in disbelief. What sort of twisted psyche could drive this young man to commit such self-destructive acts? The pursuit must continue. An investigation into his identity is imperative. Having finally caught a lead, they cannot afford to let it slip away so easily. Chun Hua had approached him twice, clearly with ulterior motives. As long as they remained vigilant, there would surely be a fruitful outcome. Wu Yanqing and Yun Xiao were increasingly apprehensive, aware that this overly enthusiastic citizen might engage in even more heinous acts. Not only Chen Hua, but the two of them also yearned to confront Ren Jie and give him a thorough thrashing. However, duty bound them, and they could only persist in their pursuit. If they couldn't catch up with Chen Hua, finding Ren Jie would be a simple task. Thus, under the watchful eye of the third team, Master Ren Jie embarked on a day of relentless labor. In another square, a group of elderly women was dancing to loud music on the basketball court. With his hands casually in his pockets, Ren Jie strolled over. Upon seeing him, the young men playing basketball rushed to him as if he were their savior, eagerly handing him 200 yuan. Ren Jie raised an eyebrow. "Old rules, huh? For 200, I'll only insult you for half an hour." The young men enthusiastically massaged his shoulders and offered him water, exclaiming, "Brother, we're counting on you today." Ren Jie skillfully retrieved a megaphone from his backpack, climbed atop a speaker, and unleashed a torrent of scathing insults upon the dancing ladies. A barrage of indecent language rained down upon them. The elderly women, realizing this troublesome lad had returned, rallied together. "We VE practiced at home, and if we can't outdo you today, we might as well give up. Sisters, let us unite and take this little brat down." The group of elderly ladies abandoned their dance, encircling Ren Jie and launching a relentless verbal assault, even employing retreat techniques. Unfazed, Ren Jie stood atop his moral high ground, engaging in a spirited verbal duel, his saliva flying in the fervor of the moment. Night Moon and her companions watched, astonished. What kind of bizarre occupation was this? Was he a professional debater? Had those basketball players hired him specifically for this confrontation? Half an hour later, the ladies, clutching their speakers and wiping away tears, departed, leaving the young men to resume their game. With his hands still in his pockets, Ren Jie seemed oblivious to any notion of defeat. He then transformed into a green frog mascot, donning a costume to take photographs and sell suns on the commercial street, charging 5 yuan for a photo and 31 yuan for a sun. He also accepted several dog-walking gigs. A green frog walking a dozen dogs along the commercial street certainly attracted attention. Moreover, he distributed flyers to earn extra cash. After finishing this part-time job, Ren Jie rushed to a tourist site to queue on behalf of others. During the wait, he engaged in mobile gaming, earning money as a substitute player. He then took on local errand jobs, all the while snapping photos of illegally parked cars to report to the traffic authorities, earning 30 yuan for each report. By the end of this day as surveillance, Night Moon and her team were utterly bewildered. What sort of extraordinary being was this? How many part-time jobs did he manage to juggle in a single day? It seems he has never had a moment of respite, and the work he engages in, while legal, is rather unscrupulous yet lucrative. By the end of the day, he must have earned at least 1,000 yuan, if not more. Yin Xiao couldn't help but twitch her lips. Doesn't he ever feel exhausted? As Yue perused the information regarding Ren Jie, her brow furrowed, her gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. Perhaps she was beginning to comprehend the driving force behind Ren Jie's relentless pursuit of wealth. Chunhua remained undeterred in her pursuit of Ren Jie. However, throughout the day, he frequented crowded locales. Coupled with the vigilant surveillance by the Demon Suppression Division, she found no opportunity to take action. It was imperative that this young man did not fall into the clutches of the Demon Suppression Division, for that would complicate matters significantly. Just as Chunhua was devising her next move, another message arrived from above. "Brother Dao, how's it going? Have you managed to secure him?" Chunhua, with a darkened expression, ground her teeth and replied, "Not yet, but I have unearthed some intriguing details about this lad. He's the most formidable worker in District 69, the prince of part-time jobs. Now, the Demon Suppression Division has set their sights on him as well. If we fail to seize him this time, there may not be another chance. I have formulated a plan to capture him, but it requires your cooperation." Brother Dao paused, taken aback. "Are you implying?" Chunhua's expression morphed into one of fierce determination. "If one wishes to snatch something from my grasp, they shall pay a price." As the clock struck 10 in the evening, at the High-Peace Bar, Ren Jie, clad in a crisp white shirt, suspenders, and a black bow tie, stood behind the counter crafting cocktails with elegance. Many women frequented the bar just to catch a glimpse of him. As he neared the conclusion of his bartending shift, he scrolled through messages on his phone, seeking another suitable part-time opportunity. If none appeared, he would have to visit Aunt Yu's home to prepare more meals for her children. At that moment, a fashionably dressed woman, reeking of alcohol and carrying a designer handbag, approached the counter, slamming her car keys down. "Hey, do you accept driving jobs?" "Chemical District residential area?" Ren Jie was taken aback. "The Chemical District? That's rather out of the way. The round trip would take too much time. Miss, perhaps you should." However, the trendy woman produced 1,000 yuan and slapped it onto the counter. "Will you take it or not? I just need you to drive me home." Ren Jie's eyes widened at the sight of the substantial sum. He quickly pocketed the money and stepped forward, steadying the woman. "The night is too dark, and Jinsheng is too perilous. I can't allow anyone else to drive you home. I, as your designated driver, shall serve you with utmost dedication." With that, he escorted her to a BMW Mini parked outside the bar and sped off toward their destination. The other women at the bar gnashed their teeth, consumed by jealousy. Clearly, tonight's bartender had caught the eye of the affluent lady. As the car ventured further into the sparsely populated Chemical District, the woman casually reclined in the passenger seat, kicked off her shoes, and lowered the neckline of her dress, her long, fair arms fanning the air. "Oh, it's so hot. Mr. Driver, I'm about to explode from the heat. What do you suggest we do?" As she spoke, she let her hand rest on Ren Jie's thigh. Ren Jie remained steadfast. "Is it about to explode from the heat? Why not turn on the air conditioning? Have you always been so oblivious to the mood?" The fashionable woman shot him a glance, filled with allure. "Ren Jie faisait inquirer. Are you certain about the direction you pointed out? This place is too desolate. Do you really live around here?" At that moment, the vehicle had arrived at the outskirts of an abandoned chemical factory, its massive structure shrouded in darkness, only faint outlines visible, resembling a beast poised to pounce. The fashionable woman giggled. "Let us stop here, handsome. Do you understand what I mean? In the wilderness, with just the two of us. What do you think my intentions are?" As she spoke, she leaned closer, her upper body pressing against him. Licking her lips, she gazed intently at Ren Jie. He silently unbuckled his seatbelt, maintaining his smile. "My dear sister, I'm engaged in legitimate business. I cannot assist with plumbing issues, but I know professionals who can help you." The corners of her mouth twitched. "Plumbing, really?" Yet her laughter grew even more spirited. As she tenderly caressed Ren Jie's cheek, her eyes brimming with affection, and leaned in to kiss him. "The more you act this way, the more I wish to devour you." Ren Jie's expression darkened, realizing that 1,000 yuan was not easily earned. He resolved that if she dared to kiss him, he would ignite with fury, leaving her with blistered lips, completely unaware of what it meant to be a hot-blooded boy. As her lips drew ever closer, Just a moment before contact, her face abruptly split into 8 segments, the skin peeling back to reveal the crimson flesh underneath. Her visage expanded grotesquely, resembling a blooming flower, lunging toward Ren Jie's head. Just like this, I will devour you piece by piece. Ren Jie's eyes widened in horror, his face drained of color. What on earth is happening? Chapter 20. The third team of the Demon Suppression Division, even with Ren Jie's formidable psychological resilience. He was taken aback by the scene before him. Instinctively, he felt an urge to ignite. Regardless of what this creature was, it was best to incinerate it first. However, at that moment, a figure leaped high from a massive storage tank of the chemical plant, its eyes glowing a blood-red hue against the thick darkness of the night. The being descended directly towards the BMW, its nails slicing through its palm, crimson blood gushing forth from the wound, transforming into a dazzling blood knife akin to a ruby. With a powerful thrust, it pierced through the roof of the BMW. Just as Ren Jie was about to ignite, he heard a resounding crash as the car's roof collapsed. Glass shattered, and a blood knife plunged through, narrowly missing his face and severing the space between him and the creature. He even caught a glimpse of his reflection on the blood-red blade. What on earth is happening? In the next instant, the blood knife swung fiercely. A flash of crimson brilliance erupted, and sparks flew. The BMW was cleaved in two, the skin of the creature sliced alongside it. The vehicle broke apart, and Ren Jie glanced upward through the fissure, spotting a figure clad in professional attire, high heels, and black stockings. Night Moon, standing atop the car, her blood-red eyes fixed upon him. Black stockings. How enticing. Even a fleeting glance away would be a grave disrespect to the heavens. Yet, the creature showed no signs of surrender. Its arms morphed into blade-like tendrils, eyes filled with madness, lunging towards Ren Jie's neck. Get away. It's dangerous. Night Moon raised her hand, and a torrent of blood surged forth, manifesting into a colossal blood claw that seized half of the car and hurled it away, along with Ren Jie. Concurrently, another blood claw took form, striking down upon the half of the car that the creature occupied. Boom! The vehicle was instantly flattened, the earth trembling in response. While the creature's agile form emerged from the dust, executing 2 flawless rolls to regain its stance. Meanwhile, Wu Yinqing dashed in from the side, raising both hands to embrace the half of the car that Night Moon had sent flying, the immense force causing his feet to sink into the ground. Yet, this sturdy man carried the weight of the half-car with apparent ease. Kid, get out of the vehicle. This is the third team of the Demon Suppression Division. We've been tailing you for a day, and you've caused us no small amount of trouble. Ren Jie swallowed hard. Ah, so you are from the Demon Suppression Division. My apologies. With that, he flung open the car door, which clanged against Wu Yinqing's face. He stepped out, swiftly dodging behind Wu Yinqing, peeking out cautiously. Wu Yinqing, seriously? The car has been sliced open, and you still insist on opening the door? He tossed the half-car aside in exasperation, displaying clear displeasure. Night Moon turned to Ren Jie, calmly instructing, find a safe place to hide. We will handle the rest. Ren Jie, his eyes darting around, felt as though he had been swept into a troublesome affair. All he wanted was to work quietly and earn his keep. Last night, I emerged from the crematory, and today I stumbled upon this bizarre affair. Have I neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out these past few days? As Wu Yinqing made his appearance, Yi Huai and Yun Xiao emerged from the shadows, subtly forming an encirclement, trapping me in the midst. Silently a cigarette, stating, Shenhua. We have searched for you for so long. You don't truly believe you can evade us tonight, do you? To our astonishment, the skin that had been severed from Chen Hua's face began to heal, transforming back into her alluring visage. Despite the encirclement, there was not a trace of panic upon her countenance. Did I ever claim I would escape? Dear brother, why the rush to leave? You belong to me. Once I deal with these little pups from the Demon Suppression Division, we shall settle our accounts properly. At this moment, the crowd turned to see Ren Jie stealthily making his way out, having distanced himself significantly. With a grin, he chuckled. Aha, haven't we already settled the bill for the designated driver? I shan't join your fray. Take your time. My mother is calling me home for dinner. Whether they hailed from the Demon Suppression Division or were the deranged woman, all were high-tier genetic warriors, individuals capable of slicing through cars and catching them barehanded. And here I was, merely a fledgling in the first stage of awakening. Mingling amidst this peril was tantamount to courting death. Just yesterday, someone had met their demise in such a manner. I would not be a part of this tumult today. With that, he turned and fled at remarkable speed. However, he had barely made it a short distance when a burst of firelight erupted from the darkness. 3 resounding gunshots rang out. Night Moon's heart tightened. Was there another presence? How had I failed to detect their aura? Ren Jie felt a pang of alarm, his eyes widening as he peered into the shadows. Time seemed to slow at that moment. He could hear the grass swaying and catch the scent of rust from nearby factories, his senses heightened to their utmost potential. 3 copper-hued phantoms hurtled towards him at breakneck speed. In an instant, Ren Jie's sleeve was shredded, and a cascade of ethereal blue light erupted from his left arm. His mechanical hand extended before him, creating an illusion due to its rapid motion. With 2 clangs, the bullets struck his palm, flattening upon impact and falling to the ground. The force from the mechanical arm propelled Ren Jie back 2 steps. The last bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a streak of blood in its wake. His mechanical arm overloaded, emitting wisps of white smoke. Ren Jie's expression turned icy as he gazed into the darkness, while Wu Yunxing dashed forward, positioning himself protectively behind him. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by Ren Jie's mechanical arm. Was he truly a mechanical augment? Barehanded bullet catching? From the shadows, a tall figure emerged, brandishing a firearm. Clad in a black trench coat, adorned with a silver chain around his neck, sporting a buzz cut and a long scar across his face. TSK, quite the impressive mechanical arm. I senti it. The military-grade version is no match for this. I hadn't anticipated you to possess such a device. You're quite remarkable. This individual was none other than the knife brother referred to by Chunhua, known as Li Zhan. With Li Zhan's arrival, Night Moon's demeanor darkened, his brows knitting tightly. Li Zhan, however, chuckled. What is this? Attempting to contact headquarters? Do you think we, the barrier masters, do not exist? Since I have drawn you out, I have no intention of allowing your return. I can only imagine the expression on your leader's face upon discovering that his 3rd squad has been utterly devoured by me. A figure, shrouded entirely in a black cloak, materialized atop the steel beams of the chemical plant, as if he had always stood there. The entire facility has been ensconced by a barrier, severing all ties with the outside world. Ren Jie felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It appeared that the Demon Suppression Division had truly miscalculated, falling prey to the predator lurking behind them. Yu narrowed his eyes, asking, "Are you so certain that your mere few can consume my 3rd squad?" Li Zhen Skufa. I merely state the undeniable truth. That which I desire, none can wrest from my grasp. His gaze shifted toward Ren Jie. Boy, I offer you 2 paths. The first, join me in the Claw of Demons. Whatever you seek, the Claw shall provide. Wealth, companionship, genetic fragments, magic crystals. Everything you require lies within our reach. As magic contractors, we are viewed with suspicion in the Great Xia, much like a rat in the streets. The Demon Suppression Division will not protect you. You will struggle to survive, deprived of the sustenance required for growth. If you wish to grow stronger and preserve your life, joining the Claw is your sole option. As for the second path, I need not elaborate. Li Zhan's expression grew increasingly menacing. Night Moon and the others looked at Ren Jie, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. Indeed, he was a magic contractor. Is that why the Claw was so fixated on him? Yet, Night Moon remained unaware that the Claw's obsession with Ren Jie extended far beyond this. Chapter 21. The fierce battle before Ren Jie could respond. Yu narrowed his eyes and cautioned, do not believe him. Once you join the Claw of Darkness, there is no turning back. Although this world harbors considerable prejudice against those bound by demonic contracts, the Demon Suppression Division will never act against you based on your identity, as long as your heart remains steadfast and you adhere to your principles. What does it matter if one is a demonic contractor? I firmly believe that power itself is neither righteous nor evil. It is the wielder of that power who defines its nature. Perhaps we cannot choose our fate, But we can choose the type of person we aspire to become, having just become a genetic warrior and an exceptionally unique demonic contractor. Yi was determined that Ren Jie should not embark on a misguided path from the very beginning. Li Zhan scoffed. Simply feeding him inspirational platitudes and painting grand visions will not alter reality. Choose, kid. Ren Jie appeared torn, scratching his head shyly and inquiring, may I ask if there is a probation period at the Claw of Darkness? Do we have weekends off? What are the salary and benefits like? Is there overtime pay? Are we entitled to triple pay during holidays? Will we be signing a labor contract? Are we covered by the 5 insurances and 1 fund? Li Zhan was taken aback. What on earth are you babbling about? Labor contracts and social insurance. Do you think we're a legitimate company? Ren Jie looked dejected. In that case, I won't join. Someone like me, with a serious disposition, cannot work for an unprofessional organization. I am a top scorer in the college entrance examination. He wasn't foolish. The very name Claw of Darkness sounded ominous, and it would be perilous to align himself with such a group. Moreover, those 3 gunshots earlier had clearly signaled a malicious intent. Given the current circumstances, aligning with the Demon Suppression Division seemed the more reliable choice, an official organization with at least some assurance of integrity. Yet, Ren Jie could not fathom how it was that he had barely become a demonic contractor the day before, and now his identity was already exposed. How did the Claw of Darkness come to know? Chenhua, growing impatient, snapped, "Why waste time with this kid? Let us subdue him first." She had been simmering with anger all day, eager to exact revenge for past grievances. Li Zhan grinned maliciously. First, eliminate the demon suppression officer. Remember, the kid must remain alive. As he spoke, dark demonic energy erupted from Li Zhan, his arms transforming into colossal steel blades, racing towards Yi like a bolt from the blue. Meanwhile, Yi and his companions tightened their formation, shielding Ren Jie in the center. First, take down the barrier master. Yihua, it's your turn. Yihua promptly drew 2 AK-47s, each equipped with a 75-round magazine. All right, 4 against 3, the advantage is mine. In the next instant, Yihua leaped into the air, unleashing a torrent of bullets from both AKs, aimed directly at the barrier master. Chenhua narrowed her eyes. 4 against 3? Are you certain? With a flick of her wrist, she sent forth hundreds of human skins soaring through the air. Shed skins and summoned soldiers. As the skins landed, they inflated and stood upright, becoming hollow vessels, mere shells of the grotesque demons. The backs of these skinned demons split open, revealing bloodied, fleshy tendrils that writhed in the air like blades. Ren Jie recognized the students and yoga practitioners he had encountered earlier among them. This scene was nothing short of terrifying. Onward, skin them alive. Hundreds of painted skin demons surged towards the few individuals. With a clang, Li Zhan's steel blade clashed violently with Yiyu's crescent dagger, the sound reverberating through Ren Jie's ears, leaving him in a state of ringing silence, while turbulent waves of energy surged around them. Li Zhan lauga maniacally, his arms swinging the steel blade in frenzied arcs, as chilling flashes of blade light flickered through the air, moving with such speed that they appeared as mere phantoms. Yiyu, her teeth clenched tightly, summoned 2 blood blades to counter Li Zhan's assault. Amidst the clash of blades, sparks flew, and the clangor of steel echoed incessantly. In the midst of their fierce exchange, Li Zhan suddenly bore several gashes across his body, crystalline droplets of blood scattering through the air. Yiyu's crimson eyes glowed fiercely as she unleashed her blood blades upon the flying droplets. Blood explosion. Boom! Li Zhan's blood, including that within him, erupted instantaneously. He coughed violently, blood gushing from his orifices, his clothing drenched in the crimson tide. Yet his expression remained one of madness. Not enough. Far from it. You wretched witch. Do you not know that demon contractors possess formidable self-healing abilities? We are demons, immortal fiends. 1,000 blades break. With a wild swing, Li Zhan's blade transformed into a tempest. Pressing down upon Yiyu, he struck her back, inflicting several more wounds, her dark garb torn, blood staining her white shirt. After repelling Yiyu, Li Zhan raised his leg to deliver a kick towards Ren Jie, a massive steel blade extending from his leg. In response, Wu Yinqing roared and charged forward to intercept. rock lizard heavy armor. In the next moment, Wu Yunqing transformed, his physique expanding significantly, earthy yellow scales sprouting across his body, a robust lizard tail bursting forth from his trousers. He morphed into a formidable, earth-toned lizard man. Li Zhan's kick crashed against Wu Yunqing. With a clang, sparks flew. Wu Yunqing was sent flying, crashing into a chemical factory. At that moment, a powerful aura emanated from Yun Xiao, who stood beside Ren Jie, her entire being radiating light. A smiling, sunflower apparition materialized behind her. Sunshine Domain. A golden shield formed instantly, blocking Li Zhan's kick. Yi, the previously flung Yi Yu stood once more, blood gushing from her wounds, transforming into a crimson spear. Frenzied blood. At that instant, the veins beneath Yi Yu's skin glowed with a vibrant red hue. Blood-colored shadows appearing beneath her eyes, blood patterns extending across her cheeks, trailing to the back of her head. In an instant, she vanished from sight, becoming a streak of crimson meteor hurtling towards Li Zhan. The blood spear struck with ferocity, and Li Zhan could only raise his blade in defense. With a thunderous explosion, he was sent flying. Protect him. Yi Yu swung her spear fiercely towards Li Zhan, even as swarms of painted-skin demons rushed forward. Yun Xiao gritted her teeth. Dragon binding. Vines of emerald green surged forth from the earth, entwining themselves around the feet of the painted-skin demons, only to be swiftly severed by razor-sharp tendrils. Old Wu, hurry up. Sunflower rain. From the ethereal figure of the sunflower, seeds soared into the heavens, transforming into a cascade of luminous droplets that rained down upon Wu Yunqing and Yi Yu, healing their wounds and replenishing their spiritual energy. At that moment, Wu Yunqing burst forth from the rubble. Here they come. Loose stones, clods of earth and stone detached from the ground, hurtling towards the painted-skin demons with ferocity. Bolstered by his formidable defenses, Wu Yunqing plunged into the horde of demons. Yet, the painted-skin demons proved nearly indestructible. Even when their skin was torn asunder, they could swiftly mend and reconstitute themselves. Chunhua concealed herself amidst the painted-skin demons, rendering it nearly impossible to discern her true form. The unbridled combat prowess of the demon contract wielder was laid bare in that moment. Ren Jie observed this scene, his expression darkening. Truly, he had encountered a streak of ill fortune. Chapter 22. The Indomitable Blaze. Meanwhile, Yi Huai found himself in a predicament. The bullets, propelled with frenzied acceleration, locked onto the location of the Barrier Master, launching lethal attacks from various angles. Yet, the Barrier Master merely raised a hand. Black Coffin. A pure black energy barrier materialized, enveloping him completely. All the bullets struck the Black Coffin barrier, ricocheting off harmlessly. With another gesture, the Barrier Master pointed at Yi Huai. Void Cleave. A gray barrier wall sliced through the air towards Yi Huai. His scalp tingled as he executed a sharp maneuver in midair, narrowly evading the blow. However, waves of barrier walls continued to slash at him, even carving marks into the earth. He could only incessantly seek for an opportune moment to counterattack. Yun Xiao urged. Yi Huai, lend a hand. With just her and Wu Yunqing, they could hardly withstand the onslaught of so many skin-changing demons. Gritting his teeth, Yi Huai waved his hand. Within the chemical plant, countless steel pipes and rods snapped, hurtling toward the skin-changing demons like rain. The situation began to ease somewhat. Yin Xiao turned back. Stay safe. Don't. Suddenly, she gasped. Where's Ren Jie? There he was, sprinting an unprecedented speed away from the battlefield, a cloud of dust swirling behind him. A fool would remain here. The demon suppression squad was clearly overwhelmed, and neither Li Zhan nor Chunhua had utilized their demonic contracts or transformation abilities. Who could turn the tide in such a dire situation? However, as Ren Jie ran, he collided with an invisible wall, his nose twisting painfully. A tremendous backlash from the wall sent him tumbling backward. What the hell? Yin Xiao shouted. That's a barrier. You can't escape. Be careful. They're coming for you. Several skin-changing demons surged toward Ren Jie, their voices dripping with malice. At last, we've caught you, little one. I shall peel off your skin. Countless blade-like appendages lunged at him viciously. Ren Jie widened his eyes, with the barrier at his back leaving him no retreat. Facing the approaching demons, he wasted no time and raised his hand. Ignite! Boom! A torrent of flames illuminated the night sky, erupting like the exhaust of a rocket engine. 3 skin-changing demons were instantly engulfed in the flames, reduced to ash in the blink of an eye. This time, they did not regenerate. Ren Jie's sudden display left Yun Xiao and Wu Yunxing wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be possible? The reason demons were so difficult to kill lay in their formidable regenerative abilities. Only the attacks of the divine favored could inflict significant damage upon them. But wasn't Ren Jie a non-contractor? How could his attack so effortlessly annihilate the skin-changing demons? You little brat, you're asking for death. Shenhua screeched, brandishing a dagger and lunging at Ren Jie from the side. Adrenaline surging, Ren Jie aimed his other hand at Shenhua. Boom! Another burst of flames consumed Shenhua, her skin disintegrating into ash instantaneously. I will kill you. With a resounding crash, Ren Jie propelled himself like a small rocket, leveraging the force to leap several meters high, escaping from the horde of painted skin demons. Overwhelmed with urgency, he unhesitatingly summoned the Tree of Demons, allowing the emotional haze to dissipate rapidly. A tremendous influx of spiritual energy surged towards him, transforming into demonic energy and forcefully infusing his body. His level began to ascend at a visibly rapid pace, breaking through to the 4th segment and even aiming for the 5th. Although leveling up was relatively easier at the first stage, Ren Jie's rate of advancement was extraordinarily alarming. At this moment, he disregarded the consumption of emotional haze. Any enhancement of power was paramount for survival. As he landed with a burning momentum, before Ren Jie could stabilize himself, Li Zhan abandoned the Night Moon and charged fiercely towards him. Night Moon attempted to pursue, but was ensnared by the Barrier Master with a black coffin. Wu Yunqing and Yun Xiao were hindered by the painted skin demons. Li Zhan's eyes were filled with a malevolent glint. You chose this path yourself, kid. Don't regret it. First, I'll incapacitate you, so you won't misbehave again. He raised his steel blade, aiming directly at Ren Jie's shoulder. An overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down upon him. Ren Jie's pupils constricted as his consciousness delved into the mirrored lake space, directly connecting with the Tree of Demons. Now, at the 5th segment of awakening, he realized he could awaken a skill at each segment. There was no time for hesitation. Without a second thought, he selected a branch from the Flame Demon's bow. The branch ignited instantly, flames erupting forth, and a cluster of fiery leaves sprouted. The whispers of the demon resonated within him. The Flame Demon's innate skill was activated. Skill, Blazing Blade Slash, with a blade ignited in flames. In a fleeting moment of brilliance, where the blade extends, the stars dim, delivering an unquenchable blaze. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from Ren Jie, scorching the air around him. Demonic runes spread forth, and the horns of the flame demon ascended to the sky. The transformation into demonic form commenced. His eyes blazed like the sun itself. In the next instant, a blade entirely forged from flames materialized from Ren Jie's heart. Seizing the hilt with fierce determination, he prepared to strike. The blazing blade was drawn forth with a swift motion, its fiery body spiraling as it aimed at Li Zhan's descending steel blade, slashing upward with ferocity. The moment the blazing blade was unsheathed, all flames enveloping Ren Jie extinguished, dimming even the horns of the flame demon. All of his internal firepower became concentrated at the blade's edge. At the instant of collision between the colossal steel blade and the flaming blade, there was no sound of impact. In Li Zhan's incredulous gaze, his steel arm, transformed into a blade, was seamlessly severed by the flame blade, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. In that brief moment of contact, his steel blade turned a fiery red. With a swift motion, the flaming blade cleaved through, striking Li Zhan's chest and thrusting upward with tremendous force. A massive gash opened upon his body, blood gushing forth like a torrent. In the next moment, that splattering blood ignited as if it were gasoline, and Li Zhan himself was engulfed in a towering inferno, transformed into a human torch. This is impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Family, who can comprehend this? Today, I have been severed by a mere first-tier awakener. How absurd. The flames relentlessly scorched his flesh, refusing to extinguish despite the passage of time. Yet, Ren Jie did not remain frozen in place. His mechanical hand extended, gripping a steel beam, pulling himself away to a safer distance. This individual posed a grave threat. It would be wiser to keep a distance. That previous strike had been the extent of his power. Meanwhile, Wu Yunqing, Yun Xiao, and Yi Huai stood in utter bewilderment, staring vacantly at the fearsome blow Ren Jie had just delivered, alongside the blazing figure of Li Zhan. Are you telling me this is merely a first tier? Chapter 23. The power of magic. They all presumed Ren Jie to be an utterly defenseless novice. However, whether it was his earlier feat of catching a bullet with his bare hands or the astonishing strike he had just executed, he truly dazzled them. He had managed to injure Li Zhan. This was someone capable of holding back Captain Yi Yu. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, the black coffin was punctured by countless blood spikes, causing the barrier master's complexion to turn ashen. At that moment, Yi Yu stood with her raven hair billowing wildly. Divine transformation, blood moon ascendant. Behind her, a full moon, entirely rendered in blood, materialized. Beneath this sanguine moon, a river of crimson appeared, and the blood patterns adorning her body radiated an unparalleled sacred brilliance. Simultaneously, her 3 fingernails silently crumbled to ash. This was the cost of being a divine favored. By sacrificing parts of her physical form, she initiated her divine transformation. Ren Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. So, Yi Yu is a divine favored? Yet, what was that blood bar hanging above her head? Veins throbbed violently on her forehead. Your opponent is me. Blood God Spear. With a swift grasp, she conjured a massive blood spear, hurling it towards Li Zhan. 3 shock waves manifested, the sonic boom deafening, as Li Zhan was directly impaled in the abdomen by the blood spear, crashing against the barrier. The entire dimensional barrier quivered from the impact, causing the barrier master to spurt blood. Li Zhan coughed violently, his magical mist dissipating, his gaze maniacally fixed on Yi Yu. Truly, as a divine favored. Her current assault was formidable. He had thought he could eliminate them without resorting to transformation, but it now seemed impossible. Attacks that could not kill me will only render me stronger. Yi Yu's expression turned icy. Shut your foul mouth. Once more, 2 blood spears were launched. Li Zhan grinned maniacally, the magical mist swirling around him. Demon of 1,000 blades. A clanging sound resonated as Li Zhan's body underwent a frenzied transformation. His skin turned to a cold metallic hue, and blades sprouted from his hands, feet, elbows, knees, and shoulders. A row of blades erupted from his spine, and even a massive blade burst forth from the top of his head. Ren Jie could scarcely comprehend the scene before him, as the chilling brilliance radiated forth. The 3 blood spears were shattered, leaving the ground etched with scars. His abdominal wound gradually healed as he charged madly toward Yi Yu. You vile witch. Today, I shall carve you into pieces. The 2 collided, engaging in a frenetic exchange of blows, their movements so swift that Ren Jie could barely discern them. Wounds continuously emerged on Yi Yu's body. In the blink of an eye, her fingernails had vanished, and the skin on her arms was also disappearing. Li Zhan cackled. How much longer can your divine transformation last? How much blood do you have left? You will die beneath my blade. Only your life can quench the fury within me. Ha ha ha. He thrust 2 massive blades into his own ribs, blood gushing forth as he attacked savagely, resembling a deranged beast. Witnessing this, Ren Jie could only grimace. Was this fellow truly willing to stab himself in the ribs? Clearly, the wicked sin influencing Li Zhan is none other than the sin of wrath. Yun Xiao has been tirelessly assisting Yi Yu in his recovery, yet she remains oppressed and battered. Meanwhile, Chun Hua's sharp laughter pierces the air. Little brother, you shall be mine, you cannot escape. Before her, her true form is revealed, a plain-faced girl adorned with freckles. In a horrifying act, she plunges a dagger into her own cheek, methodically peeling away her skin and discarding it onto the ground. Despite the excruciating pain that makes her tremble, she grins maliciously with her bloodied visage, demonized. the skin-crawling fiend. Countless faces converge, all merging into Chen Hua's body, rendering her form almost non-existent, transforming into a limp, flaccid shell. Her features shift incessantly, but her own face is conspicuously absent. The punishment of skinning. An array of razor-sharp tendrils emerges, frantically slicing through the surroundings. Wu Yinqing cannot withstand such an onslaught. As soon as the blades make contact, large swathes of her skin are torn away. Yun Xiao, a healer by nature, finds combat to be a formidable challenge, expending all her efforts merely to protect herself. She cannot rely on Yi Huai for assistance, remembering that there is also a barrier master to contend with. With eyes filled with venomous malice, Chen Hua relentlessly attacks Yun Xiao. Why? Why are you all born with such stunning looks, pursued by countless men? Is beauty everything? I loathe it. I shall peel your face off and turn it into my trophy. What good is natural beauty? It will only serve as a bridal garment for me. Chen Hua. Hee hee hee. Yun Xiao is on the verge of tears. The thought of having her face skinned is utterly terrifying. No. Please don't. I have no admirers. Truly no one at all. I'm still single. I'm not even remotely good-looking. Chen Hua interjects. You must be engaging in pretentious humility. I shall skin you alive. As Yin Xiao feels her resolve crumbling, Ren Jie suddenly speaks up, to be honest. You are quite the peculiar sight, rather ugly indeed. Not only are you unattractive, but you also lack any shame, tossing your own face to the ground, transforming into this faceless, skinless apparition. You have no one to blame but yourself. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Hua, seething with rage, retorts, Who are you calling shameless? Ren Jie, without a word, gestures towards the discarded skin on the ground, shrugging nonchalantly. Chen Hua's fury ignites further. I shall cut out your tongue, ensuring you can never speak again. With that, she turns and charges at Ren Jie. Ren Jie pales, realizing that while Yin Xiao may be safe, he is left vulnerable. Witnessing this scene, Li Zhan, engaged in a fierce battle with Yi Yu, rushes towards Ren Jie, consumed by a possessive rage. He is mine. Do not dare to touch him. At that moment, Li Zhan, deeply affected by the sin of wrath, teeters on the brink of demonic corruption, with only fragments of lucidity remaining. In an instant, Chen Hua and Li Zhan reach Ren Jie simultaneously. One unleashes a flurry of blade-like tendrils, while the other descends with a massive steel blade. Ren Jie's pupils constrict, an overwhelming sense of impending doom surging within him. In a fleeting moment, the scene unfolded before Yi Yu's blood-red eyes. The atmosphere turned grim as his complexion paled, and he transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, rushing in to embrace Ren Jie, shielding him from the imminent danger. Blood God armor. A torrent of blood gushed from Yi Yu's wounds, coalescing into a resplendent armor reminiscent of rubies, enveloping Ren Jie rather than himself. Ren Jie felt a warm embrace, the warmth of blood emanating from Yi Yu's very being. I shall breach the barrier. Reinforcements will arrive swiftly. Survive. Ren Jie stood frozen, gazing at Yi Yu, whose face was pale and disheveled. Survive? A decade ago, those same words were spoken to him by Tao Ran. The memory of Tao Ran's bloodied visage remained etched in Ren Jie's mind, seemingly merging with the present image of Yi Yu. Why, despite it being our first encounter, are you willing to risk your life to save me? Just as Tao Ran did. You too. My life was already a borrowed one, exchanged for by Tao Ran's sacrifice. Must you now stake your life for mine once more? The weight of guilt within Ren Jie had become unbearable. He did not wish to repeat history's tragic cycle. At this moment, the guilt that had long been suppressed, the exhaustion from relentless toil, the indignation from injustices suffered, and the fury from entanglements and troubles, all erupted within him. Ren Jie's emotions surged violently, and in the mirrored lake space, the demonic tree sensed his will. In an instant, it drained the emotional haze, the colossal tree pulsating with dark light, conjuring towering waves upon the lake surface. At that moment, flames engulfed Ren Jie, transforming into pure blackness, his eyes resembling a starless night. An overwhelming aura of demonic power erupted from him, sweeping across the arena. Perhaps Yi Yu and Yun Xiao were oblivious to the shift. But at that instant, Chun Hua and Li Zhan, the two demon contractors, appeared as if ensnared by a binding spell. Their attacks halted, their bodies stiffened. This was the suppression of a higher being, a terror that seized their souls, rendering them nearly powerless. They gazed at Ren Jie with expressions of dread. Ren Jie looked down upon them, his gaze cold and foreboding, his countenance akin to frost. Insects, dare you meet my gaze? Your heads are held too high. Kneel. Despite the intensity of his demonic aura, the two felt an immense pressure crashing down upon them, as though they bore the weight of a colossal mountain upon their shoulders. With two resounding thuds, the once arrogant duo succumbed to the might of Ren Jie's overwhelming presence, kneeling before him, their heads involuntarily bowing to the ground. No matter their resistance, they ultimately could not withstand their instincts and the dread that gripped their souls. In that moment, the arena fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 24. Devouring Genes Yun Xiao and Wu Yunxin gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. What is happening? The two demon contract holders, now transformed into their demonic forms, unexpectedly knelt before Ren Jie without any warning. They were unable to move. They felt nothing, only that Ren Jie seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, emanating an overwhelming authority that rendered others incapable of meeting his gaze. At this moment, Yi Yu, closest to Ren Jie, was the one who felt this formidable presence most acutely. Even as a favored one of the gods, her legs weakened, and her entire being trembled as she stared in disbelief at Ren Jie's profile. It was evident that the influence of this demonic power was confined to the demon contract holders alone. Meanwhile, Chunhua was pressed to the ground, her eyes filled with terror, while Li Zhan, on the brink of corruption, laughed maniacally, his face twisted with madness. The might of the demon. Yes, I have felt it from that individual before. It must be you. You are the one the tarot cards seek. Ha ha. Ren Jie furrowed his brows, wondering what on earth the tarot cards had to do with anything. Yet, Yi Yu's pupils constricted in realization. Tarot cards? Is this entangled in such a grand scheme? No wonder a newly emerged demon contract holder would go to such lengths, risking everything to confront the demon suppression department head-on. However, these were not the matters she needed to ponder at the moment. The opportunity was rare, and it was imperative to eliminate them first. The barrier master, sensing the impending doom, was already preparing to flee. In a swift motion, Yi Yu turned with Ren Jie, the blood armor flowing back into her hands, transforming into a lance. With a powerful throw, she aimed it at the barrier master, who, startled, hastily raised the black coffin for defense. Yet this time, it proved futile. The blood-divine spear shattered the coffin, piercing through him and leaving him utterly chilled. The barrier collapsed entirely. Yi Huai, received. With a grand gesture, Yi Huai commanded countless steel bars within the factory to soar into the air, transforming into lethal swords that pierced through Yi Yu's blood moon, now stained with divine blood. They fell like a rain of blood spears, targeting Chun Hua and Li Zhan. Under the oppressive force of the demonic might, the two were rendered immobile. Left in despair as death approached, Li Zhan, filled with rage and reluctance, attempted to send a message using a special method. Lord Ghost King, the one the tarot cards seek has been found. It is run. But before the message could be fully transmitted, he was impaled by hundreds of blood spears, meeting his end, just as Chunhua did. Even in death, they could not have anticipated that what was meant to be a perfectly orchestrated ambush had been completely overturned by Ren Jie. The hunters had become the hunted with the barrier master, Li Zhan, and Chunhua all defeated. Yi Yu and her companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Ren Jie emerged from his demonic state, the overwhelming presence vanishing entirely. Yet, Ren Jie's heart was heavy with sorrow. All the emotional fog he had painstakingly accumulated throughout the day had been entirely spent. Even with the recent upgrade, he had not expended so much during his transformation. This wave of demonic might have left him utterly drained. With the emotional fog dissipated, the original sin of the demon was activated, and he would soon begin his descent into madness once more. In this moment, Ren Jie nestled in the embrace of Yi Yu, emitting an ambiguous chuckle as he rubbed his face against her chest, radiating sheer bliss. Yi Yu's face flushed crimson, and she hastily pushed him away. What are you doing? Ren Jie, with utmost seriousness, replied, Madam, you must surely experience discomfort in your shoulders and neck, correct? How do you know? Yu inquired, astonished. Ren Jie declared solemnly, I am but an unworthy part-time bone therapist, certified in my profession. Through massage, I can effectively alleviate your symptoms and relieve your fatigue. Considering your stature, the combined weight must be no less than 5 pounds. Carrying such a burden daily, how could your shoulders not ache? Your neck not throb? Would you not require a massage? I could offer you. Before he could finish, Yu's earlobes turned crimson, and with a swift motion, she brandished a blood dagger, poised at his neck. No need. I thank you, she retorted. What nonsense is this about 5 pounds? Massage? If you wish to take advantage, just say so. Yin Xiao could not contain her laughter, exclaiming, 5 pounds. Night, 5 pounds? Huh. Ren Jie raised an eyebrow. What are you laughing at? If you seek my massage services, I would decline. For what reason? Simply because my hands would be sore. No wonder no one pursues you. Yin Xiao exclaimed, how absurd. Sore hands? Impossible. If you don't believe me, I shall challenge you. She displayed her adorable little tiger teeth, ready to confront Ren Jie. With a feigned sorrow, Ren Jie lamented, is this how you treat your savior? Just a moment ago, I saved your life. Yin Xiao's expression stiffened. A hint of guilt creeping in as she replied, ah yes. Then why not lift your skirt and show me your shorts? To repay my life-saving grace? Yin Xiao gasped, you again? Surely he must be a contract wielder influenced by lascivious desires. Wait, I shall not tend to your injuries. Apologies, I am uninjured, he replied. Yi waved her hand. All right, enough of the commotion. Ren Jie, you should absorb from these two. After all, they're contract wielders, and their fragments of demonic genes would be beneficial to you. Ren Jie was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the two who had transformed beyond recognition. Absorb? How do I do that? Wu Yinxing burst into laughter. This kid truly is a novice, remarkably green. Yi Huai, with a darkened expression, noted, it is precisely due to this newcomer that we managed to turn the tides. Otherwise, the outcome of tonight's battle would have been uncertain. Ye patiently elucidated. Once a genetic warrior completes their awakening and enters the first tier, they will automatically awaken the ability to devour genes. They can absorb fragments of demons, spirits, and other such entities to enhance their skill levels. Each tier of genetic warriors possesses 2 skill slots, which do not automatically advance with their level. Instead, they require substantial absorption of genetic fragments to evolve their skills. The most effective absorption of genetic fragments corresponds to one's inherent attributes and abilities. Nonetheless, fragments that do not correspond will still yield a degree of enhancement. The elevation of skill levels cannot exceed the level of the genetic warrior themselves. In other words, if one is a first-tier genetic warrior, any skill advancement will remain first-tier and will not ascend to second-tier. However, one can accumulate genetic fragments in advance, akin to a skill experience bar in a game. If you fill the experience bar while still at the first tier, upon reaching the second tier, the skill will directly ascend to second tier. Do you comprehend now? Ren Jie paused, recalling the fiery leaves on the branches of the demon tree that symbolize skills. Thus, a single leaf signifies that the skill is a first tier? Yin Xiao retorted, these 2 demon contractors possess commendable levels, sufficient for you to completely fill your skill experience bar in one go. Ren Jie swallowed hard and, without hesitation, stepped forward to plunge his hands into the corpses of the 2 individuals. In the next moment, dark light surged from his hands, and he could distinctly feel something coursing into his body. The veins of the skill's burning and blazing blade illuminated, clearly indicating they had reached their capacity. Yet, in the following instant, Ren Jie was suddenly taken aback. Beneath the roots of the demon tree, he beheld a human skin entwined with a monstrous entity covered in blades. Ren Jie, is this the spirit of Chun Hua and Li Zhan? How'd they end up over here? Chapter 25. The Plaster Statue? The Terracotta Warriors. How much power does the Tree of Demons possess that remains unclear to me? While absorbing genetic fragments, can it also draw over the foe's spirit to suppress it? What purpose does this spirit serve? Surely it cannot consume my emotional haze. I can barely afford one. How can I manage 3? Hey, I'm talking to you. Yun Xiao waved her little hands frantically before Ren Jie snapped back to reality. What's wrong? Yi's expression turned serious. This matter is of utmost importance. We hope you can accompany us back to the Demon Suppression Division for a detailed investigation. The Demon Claw's interest in you is certainly not merely because you are a demon contractor. This issue involves the tarot cards, and, if mishandled, your forthcoming days may be anything but peaceful. Those lurking in the shadows may also turn their hostility towards you. Ren Jie felt a jolt. Ah, they're coming again? Yu patted Ren Jie's shoulder. Do not worry. The Demon Suppression Division will ensure your personal safety. However, we need you to accompany me to report to the division chief and to register your abilities, the type of contracted demon, the cost, and the influence of the demon's original sin. I hope you can understand. After all, your recent performance is certainly beyond that of an ordinary first-tier awakened demon contractor, especially that terrifying demonic might. It is possible that your contract is with a purebred demon or even royalty. Ren Jie appeared troubled. Yu smiled. Do not overthink it. All awakened demon contractors are required to register with the Demon Suppression Division. This is not a personal matter against you. As for the reason, you understand the existence of demon contractors is inherently unstable, and the actions of the Demon Suppression Division are justifiable. Ren Jie wiped his nose. Well, I suppose safety is paramount. At that moment, Yin Xiao leaned in with curiosity. Hey, what kind of demon did you contract? You just used your demonic ability, right? What is the cost? Surely your cost doesn't involve having a look at girls' shorts? Ren Jie rolled his eyes. Nonsense. How could a paragon like me possibly have such a perverse cost? Do you really want to know? Yin Xiao nodded vigorously, and Yi Huai, Wu Yinqing, and Yi Yu also appeared intrigued. Ren Jie wore a mysterious expression and beckoned the others closer. Come over, I'll tell you quietly, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Upon hearing this, the four leaned in, wide-eyed and all ears. My cost is... Just as he was about to speak, Ren Jie pulled out a small spray bottle from his pocket and sprayed it directly into the eyes of the four. The crimson mist struck all 8 eyes, and he promptly turned and fled. The four stood frozen in place, while tears streamed from Yun Xiao's eyes like a fountain, causing her to cover her eyes and roll on the ground in agony. See? My eyes, Yi Huai wept uncontrollably, rubbing his eyes. But the more he rubbed, the more they throbbed. What is this? A wolf repellent spray? I can hardly believe it. Wu Yinqing was kneeling on the ground, writhing in pain, his head striking the earth in desperation, tears streaming down his face. Even Yi Yu was affected, retreating while rubbing her eyes and crying, sneezing uncontrollably. However, Ren Jie paid no heed, fleeing amidst a cloud of white smoke. How effective is my secret tear-inducing agent? Ahaha! This is a potent concoction of devilishly spicy chili oil, ginger garlic lemon juice, an array of aromatic spices, and black pepper. Even the most stalwart of men would find themselves weeping uncontrollably. Compared to this, wolf repellent spray is utterly feeble. The cost, already paid. With the sense of crisis alleviated, Ren Jie took a deep breath. Competing with me? You're still far too inexperienced. Return to the Demon Suppression Division with you? I scoff. With so many secrets entwined in the demon tree, would you not dissect me? If I divulged the cost, it would be tantamount to handing over my leverage. Ren Jie was not so foolish. He placed no faith in the clutches of demons, nor in the Demon Suppression Division. Without further ado, he resolved to flee. 10 minutes later, in an SUV, Ren Jie found himself squeezed into the back seat like a compliant rabbit, flanked by Yi Huai and Wu Yinqing. Both were glaring at him with fury, their teeth clenched, wishing they could devour him whole. Yi Yu sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed, tears streaming down her cheeks, while Yun Xiao drove, sobbing softly. The group not only had red eyes, but the skin around their eyes was also inflamed from the spice. Ren Jie clenched his fists, his expression one of regret. He had underestimated the physical prowess of genetic warriors. After all, he had escaped, only to be captured again. His large eyes darted around, and he raised his hand. I need to use the restroom. Yi Huai gritted his teeth. Hold it in. Don't try any tricks. Everything will be addressed once we return to the division. Ren Jie glared. I don't care. I demand to use the restroom. As a citizen of the Great Xia, I have the right to exercise my freedom in this matter. I have committed no crime. You have no authority to restrict my rights. If you don't stop, I might just relieve myself in the car. Yun Xiao exclaimed, absolutely not. My car, please don't do that in here. Yi Yu rubbed her eyes. Just take him. Keep an eye on him. Outside a public restroom, Yun Xiao parked the car. Ren Jie exited, closely followed by Wu Yunqing and Yi Huai, who kept a vigilant watch, fearing he might make a run for it. However, upon stepping out, Ren Jie didn't head for the restroom, but made a beeline for a nearby convenience store. What are you doing? Buying toilet paper, or will you wipe with your clothes instead? After purchasing the paper, Ren Jie finally entered the restroom, but Yi Huai and Wu Yunqing attempted to follow him, only to be met with a fierce glare from Ren Jie. With no other choice, they remained outside, convinced that he could not escape their watchful eyes. Yet, more than 10 minutes passed with no sign of movement from within. Yi Huai grew anxious and rushed into the restroom. Have you finished yet? However, this voice startled the gentleman who had just resolved the matter and was on his way out. What on earth are you shouting about? Are you in such a hurry to eat? Yi Huai's lips twitched, and scratching his head, he replied, my apologies. He then dashed inside, searching each pit for Ren Jie. The gentleman, grumbling under his breath with his hands in his pockets, exited the scene. Finally, Yi Huai found the last pit. Bang! Oh no! A firecracker was stuck in the pit, its fuse already burned to the base. Oh dear! Boom! With a resounding explosion, Wu Yunqing shuddered. And even in the car, Yi Yu and Yun Xiao were startled, gazing incredulously at the public restroom. Could it be? Such a tremendous commotion? Suddenly, Yi Huai, entirely pixelated, burst out of the restroom and collapsed beside a bush, retching violently. Ugh, oh no. Ren Jie, don't let me catch you. This is an eternal grudge. I've been drenched twice in one day, for goodness sake. Once as a plaster statue, once as a terracotta warrior. Does this kid only engage in such despicable acts? Wu Yunqing, wearing a face of sheer terror, took a hasty step back. Where is he? Ugh, oh no. He ran away, cough, cough. Wu Yunqing was bewildered. He had been standing at the door the whole time and hadn't seen him exit. How did he manage to flee? Yi Yu exited the vehicle, covering her nose with a grimace at Yi Huai's disheveled state. With a sigh, she said, you all head back. I will go find him. Upon your return, let the spirit medium probe the memories of those two corpses to see if we can uncover any useful clues. With that, she departed, prompting Wu Yunqing to hurriedly jump into the car. Yun Xiao, her face a mask of fear, slammed on the accelerator, and the car swiftly vanished around the corner, leaving Yi Huai standing alone, disheveled in the wind. Hey, don't leave me behind. I haven't gotten in the car yet. How am I supposed to get back? Chapter 26. The mark of magic not far from the public restroom. A middle-aged man emerged with a smirk upon his lips, exuding an air of confidence. This individual was none other than Ren Jie, who had skillfully slipped away from under Yi Huai's watchful gaze, employing the disguise capabilities of the illusory spirit. Ren Jie had finally grasped the utility of the two imprisoned spirits beneath the tree roots. By expending a certain amount of emotional mist, he could invoke the original innate abilities of the confined spirits. Each use would deplete a portion of the spirit's essence, and judging by the current state of the illusory spirit, it would soon vanish entirely after a few more uses. Nevertheless, this ability was undeniably formidable. Did it not imply that he could capture other spirits and utilize their innate skills as a temporary skill enhancement? It was utterly remarkable. As the illusory spirit was summoned, fragments of Chen Hua's shattered memories surged into Ren Jie's consciousness, revealing glimpses of the demon claw, the tarot cards, and even the treasure ferret. The tarot cards represented a clandestine organization rooted deeply within the abyssal demon realm, a colossal entity far beyond Ren Jie's imagination. Each of its numerous executives heralded significant events, possessing the power to shake nations to their core. After all, the tarot was an organization formidable enough to contend single-handedly against the trifecta of humans, demons, and spirits. Even Chen Hua had limited knowledge of it, as it was beyond her level of access. As for the Demon Claw, it was merely an organization subordinate to one of the tarot's executives. Most of its members were demon contractors, who sought new recruits through the treasure ferret, and their interest in Ren Jie stemmed from this connection. Ren Jie furrowed his brow. Was he truly a target of the tarot? He did not consider himself particularly special. The only factor that came to mind was the demon tree. Should this matter come to light, and the tarot, such a colossal entity, sought him out, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, Chen Hua and Li Zhan had refrained from reporting him, seeking to confirm his status first. For the time being, he was safe, and Ren Jie wished to remain detached from their affairs. He preferred to keep a low profile and avoid unnecessary trouble. In the 38th district of Jincheng, at the Tonggu Villa, the interior was remarkably eerie, adorned with rows of lit candles and draped in white silk. The master bedroom housed not a grand bed, but a crimson coffin. A man in a suit entered, approaching the coffin and gently tapping twice on its surface. Lord Ghost Master? There has been an incident. A creaking sound emanated from within the coffin, and the lid was abruptly lifted. A middle-aged man, clad in a nightgown and nightcap, with a pallid complexion, rose from the coffin, appearing somewhat disheveled, as if he had just awakened from a deep slumber. Understood. Where is Li Zhan? Li Zhan and Chen Hua have engaged in direct confrontation with the personnel from the Chemical Zone and the Demon Suppression Division. They are likely. Lo Su let out a frustrated click of his tongue, his face contorted in displeasure. Moments ago, he had received a transmission from Li Zhan. The individual sought by the tarot had been located, but was it truly a person? Was that not stating the obvious? The streets of Jincheng were teeming with people. How was one to navigate such a crowd? As you utter your final words, could you not impart something of value? And what a corpse? It was taken away by the personnel of the Demon Suppression Division, TSK. Was it conveyed to them to refrain from acting impulsively during this period? Luo Su was so enraged that he trembled, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it for himself. Just as he took a puff, not yet inhaling, he noticed the man in the suit glaring fiercely, raising his hand, the veins on his arm bulging. With a single slap that echoed thrice, he struck Luo Su squarely across the face, snapping the cigarette in two and sending sparks flying. Luo Su was sent reeling back, as if he had been thrust into a coffin. He was momentarily dazed, but soon fury ignited in his eyes. He sprang from the coffin, seizing the suit-clad man by the collar. "What the hell are you doing? Do you want to die? You're hitting me?" The subordinate's face turned ashen. "B brother, it was your command. If you smoke more than 10 cigarettes a day, I must slap you. To do it lightly would be disrespectful. You did say you wanted to quit smoking." Luo Su paused, then, with a face full of wrath, exclaimed, "Today, have I already 10? Indeed, I've been keeping a record. You can check." Gritting his teeth, he tossed the subordinate aside and began to pace back and forth in the living room. The individual they sought through the tarot cards? This task had lingered for nearly a decade, and yet they still dared to recall it. Should he report it or not? If Li Zhan and the others were uncertain, they wouldn't gamble their lives, those two foolishly ambitious ones. Did they not consider discussing it with him? The only information he possessed was Li Zhan's vague final words. Luo Su hesitated for a moment, instructing his brothers to behave themselves. For who knew how much useful information the Demon Suppression Division would extract from the corpse? He would step out for a while and return after some time. In the Jincheng branch of the Demon Suppression Division, in the office of the chief, Shen Xiai knelt on the floor, solemnly assembling a heart-shaped castle constructed from thousands of blocks, having completed a significant portion. As he built, an involuntary smile graced his face. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a staff member rushed in, arms laden with a pile of documents. "Chief, the third team has returned. Here is the report." Shinsai did not rise, but rather received the report with an air of calm, perusing it while continuing to assemble the castle. However, the more he read, the slower his movements became, until he was entirely absorbed in the report. The document contained not only operational details, but also information on Ren Jie, and even insights extracted from the corpse by the necromancer. The individual sought through the tarot cards, a decade-long mission, the treasure-hunting weasel, the magical menace. Suddenly realizing something, Shun Ci hastily flipped open Ren Jie as personal file. Survivor of the first-class magical disaster in Jincheng 10 years ago, the Earth Dragon stirs. Jin Cheng. A shiver ran down Shun Si's spine, his hair standing on end. He suddenly sprang to his feet, and with a crash, the Sweetheart Castle crumbled into ruins. However, Shun Si had no time to dwell on it. He quickly retrieved his phone and dialed with urgency. On the other end was the capital of Xia, Longcheng, the very heart of the nation. Hello, is this the commander? I suspect that the third magic engraving has manifested. Are you certain? Please elucidate the details. Without reservation, Shun Si conveyed the report to the capital. A prolonged silence enveloped the line. The personal data of Ren Jie was encrypted with the highest level of confidentiality, altering its origin to Jinsheng, inaccessible to any prying eyes. Moreover, find a way to incorporate him into the demon suppression department. If he is unwilling, secure his position within the Xia framework, perhaps in the Defense Forces or the Department of Radiance, whatever it takes. Remember, do not exert any coercion upon him. Avoid inflicting any psychological pressure. The magic contractors are highly unstable, and stress will only drive him away from Xia, away from humanity. Shun Si swallowed hard. Commander, must we go to such lengths? We have yet to confirm that he is indeed the possessor of the magic engraving. A sigh resonated from the other end. Regardless of his status, any semblance of possibility warrants our action. Let us not attempt to pry into his secrets. We have learned enough lessons already. Humanity cannot afford to lose another pillar, and the demon realm must not gain another master. The demon race looms above, dominating the full moon, while the spirit race's wise tree king takes root in the sacred spring. Humanity is in a precarious position. Proceed. Shun Si swallowed again, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable excitement. This was akin to discovering a treasure. He hastily placed a call to Yu, fervently relaying the information. After completing these tasks, Shun Si exhaled deeply, only then noticing the remnants of the collapsed Sweetheart Castle scattered all around. A wretched cry echoed through the demon suppression department. My daughter will annihilate me. Chapter 27. The Grand Volunteer Charity event beneath the streetlight by the utility pole opposite the Anning Laundry in District 69. Yu had stood for 3 hours. As she waited, she periodically glanced towards the laundry and the street corner, occasionally wiping her tears and sniffling. It was not that she wished to cry. Rather, the intensity of the spray had overwhelmed her, leaving her eyes stinging. However, this scene was quite significant in the eyes of the neighbors. A stunningly beautiful young woman stood under the streetlight, waiting forlornly for 3 hours, tears streaming down her cheeks and her eyes reddened. This was enough to arouse concern. Many neighbors approached to offer comfort. Dear girl, don't cry. What troubles you? You can share it with me, one elder said. Oh, don't be shy. I've been through it all. Are you troubled by matters of the heart? Is it a breakup? An encounter with a scoundrel? Or perhaps a quarrel between a mistress and the rightful partner? Just speak your mind. At this moment, several elder women gathered around, their curiosity piqued, with some even pulling out small stools to settle in for the unfolding drama. Yu was bewildered. What were they talking about? She sniffled and replied, Do you know when Ren Jie usually comes back? I'm waiting for him. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that this girl was involved with Xiao Jie? Xiao Jie? He usually returns around 2 or 3 in the morning, and he leaves before dawn. He is truly a good lad. Whenever there is a matter, big or small, in the neighborhood, people often turn to him for help. Whether it's fixing an air conditioner, rescuing a cat or dog, unclogging a drain, or tutoring children, there is nothing he can't handle. It's just a pity for him, given the circumstances at home. Dear girl, you and Xiao Jie Wunti. Yu cleared her throat, feeling a bit embarrassed as she wiped her nose. Auntie, it's not what you think. Ren Jie and I will handle our own affairs. The elder was suddenly invigorated. Let me tell you, my dear, it's rare to find a good boy like Xiao Jie these days. If you catch him, don't let go. If he ever wrongs you, just let me know, and I'll help you give him a good scolding. Yu's expression turned peculiar. Ren Jie, a good boy, with a reputation for mischief, this hardly seemed fitting. Auntie, truly it's not like that. Before she could finish her words, the sound of screeching brakes echoed from the street corner. A crowd of individuals emerged from vehicles, wielding steel pipes, paint, baseball bats, and even a few genetically enhanced fighters. Among them was a corpulent man, swathed in bandages and plaster, being carried in on a stretcher by his underlings. I told you, Brother Ma, this matter should be left to the younger crowd. Why do you insist on coming yourself? The stout man glared. Do you even understand? Get moving. Smash that Anning laundry and douse it in paint. The mother and daughter duo should not expect an easy time. I intend to make that young man aware that he has crossed the wrong individual, and I shall see if he dares to act so brazenly again. A throng of individuals surged towards the Anning laundry. The older women immediately changed their expressions. Oh dear, trouble has arrived. Xiao Jie should not have acted impulsively this morning. The people from Shanha Group are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Anning hurried downstairs, while Tao Yaoyao anxiously observed from above. The older women quickly advised, Anning, call the police immediately, otherwise it will be too late. With a face full of concern, Anning fumbled for her phone, preparing to report the incident. However, at that moment, Yiyu's brow furrowed deeply as she gazed coldly at the approaching thugs. Auntie, there's no need to call the police. I am here. I am the law. Anning was taken aback. You are. Without turning her head, Yiyu strode towards the gang of ruffians. I am Xiao Jie's friend. Auntie, do not worry, I can handle this. Seeing Yiyu, the corpulent man grew even more emboldened. Who is this fierce girl? Is she here to defend him tonight? Charge anyone who dares to stand up for him. Take them down together. Yiyu narrowed her eyes, her gaze as crimson as a blood moon. With a snap of her fingers, the genetic warriors fell to the ground. Bursts of blood mist erupting from their bodies. This blood mist coalesced into blood spikes, which, with a flick of Yiyu's wrist, hovered ominously before the necks of the thugs. Whom you wish to take down, dare to move again, and you shall all meet your demise. The genetic warriors turned pale, terror etched across their faces as they regarded Yiyu. What level of genetic warrior is this woman? At that moment, both Anning and the older women stared wide-eyed, astonished by the girl's prowess. Is she truly a friend of Xiao Jie? The corpulent man's face also drained of color. Had he bitten off more than he could chew? Does that impoverished fellow have such connections? Where do you come from? Have you heard of Shana Group? You had better. Yiyu's eyes narrowed. Where do I come from, you ask? Captain of the 3rd Squad of the Demon Suppression Division. Care to guess where I hail from? With that, she revealed her credentials. The corpulent man's head spun, cold sweat pouring down his brow. The Demon Suppression Division? Even the mightiest of local factions would not dare to contend with an official organization, especially one as powerful as the Demon Suppression Division. That young man has connections with them? Yiyu's expression turned icy. Gathering in a residential area to brawl, armed conflict, attempting to damage citizens' property, and involving genetic warriors? Are you all intent on spending time in the Public Security Bureau? The corpulent man stammered. And no, that's not at all. We are here to renovate the old residential building, to paint the shop. And you bring baseball bats, steel pipes, and knives? No, this is for picking up trash, clearing weeds, and purifying the community environment. We came at night to avoid disturbing the residents' normal activities and rest. Yiyu's face remained cold. Do you take me for a fool? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you dare to flaunt your disdain for the laws of Daxia. What else are you capable of? At that moment, Ren Jie approached with a darkened expression, his icy gaze briefly scrutinizing the corpulent man. He stepped forward and kicked over the man's stretcher, trampling his face as he passed. The corpulent man trembled in pain, too frightened to express his anger. Ren Jie then turned his attention to Yiyu, expressing a hint of helplessness. Well, it's not exactly broad daylight at this hour. Yiyu's cheeks flushed as she replied, It doesn't matter. I believe the Shanha Group ought to be thoroughly investigated. The corpulent man was now in a state of desperation. If this matter attracted the attention of the Demon Suppression Department, his father would surely punish him severely. Please, don't. I beg you to spare me. Ren Jie approached Yiyu, raising an eyebrow and asking, How long have you been waiting for me? Yiyu smiled for quite a while. Could you do me the favor of discussing this? Her thoughts were straightforward. One could escape a monk, but not the temple. After all, Ren Jie would eventually return home. Ren Jie sighed, recognizing there was no escape. Then let us talk, he said. Ani and Ning, I'll be back shortly. You and Yao Yao should rest for now. At this moment, and Ning, Tao Yao Yao, and the other women remained in a state of shock, still trying to comprehend the situation. How did Xiao Jie come to know someone from the Demon Suppression Department? That was the Demon Suppression Department, after all. A look of delight spread across Yu's face as she seized Ren Jie's wrist. "Come with me," she exclaimed, glancing back with a stern expression. "You better be telling the truth." With that, she pulled Ren Jie along. The corpulent man, with a large shoe print on his face, lay on the ground, exclaiming, "What are you still standing there for? Get to work." Thus, an unusual scene unfolded. In the early hours of the morning, a group of muscular men clad in suits, sporting sunglasses and tattoos, began to wield large knives to clear the grass, transforming into painters with buckets of paint, while baseball bats and steel pipes morphed into tools for picking up litter. A grand collective volunteer effort blossomed fervently before the dawn. Chapter 28. A midnight conversation. Ren Jie found himself being pulled along by Yu, ceaselessly traversing beyond the residential area. "Hey, where are you taking me? You're not planning to drag me straight to the Demon Suppression Bureau, are you?" Yu rolled her eyes. "How could that be? Follow me. I'm taking you to a delightful place that most people only dream of visiting." Ren Jie had no choice but to let Yu lead him. While she recalled Shun Ci's instructions, she was to employ every possible means to bring Ren Jie into the Demon Suppression Bureau, but must not resort to coercion or violate his personal will. He needed to desire to join on his own accord. Otherwise, he would only be driven further away. Despite Ren Jie's previous outstanding performance, it seemed excessive for Shun Ci to exert such effort to recruit him. Moreover, Ren Jie was still quite inexperienced, a mere novice without effective combat capability. Yi was uncertain of Shun Ci's true motives, yet she was convinced that Ren Jie possessed some unique qualities. Failing to complete the task assigned by the master would result in a decreased budget for the third squad in the next quarter. So Yi was earnest in her role as a negotiator. Before long, she brought Ren Jie to a towering structure resembling a matchstick. This place was heavily guarded by the Great Xia Defense Forces, designated as a military no-go zone. For ordinary citizens to approach was sheer fantasy, let alone visit. However, with Yi's credentials, their passage was seamless. Ren Jie was momentarily stupefied. He had not anticipated being brought here. The hundreds of matchstick towers that loomed over Jin City were something he had only glimpsed from afar. Now, standing in close proximity, he was awestruck by the sheer enormity of the structure. Yi did not pause, but led Ren Jie inside, taking the elevator to the crimson sphere atop the matchstick tower. As Ren Jie stepped onto the platform, a gentle night breeze tousled his hair, and the entirety of Jin City unfolded before him. The neon lights spread across the earth like a vibrant tapestry, fading into darkness as they extended outward. The city appeared as a flickering candlelight amidst the night, faint yet capable of dispelling the shadows. Yu turned around, hands behind her back, leaning against the railing, her dark hair swirling in the wind, her expression radiating warmth. For a moment, Ren Jie was entranced. Yu playfully blinked at him. "So what do you think? Isn't it beautiful?" Ren Jie raised an eyebrow. "You? Or the night view of Jin City?" Yu blushed, shooting him a playful glare. "The scenery. I'm asking about the view from the tower. At your age, you should focus on learning instead of being so glib." Ren Jie, resting his elbows on the railing, gazing down at Jin City, his eyes reflecting its dreamlike splendor. "Why did you bring me here?" Yu perched on the railing beside him, tilting her head back. "Why? Who knows? With such a beautiful view, wouldn't it be a pity for me to enjoy it alone? Do you know why the 33 main cities of Great Xia are referred to as the cities of sparks?" Ren Jie raised an eyebrow. "Why is that?" Night Moon pointed towards the brilliantly illuminated city of Brocade. "Do you see? Does it not resemble the sparks of a blazing star?" After the cataclysm, human civilization was nearly obliterated, yet eventually the Jin warriors emerged. We tended to our wounds and rose anew, battling against the demon clan, contending with the spirit clan, and waging bloody war against the demons. Upon the ruins of the earth, we reconstructed cities and ignited the sparks of hope. To this day, the outskirts remain perilous. But one day, these flickering embers will surely ignite a conflagration. And this is precisely what we are endeavoring to achieve. Does that not sound enthralling? With that, Night Moon gazed fervently at Ren Jie, her eyes shimmering with fervor. Ren Jie chuckled. Is it not thrilling? Seizing the moment, Night Moon pressed on. Well, I propose that you join the Demon Suppression Division. As a demon contract holder, entering the division will afford you greater opportunities for development. This world holds biases against demon contract holders, yet the division is not as dismal as you might perceive. In fact, some of our officers hail from similar backgrounds. The benefits within the Demon Suppression Division are quite favorable. Competitive salaries, excellent welfare, and all the insurances you desire. As for the danger, fret not. You are still inexperienced, and the division will not assign you to frontline missions. We would even secure a spot for you in the Demon Hunting Academy, providing you with systematic training and education. What do you say? Are you intrigued? However, before Night Moon could finish, Ren Jie resolutely replied, I want to go. Night Moon's eyes twitched slightly. Why not? Have you not considered it at all? Have I wasted my breath? Ren Jie tilted his head towards Night Moon. To be honest, I deeply admire you all. You protect the nation, the entirety of humanity, sacrificing your lives and shedding blood for it. But I am different. I protect my home. That small abode is my entire world. I fear death. I find it foolish to sacrifice oneself for strangers. Foolish yet admirable. However, I'm not inherently that kind of person. I still cannot fathom how, upon our first meeting, you would risk your life to shield me from harm. If it were me, I could not do the same. I have loved ones awaiting my return. I do not wish to perish. Night Moon, unwilling to concede, retorted, but joining the Radiance Hall is no different. Just yesterday, you risked your life to save child. If you can join the Radiance Hall, why can you not join the Demon Suppression Division? Ren Jie shook his head. It's different. I joined a Radiance Hall for monetary gain, and saving that child was also for money. It was merely an unfortunate circumstance. Having faced death once, I now understand how profoundly I cherish those who matter to me. In truth, I have a certain aversion to the demon officers. You should be aware of my background. My parents and younger brother perished in the Gene City demon disaster. Do you know? They did not perish from a direct assault by the demons. Rather, they fell victim to the attack of the demon suppressor, whose strike was deflected by the demons and impaled into the ground, the resulting shockwave collapsing the house. Night Moon's gaze dimmed, but Ren Jie gazed up at the starry sky. I understand that this is not the fault of the demon suppressor, yet there remains a hurdle in the heart, does there not? Each individual possesses something they wish to protect, which is independent of strength. You guard your country, while I safeguard my family. Night Moon, we are not of the same path. Perhaps I am selfish, yet I am guiltless in my heart. Night Moon took a deep breath. May I be so bold as to inquire, is your relentless pursuit of wealth meant to fund your sister's treatment? Ren Jie boasted, revealing no secrets. Indeed, painkillers are exorbitant, suppressants even more so, and ion dialysis is the costliest of all. If it were not for me, Yao Yao and her family would be living happily, and perhaps she would not have fallen ill. Night Moon regarded Ren Jie with a serious expression. If you wish to cure your sister, you must become stronger. Joining the Demon Suppression Division is the swiftest path to your empowerment. Indeed, humanity has yet to conquer the affliction of demonic marks. Yet the answer must lie within the abyss of demons. If the nation falls, where does the family stand? Ren Jie, join the Demon Suppression Division. You shall not regret it. Ren Jie shook his head resolutely, his eyes unwavering. If there truly exists an antidote for the demonic marks, I shall find it. I can grow stronger without joining the Demon Suppression Division. Night Moon felt a twinge of defeat. One's convictions cannot be altered in a fleeting moment. If that is the case, then I must resort to a decisive strategy. What if I told you that the Demon Suppression Division could provide the medication to treat the demonic marks? Ren Jie paused, a flicker of hesitation beginning to surface. Chapter 29. A meeting with the winds of destiny. However, this moment of hesitation swiftly dissipated. Are you referring to the inhibitors? No need for that. I am nearly at my financial goal. I can acquire what I need without your assistance. Ren Jie understood the adage that one cannot accept favors without a sense of indebtedness. To obtain something, one must inevitably relinquish something else. Now that he had become a genetic warrior, The avenues for earning money would proliferate alongside his growing strength. He could even venture to the Star Guild, register as a hunter or explorer, and undertake commission tasks for profit. Yu felt a tinge of frustration. Was that not an option? Ren Jie shifted the conversation. By the way, why are you so insistent on bringing me into the Demon Suppression Division? Is the position of Demon Suppression Officer truly worth risking your life for? Upon hearing this, Yu chuckled. Me? I have a deep fondness for the work of a Demon Suppression Officer. I was born in Jin City. This place is my home. I cherish the vibrant spirit of Jin City, yet the shadow of the demon calamity casts a pall over its skies. Many of my elementary and middle school classmates, as well as familiar neighbors, have perished in the calamity. It evokes an unreal sensation. People who were once alive and close to you are now forever absent from your life. Yet, people seem to have adapted to this existence, merely wishing for such misfortunes to spare themselves. In those moments, I often thought how wonderful it would be if this world were devoid of demon calamities. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in Yu's gaze, and she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Do you know? The true horror lies not in the lives the calamity has claimed, but in how many have come to accept the loss of life as a norm. This world should not be like this. I have always felt that I am special. I possess that conviction. At the age of 15, I awakened as a chosen of the gods. With that awakening came a sense of responsibility. Being selected by the divine entails a duty to act, does it not? Pointing toward the dimmed full moon in the sky, Yu continued, I am Yu, the bright moon in the night sky. Tragically, from the day I was born until now, I have never been illuminated by moonlight. I yearn to reclaim the moon that once belonged to humanity. One day, the moonlight will once again grace the fertile lands of the great Xia. The journey has indeed been arduous, fraught with the pain of separations and farewells. Yet, each time I think of suppressing a demon calamity or vanquishing a demon, I know that lives will be spared, families will remain intact, and loved ones will not shed tears. That makes it all worthwhile. Yu gazed into the night sky of Jin City, her eyes shimmering with fervor. Yu pledged to fight for the countless flickering lights, to battle for all that is beautiful in this world. Ren Jie joined the Demon Suppression Division with me. At that moment, as he beheld the fervent gaze of Yu, Ren Jie felt a stirring within his heart. He genuinely admired her. Anyone willing to fight for their ideals and take action is deserving of respect. Yet, he himself did not harbor such lofty aspirations. He merely wished to live well in the present. Still, he decided against joining. The night moon was on the verge of exasperation. Could he not be persuaded? What if the Demon Suppression Division could provide not merely suppressants, but a genuine elixir capable of eradicating a portion of the demonic marks? In that instant, Ren Jie gushes verpennet. Is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you? Such a potion truly exists? Demonic marks cannot be removed. They do not shrink, but rather expand, and suppressants merely slow their growth. This is common knowledge. Night Moon stated solemnly, do you truly believe I would jest about such matters? Cutting-edge research and military experimental data are seldom disclosed to the public. I have heard of a spirit herb known as lantern spirit grass, which can indeed remove demonic marks and alleviate the affliction. Ren Jie replied earnestly. If you could procure lantern spirit grass for me, I believe I could join the Demon Suppression Division. Night Moon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had she finally succeeded? She beamed brightly, even standing atop the railing. Really? A gust of night wind swept through, tousling Night Moon's dark hair as she laughed, spreading her arms wide. Childishly, like a young one balancing on the railing, she gently brushed her hair aside. Come, young man, let us greet the winds of fate. There is something special about you. I believe your future will be extraordinarily brilliant. In that moment, the night and Night Moon melded into a breathtaking harmony. Ren Jie rolled his eyes. Greet the winds of a ghost. Your skirt is being blown up, and you're still giggling? At least you're honest. The black silk is far superior to that dog-headed girl. Special? Specially handsome, perhaps? Night Moon's face flushed crimson as she abruptly covered her skirt and leapt down from the railing, glaring fiercely at Ren Jie. Didn't you agree to join the Demon Suppression Division? Ren Jie grinned. Do you really think I'm some impulsive youth who can be easily swayed? Bring me the lantern spirit grass first, then I will join. Empty promises 1T stir my heart. Night Moon's expression darkened. Does the Demon Suppression Division, such a vast organization, really intend to deceive you? Ren Jie shrugged. You don't represent the division. Suddenly, Night Moon darted in front of the exit of the tower. No, I will ensure you receive the lantern spirit grass, but you must first join the Demon Suppression Division. Otherwise, you shall not leave today. This tower has only this one exit. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she regarded Ren Jie. Ren Jie smirked. Oh, is that so? Before Night Moon could react, he vaulted over the railing, turning back to give her a playful wave. Farewell. With that, he leaped into the abyss. Night Moon gasped. What are you doing? The height of this tower exceeds 1,000 meters. I would dare to jump without any safety measures. Is he throwing his life away? She hurriedly rushed to the edge, peering down. Ren Jie plummeted from the tower's peak, the wind roaring past his ears, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the guards below. The descent accelerated with increasing velocity. Beneath Ren Jie's feet, a surge of flames erupted, and with two fierce bursts, the formidable thrust enabled Ren Jie to decelerate dramatically. The mechanical hand then aimed at the tower, launching with great force, its palm striking the tower and activating the climbing adhesion mode. Grasping Ren Jie, they descended safely, leaving a trail of sparks. The defense forces watched in bewilderment as he ran barefoot away. Observing this scene, you could only twitch her lips in disbelief. Were even the novice first-tier members this audacious? Is such a feat truly feasible? Nevertheless, the objective of bringing Ren Jie into the fold had been accomplished. It was time to report back to Chief C. Chief Shun, the mission has been completed. Ren Jie has agreed to join the Demon Suppression Division. Really? That is splendid. You truly are my right hand. However, he has conditions. He requires the Demon Suppression Division to provide him with suppressants and lantern spirit grass to treat his sister's demonic affliction. Surely, our division can accommodate this. Can't we? At the other end of the line, there was an abrupt clatter. In the office, Shun Ci leapt to his feet in astonishment. What? Lantern spirit grass? Suppressants are one thing, but lantern spirit grass? How dare you make such a request? You scratch your head, confused. What is the matter? Shun Ci gritted his teeth. Your team's budget for the next quarter will be halved. You exclaim, what? Chief, I am your right hand. Bah, that arm is dispensable. Shun Ci slapped his forehead. The rarity of lantern spirit grass was no trivial matter. He would have to rally support, or else he might have to sell himself to procure it. As he gazed at the disarray of the sweet girl's castle he had painstakingly constructed, his expression darkened further. Hello, Chief Commander. Chapter 30. The Thief and the Weasel Under the Cover of Night. Ren Jie stealthily returned home, finding Ning already fast asleep. Meanwhile, Tao Yao sat before the computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she tirelessly scoured the web. Since her affliction with the magical mark disease, she had ceased attending school, finding herself confined to self-study at home. The computer had become her sole conduit to the outside world. Despite her youth, Yao exhibited remarkable talent in technology, even establishing a part-time job website for Ren Jie, which directly contributed to his influx of work. Why are you still awake at this late hour? Planning to cultivate immortality? Keep your eyes away from the screen, or you'll surely develop nearsightedness. Ren Jie kidded, sounding almost maternal. With a smirk, Tao Yao retorted, cultivate immortality? Huh. As the head of the rejuvenation sect, I have 15 years of teaching experience. Do you think I fear dark circles under my eyes? Look, brother, you must see this. Who could be so exceptionally talented? Truly a model for our generation. A paragon. Let the mundane perish. Ah. Ren Jie tilted his head to glance at the screen, his expression abruptly freezing. The top trending news in Jincheng read, shock. Pigeons at Freedom Square have collectively scattered, resulting in a massive downpour of pigeon droppings for several hours, affecting hundreds. The square has transformed into a white hell. Authorities suspect foul play in the pigeon feed, with investigations focusing on a boy with an umbrella. Any leads are welcomed from the public, with a reward of 10,000 yuan. Beneath the trending topic, A video of reporters at the scene displayed numerous agitated individuals vocally expressing their outrage, accompanied by surveillance footage. Among the clips, Ren Jie was seen strolling in the rain with an umbrella, though the camera had been obscured, rendering the image unclear. The comments section was inundated with vitriolic remarks. As she watched, Tao Yao's expression turned to one of disbelief, her gaze fixed on Ren Jie. Why does that silhouette seem so familiar? The clothing he wears. Ren Jie quickly diverted his gaze, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Tao Yao's mouth fell agape. No way. Is this gossip really landing on my brother's lap? Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone and searched. Can one earn a reward for reporting a family member for moral transgressions? What are the specific methods for reporting? Ren Jie's face darkened as he snatched the phone from her grasp. Young lady, how can you spend your days consuming such content? You should be seeking out positive, uplifting news. He hastily scrolled through the videos. He soon landed on the next headline. Officer Shi Yao of the 7th Brigade courageously rescues young man from jumping off a bridge, saving a precious life. His spirit is worthy of our admiration. The screen displayed the rescue footage, followed by an interview with the individual involved. In the interview, Wang Peng lay sprawled on a hospital bed. May I ask what your thoughts are on this incident? The reporter inquired. Wang Peng opened his eyes wide, exclaiming, Ren Jie. Reporter. It seems the individual involved is quite agitated. Perhaps it would be prudent to resume the interview once their emotions have settled. Ren Jie. Tao Yao's eyes widened in astonishment as she realized that it was Ren Jie who had rescued the person in the video. She had witnessed Ren Jie's left arm extend remarkably far to bring the individual back to safety. Brother? You. Is your arm a mechanical one? You can't possibly be a robot, can you? Speak. Where have you hidden my real brother? Ren Jie's expression darkened further, and he playfully flicked Tao Yao on the forehead. Nonsense. Have you been watching too many sci-fi movies? So, what about your arm? Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Ren Jie decided to be candid. My left arm is prosthetic. I am now considered a strong augmenter. Just don't mention this to Ann and Ning, okay? As he spoke, Ren Jie subtly moved his wrist, removing the disguise from the mechanical arm, revealing the black and gold appendage in its entirety before Tao Yao. It was a splendid fusion of strength and machinery. At that moment, Tao Yao's eyes sparkled, and she gasped in awe. My heavens! The unfeeling iron hand. So that's why you couldn't control it this morning? What happened to your original arm? Tao Yao's mind was flooded with questions. After all, they lived together daily. How could his arm have transformed into a mechanical one? Ren Jie sighed. I was abducted by aliens last night for mechanical modification. They claimed I was the chosen one, praised my looks, and insisted I take on the opportunity for augmentation while assigning me the mission of saving the blue planet. I had no choice but to comply. Tao Yao. You must be the one who has been watching too many sci-fi films, right? Is that really okay? In her gaze, a palpable worry emerged. How did brother lose his arm? What other secrets remain hidden? Ren Jie smiled and lifted Tao Yao back onto the bed. There is no need to worry about me. By the way, I'm almost done saving enough money. If all goes well, I should soon acquire the suppressants. And who knows, I might even be able to procure a dose of gene serum for you. Tao Yao's eyes lit up, her face flushed with excitement. Is it true? Really? Brother, I adore you. Kisses. Saying this, she began to shower Ren Jie's face with playful pecks, only to suddenly realize, wait, where did you find so much money? His brother? You didn't go to charm a wealthy lady for me, did you? That fierce girl downstairs was your catch? Or did you take on a high-paying surrogacy job? Oh, I'm so moved, my brother's amazing. Ren Jie playfully knocked Tao Yao back onto the bed. Is your imagination running wild? Now go to sleep. Tao Yao pouted, covering her forehead, and extended her small hand toward Ren Jie. All right, I'll help you keep it a secret, but delicious food. Ren Jie's expression stiffened. After a long day, he had indeed forgotten about that. Before Ren Jie could finish his words, a white figure suddenly flashed past the window. Before he could discern what it was, a brilliant white light pierced through the glass and entered the room. Ren Jie's eyes narrowed as he prepared to take action. Fearing trouble had come knocking. However, in the next instant, the white figure darted into his embrace. It was then that Ren Jie realized it was a pure white ferret. Its large purple eyes filled with affection as it nestled on his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with fervor while emitting a series of soft, whimpering sounds. Tao Yaoyao gasped in disbelief. A white ferret? The window was closed. How did it get in? Ren Jie was equally baffled. Wasn't he this the treasure-hunting ferret belonging to Chenhua? Trained by tarot cards, it could locate magical contractors. And it was precisely because of this little creature that he had drawn the attention of dark forces. Why had it come to him? Was it drawn by a sin it found appealing? Oh, brother, where did this adorable little creature come from? It's simply precious. Ren Jie grinned. Haven't you always wanted a pet? Though I have no treats to offer, here is your gift. Tao Yaoyao was ecstatic at the thought of receiving such a delightful present. Yet, deep down, Ren Jie felt a sense of foreboding. This treasure-hunting ferret was surely no ordinary creature. It was likely a spirit. Chapter 31. Am I eating melons only to find myself in the fray? Just moments ago, Ren Jie witnessed an extraordinary sight as it pierced through the window, an act not achievable by ordinary creatures. Such supernatural abilities can only belong to the yokai. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the myriad creatures on Blue Star have undergone genetic evolution, awakening their intellect long before humanity. 2 centuries have passed, and they have evolved into an incredibly vast clan of yokai, even establishing a societal framework complete with civilization, culture, and cities. Historically, humanity took less than 200 years to progress from the Industrial Revolution to technological advancement, while it has been over 200 years since the spiritual energy revival. Ample time for the yokai to reach their current stature, especially with the benefit of human society to learn from. They have claimed dominion over land, sea, sky, and even the moon, boasting 3 spiritual springs and immense racial strength. Were it not for humanity's development of genetic serums, initiating their own journey of genetic evolution, it might well be humanity confined in zoos for the amusement of tourists today. However, not all yokai successfully awaken their intellect in the initial stages. This treasure-stealing Marten appears quite clever, yet its level of intelligence falls significantly short of that of humans. Some yokai pets are quite popular in the Great Xia, albeit at a steep price. Ren Jie never anticipated that after Chen Hua's demise, this treasure-stealing Marten would end up in his possession. Once a treasure is in my hands, it is irrevocably mine. There is no question of letting it go. Should it fall into the clutches of malevolent forces, it would merely invite trouble upon myself. Ren Jie picked up the treasure-stealing Marten and remarked with a smile, "Oh, a female, is it? From this day forth, you shall accompany me. Should you misbehave, I shall sell you in the black market for some cash. Alternatively, I might skin you to fashion a Marten fur collar, or perhaps skewer you for a delightful roast, seasoned with cumin and chili, until golden brown, enough to make the neighbors envious." The Marten trembled in fear, nearly brought to tears, nodding incessantly. Its front paws clasped together in a frenzied bow towards Ren Jie, its expression one of eager appeasement. Ren Jie was somewhat surprised by the creature's obedience. "Go now, play with my sister." The Marten tilted its head to glance at Tao Yaoyao before leaping towards her, nuzzling against her continuously. "Ha ha ha, stop it, that tickles." Tao Yaoyao's laughter rang out like silver bells, filled with joy. Throughout her childhood, companionship had been scarce, leaving her with feelings of solitude. But now, things seemed to be gradually improving. Nonetheless, Ren Jie remained vigilant, needing to confirm that this treasure-stealing Marten was indeed harmless. Though it appeared utterly adorable, it was still a yokai, possessing powers beyond the ordinary. Reclining on his bed, Ren Jie casually scrolled through his phone messages, feeling somewhat troubled. The emotional mist in the Mirror Lake space had dwindled significantly. The demonic aura had consumed a substantial amount, depleting the reserves entirely. Fortunately, he had managed to gather a considerable amount afterward, thus avoiding the corrupting influence of demonic sin. Yet, whether the remaining supply could last through the night was uncertain. And with the late hour, where could one possibly gather emotional mist? It is hardly feasible to knock on every door to inform them to rise and relieve themselves, is it? The team leader, Si Yao has notified everyone in the group chat that there will be a gathering tomorrow for the final assessment of formalization. Even journalists from a television station will be present to conduct interviews for a special feature. Wei Pingsheng has urged the interns to be adequately prepared. The team members are fervently discussing the assessment tasks, while only Lin Huiren is venting his frustration, lamenting that he was caught in the rain while on a date with his girlfriend at Freedom Square today. The playful banter continues as Lao CG bombards Ren Jie with messages. Late night car, give me a license plate number, dear. I shall exchange it with you for the sacred light secret. Ren Jie covers his face, thinking this child is beyond redemption. Brother Jie, JK 886 AK, handle it yourself. 3 minutes later, Nua Yin replies, why can't I find this license plate? It's a vehicle parked illegally. Report on the traffic app and you could earn 30. I've reached my reporting limit for today, so consider yourself lucky. Do you want more? Lao CG responds with confusion. What are you talking about? I didn't ask for that. Ren Jie can hardly contain his laughter, regretting the distance that prevents him from grasping Lao CG's emotional turmoil. Subsequently, Ren Jie scrolls through his moments and stumbles upon a new post. Li Gu, the air conditioning repairman, what an exhilarating experience. I want to see my little lover. But her husband unexpectedly returned. I've been hiding in the wardrobe for 3 hours and haven't been discovered yet. Ha ha ha. What a peculiar sensation. It truly quickens the heartbeat. The post garners likes from 21 people, including Di Huaji Xiao and Luo Tua Xiangzi. Old Wang, upon seeing this, can no longer remain seated and promptly clicks on Li Gu's profile to initiate a voice call. However, just 3 seconds into the connection, he hangs up. Meanwhile, at Old Wang's home, Wang Gu is lying on the bed with his wife, scrolling through his phone. Ha ha, this oldie fellow is quite the thrill seeker. Hiding in a wardrobe? TSK, TSK, TSK. He chuckles, showing his wife the post. She, with a flickering gaze, replies, ha ha, that's quite something, Old Wang. Let's get some rest. It's late and you need to work tomorrow. Old Wang rolls his eyes. What time is it? Before he can finish his sentence, a ringtone suddenly echoes from their wardrobe. Your love is like a flame, igniting my heart. 3 seconds later, it abruptly stops. Old Wang's expression freezes as he glances at his moments, then back at the wardrobe. He swiftly strides over and flings open the wardrobe door. Inside, Old Li is crouched in the wardrobe, clad only in a tattered shirt, beads of cold sweat drenching his forehead, his face flushed with embarrassment. Wang Ye. Please let me explain. I came to repair the air conditioning and didn't want you to misunderstand, so I. Old Wang, startled, sits upright, realizing he has unwittingly stumbled into a scandalous situation. Old Li, what in the world? And thus, an unprecedented showdown ensues with fervor. Lying on the bed, Ren Jie gazed intently at the thickening emotional haze over the surface of Mirror Lake. The sounds of quarrels echoed clearly, even from 2 buildings away. A faint smile crept across his face. It seemed tonight's emotional fog would be ample. His collection range had surely exceeded 500 meters. Turning to look at Tao Yao Yao, who was joyfully playing with the treasure-hunting ferret, he noted the chaos in the room, with items strewn about and his vest discarded haphazardly. With a sense of resignation, Ren Jie rose to tidy up, neatly arranging his shorts and placing them back into the storage box. Yao Yao, it's time for bed. Be obedient, he called. Bruta. Good night. It's another day of loving you, she replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, the treasure-hunting ferret watched Ren Jie clean with its large, round purple eyes, seemingly trying to comprehend the scene. Once the lights were turned off, both Ren Jie and Tao Yao drifted into a sweet slumber. The ferret, however, tilted its head to glance out the window, then back at Ren Jie, its big eyes ablaze with determination. The night passed in silence, but come morning, the entire old residential area erupted in commotion. Chapter 32. The Great Thief. As dawn broke, a commotion erupted in the old residential area. And Ning descended to open her shop, and upon lifting the roller shutter, she was greeted by a sight of numerous women clad in pajamas, weeping young girls, and elderly ladies leaning on their canes, chattering incessantly about something. Moreover, a dozen bare-chested men, their faces grim, were scouring the vicinity for something. Even a local constable had arrived. Was it ever this lively during the New Year festivities? And Ning found herself bewildered. What on earth was happening this early in the morning? Mei Ling rushed over and grasped Ning's arm. Quick, go back and check if any of your intimate garments are missing. Something terrible has happened. And Ning, even more perplexed, inquired what is going on. At the sound of a question, the women and girls in the street erupted in outrage. You don't know? There's an underwear thief in our neighborhood. Every piece of female lingerie hanging on balconies in the old residential area has vanished. But that is not all. Not only the ones drying outside. Even those washed and stored in cabinets have been stolen. From a 93-year-old grandmother down to schoolgirls, not a single one was spared. In a single night, the thief had plundered 1,073 households in the community. If he were to sell them online, he would surely make a fortune. And Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Had the thief truly managed to ransack the entire neighborhood overnight? And indeed, were there individuals willing to pay for the undergarments of a 93-year-old woman? As their conversation escalated, their anger intensified. Not only did the items from my cabinet disappear, but I distinctly remember wearing mine to bed last night. And when I awoke, they were gone without a trace. What had he done to me? Woe is me. Even the tattered old pair of my husband's that had 4 holes has vanished. Can you believe this is the work of a human being? Calm down, sister. By the way, shouldn't you spare some change for your husband to buy a new pair? The residents of the community were utterly frantic. The men were seething with rage, their eyes bloodshot. Let me find out who did this, or I swear I'll make him pay. The constable, too, was at a loss, covering his face in disbelief. In all his years of service, he had never encountered such a bizarre case. There were no leads, and security footage yielded nothing. The only certainty was that the scale of the operation suggested it was someone intimately familiar with the community, possibly even a gang. Yet, the lack of clues left the investigation at a standstill. And Ning, feeling a twinge of fear, wondered aloud. Could it have been those volunteers from the Shanha group last night? At the mention of this, the crowd stirred with renewed fervor. Yes, it's quite possible. Constable, you must investigate the Shanha group. This morning, the residential area was bustling with an unusual energy, and Ning hurried back to her room, relieved to find that nothing had been stolen from her. Indeed, as the day unfolded, Anning dashed towards Ren Jie's room, unceremoniously flinging the door open. Yao Yao, you must listen to me. Last night, a peculiar occurrence transpired in the neighborhood. Before she could finish her thought, Anning's eyes widened in shock, rendering her motionless. The modest room was inundated with a riotous array of colorful undergarments, creating a veritable mountain of fabric. Ren Jie lay ensconced within this chaos, soundly asleep, with a small shirt perched atop his head. Anning's perception of reality shattered once more. The elusive underwear thief had been unmasked, with the door creaking open. Ren Jie scratched his head, bewildered. What is going on? Upon hearing the commotion, Anning hastily slammed the door shut, adopting the guise of a nonchalant bystander. Her expression one of astonishment as she staggered back to her own quarters. Ren Jie, still groggy, rubbed his eyes, only to discover a white vest had been dislodged from his head. Blinking in disbelief at the sea of undergarments enveloping the room, he exclaimed, "What on earth?" This outburst jolted Tao Yao Yao from her slumber, causing her to sit up in a daze. "Brother, what is wrong?" Ren Jie, startled, swiftly dashed over, snatching the blanket and enveloping her in a tight cocoon, effectively transforming her into a wriggling caterpillar. "Let me go. Brother, have you been involved in some scandalous affair? Show me. I could be unhuman too." Ren Jie, utterly flabbergasted, wondered about the source of this perplexing heap of undergarments. Had he, in a fit of nocturnal mischief, pilfered them during a sleepwalk? His head spun with confusion as he hastily checked his emotional reservoir. The sight that greeted him left him even more bewildered. The surface of the lake was thick with swirling emotional mists, more than he had ever encountered, even during his benevolent gestures towards the pigeons in the square. Where had all this emotional mist originated? Peering through the window, he observed a throng of residents scouring the vicinity alongside the local constabulary. Ren Jie's expression darkened further. It became evident that the source of the mist was not his nocturnal escapades, but rather the aftermath of a chaotic night. Just then, A pure white weasel emerged from the pile of undergarments, presenting several pieces to Ren Jie, as if offering tribute, its demeanor one of eager servitude. The realization struck him like a bolt from the blue. This mischievous creature had spent the night pilfering. "What are you doing stealing undergarments?" he demanded, incredulous. "And is this tattered pair truly fit for human wear?" With a mixture of exasperation and disbelief, Ren Jie seized the weasel, shaking it vigorously. "Are you truly out of your mind? What on earth are you stealing this for? Are you planning to fashion a quilt, or perhaps create a patchwork robe?" The thief, with a pitiful expression, pointed towards the drawer that Ren Jie had organized the previous day. Ren Jie, with his hand pressed to his forehead, realized that his efforts in tidying up Tao Yao's shorts and vests had led this creature to mistakenly believe those items were treasures of great value. "Has it taken to stealing my old belongings in an attempt to curry favor with me?" At that moment, Ren Jie found himself at a loss for words, caught between laughter and frustration. "Quickly, gather everything up. This evening, whatever you stole, you must return it," he commanded. "Otherwise, you shall become my scarf." With a mournful expression, the thief nestled among the pile of undergarments, revealing a gaping hole in its pouch. One by one, it began stuffing the garments inside. As it worked, it cast a sorrowful glance at Ren Jie. The corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. How could such a diminutive creature possess a bag so capacious? Perhaps it would serve well as a spatial backpack. Noticing the time slipping away, he realized he was running late for the formal assessment at the Xiao Hall. "Behave yourself at home. Wait for my return," he instructed before swiftly shouldering his backpack and darting out of the room. "Ann and Ning, I want to be having breakfast. I'm heading to Xiao Hall now." However, Aunt and Ning, with a serious demeanor, grasped Ren Jie's arm. "Little Jie, have you considered finding a partner? I wholeheartedly support you. You're at an age where such matters are appropriate, and holding back could lead to distress." Ren Jie was taken aback. "What on earth? Ann and Ning? Why this sudden suggestion this early in the morning?" "Haha, I'm still a child. Isn't it too soon to be thinking about relationships? I must be off." Ann and Ning's face was etched with concern. "Little Jie, be cautious when you step outside. If you encounter the constable, make sure to avoid him." Ren Jie was left perplexed. Chapter 33. The Assessment for Official Promotion of the Department of Radiance at the headquarters of the 7th Brigade of the Department of Radiance in Jincheng. The morning buzzed with extraordinary excitement. A circle of spectators had gathered around the training ground, comprising local residents invited to observe the assessment ceremony, while also being educated on rescue knowledge. Media reporters from television stations and their broadcast vehicles were all in position, with cameras set up like an array of long guns and short cannons. The atmosphere on-site was fervent, as the annual youth training assessments of the Department of Radiance were a significant event, almost a traditional spectacle. This event not only bolstered public confidence in responding to calamities, but also attracted more individuals to enlist in the youth training program, injecting fresh blood into the department. Even students from the Jincheng Demon Hunter Academy had come to witness the occasion. Among the audience, one particular figure drew considerable attention. Jiang Jiuli, having just concluded an interview, sat in the stands with her sword at her side, her large eyes scanning the training ground as if searching for someone. However, the crowd's gaze was not captivated by her, but rather by the towering figure beside her. Standing over 2 meters tall and weighing well over 250 pounds, the individual was a veritable mass of muscle, resembling a human tank. With skin as pale as snow and a physique reminiscent of steel, this formidable presence was all the more astonishing as she was a girl. Sporting long golden hair, styled in twin ponytails, and clad in a white athletic outfit, she possessed striking features, with a hint of baby fat that added an air of adorability. Even with Jiang Jiuli's beauty, it was impossible for her to divert attention from this colossal presence, who cast a shadow of grandeur over her, making her appear diminutive in comparison. Mo Wanru raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sun and lamented, "Ah, it's so sunny. There's so many ways to earn credits. Why come here? Did my sister interview you?" Her voice was exceptionally sweet, a stark contrast to her imposing physique. The one who had just interviewed Jiang Jiuli was Mo Wanru's cousin. "Montakji," Jiang Jiuli smiled. "The dean asked me to handle some matters here. Besides, attending the ceremony allows me to earn some credits. Isn't that wonderful? And with so many young officers from the Department of Radiance, perhaps one might catch your fancy? Mo Wanru's eyes sparkled. Oh, has Sister Julie awakened a romance? No wonder you've been glancing around. Is that what you're after? Jiang Julie's cheeks flushed. I'm not. The truth was, she had her own reasons for being there, but the individual she sought had yet to arrive. In the preparation area of the training ground, several brigade leaders had assembled their respective youth training teams for battle. Each team was vying for supremacy, as the annual promotion slots were limited, making them competitors in every sense. The success rate of each brigade's youth team in achieving promotion was directly tied to the reputational stakes of the brigade leaders. However, currently, the brigade leaders cast disapproving glances at Wei Pingsheng. Due to the previous calamity, the youth training team under Wei Pingsheng saved a child, and on their way back, they even rescued a young man attempting to jump off a bridge, which was sensationally publicized. Even Wei Pingsheng received an interview that morning, causing some envy among the other team leaders. I remarked to old Wei, "You certainly have a knack for it. You dare to take a bunch of inexperienced youth to the disaster site? Aren't you afraid of mishaps? How come nothing went wrong? I heard you nearly had an accident that could have been fatal. If something did happen, where would that leave the reputation of our 7th team?" I continued, "Old Wei, at your age, perhaps it's time to retire. You're not a genetic warrior, just an old martial artist. Why still push yourself on the front lines?" I added jokingly, "For those who lost today, don't forget to treat us later, haha." Wei Pingsheng shot a glance filled with displeasure at a few team leaders, saying, "Oh, you want a meal, do you? Just don't hold back on the expenses." He then cast a stern look at Lin Huairen and Tianyu, causing the team members to stand at attention. "Show some pride." "Yes, Wei team." At that moment, Wei Pingsheng was searching for Ren Jie. The event was about to commence, and he wondered why that rascal had not yet arrived. Could it be that the previous invasive procedure had gone awry? Just then, Ren Jie scampered in from outside the training ground, looking somewhat shifty. The team members were astonished to see him so lively, considering the severity of his injuries just 2 days prior. How could he appear so unfazed? Seeing Ren Jie in good form, Wei Pingsheng exhaled in relief and patted his shoulder, asking, "Where have you been wandering? Why are you so late?" Ren Jie indignant replied, "You have no idea how chaotic the parking situation is outside the Xiao Hall. The emergency lane was completely blocked. I had to take photos and report it. And now the traffic team is here towing cars. My phone is nearly dead from all the pictures." A number of spectators were cursing as they rushed out to move their vehicles. MOG, who had just approached for an interview, was equally dismayed, having received word from the traffic team that even their media vehicles had been towed. Is it really necessary to be this principled? Wei Pingsheng grimaced, realizing that the combined achievements of the traffic team couldn't possibly match Ren Jie's. Speaking of which, there is something important. This morning we received a notice from the Demon Hunting Academy regarding your admission. You have been granted an exception to enroll as a student this year, with all tuition fees waived. After this assessment, you one team need to return to Xiao Hall. You can prepare to report to the Demon Hunting Academy. Upon hearing this, several team leaders' eyes widened, and Lin Huairen and the others gaped in disbelief. What? The Demon Hunting Academy? Are you kidding me? They are recruiting from outside? Even the top students from Shenwu High must fight tooth and nail to get in. What merits does Ren Jie possess? In truth, even Wei Pingsheng was bewildered. How could the Demon Hunting Academy extend an invitation to someone from Xiao Hall? Although Ren Jie had awakened his abilities and become a genetic warrior, his fire abilities were not particularly rare, and he was still leagued behind those who had trained for 3 years at Shenwu High. However, this is a marvelous opportunity. Wei Pingsheng wholeheartedly supports it. Ren Jie was taken aback. The Demon Suppression Department moved swiftly, having finalized the agreement last night, and the notification came today? Absolutely not. I aspire to rise within the Xiao Hall, to flourish and become an exemplary official who serves the people and aids in disaster relief. As he spoke, Ren Jie wore a proud expression. Wei Pingsheng. A swift strike landed on Ren Jie's head. Has your brain turned to mush? Such a splendid opportunity, and you refuse it? Are you afraid of missing out on the benefits here? Rest assured, this would be an exceptional promotion. I will assist you in securing all the perks from the Xiao Hall, including the potions. Lin Huairen and the others began to grow anxious. What on earth? Brother Jie, are you out of your mind? You're not going to the Demon Hunting Academy? Going there would elevate you to great heights. What future do you see in toiling away at the Sio Hall? Indeed, if you attend the Demon Hunting Academy and become a professional demon hunter, you could protect us. Wei Pingsheng twitched at the corners of his mouth. Do you truly dare to say that? Have you forgotten that you are also here today for your formal assessment? Ren Jie weakly replied, I want to go. To be honest, I'm mainly afraid of being bullied by classmates at the Demon Hunting Academy. The Sio Hall is so pleasant. The people are amiable, and their words are kind. I genuinely adore this place. Lin Huiren and the others' faces darkened. Goodness, with your personality, if you went there, they would be thanking their lucky stars if you didn't bully them. Heaven knows how many times I've endured Ren Jie's blows this past month. Chapter 34. The obtrusive package. Wei Pingsheng glared. Go on, just listen to me this once. Would I deceive you? Ren Jie, grinning, replied, Rest assured, Uncle Wei, I am well aware of my intentions, and certainly not one to squander opportunities. I will think it over. Regardless of the underlying motives behind their desire to draw him into the Demon Suppression Division, it was evident they had something to gain from him. Some paths, once embarked upon, offer no chance for retreat. Thus, before securing the Lantern Spirit Herb, Ren Jie was unwilling to concede easily, treating it as a transaction. Wei Pingsheng furrowed his brow. All right, no need to rush your response. As long as you understand what you are doing. Just as he was about to elaborate, Mo.G, who had been waiting patiently, seized the opportunity to interject, quickly thrusting the microphone towards Ren Jie. Hello, I am Mo.G from Jinsheng Television Station. I have heard that you risked your life 2 days ago during the calamity to save a child, and later rescued a young man attempting to jump off a bridge. Such actions are undoubtedly commendable for an intern official. You have also expressed a desire to become an official. May I inquire if you have ever risked your life for another person? As Mo.G posed the question, his expression turned solemn. His eyes filled with anticipation directed at Ren Jie. Wei Pingsheng looked at Ren Jie with pride. This was a well-deserved honor. Ren Jie, brimming with confidence, responded, There is no need to risk my life. Is that really necessary? I've managed quite well on my own for 18 years, remaining single all my life. By the way, is this a matchmaking program? Mo.G's expression froze, while Wei Pingsheng looked at Ren Jie in bewilderment, and Lin Huiren and the others turned crimson with suppressed laughter. What kind of ridiculous logic is this? Mo.G ground his teeth, wondering if this was intentional. In all his years of interviewing, he had never encountered someone like this. Ah, it seems you are quite interested in matters of the heart. Viewers, if you feel a spark, do not hesitate to reach out privately. Is there anything you would like to say to the audience? This is a live broadcast, after all, and many will be watching. As Mo.G spoke, he subtly gestured to Ren Jie. Ren Jie's eyes lit up. This was a splendid opportunity. He stood tall. Adopting a broadcasting tone, I would like to say to everyone, if you have any issues, find Ren Jie. I can certainly resolve them. I offer various services including home renovations, moving, errands, appliance repairs, pet walking, childcare, massages, and even arguing or acting as a chauffeur. Don't worry if your baby is hungry. Just remember to contact me. Wei Pingsheng buried his face in his hands, exclaiming, Where on earth did this obtrusive package come from? What started as a dignified interview has turned into an advertisement. Someone, take him away quickly. With Ren Jie energetically reciting his promotional pitch, Lin Huiren and the others forcibly dragged him away. Mo.G's expression darkened, frozen in place, regretting ever asking him. The training assessment for the youth team is about to commence, drawing our attention to the 9 assessment tasks at hand. In the audience, the robust and formidable Mo Wanru emits a laugh akin to the chime of silver bells. How amusing, she exclaims. It's the first time I've seen my sister at a disadvantage during an interview. Shally, what are you gazing at? Oh, so this is your preference? Jiang Juli, momentarily startled, shoots a glare at Mo Wanru. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no liking for this style. Never in a million years. Observing Ren Jie, who is lively and unscathed, Jiang Juli finally breathes a sigh of relief. The burden of guilt that had been weighing her down for days began to lift. She felt a lingering sense of indebtedness towards him. It seems that Sister Nguyen has indeed been supporting him well. Yet, it remains a mystery why the Academy places such significance on Ren Jie, even going so far as to offer him a special admission despite his inferior rank and combat experience compared to his peers. His awakening ability is not particularly rare, and it is certain he would lag behind upon entering the Demon Hunter Academy. It would be prudent for her to look after him, as a means of repaying her prior debts. At that moment, an ear-splitting sound from the microphone interrupts the atmosphere. As the captain of the 7th team announces, this assessment will recruit 100 officers based on their comprehensive scores. Successful candidates will receive an opportunity for an injection of the Awakening Gene Serum, gain military status, and enjoy the benefits afforded to officers. Moreover, the individual who secures the highest score will receive an additional reward of 30,000 yuan. I urge everyone to adhere strictly to the assessment rules and strive to become a distinguished officer. Ignite the flames of the 7th team, safeguarding the lights of countless homes. His resonant voice reverberates throughout the venue, prompting a wave of chatter among the attendees. Lin Huairen and his companions turned pale. The number of trainees participating in the final assessment exceeded 1,000, with only 1 in 10 likely to succeed. As anxiety enveloped them, they suddenly felt a surge of heat behind them. Turning around, they beheld Ren Jie, his skin flushed and radiating an astonishing amount of heat, distorting the air around him. With sparks flying from his body, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Huairen and the others covered their faces in disbelief. Goodness, this person is already ablaze. Is Brother Jie truly aiming for first place? The youth team is filled with formidable competitors. It won't be an easy feat, however. Ren Jie was oblivious to their concerns, his mind echoing only with thoughts of that 30,000 yuan prize. First place is mine for the taking. Anyone who stands in my way shall perish. I hereby declare the commencement of the 7th Team Youth Training Assessment. The first task is the comprehensive physical test. Unbeknownst to everyone, the first task is the standing long jump. While seemingly simple, it rigorously tests explosive power and bodily coordination. Jumping may appear easy, yet achieving distance is a true challenge. The team members step forward to test their abilities, with some able to leap 4 to 5 meters, while those with exceptional physical attributes could reach 8 or 9 meters. It is noteworthy that all participants had received an injection of the Awakening Gene Serum at the age of 15, endowing them with superior physical capabilities compared to the average person. Although most did not awaken any particular abilities, consistent training could significantly enhance their physical prowess. Should the injection of gene serums persist, one's physical prowess may indeed experience further enhancement. Those who, devoid of extraordinary abilities, rely solely on gene serums and rigorous training to augment their physical attributes are referred to as martial artists. Remarkably, there exist some martial artists who have honed their bodies to an extraordinary degree, allowing them to contend with 2nd or even 3rd-tier gene warriors without losing ground. Instances of victory achieved through combat skills and tactical arrangements are not uncommon. However, the journey of the martial artist is ultimately limited. Without awakening any special abilities, they forfeit their ticket to the pinnacle of achievement. This path proves unviable for humanity. Alternatively, it may be posited that the path of the martial artist represents the struggle of the weak against the whims of fate. Take Wei Pingsheng, for example, a martial artist devoid of any abilities. Within the Hall of Radiance, the majority of the officials are martial artists, a cohort manipulated by the hands of destiny. While gene warriors do exist within the Hall of Radiance, they are scarce, for few are inclined to serve as officials therein. Chapter 35. Utter Madness at the Starting Line. A young man with a buzz cut and a robust physique stood firm, casting a sidelong glance at Ren Jie, his eyes brimming with provocation. Ren Jie raised an eyebrow, pondering, who is this fellow? He certainly looks like someone in need of a good lesson. Tian clicked his tongue, remarking, this is Qinghua from Team 6. His father is the captain of Team 7, a prominent figure. Despite lacking innate talent, he compensates with a relentless regimen of genetic enhancements. Just half a month ago, he awakened his abilities, reportedly manifesting as a cloud frog with extraordinary physical prowess and special abilities. It's almost a foregone conclusion that he will secure first place in this assessment, joining our Team 7 as a gilded recruit. Yeah, although you've recently become a genetic warrior yourself, having only awakened 2 days ago, it would be quite a challenge to compete with him for that top spot. Ren Jie was taken aback. This man was also a genetic warrior? Qinghua smirked, bending slightly at the knees. In the next instant, his thigh muscles swelled, his skin transforming into a dark green hue, veins bulging prominently. With a resounding thud, the ground shook as Qinghua propelled himself into the air like a firework, leaping out of the sandpit amidst gasps of astonishment, landing gracefully. Qinghua's standing long jump record, 88 meters. He momentarily claimed the top position. Surrounding spectators collectively gasped, wondering if this fellow had springs for legs. How could one even compete? With a self-satisfied grin, Qinghua approached Ren Jie, delivering a brazen proclamation. In today's assessment, no one can overshadow my brilliance. Not even you, Ren Jie. It was evident that Qinghua felt a twinge of envy at the thought of reporters interviewing him instead of Qinghua. Ren Jie narrowed his eyes and promptly raised his hand. Examiner, I would like to report the top contender for cheating. He employs supernatural abilities. The examiner, stern-faced, replied, that does not constitute cheating. Standing long jump. Do you understand? An awakened ability is considered a personal attribute. That is unfair. Ren Jie protested. In this world, fairness is a mere illusion, the examiner retorted. During a disaster, no one will discuss fairness with you. This proverbial wisdom effectively deflated Ren Jie. All right, I understand. Qinghua sneered. What? Can't stand it. If you think you're capable, come on. Ren Jie smirked. I'm not afraid of you. As he spoke, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Ren Jie removed his shoes, standing barefoot at the starting line. Qinghua's mouth twitched in disbelief. What are you doing? Ren Jie maintained a serious expression, stating, because those without shoes fear not those who wear them. Watch how I'll obliterate you. Qinghua responded with a disdainful look. You're insulting me with this. Aren't you? Without further ado, Ren Jie slightly crouched and then leaped explosively. At the moment of takeoff, a thunderous roar erupted. Twin jets of flame erupted from the soles of Ren Jie's feet, scorching the ground and sending nearby spectators fleeing in terror. The powerful thrust generated by combustion propelled Ren Jie into the air, astonishing onlookers as he executed a flawless parabolic arc. He soared over 30 meters before beginning his descent, leaving the crowd in a state of disbelief. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. As he was about to plummet, flames erupted beneath him like a rocket engine, propelling him forward an additional 30 meters. Tianmen clasped his head in astonishment, exclaiming, is he really performing consecutive jumps in midair? Has Brother Jie been playing too much CSGO? Is this what he calls standing long jump? The reality was that Ren Jie was capable of not just 2 consecutive jumps, but 5, 6, 7, even 8, as he continued to leap without ever touching the ground, bouncing wildly in the air. In no time, he reached the edge of the training ground, nearly crashing into the audience, glancing back at the evaluators with a playful challenge. What do you say? Have I broken any records? Should I jump a bit more? The evaluators I twitched. If he didn't call for a stop, it seemed Ren Jie could circle the entire planet in his leaps. Ren Jie, your standing long jump score is infinity. You rank first. Qinghua was rendered speechless, incredulous that this could even be classified as a standing long jump. Report to the evaluator. It's fine. His face flushed with frustration. Having just claimed that awakened abilities counted, he couldn't accuse Ren Jie of cheating without contradicting himself. I refuse to believe he can perform like this in every event. Ren Jie, just wait for the next challenge. For the pull-up assessment, Ren Jie hung from the bar, igniting his feet to propel himself upwards with remarkable force, executing full-range pull-ups. He maintained a grip on the steel bar, ensuring he didn't exert too much force and fly off. The sound of ignition filled the air as he continued, and seeming fatigued, he shifted to a one-handed pull-up using his mechanical arm, creating an astonishing spectacle with his speed. Qinghua, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, next event. The horizontal bar somersault followed, as Ren Jie's feet propelled him backward like a rocket engine, spinning around the bar with dizzying rapidity, resembling a human whirlwind. with no one daring to approach him. Next event, Xinghua shouted again. For the rope climb, Ren Jie activated his mechanical arm mode, gripping the thick rope with one hand as the internal motor word, pulling him effortlessly upwards. In the 5-kilometer weighted run, with his mechanical palm stabilizing his flight, he ignited his feet for propulsion, leaving Xinghua 3 laps behind. In every assessment, Ren Jie seemed as if he were under some sort of enchantment, obliterating all competition and achieving numerous scores that approached infinity. It was utterly astonishing. MOG, holding the microphone, found himself at a loss for words, as the entire audience was captivated by Ren Jie. Is this ability truly wasted on you? Wishing you ever greater prowess. Jiang Jiuli observed the scene with astonished eyes, recalling that Ren Jie had only unlocked his genetic lock 2 days prior. Is it possible to wield such remarkable skills with such proficiency? This goes beyond mere proficiency. The execution of a fire-breathing technique is truly exquisite. Why does this appear so different from my preconceived notion of a long-range fire mage? Mo Wanru's laughter resonated like thunder. Haha, is anyone overseeing this person who seems to be cheating during the assessment? He has even equipped himself with a mechanical arm, fully functional. Shaoli, is this your brand? Jiang Jiuli placed a hand on his forehead. Indeed, I had someone install it for him. At this moment, Xinghua's composure had completely shattered. What the heck? This isn't even a fair competition. You can play by yourself. My Cloud Frog ability, which emphasizes physical prowess, is somehow inferior to your insignificant fire magic? Wei Pingsheng also stared, bewildered, at Ren Jie, who was dazzling throughout the entire assessment. Haha, splendid. This cheeky lad is truly making me proud. He then turned with a smug expression towards the other team leaders. The other leaders ground their teeth in frustration. After all, they were all Gene warriors. What were they doing in the youth training team, dominating the novices? It was utterly absurd. However, the Xiaoyao officials' evaluation was not solely based on individual achievements but also on team performance, as they prioritized collaboration and synergy. I simply do not believe you can maintain your laughter until the end. Soon, the individual assessments concluded, leading to the team evaluation segment, the kilometer-weighted rescue run. Not only did they have to carry water hoses and ladders, overcome obstacles, and even bear lifeless dummies, but they also had to lift stretchers and transport the injured. This task was no ordinary strain. Nevertheless, Ren Jie brimmed with confidence. No one could hinder my pursuit of wealth. Chapter 36. The chaotic rescue run at the sound of the starting gun. The young athletes surged onto the track like wild stallions. Ren Jie and Xinghua sprinted ahead, leaping over obstacles until they reached the starting point for transporting the injured. There lay 10 dummies. The team members were required to carry them for 100 meters before placing them on a stretcher to continue running. Without hesitation, Xinghua hoisted one of the dummies and dashed forward, even managing to carry 3 at once. Ren Jie reached for a dummy, but upon grasping it, it shattered into pieces, limbs and head scattering far and wide. Ren Jie was taken aback. How was he supposed to carry this? Undeterred, he attempted to lift another dummy, only to find that each one crumbled at the slightest touch, leaving parts strewn across the ground. Ren Jie's expression darkened. This was absurd. Were the injuries so severe that the dummies couldn't even be moved? Shouldn't they just be buried instead? A farce. Wei Pingsheng also wore a grim expression. So, resorting to mockery when one cannot compete, is it? However, time was of the essence, and there was no room for delay. Xinghua was already on his way back for another round. It was merely a matter of moving the dummies, after all. Ren Jie's gaze shifted to the audience, locking onto the largest figure present. With a swift stride, he approached Mo Wanru, arms outstretched in a grand embrace. Mo Wanru's heart raced, astonished by Ren Jie's unexpected action. What was he up to? Yet, Ren Jie suddenly froze, looking up at the towering Mo Wanru. Yes, she was indeed human, but rather larger than life. However, his eyes quickly darted to the shadowed figure of Jiang Jiuli, who was staring back at him, wide-eyed and bewildered. Ren Jie's spirits lifted. The dog-headed girl had come to join the fray. My apologies, but I shall borrow you for a moment. Before she could comprehend the situation, Ren Jie had swept her into his arms and turned to dash toward the field. Jiang Jiuli was left speechless. Meanwhile, Mo Wanru's expression stiffened, her face darkening. Why was she not chosen? Why did she feel a sense of rejection? Emoji couldn't help but cover his face at the sight. You certainly have a knack for selection. Haven't you? He had chosen the most beautiful one. Jiang Julie remained rigid, her ears flushed, staring at Ren Jie in disbelief. He was carrying me? How could this be? Typically, she would have reacted with hostility, but he had suffered injuries on her account, and she owed him much. Perhaps helping him just this once would suffice. If she jumped down now, wouldn't it be quite embarrassing for him? Yes, I am but a mere dummy. She remained motionless, silent, steadfast in her resolve. Soon, Ren Jie had carried Jiang Julie to the starting point for stretcher transfer, gently placing her down. Jiang Julie exhaled deeply. Was it finally over? She needed to escape. But before she could make her getaway, Ren Jie bellowed one and scooped her back up, sprinting towards the transfer point for the injured. It would waste far too much time to retrieve another from the audience. Having secured one person, it made sense to carry her back and forth multiple times. This was the more efficient approach. Thus, Ren Jie began to carry Jiang Julie and sprinted back and forth on the track. Jiang Julie, Montag vanlu vechit, Lao King Hatili. Once you hold on, you want to let go? This young man certainly knows how to charm. She even took out her phone to record the moment. Just then, Lin Huiren and Tianyu finally caught up, and upon seeing the lifelike dummy in pieces, they were filled with frustration. Go to the audience area and bring someone back to help Brother Jie. Quickly. With that, the team rushed towards the stands. When they reached Mo Wanru, just as they were about to act, everyone froze, instinctively wanting to shift their focus. However, the surrounding spectators quickly scattered, clearly unwilling to be moved. It was simply too embarrassing. Mo Wanru's expression darkened further. Lin Huiren, with a fierce look, declared, "No more hesitation. We'll move this one. I'll do it." He dashed forward, grasping Mo Wanru's thigh, his face contorted in exaggerated pain, exerting all his strength. Yet, Mo Wanru remained immovable. "Hey, brother, did you grow up lifting weights? So heavy? Come on, all of you hurry." Tianyu and the others charged in, for strong men roaring together. Finally managing to lift Mo Wanru, she maintained her seated posture, veins bulging on her forehead, her face dark as if tarnished by soot. Tianyu's legs trembled. "Examine her. This lady must weigh at least half a ton, if not more. Can we count her as 3 people? The examiner glanced at Mo Wanru and waved his hand. All right, Mo Wanru. What do you mean, count as 3 people? What nonsense is this? I'm at my wit's end. The furious Tianyu and the others proceeded to carry Mo Wanru towards the transfer area. This was no mere dummy they were lifting. It felt as though they were transporting a divine statue. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Julie couldn't help but chuckle, but the next moment, she found herself placed on a stretcher by Ren Jie, tightly bound with straps. Ren Jie gripped one side of the stretcher, narrowed his eyes, and with a sudden exertion of strength, he lifted the stretcher horizontally all by himself. He dashed off. Jiang Julie, is this how you usually carry stretchers? However, as Ren Jie ran, he sensed something amiss, his eyes widening. Wait, you really did change? Now it's a panda head? Jiang Julie's face flushed crimson. She was facing Ren Jie, and as he held the stretcher aloft, his gaze was directly aligned with her skirt. Instinctively, she attempted to rise, but found herself tightly bound. In a hurry, she crossed her legs to cover her skirt. Don't look. Are you still peeking? Close your eyes. I'm in a competition. How can I see the path with my eyes closed? You're wearing safety shorts, so there's nothing to see. What's there to fear? Just understand it. I don't care. Close your eyes quickly, or I'll poke them out. Ren Jie's expression turned serious. How about this? Let us each take a step back and find a middle ground. I'll keep one eye open and close the other. How does that sound? Amidst the conversation, one eye was indeed closed. Jiang Julie ground her teeth, her emotions fluctuating violently as a haze of sentiment swirled above her head. What good does closing one eye do? Can you not still see? I shouldn't have embarked on this treacherous voyage. Ren Jie, on his end, was frantically maneuvering Jiang Julie, while Tianyu and his companions transported Mo Wanru on 2 stretchers. What should have been a straightforward stretcher operation was transformed into a comical spectacle reminiscent of an 8-person sedan chair. Mo Wanru's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. This was meant for television. How could she ever find a suitor now? Despite some minor mishaps, Ren Jie's team managed to proceed relatively smoothly. Initially, the Tsinghua team was in the lead, but due to their teammates' incompetence, they grew increasingly anxious as they witnessed Ren Jie's team moving with remarkable speed, even stumbling while carrying a dummy. The dummy fell in half, yet they hurriedly picked it up and continued running, one clutching the upper half and the other the lower half, much to the chagrin of their team leader, whose face turned an ashen green. What on earth? The patient is in 2 pieces. Can I even survive this? Is this how you transport the injured? The one lifting the stretcher. Are you carrying a stretcher or dragging a sled? Do not drag it along the ground. Lift it. Raise it up. Oh, for heaven's sake. Flip it over and lift it. Have you no shame left? How have I taught you? Ah, if I could promote you, there would be no need for this captaincy. You're all eliminated. Get out of my sight. As the project concluded, Ren Jie's team secured victory with a significant advantage, leading to the disqualification of numerous intern team members for various infractions. Jiang Julie was finally liberated from the stretcher, casting a fierce glare at Ren Jie before attempting to flee. However, before she could escape, the staff apprehended her. We are still in need of a few volunteers for the simulated rescue project. May we ask for your assistance? Jiang Julie's expression stiffened. Surely not again? Oh, very well. Who could refuse? Chapter 37. Emergency Situations: The Simulated Rescue Project, a pivotal component of the final assessment for volunteers, unfolded with participants donning their respective injury cards, scattered throughout various corners of the building. The interns were tasked with providing immediate emergency care to the injured and safely evacuating them from the premises. The team that rescued the most individuals in the shortest amount of time would emerge victorious. At the sound of the starting gun, the fully equipped teams surged towards the building with fervor. Some opted for the stairs, while others ascended the exterior walls using long ladders. However, Ren Jie chose an unconventional route, activating the claw mechanism of his mechanical arm, propelling himself to the 6th floor while even assisting Tianyu in his ascent. Upon reaching the upper level, Ren Jie stumbled upon Jiang Julie, who was concealed behind an iron door. Her expression darkened. Having hidden on the 6th floor, how could she possibly encounter Ren Jie? Tianyu promptly produced a crowbar, declaring that the iron door was locked, and offered it to Ren Jie. Ren Jie shook his head, insisting no need for that. You go save others. I'll handle this. With determined strides, he approached the door, his arm transforming into a vivid crimson hue. With a firm grasp, he squeezed the lock, which melted into molten iron, and with a powerful kick, the door was flung open. Tianyu could only watch, awestruck, realizing the allure of a genetic warrior. With a serious demeanor, Ren Jie examined Jiang Julie's injury card. Her left leg was fractured, her abdomen bore a penetrating wound, and she was in a state of shock due to excessive blood loss. Jiang Julie continued to feign unconsciousness, perfectly aligning with her injuries. All she desired was for this ordeal to conclude swiftly. Do not fear, I will ensure your safety. Hold on. As he spoke, Ren Jie deftly retrieved a first aid kit, applying a tourniquet to her left leg and placing a piece of gauze on her abdomen to staunch the bleeding. Jiang Julie was somewhat taken aback. This time, Ren Jie was quite earnest, proving reliable. Subsequently, Ren Jie positioned Jiang Julie flat on her back, tilting her head to maintain an open airway. Pinching her nose with one hand while opening her mouth with the other, he leaned in to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Jiang Julie's eyes widened in shock. What are you doing? Before he could proceed, she swiftly raised a hand to push against his chin. What are you doing? Shh. Be serious. You're in shock and cannot speak. Is it necessary to be this meticulous? Were you about to kiss me? She exclaimed. Ridiculous. I am merely performing artificial respiration. Your condition is perilous. If your heartbeat does not resume, you could perish. Do not resist, he replied, intent on continuing his life-saving efforts. Jiang Julie panicked. As a volunteer, losing her first kiss would be an unbearable misfortune. No, if you dare to give me artificial respiration, I will end you. Ren Jie sighed in exasperation. All right, Then I shall commence with CPR. As he spoke, he interlocked his fingers and positioned his hands over Jiang Julie's chest, preparing to press down. Wait, she protested. With a clang, she swiftly drew her sword, the cold blade of the starry sword poised against Ren Jie's neck. If you dare to press down, I will truly kill you. I am not jesting. Ren Jie's expression darkened. This is unacceptable. That is not allowed either. I must save someone. As a volunteer, you are required to cooperate with the mission. Jiang Julie grimaced, declaring, I won't be treated. I'd rather perish. You are too late. By the time you arrive, I am already beyond saving. Ren Jie, with a tone of unwavering conviction, responded as a Saoyao officer. I shall not permit any vibrant life to slip away before my eyes. Absolutely not. We must proceed with emergency measures. Jiang Julie glared. Then I'm fine now. I'm no longer in shock. My heartbeat has resumed. Hurry, get me out of here. Ren Jie sighed in resignation. All right. But once we are out, if any assessment officer inquires whether I adhered to the proper protocols, you must not claim I neglected my duties. Jiang Julie's face darkened. Hurry up, or I might truly die. Without delay, Ren Jie scooped Jiang Julie into his arms and dashed away. Where are you going? The stairs are that way. Hey. Before Jiang Julie could finish her sentence, Ren Jie leaped from the sixth-floor window, cradling her. As they neared the ground, he ignited a controlled descent, landing smoothly. Jiang Julie was left in disbelief. It was her first encounter with such an audacious rescue. Was Ren Jie some kind of recyclable rocket? In the blink of an eye, Ren Jie had released Jiang Julie and activated his frenzied rescue mode. He ascended to find others, leapt from heights, and landed with grace, repeating this cycle endlessly. The volunteers even reveled in the thrill akin to bungee jumping, their faces aglow with excitement. Under Ren Jie's extraordinary rescue efforts, their team emerged victorious, and he secured the top position in the qualification assessment. Watching Ren Jie gleefully pocket the 30,000 reward, Qinghua felt a pang of jealousy. He has stolen my thunder. Tian Yulin and Huiren, having benefited from Ren Jie's brilliance, barely clinched their spots in the qualification, and at that moment, Ren Jie was their deity. Even Wei Pingxing's face bore an unusual smile as he tilted his head, raising an eyebrow at the fuming captains. Don't forget, you owe me a meal. This only deepened their scowls. 100 bottles of awakening gene serum were brought forth, and the Saoyao Hall would administer the serum to the newly appointed officers on site, serving as a form of promotion. Ren Jie and his team lined up, while MOG seized the opportunity to interview the recently rescued volunteers. Jiang Julie and Mo Wanru kept their distance, fearing they might be drafted. Meanwhile, MOG had cornered a young volunteer, bombarding him with questions. Excuse me, sir. After experiencing the simulated rescue by the Saoyao officers, what are your thoughts? The young man, with a look of profound reflection, replied, You see, before coming here, I was a staunch straight man, solely attracted to women, and I was certain of my preferences. But when I found myself lying on the floor, and a robust Saoyao officer rushed in, squatted to assess my injuries, and lifted me with his powerful arms, assuring me I needn't worry, that he would get me out, I suddenly felt a strange sensation. I realized that perhaps men are not so unappealing after all. Montag stood frozen in shock. What on earth? Is this truly your sentiment? You are audacious in your thoughts. What kind of contestants am I interviewing today? Quickly cut this part out. On the other side, it seemed a quarrel erupted on the podium. Ren Jie rolled his eyes and exclaimed, What's wrong with that? It's my reward. Can I take it home? However, the physician shook his head. No, the reward indeed belongs to you, but it is strictly for your personal use. The potion cannot be taken out of the Saoyao Hall to prevent the risk of leakage. Of course, you can choose not to administer it. Ren Jie's expression darkened. He had initially contemplated taking the genetic serum home to administer it to Tao Yaoyao. She was already 15 and should consider awakening. Who knows? She might also become a genetic warrior? He was already a demon contractor. Wouldn't using this be a sheer waste of money? Who could have foreseen such a regulation? To inject or not to inject? If he refrained, someone else would take his place. Wei Pingsheng, standing nearby, advised, Go ahead, taking an extra dose can be beneficial. It will enhance your physical qualities. This regulation has existed for a long time, The genetic serum is a reward for SIO officials, not for others. Reluctantly, Ren Jie conceded that he had no choice but to administer the serum to himself. After all, why waste it? As for finding a way for Tao Yaoyao, if the Demon Suppression Division could provide him with an inhibitor, he could purchase a dose of the genetic serum with his own funds. As the needle pierced his skin, a cool sensation coursed through his body, and Ren Jie could sense that every cell seemed to rejoice. Yet, as he rested nearby, he inexplicably felt as though the world before him was shrouded in a thin veil. Rubbing his eyes did little to alleviate the symptoms, which only intensified. It felt akin to severe myopia, rendering even human faces unrecognizable. Ren Jie swallowed hard, rubbing his eyes incessantly. What the hell is going on? Could this awakening genetic serum be a substandard product? Are there side effects? Am I going blind? The probability of such an event seemed too minuscule to have befallen him. Hey, doctor, my eyes. Before Ren Jie could finish his sentence, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed from the headquarters of the 7th Division of Sio Hall, cutting through the air relentlessly. Chapter 38, Undying Canine. The training ground was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop, interrupted only by the incessant blaring of alarms. A shroud of foreboding descended upon the faces of those present. They were all too familiar with this sound. Ren Jie could distinctly sense a vast array of emotional fog being drawn into the Mirror Lake space. Fear gripped the hearts of the people. The captain of the 7th Brigade hung up the phone. A significant magical disaster had occurred in District 49, the severity of which remained undetermined. With an extensive impact zone, everyone board the vehicles, old and new alike. Rescue as many lives as possible. Do you remember the oath taken under the banner upon joining the brigade? At this moment, all the officers present roared in unison. Ignite the brilliance of our duty. Protect the homes of countless families. The sound reverberated, soaring into the heavens. The captain declared loudly, "Always remember, this is not merely a phrase. It embodies our responsibility. 7th Brigade, onward." The officers, fully armed, boarded the transport vehicles, their orange lights flashing as they surged towards the scene of the disaster. Thankfully, Ren Jie had previously reported a series of illegal parking, clearing a safe passage. Otherwise, even a half-minute delay could result in countless lost lives. This batch of newly appointed officers, including Ren Jie, was resolutely in attendance. Armed to the teeth, Ren Jie rushed towards the vehicle door, but collided with it, producing a loud clang as he bumped his head. Wei Pingsheng expressed concern. "Xiao Jie, what is going on? Can't you see such a large door? Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should refrain from going this time." Having just received a genetic serum injection, his body needed time to acclimate. Ren Jie hastily got back up, rubbing his eyes as he boarded. I'm fine. Let us hurry up and depart. Don't delay my chance to earn." Wei Pingsheng's face darkened, muttering to himself about Ren Jie's obsession with money. Even on the vehicle, Ren Jie found himself incessantly blinking, his vision oscillating between clarity and blur. The world around him inexplicably slowing down. He genuinely felt as if he were on the brink of blindness. He had never heard of such side effect from the genetic serum. It wasn't that Ren Jie was stubbornly insisting on going to the disaster site merely for the reward of saving lives. Rather, he understood that the emotional turbulence of the public at such a scene would be profound, making it an ideal opportunity to collect emotional fog. As a magical contract bearer, he sought strength, and emotional fog was indispensable. More was always better. He was inherently suited for such environments. Seeing the entire 7th Brigade mobilizing, MOG urged, "What are you waiting for? Follow them. This will do far more to promote the Office of Radiance than any interview." He instructed, "Call the station manager and have 2 helicopters dispatched." The cameraman was taken aback. "Huh? Helicopters?" At this moment, Jiang Julie furrowed her brow as she gazed at the departing transport vehicles, her hand instinctively reaching for her sword, eager to pursue. But she was abruptly held back by Mo Wanru. "What are you doing?" "Pursuing to ascertain if there might be any assistance to offer, given the magnitude of the situation. It is clear that the scale of this calamity is not insignificant." Mo Wanru clung tightly to her hand, imploring, "Do not go. The Demon Suppression Division will handle this." We are merely trainees, our abilities insufficient. To recklessly intervene is uncertain in its benefit and may even yield counterproductive results. A single misstep could cost lives. Jiang Julie clenched her teeth in frustration, memories of her battle with the lava giant resurfacing, reminding her that it was her error that led to Ren Jie's fate. He has ventured forth again, and she cannot help but wonder if he will return safely this time. Observing the convoy of military transport vehicles, Jiang Julie felt a deep sense of reverence. The officers of the Demon Suppression Division gamble with death itself. Should they succeed, they save lives, but if they fail, they may pay with their own. Each deployment is a contest between life and death, and they are merely ordinary individuals, yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities. What courage must one possess to bear the title of officer in the Demon Suppression Division? Mo Wanru's expression grew solemn. The phrase facing the demon disaster epitomizes the essence of these officers. At that moment, she grasped the meaning of the flame of the Demon Suppression Division. Within the transport vehicle, information regarding the site of the calamity was relayed continuously. This disaster has already been classified as a Level G calamity, with indications of a potential escalation to Level J. The ranking of calamities follows the 10 celestial stems: Jia, Yi, Bing, Dingwu, Ji, Geng, Xian, Ren, and Kuei. The closer the classification is to Jia, the greater the danger it poses. The catastrophe that obliterated the entirety of Jin City was a Level A disaster, and its peril is readily apparent. Upon receiving information about the demons involved, Wei Pingxing's countenance grew grim. An undying hound of Level 4? This is indeed a dire predicament. Tianyu furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Undying hound? Is it a formidable demon?" Wei Pingxing replied gravely, "It poses a significant challenge. As is widely known, demons generally possess regenerative capabilities, making them exceedingly difficult to eliminate. However, the Undying Hound is not merely regenerative. It can split apart, with severed limbs manifesting into new Undying Hounds, leading to an exponential increase in their numbers. Even if one refrains from attacking, merely restraining, it will prompt its essence to continuously divide. Moreover, it possesses 3 heads, each endowed with distinct abilities, rendering control of the situation exceedingly challenging. Wei Pingsheng had once participated in a rescue operation amidst an Undying Hound's calamity, which was nothing short of a nightmare, resulting in numerous fatalities, including those of officers from the Demon Suppression Division. At this revelation, the expressions of the team members inside the vehicle turned pale. Could demons truly be so monstrous? With a serious demeanor, Wei Pingxing instructed, "Remember this. Should you encounter any newly split Undying Hounds, do not engage. Simply flee. Maintain a distance of at least 1 kilometer from the demon. Even if countless lives await your rescue within that range, you must not enter it. Your safety is paramount." However, a young team member swallowed hard, stammering, But didn't the captain just say the flame of the Demon Suppression Division protects the homes of the people? Would it not be cowardly to abandon those in peril, prioritizing one's own survival? Do such actions truly honor the title of officer in the Demon Suppression Division? They're still waiting for us to rescue them. However, Wei Pingxing's mechanical eye glinted red, and he abruptly stood up, seizing the collar of the team member and forcefully pinning him against the wall. Mantras such as these are merely for listening. Do you have any idea what the sacrifice rate is for the Saoyeo officers each year? Do you think it's cowardice? The reckless have already perished. I enlisted at the tender age of 18, serving as a Saoyeo officer for 30 years. Out of my contemporaries, only one remains alive, bedridden for the past 17 years. If you do not wish to become fodder, nor have your parents weep until their eyes are blinded, heed my words. I merely desire to extend your lives a little longer. You are still young. Do you understand? No life is worth more than your own. The young team member, paling, averted his gaze and timidly replied, "Yes." Wei. The vehicle fell into a profound silence. Wei Pingsheng tilted his head towards Ren Jie, who was rubbing his eyes. "Did you hear that? I'm talking to you. If you get crushed again, you won't have such good fortune." Ren Jie grinned nervously. "Don't worry, Uncle Wei." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud crash resounded, and the occupants of the vehicle were tossed about like dice in a cup, caught in a whirlwind of chaos. The left side of the transport vehicle suffered a violent impact as a massive concrete block hurtled from afar, striking their vehicle with tremendous force. The vehicle was overturned, rolling several times along the road, until it finally came to a halt, precariously leaning against a streetlight. The site of the calamity has arrived. Chapter 39. The Crimson Torrent of Steel Amidst the Chaos. The overturned transport vehicle erupted as its door transformed into a vivid scarlet, bursting forth with a resounding explosion. Ren Jie, his fists engulfed in flames, was the first to emerge from the wreckage, blood trickling from his brow, his expression marred by despair. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air as Wei Pingsheng dragged the driver, Si Yaoguan, from the cabin, his legs shattered. Someone, escort him to the medical bay for urgent treatment. Quickly. Yes. The guard. In this moment, the team felt the brutal reality of the calamity. Merely moments ago, a towering building had collapsed, colossal concrete blocks flying over 100 meters, striking the transport vehicle. Gazing upon the scene of devastation, the previous Class 6 calamity seemed trivial by comparison. The site of the disaster was a bustling commercial district, with several malls and numerous office buildings caught in its wake. Many structures stood in disarray, some ablaze, sending plumes of thick smoke skyward. Distressed civilians fled from the epicenter of the calamity. At the heart of the chaos, the Demon Suppression Division had arrived, engaging in fierce combat with the Undying Hound. This monstrous beast towered over 10 meters, its form shrouded in dark, smoke like miasma, sporting 3 heads and 6 blood-red eyes. Its deafening roars reverberated through the air, each movement causing the earth to tremble. Ren Jie even caught sight of Yu and Wu Yunxing, locked in a fierce struggle with the Undying Hound. As Yu had already entered a state of divine transformation, the battle escalating into a fervent clash. The third squad had arrived, but they were not alone. Over 10 demon suppression officers were present, with reinforcements continually arriving. Barrier practitioners erected a massive shield to contain the Undying Hound, while others employed thick golden chains and vines to ensnare its limbs, striking with the might of divine champions. However, even with such efforts, the Undying Hound split into numerous copies, its numbers still increasing. The barrier practitioners were nearing their limits. Should any of these creatures escape, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, Ren Jie and his companions were among the early arrivals, with Si Yaoguan already establishing a perimeter. At this moment, the captains began assigning tasks. Each team was to perform their duties, utilizing life detectors to locate survivors, prioritizing the rescue of many over few, evacuating the living before tending to the injured. Fifth Squad, immediately evacuate the civilians trapped in the magical defense project beneath the left side mall. That area is on the brink of collapse. Activate all distress signals. You know how to use them. Don't let me down. The captains rallied their teams. Charging into the fray, each officer equipped with a distress signal that, once activated, would sound an alarm if the wearer remained motionless for a minute. Ren Jie and his group attempted to advance, only to be halted by the seasoned officers. What are you rookies doing here? Leave the dangerous tasks to us veterans. You are assigned to Zone C. Don't wet your pants. The captain led his team deeper into the disaster zone. After the occurrence of the calamity, a circle was drawn around the epicenter, marking the battle area where the officials of the Demon Suppression Bureau were prohibited from entering. Beyond this zone, the area was classified into 3 segments, A, B, and C, according to the level of danger. The C zone, being the outermost, posed the least threat and required minimal effort for rescue. Above the scene of the disaster in the C zone, 2 helicopters roared, capturing the unfolding situation from an aerial perspective, vividly illustrating the chaos below. As the masses fled in panic, countless officials bravely surged forward into the fray, their bright orange fireproof suits standing out like a torrent of crimson steel, defying the tide. At that moment, MOG was hanging in the helicopter cabin, his features distorted by the gusts of wind, passionately narrating the scene. We witnessed the Demon Suppression Bureau already engaged in suppressing the undead beasts, with officials arriving promptly to rescue those trapped. That stream of orange-red steel, moving against the current, represented a lifeline for those in peril. Let us offer our prayers for them. The night shall pass, and dawn will inevitably arrive. The images of the calamity were being simultaneously broadcast on television and the internet, stirring the hearts of countless viewers. The comments flooded with candles and hands clasped in prayer. Isn't the occurrence of calamities alarmingly frequent? Another one, and of grade G? May everything be well. Why is it at the Tianmen Center? My sister works there. I can't reach her. Oh no, this is dreadful. My wife took our child there for a dance class. I managed to get through, but they are trapped inside. I've arrived on site, but am blocked by a cordon. How can I get in? If anything happens to them, I cannot bear to live. Brother upstairs, do not panic. The Tianmen Center is in the C-zone. The officials will find a way, someone reassured. But such a towering structure is going to be difficult to rescue from. Look over there. It's packed with people. The camera zoomed in on the helicopter's footage, revealing the towering Tianmen Center, where flames soared from the 20th to 50th floors, the fire spreading relentlessly upwards. The crowd below had evacuated as much as possible. Those unable to escape were driven by the raging inferno to flee upwards. The building itself had sustained considerable damage from the blasts of the undead beast crimson cannons, leaving gaping holes and rendering the Tianmen Center precariously unstable, seemingly on the verge of collapse. At that moment, on the 80th floor, a number of terrified individuals stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, their faces pale with fear, anxiously pacing in circles. Some even attempted to open windows, throwing out fire hoses in a desperate bid for self-rescue. Yet, all efforts seemed futile. How could one descend from hundreds of meters high? Witnessing this scene, MOG's heart ached in unison with theirs. We could see that a multitude of people were trapped within the Tianmen Center, the structure leaning perilously, while the officials exerted every effort to conduct a rescue, hoping for a successful outcome. Meanwhile, below the Tianmen Center, the officials were in a frenzy. Wei Pingsheng furrowed his brow. Who will check inside the building? Have the lower floors evacuated? Is there any chance to access the upper levels? With so many people above, if the building collapses, it would spell doom for all. Ladders were being deployed to cool the burning floors, and drones were utilized to spray water where they could not reach. Rescue operations in high-rise buildings are exceedingly challenging, and Wei Pingsheng had not anticipated embarking on such a formidable task alongside a group of novices. Ren Jie promptly raised his hand, declaring, "I'll go inside the building. I'm unafraid of the flames and can assess the situation on the fire-affected floor." As he spoke, he dashed toward the towering structure, only to be firmly grasped by Wei Pingsheng at the nape of his neck. With a gaze of utmost seriousness, he admonished, "This time, do not act foolishly. Prioritize your own safety. I have no desire to send you to the crematorium once more." Ren Jie recoiled slightly, offering a sheepish grin. "Uncle Wei, rest assured, I have yet to exhaust my days." With that, he sprinted towards the building. Wei Pingsheng cast a troubled glance towards the rooftop. Where is the helicopter? Deployed to the rooftop to evacuate individuals. It was already in motion. However, the sheer number of people hindered the helicopter's capacity. Additionally, the turbulence significantly affected its ability to hover and land, and there was a possibility of the undead attacking aerial vehicles. Wei Pingsheng's expression hardened, then arranged for it. What about the jetpacks? Where have the airborne soldiers gone? Our primary concern is to get our personnel up there. Without a professional rescue organization, the efficiency of assisting the multitude would be severely compromised, and the specifics of the situation above remained unknown. The equipment truck carrying the flying backpacks had been destroyed en route. New gear was currently being transported. Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth. First, attempt the helicopter for a descending rescue, avoiding the undead's line of sight, and send our team up in batches. Then, try using the rocket harpoons to see if we can breach the fire-affected floor and secure a cable. Action. The rescue personnel immediately sprang into action. While Wei Pingsheng's eyes reflected his deep concern, the building could not withstand much longer, and time was of the essence. If the pathways inside the building were clear, the operation would be considerably more manageable. Now, they awaited news from Ren Jie. Chapter 40. The soaring flame meteor. As Ren Jie ascended the building to assess the situation, efforts were simultaneously underway outside. Unfortunately, the harpoon rocket had failed. The cable was too heavy, reaching only the 30th floor, unable to surpass the inferno. Meanwhile, rescue helicopters, carrying numerous officials, were attempting to lower themselves. At that moment, Ren Jie burst forth from the building, carrying an unconscious victim, smoke-stained and clutching another individual, grotesquely injured and cloaked in ash, still emitting wisps of smoke. The lower levels had been evacuated, and from the flaming floor, 2 severely burned individuals were rescued. If treated promptly, they might survive. The rest was another matter. Accessing the building was impossible. Several floors had collapsed, obstructed by debris. Even if a path were cleared, the civilians could not safely traverse the fiery levels. The heat was unbearable, likely to incinerate them. While speaking, Ren Jie gently laid the injured on a stretcher. Wei Pingsheng squinted, stating, "If we cannot navigate inside, we must proceed from the outside." Instantly, the gaze of the crowd turned toward the helicopter. Some officials had already begun their descent when, at that moment, the undead hound trapped within the barrier fixated its gaze on the helicopter. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a devastating attack, shattering the barrier and hurtling toward the helicopter. In an instant, flames erupted into the sky. Dodge! As the fireball threatened to engulf the helicopter, Yi Yu swiftly turned, unleashing the blood god spear with a thunderous sonic boom, striking the fiery projectile mid-air and causing it to explode into a colossal fireball. The shockwave destabilized the helicopter, sending it into a perilous spin as the officials suspended by ropes were nearly flung into the abyss. Flying vehicles must not enter Zone C. They will attract the undead hound's assault. Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "If vehicles are barred, how can we save anyone?" It's easier said than done. If only there were gene warriors with flight capabilities. To fly on one's own strength requires at least reaching the 6th tier of the awakening realm. If such individuals existed, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Lower-tier gene warriors could only rely on their abilities, yet possessing flight skills was exceedingly rare. With no means to send aid, they could only fret below. The rescue efforts stalled in a quagmire. Ren Jie wiped his face, his wide eyes scanning the area, suddenly locking onto a nearby metal pole. A wild idea ignited in his mind. Isn't it just a matter of getting up there? I have a plan. What plan could you possibly have? Your combustion thrust isn't sufficient for flight, is it? Hey, where are you going? Without answering, Ren Jie dashed toward the disaster site. At that moment, MOG was equally frantic. The officials had exhausted every possible method, yet the flames continued their relentless ascent. If a solution wasn't found soon, the consequences would be dire. Before he could finish, a cacophony of twisting steel echoed as the structure of the Tianmen Center tilted ominously, threatening collapse at any moment. Viewers at home held their breath, their hearts entwined with despair. Please think of something. There are so many lives at stake. Has the rescue hall truly given up? My sister is still inside. You have all witnessed the situation at the scene and have exhausted every conceivable solution. Yet find yourselves at an impasse. Can the gene warriors, capable of traversing the skies and earth, not lend a hand? Shall we merely stand by and observe their demise? The demon suppression officers are preoccupied with restraining the undying hounds. Who has the capacity to spare? If you are so capable, why not take the initiative? The barrage of comments has erupted in chaos. In the laundry room, Ning, while washing clothes, anxiously watches the television, her face etched with worry. Uncertain if Xiao Jia is present at the scene, Tao Yao Yao clutches her pet weasel, nervously glued to her computer screen, intently following the rescue livestream. Though Jiangju Li and Mo Wanro did not attend, they too are monitoring the situation through their phones. Jiangju Li bit her lip in determination. I must call Xiao Ge. She can fly. Surely she can help. Just as Mo Wanro was about to speak, she suddenly froze. Xiao Li, do you see that? What is it? A missile? A brilliant flash of fire abruptly intrudes upon the broadcast, impossible to overlook. The fiery trail descends at a diagonal trajectory, heading straight for the Tianmen Center. Jiang Jiuli, taken aback, remarked, "A missile? It doesn't appear to be one. Missiles travel at high speeds, and their impact on demons is minimal. This resembles a person." At that moment, the comments in the live stream exploded with fervor. as viewers speculated wildly about the nature of the fiery entity invading the frame. MOG was equally astounded as the radiant flame streaked past the helicopter. The camera zooming in for a close-up, revealing the source of the blaze. It was none other than Ren Jie, engulfed in flames, sporting the fiery horns of a demon. His feet burned fiercely, generating immense thrust, enabling him to glide through the air. He even waved at MOG from the helicopter. Montachi stood frozen in disbelief. Ren Jie, how could he soar to such heights? Can he truly fly? In front of the television, and Ning gasped in astonishment. Her previous concerns about Xiao Jie's presence were rendered moot, as it not only attended, but soared through the sky. Tao Yao Yao, her lollipop tumbling from her mouth, pointed excitedly at the computer screen. Brother, my brother. Yes, on television. No, wait, yes, flying. The thieving weasel mirrored her excitement, dashing forward to lick the computer screen fervently. Jiang Juli, witnessing the spectacle, could not suppress a smirk. Given Ren Jie as cultivation level, even with his formidable flames, it should not suffice to elevate him to such altitudes. She had verified this during the assessment. The pressing question remained, how had he ascended higher than the helicopter? Mo1 swallowed hard. He isn't flying. He is gliding. Look at the fire pole behind him. Could it be that he jumped from the top of the pole, intending to harness the flame's thrust and utilize the height differential to enter the building? Jiang Juli gasped in horror. Ren Jie possesses tremendous audacity. To attempt such a stunt at the first stage? Is he not afraid of falling to his demise? Mo1, are you complimenting him? The audience in the live stream was utterly taken aback by the unfolding scene. What? Isn't that the wind fire wheel from the assessment, the one with infinite jumps? I believe his name is Ren Jie, right? Can he fly? Impossible. Absolutely not. He leapt from the matchstick, gliding. Remarkable. Is he truly risking so much to save others? How incredibly gallant. Sir Hai, for I shall bestow upon you the title of the mightiest rocket. In this moment, Ren Jie has embraced his transformation. He is utterly unconcerned with the expenditure of emotional mist, for the scene of calamity is rife with it. At this juncture, Ren Jie's gaze is fixated upon the Tianmen Center, his eyes ablaze with madness. By the heavens, no one shall hinder my quest for wealth. Ahem, I mean to save lives. Who would refuse to earn money? If I manage to rescue all these people, the rewards will be substantial. It would be akin to gathering wealth in a sack, would it not? I shall not permit a single penny to escape my sight. Ren Jie may not possess the ability to fly, yet at this moment, he is indeed soaring. Like a flaming meteor, he hurtles towards the Tianmen Center. However, no one notices that the blood-red eyes of the undead beast are intently fixed upon Ren Jie, gleaming with primal desire, even the hairs on its back bristling with excitement. Just as Wei Pingsheng and the others were fretting over their inability to send assistance, a fiery meteor streaked towards the building. What on earth? Ren Jie bellowed. Everyone, step aside, I am about to land. The trapped civilians before the floor-to-ceiling windows witnessed a meteor hurtling towards them, their faces paling in terror. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, the window shattered as Ren Jie collided with it. However, the dramatic entrance they envisioned was absent. Instead, his face slammed against the upper window frame, causing him to arch backward and tumble downwards. Amidst gasps of astonishment, Ren Jie's mechanical arm shot out, grasping the floor to pull himself up, struggling to rise from the ground, deactivating his transformation. Blood gushed from his nose, a large bump forming on his forehead. Looking at the bewildered crowd, he sheepishly scratched his head and said, could we keep what just happened to ourselves? I could really use some tissue. Chapter 41. The water from heaven without roots yet. The people were utterly indifferent to this. Ren Jie's attire was far too conspicuous. As soon as he approached, tears cascaded down. You must be an officer from the Division of Rescuers, right? Finally, someone has come to save us. I thought we were doomed. Please, hurry and rescue us. We can all make it out, can't we? My wife is waiting for me at home. Can you take my daughter down first? She is still so young. I beg you, Mommy. I don't want to leave Mommy in an instant. The trapped crowd surged towards Ren Jie, their eyes brimming with hope as they clutched at his clothing, as if he were the last lifeline. Responsibility, perhaps, is the weight of countless expectations resting on your next utterance, each word you speak. Taking a deep breath, Ren Jie assured them, "Do not worry, no one will perish. I will find a way to get you all out." Upon hearing his resolute response, many in the crowd sighed in relief, some unable to suppress their tears. The price has been paid. Ren Jie's lips twitched. He had anticipated needing to frighten them to elicit tears, yet it had proven so effortless. However, one thing was clear. To survive, they must follow orders. Is that understood? The crowd nodded fervently. How many people remain? There are about 200 to 300 here, and there are still many in the upper work areas. Ren Jie frowned, contemplating the staggering number. Conventional methods would not suffice. Send someone to gather all personnel above the fire-affected floors to this level. Leave the injured where they are. Our team will attend to them shortly. Do not move them. As he spoke, Ren Jie dashed towards the building's load-bearing columns, locating the emergency steel cable for rapid descent. He shattered a window, extracted the cable, and secured it around his waist. He then turned and strode towards the window. Hey, where are you going? Don't leave us. Are you abandoning us? Please, before the words could fully escape their lips, Ren Jie leaped, plunging from the 80th floor. The cable reel spun wildly, the steel cable being rapidly unwound. Below, Lin Huairen and his companions shouted praises for Brother Jie, astonished that he truly intended to storm into the building. They watched as Ren Jie, tethered to the cable, descended. Wei Pingsheng's eyes gleamed with admiration. What a remarkable young man. No wonder I trained him. A rapid descent on a steel cable. Indeed, during his descent, Ren Jie traced a diagonal line, smoothly landing as he held onto the cable. Anchor the cable. Use the troop transport winch to secure it and inflate the air cushion. There were many people above. Bring more deceleration slides and 5-point harnesses. For those injured, send personnel to assist. Time was of the essence. The officers sprang into action, anchoring the cable securely. Wei Pingsheng called out, "Bring the electric ascenders, and let us move with the first group." One by one, the officers, equipped with rescue gear, ascended the steel cable towards the 80th floor. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live broadcast erupted in excitement. They were scaling the heights. This steel cable was nothing less than a lifeline bridging the chasm between life and death. This lifeline was established by Ren Jie at the peril of his own life. In an instant, the barrage of praise for Rocket Ren flooded the live broadcast. Xiao Guan arrived on the scene, beginning the organization of rescue operations and the treatment of the injured. Naturally, Ren Jie joined as well, standing at the window with a beaming smile, fastening a deceleration strap for the trapped individuals preparing to descend. "I'm the one who saved you, so you're quite the outstanding young lady now. Don't forget to mention it in the debriefing later. A letter of commendation would be splendid, but no need to thank me too much. It's merely my duty. I, Ren Jie, never seek recognition for my good deeds." The girl was nearly in tears, bewildered by the notion of being an outstanding young lady. "I'm terrified. What if I fall?" Before she could finish her sentence, Ren Jie's expression turned serious. "Apologies, the strap isn't secured properly. Just a moment." In that instant, he delivered a swift kick to her backside. The girl let out a shrill scream akin to that of a startled prairie dog, grasping the safety rope as she slid down the cable. "Hey, yeah, what the?" Ren Jie reveled in a wave of emotional chaos, chuckling to himself. With 200 in, the emotional turmoil was quite a bonus. Could there truly be a better job than this? Xiao Guan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but cover his face. Was he a devil? The poor souls had already endured a calamity. Must they also suffer psychological torment before being rescued? Ren Jie tilted his head, grinning at the others. "Next, will you jump yourself, or shall I give you a nudge? Afraid of falling? It's certainly better than being burned alive. Jump!" One by one, the trembling individuals stepped forward to secure their straps, leaping down like dumplings. And Ren Jie couldn't have been happier. 400, 800, 1,002. Wei Pingsheng, with a scowl, remarked, "Could you at least count silently? Must you announce every number?" Below, Tianyu gazed up as the trapped individuals slid down the cable, his heart swelling with pride. After all, he had played a part in their rescue. Just then, he felt a chill on his face, followed by a drizzle of raindrops. Confused, Tian noted the sour taste, a bittersweet sensation, and instinctively wiped his face. What was happening? Was it acid rain? But looking up at the bright sun, he wondered where the rain could possibly come from. At that moment, the outstanding young lady who had been kicked down landed, a splash of liquid spreading across her pants. Seeing this, Tian's face darkened. This was no acid rain. It was clearly water from a dubious source. Could it really have come from the heavens? The wisdom of our ancestors proves to be undeniably true. She has indeed tasted the sweetness of it. Could it be that she is afflicted with diabetes? Perhaps it is best to have her thoroughly examined at the hospital. The individuals trapped within the building were hastily evacuated, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds had been released, leaving fewer than 100 still awaiting rescue. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed, shaking the ground beneath them, causing the already precarious Tianmen Center to tilt once more. It even dragged the military transport vehicle, which served as an anchor point, a short distance forward. Many trapped individuals were thrown off balance. At the very epicenter of the calamity, the undead hound offered a sacrifice of a dog's head, entering a rabid state and shattering multiple barriers in a single breath. It spawned over 100 smaller two-headed pups, which raced frantically toward a specific direction. The demon-suppressing officials fought desperately to contain the pups, but their overwhelming numbers proved too great, and several managed to escape, leading to a moment of chaos. The two-headed rabbit hounds scurried up the already tilted exterior of the Tianmen Center, leaping effortlessly across dozens of meters. The urgent voice of the captain crackled through the intercom. "Old Wei, evacuate your team quickly. Those damn pups are heading your way." Wei Pingsheng furrowed his brow, about to respond, when suddenly the floor-to-ceiling window behind him shattered, and a 2-meter-tall, two-headed rabbit hound lunged at him with a gaping maw, drooling with a foul stench. He barely had time to raise his arm in defense before it sank its teeth into him, blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 42. Reflections in the mirror lake. This sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. The trapped individuals screamed in terror, collapsing to the ground and retreating in panic. Even the faces of the officers turned pale, as they had never faced the demon so closely before. Ren Jie felt a tightening in his chest, his ears ringing. "Uncle Wei!" Flames erupted beneath him, surging toward Wei Pingsheng at an astonishing speed. In an instant, one of Wei Pingsheng's arms was bitten, and he was violently thrust against a load-bearing pillar, blood splattering onto his face. The two-headed mad dog shook its head violently, gnashing its teeth at Wei Pingsheng's arm as if intent on tearing it off. Despite the excruciating pain, Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his mechanical eye glowing with a crimson light. With his other hand, he drew a fire axe from his lower back. "You little mutt, do not underestimate me," he roared, swinging the axe down violently toward the dog's head, his arms' muscles tightening like steel cables. With a flash of cold light, blood sprayed as he severed the dog's head. Planting his feet firmly, he executed a powerful shoulder charge, forcing the over 2-meter-tall beast to slide back. Then, wielding the axe's handle, he struck the dog's head fiercely, wrenching his arm free from its jaws, blood pouring forth. The scene left the officers in stunned disbelief. The squad had actually decapitated the two-headed mad dog. He was not even a Jin warrior. The dislodged beast did not relent. Losing a head was merely a superficial injury. It lunged at Wei Pingsheng once more. Gritting his teeth, Wei Pingsheng injected a serum into his wounded arm, his complexion suddenly flushing. Just as he was about to retrieve his collapsible riot shield, the two-headed mad dog was already upon him. At that moment, Ren Jie, enveloped in searing flames, dashed in front of Wei Pingsheng. Incineration, a roaring inferno erupted, instantly carbonizing the skin of the two-headed beast, forcibly blasting it out of the building to plummet from a great height. Yet at that moment, the severed head regenerated from the wound, transforming back into another two-headed mad dog, launching a fresh assault on Wei Pingsheng from a very close distance. Ren Jie narrowed his eyes, flame blade slash. A fiery long sword erupted from his chest, which he grasped tightly, channeling all his fiery power into a devastating downward strike. Flames surged, streaking through the air like a red comet. With a swish, The hair atop Wei Pingxing's head singed, and the load-bearing pillar behind him was severed, the concrete melting into magma from the extreme heat. Wei Pingxiang exclaimed in disbelief. "What the hell are you aiming at? The dog is over there. Why are you hitting me? Are you blind?" He quickly raised his riot shield, slamming it against the two-headed mad dog, forcing it back once more. Turning around, he noticed that the scene still contained 5 or 6 dozen people, including the officers, who had not yet evacuated, and his expression darkened. "Hurry! Do you all wish to die?" Without needing his command, everyone began to retreat in a frenzy. However, at that moment, an even more despairing scene unfolded. As the two-headed hellhounds incessantly crawled in from outside, their numbers swelled from an initial solitary creature to a formidable pack of over a dozen. With the count still on the rise, despite having undergone countless divisions, their size had dwindled to a mere 2 meters, their power and stature significantly inferior to their original form. Nevertheless, each retained at least a second-tier capability, and when amassed in such numbers, they formed a menacing horde that, in the absence of a demon-suppressing official, guaranteed a grim fate for any who remained. Only death by their bites awaited. Instinct and experience continually urged Wei Pingxiang to flee. Run, quickly. Staying here would only lead to being torn apart. There was no way to halt the advancing pack. He had expected the hounds to descend into a frenzied attack, gnashing and biting indiscriminately. To his astonishment, however, the two-headed hellhounds remained still, their blood-red eyes fixated solely on Ren Jie, ignoring the fleeing civilians entirely. Droplets of rancid saliva dripped to the ground, their gaze filled with insatiable hunger. Wei Pingxiang furrowed his brow. Were they targeting Ren Jie? He saw Ren Jie grip the flame blade tightly, squinting as he declared, "Uncle Wei, hurry and leave. This is my fight. To disrupt one's means of survival is akin to murdering their kin. I shall not allow these wretched beasts to harm a single soul, not unless they step over my dead body." His words rang with righteous fervor, igniting a fire in his veins. Yet, Wei Pingxing's expression darkened. "You have it all wrong. The pack is behind you. Why speak bravely toward the support column?" Ren Jie froze, rubbing his eyes in embarrassment. Wei Pingxiang narrowed his gaze. "Stay behind me. I am not as inept as you think. My 30 years of training have not been in vain. Don't act tough if you can't see." Indeed, Ren Jie was on the verge of blindness, his vision blurred to an absurd degree, rendering the distinction between human and beast nearly indistinguishable. A burning sensation coursed through him, as if his eyes might burst from his skull. Since the injection of the awakening gene serum, these symptoms had manifested and only worsened. The horde could no longer contain their desire for Ren Jie, and launched an all-out assault. They spewed forth corrosive, venomous projectiles and unleashed the red hound cannons. Surging forward like a tide, Wei Pingxiang cursed under his breath, his mechanical eye calculating a safe path as he pulled Ren Jie to the side to break through. He adeptly dodged the barrage of red hound cannons and venomous projectiles. When evasion proved impossible, he resorted to using his blast shield for defense, entirely abandoning the notion of counterattack, as his efforts were futile and would only serve to exacerbate their division. The impact from the blast shield reverberated through his hands, causing his palms to crack and his arms to ache. Just as Wei Pingxiang had surmised, the horde was indeed fixated on Ren Jie, utterly indifferent to the trapped individuals around them. While the precise cause of their fixation remained a mystery, it simplified matters. His sole task was to protect Ren Jie from being devoured by the hounds. Though he had not awakened any special abilities, 3 decades of training had propelled Wei Pingxiang far along the path of martial mastery. His physical prowess could rival that of second- and third-tier genetic warriors. And combined with his combat skills and experience, he resolutely pulled Ren Jie along, retreating while defending against the relentless onslaught. The number of ferocious two-headed hounds that could storm into the building was escalating, nearly overwhelming their line of sight. Wei Pingxiang and Ren Jie were gradually cornered, with the effects of the drug rapidly fading. Damn it! What on earth is the Demon Suppression Division doing? The ravenous two-headed beasts opened their gaping maws, lunging towards the duo simultaneously. Their sharp fangs glimmered menacingly, as if intent on tearing them apart and devouring them whole. Wei Pingxiang yearned to flee, But when he attempted to pull Ren Jie along, he found him as immovable as a statue, rooted in place, his wide eyes reflecting a vacant stare. Wei Pingxing thought, "This time we are doomed." He could only raise the blast shield with all his might to protect their bodies. At that moment, Ren Jie's world plunged into complete darkness, rendering him unable to see anything. In a daze, he found himself once more in that mirrored lake space. The demon tree stood silently in the center of the lake, which was shrouded in a thick mist of emotions. Ren Jie gazed at the demon tree in confusion, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the surface of the mirrored lake below. The reflection on the lake mirrored the tree's silhouette, ordinarily unremarkable, yet for some reason, Ren Jie felt a profound sense of dissonance. What was amiss? In the next instant, Ren Jie's eyes widened in realization. It was indeed the reflection that was the problem. The reflection was that of a tree, but it was unmistakably not the demon tree. It was entirely different from the menacing entity before him. Two colossal trees stood, one upright and the other inverted, their roots sprawling across the lake's surface as if they were growing in opposition, up and down, defying the laws of nature. Beneath the tranquil surface of the lake, it seemed to conceal another realm, an inverted world. Was it an illusion? Ren Jie could not help but lower his gaze to his own reflection on the lake's surface. Suddenly, he felt the lake's surface surge upwards, crashing towards his face. His body leaned forward, hurtling directly towards the water. Chapter 43. The Eye of Illusion. The flamed demon blade, Ren Jie, plunged directly into the mirror lake, and a sensation of tumultuous disorientation enveloped him, as if the world had turned upside down. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying flat upon the surface of the lake, with a clear, azure sky overhead. It was neither dark nor cold. Rather, it radiated warmth. Bewildered, Ren Jie rose and surveyed his surroundings. Where was he? Had he entered an inverted realm beneath the mirror lake? His gaze quickly settled upon the center of the lake. There stood a sturdy, towering tree, its trunk a striking white. The trunk was immensely thick, and at its apex, a bulge resembling an eye emerged, from which countless snow-white branches extended, crafting a dense canopy. At a glance, it seemed as though that I was gazing directly at him, capable of perceiving all and unraveling every secret. Confusion washed over D. Why was there another tree? Everything in this space appeared to be in stark contrast to the demonic tree on the other side. One was shrouded in darkness and chill, while the other basked in brightness and warmth. Looking back at the mirror lake, he noticed the reflection of the white giant tree, which indeed mirrored the demonic tree. Ren Jie pondered, could this possibly be a divine tree? Not only could he forge a pact with a demon, but could he also form a covenant with a deity? The mere thought sent a thrill through him, and he rushed forward to touch the white tree. Yet, in an instant he froze. A sensation of profound interconnectedness surged within him. He could feel everything about the white giant tree, as though it were a part of him. In that fleeting moment, clarity washed over Ren Jie. This white giant tree was not a divine tree, nor did it harbor the essence of a deity. Instead, it was his own gene tree. The injection of the awakening gene serum had truly taken effect, manifesting the latent genes already embedded within his own genetic sequence. He had awakened his own abilities, giving rise to this gene tree. If the demonic tree and all the powers associated with being a demon contractor stem from that black pendant, then the white giant tree represented the abilities awakened within him through the gene serum, a power intrinsic to humanity. This ability was named the Eye of Illusion. The eye upon the trunk was sufficient to signify everything. Ren Jie swallowed hard. Did this mean that beyond being a demon contractor, he was also a gene warrior possessing his own unique abilities? A dual identity? A harmonious fusion of magic and martial prowess? Was such a thing truly possible? The moment Ren Jie made contact with the Eye of Illusion tree, it was as if a switch had been flipped. The entire tree emanated a luminous white glow. The emotional fog above the mirror lake was fervently dissipated, drawing in a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. However, this time, the energy was not absorbed by the demonic tree and converted into demonic energy. Instead, it flowed entirely into Ren Jie's being. At present, Ren Jie had attained the 5th stage of the awakening realm. The Eye of Illusion tree had just formed and was slightly incomplete. Thus it was instinctively drawing in spiritual energy to bridge the gap. This indicated that as long as Ren Jie continued to elevate his level, both the demonic tree and the Eye of Illusion tree would rise in tandem. The only distinction lies in the fact that Ren Jie's own cells undergo a dual enhancement, undeniably a grotesque phenomenon. Even more astonishing is the capability of the Eye of Delusion, where each tier possesses 2 skill slots. This implies that Ren Jie will, at every stage, possess 2 additional skills compared to others. At this moment, the first skill of the Eye of Delusion has commenced its awakening, requiring no selection from Ren Jie himself. On the Tree of Delusion, a primary branch has been illuminated, and from it, a leaf resembling an eye has emerged, signifying that this skill is currently at the 1st tier. All information pertaining to the skill surged into Ren Jie's mind, as though it were innate, akin to instinct. A dozen 2-headed hounds lunged forward, and Wei Pingsheng had already resigned himself to his demise. In that instant, he glanced at Ren Jie, his eyes filled with remorse. It was a pity for this child, who had just awakened as a genetic warrior with a path of fortune ahead. Yet was destined to perish here alongside this old fool, all due to your inadequacies. Wei Shu, as fate seldom aligns with one's desires, however, at that moment, Ren Jie, who had been standing still in a daze, suddenly regained his composure. The blurred world transformed into a terrifying clarity, surpassing even the moment of initial awakening. Just as the two were about to meet their fate in the jaws of the beasts, Ren Jie widened his eyes, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints, and a spark of brilliance flashed within. His irises turned as dark as ink, reflecting the vastness of the starry sea. In an instant, at that moment, the world in Ren Jie's eyes abruptly drained of color, the hues dimming. The world seemed to slow down. As the hounds leaping towards them appeared to hover in midair, the scene akin to being slowed down 100-fold, nearly to the point of pause. Ren Jie could discern the dust swirling in the air, every hair on the hounds, the number of their teeth, and even the oil and sweat beading on Wei Pingsheng's pores. It resembled footage captured by a high-speed camera, later viewed in slow motion. Moreover, these images would be indelibly etched in Ren Jie's memory, never to fade. This is likely what is meant by having an exceptional memory. This is the power of the instant eye. When activated, everything perceived through the eyes is slowed down, allowing for immediate comprehension of the surroundings and enemy movements, enabling a timely response. Indeed, the instant eye enhances not only visual acuity, but also the cognitive processing abilities of the brain. Even a mere moment is sufficient for Ren Jie to contemplate numerous strategies. The true terror of the instant eye lies therein. Acceptance of fate is not Ren Jie's nature. Confronted by the oncoming hounds, Ren Jie grasped the flame blade, poised to strike. Yet, as he moved, a complication arose. While his vision and intellect were heightened by the instant eye, allowing him to calculate the optimal trajectory for attack and escape, his body could not keep pace. The actions he attempted to execute appeared agonizingly slow through his own eyes. With a fierce determination, Ren Jie instantly activated his demonic state, recklessly consuming emotional mist to elevate his level. This spiritual energy, akin to that given to the Tree of Delusion, was partially darkened by the demon tree, transforming it for use as demonic energy. Ren Jie's rank began to ascend. With a decisive strike in his demonic form, Ren Jie experienced an extraordinary enhancement of physical prowess. The blazing flame blade sliced through the air, carving a sinuous arc as he cleaved through 3 2-headed hellhounds. The crimson inferno engulfed the beasts, incinerating them as they howled in agony, their cries echoing in despair. With his other hand, he directed a devastating blast towards Wei Pingsheng's explosive shield. A thunderous explosion resonated, propelling Wei Pingsheng, along with the shield, out of the encirclement of hounds, crashing violently against the distant wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This sequence of actions transpired in mere moments, a testament to Ren Jie's swift reflexes. Wei Pingsheng, his ears ringing from the blast, helplessly watched as a horde of hellhounds descended upon Ren Jie, tearing at him relentlessly. The three he had just felled were but a drop in the ocean compared to the entire pack. Puhua, Shao Jie. Yu Wei Pingsheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged toward the pack with his axe. Had he truly succumbed to the gnashing of teeth? The hounds had formed a ring, completely engulfing Ren Jie's figure. Just as Wei Pingsheng was about to leap into the fray, a deafening explosion erupted from the center of the pack, sending several two-headed hellhounds soaring into the air. The shockwave hurled Wei Pingsheng backward. In the midst of the chaos stood Ren Jie, surrounded by swirling crimson flames, his arms extending into colossal blades. Not only his arms, but also his shoulders, elbows, knees, and spine bore the same formidable blades. Even the top of his head was crowned with a blade, and his teeth transformed into razor-sharp edges. His clothing lay in tatters, his skin shimmering with a metallic hue, while every blade was enveloped in searing flames, glowing a fiery red. His metallic skin resembled heated iron, and, in that moment, Ren Jie resembled not a mere human, but an embodiment of a weapon, a thousand-blade demon. With a fierce flourish of his elongated arms, he sliced through the air, the flames roaring around him, his eyes ablaze with a blood-red fury. Infernal blade demon, allow me to show you, you wretched pups. I have yet to savor the taste of dog meat dumplings. Chapter 44. Who truly is the demon? Do not forget, the Tree of Demons possesses the ability to bind and summon demons, with the Painted Skin Demon and the Thousand-Blade Demon both ensnared beneath its roots. The external skill set belonging to Ren Jie is currently manifesting the innate talent of the Thousand-Blade Demon, Blade Spirit, coupled with a blazing blade slash. Every blade extending from Ren Jie embodies the essence of the blazing blade. Given the overwhelming number of hounds, Ren Jie cannot be blamed for his disregard for martial ethics. Wei Pingsheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Ren Jie transformed into a humanoid weapon. Wasn't his power fire-based? Yet, what manner of creature resembled the phantom Madblade? The two-headed hounds, undeterred by fear, surged forward to tear at Ren Jie once more. With a sinister grin, Ren Jie swung the flaming blades fiercely, cleaving through the oncoming hounds and carving arcs of crimson in the air, each blade imbued with astonishing heat. The onslaught of the two-headed hounds could not withstand the full force of Ren Jie's strikes. Heads were severed, claws were cleaved, and some were even split in two by Ren Jie's relentless assault. In an instant, blood sprayed forth, and severed limbs flew about. He resembled a cold meat grinder, transforming every part of his being into a weapon, thus igniting a blood-soaked feast upon the battlefield. With the enhancement of his instant perception, even the swiftest of the hound's attacks could be discerned by Ren Jie, allowing him to evade effortlessly, while the flames served as a propellant for his rapid maneuvers. Should he fail to evade, his skin, as tough as iron, significantly bolstered his defenses. The hound's sharp fangs merely sparked against it. Furthermore, any hound struck by Ren Jie's blazing blade would ignite in an unquenchable inferno, their flesh charred and bones exposed. Their regenerative abilities were significantly hampered, yet their capacity for division remained intact. The flesh severed by Ren Jie swiftly reformed into new two-headed hounds, albeit of slightly smaller stature. Rather than vanquishing them, the number of hounds only multiplied. However, Ren Jie remained unfazed, brandishing his blade with maniacal laughter. Let do him a split. I was just lamenting the lack of filling for my meat. Amidst the rain of blood, Ren Jie's murderous intent surged, propelling his level to the 6th and even 7th stages of enlightenment, a continuous influx of spiritual energy flooding into his being. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Those trapped alongside the officials of the Bureau watched in a stupor. Was this blood-soaked lunatic, akin to a butcher, truly the same Ren Jie they had just seen? How utterly barbaric! Was he truly treating demons as mere meat to be minced? Wei Pingsheng struggled to his feet, tilting his head and declaring, I do not know how long he can hold out. We must hasten our retreat. No one dared to linger any longer, hastily gliding away along the steel cables, including the officials. Meanwhile, outside the building, the scene was spiraling out of control. The undying hounds were spawning an overwhelming number of pups, and the barrier masters could not contain them. These pups had no intention of wreaking havoc elsewhere, their sole target directed at the Tianmen Center. Meanwhile, on MOG's end. A camera helicopter relentlessly captured images of the chaos on the 80 floors above. For reasons unknown, those rabid hounds charged towards the 80th floor of Tianmen Center, with more than a dozen already breaching its confines. Inside, numerous officials and personnel remained unevacuated. On the opposite side of the building, the evacuation continued, with individuals emerging one after another. Yet no one truly knew the circumstances within or the extent of the casualties. At that moment, countless spectators in the live broadcast felt their hearts leap to their throats. And Ning and Tao Yao Yao were on the verge of tears, having just seen Ren Jie enter the building himself, also on the 80th floor. Jiang Jiuli, watching the live feed, furrowed her brow. Was Ren Jie truly this unfortunate? How could he find himself entangled in trouble on both occasions? Although the last incident had been due to her own actions, just as the crowd's concern for the state of the building reached a peak, a thunderous explosion echoed. A dog covered in knife wounds was suddenly hurled from the window by a massive burst of flames. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? Yet in the next instant, they beheld Ren Jie standing at the window, his body adorned with crimson blades and surrounded by swirling flames, sporting a maniacal grin reminiscent of a demon. "Die for me," he cackled. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the hound that had been scaling the building, bathing himself in a rain of blood. His smile grew ever more frenzied. Those witnessing this spectacle gasped in horror. What kind of beast was this? Where had it emerged from? MOG's eyes widened, his voice rising an octave. "Is this Ren Jie?" It was hard to believe at first glance. After all, the transformation brought on by his demonic powers was astonishingly profound. And Ning and Tao Yao Yao stared at the screen, their hairs standing on end. Was this truly their friend, Xiao Jie? Jiang Jiuli and Mo Ro, too, gaped in disbelief at the blood-soaked figure that resembled a weapon of war. Is that really Ren Jie? His abilities surely extend beyond mere flames. Only at the first level. And he dared to confront a demon head-on? Suddenly, Jiang Jiuli grasped why the Demon Hunting Academy sought to recruit exceptional talents. Yet, merely striking down one hound proved futile as the creatures, maddened, continued their relentless ascent along the building's exterior. Ren Jie remained at the window, tirelessly hacking away. Chunks of flesh flying as blood sprayed wildly, accompanied by his bizarre, maniacal laughter. The fireballs spewed by the rabid hounds could not harm Ren Jie. In fact, the fiery energy was absorbed by him for healing. Even the venomous projectiles dissipated into nothingness before they could reach him, rendered ineffective by the searing heat. Only physical attacks could pose a threat, resorting to biting. At last, one hound seized the opportunity, lunging from the side and sinking its teeth into Ren Jie's shoulder, gnawing with ferocity. With eyes wide, the pain only exhilarated him further. "How dare you bite me? You think that's all you can do? I'll bite you back." With that, he opened his own razor-toothed maw and clamped down on the hound's neck, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Then, with a swift thrust, he plunged the blade into the abdomen of the demon, causing the edge to burst open and yield more blades, which mercilessly shredded its body into pieces. Ren Jie, his mouth smeared with the blood of the demon, spat out a chunk of flesh and wiped the corner of his mouth. The crispness was delightful. The flavor of dog meat was exquisite. This scene sent chills down the spine of everyone watching. Goodness, who truly is the demon here? This fellow appears even more demonic than the demon itself. The barrage of comments exploded. This is utterly brutal. Devouring a demon? Is he for real? Ren is astonishing. The officer Si Yao, is this formidable? Wasn't it said that Si Yao could not confront demons head-on? Yet, Ren Jie, he is merely a newly promoted rookie. Isn't he? Truly impressive. I've learned my lesson, what to do if bitten by a dog. Should one retaliate by biting back? Yes, that is the way to do it, venting frustration, slaying these malevolent demons that plague Jinsheng. In that moment, Ren Jie stood at the window, consumed by a frenzy, embodying the spirit of a lone hero defying countless foes. No demon could surpass Ren Jie and breach the building. Furthermore, Ren Jie's level had ascended to the 8th stage of awakening, seemingly on the brink of breaking through to the 2nd tier of the spine realm. Chapter 45. Abate the commotion here had even caught the attention of Night Moon and her companions. The demon suppression officer was momentarily stunned at the sight before him. Was this truly the officer of salvation responsible for rescuing lives? Was this the kind of salvation that involved slaying demons outright? Night Moon, equally astonished, had previously pondered whether Ren Jie might also appear, but never did she expect to witness him in such a manner. In merely a day's absence, how had he grown so formidable? Moreover, those blades bore a striking resemblance to Li Zhan's, didn't they? Nevertheless, witnessing Ren Jie's incredible prowess filled Night Moon with joy. Bringing him into the Demon Suppression Division was undoubtedly the right decision. Such talent would be wasted in the Hall of Salvation. As Ren Jie continued his rampage, the frenzied hounds hesitated, their once reckless charge faltering, fear flickering in their crimson eyes. They were not afraid of death, but this fellow was capable of biting even the dogs. Ren Jie grinned malevolently. Is this all? So, demons can feel fear as well? Come on, bring it on, you mutts. He even began to taunt them. At this moment, the undying hound, previously entangled with the demon suppression officers, became desperate, its blood-red eyes fixated on Ren Jie, and it sacrificed another hound's head to enter a state of extreme frenzy, shattering all restraints upon its being. It charged ferociously towards Ren Jie. Not good, exclaimed Night Moon. The creature lunged forward, conjuring a massive claw of blood to grasp the hound's tail, while its other hand materialized a spear of blood, thrusting it fiercely into the ground in an attempt to slow the hound's advance. Turning back, she urgently called, Mu Chuan, are you all right? On the battlefield, a young man clad in black, his hands forming a concentric seal, was drenched in sweat. His skin was adorned with blood-red divine patterns, and within the seal floated a writhing mass of flesh, as the patterns continued to infuse power into it. Don't rush me, I'm almost there. As the undying hound sprinted forth, the ground trembled, and the already unstable tower of equilibrium began to tilt, its supporting pillars cracking under the strain. At that moment, everyone inside had evacuated. Wei Pingsheng, hanging from a steel cable, shouted back, Xiao Jie, we're leaving. If we don't hurry, the building will collapse. Ren Jie leapt from the window, declaring, you go ahead, I'll take this route. Wei Pingsheng scowled, muttering to himself that he shouldn't have worried about Ren Jie. Before sliding down the cable, under the gaze of the crowd, the tower of equilibrium began to tilt and crumble. Ren Jie slid down the inclined structure, trailing brilliant flames behind him, all the while continuing to slash at the hounds, his expression fierce and wild. Clearly, even in his demonic state, the emotional fog influenced him, particularly while wielding the blade demon. With a resounding crash, the entire tower of equilibrium collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Amidst the ruins, Ren Jie's blazing flames shone brilliantly. He was no longer the fragile youth who could be easily crushed. Just as Ren Jie withdrew his blade from the body of the frenzied hound, the swirling dust around him suddenly dispersed. The towering, undead hound, standing over 10 meters high, opened its gaping maw, lunging toward Ren Jie with an instinctual hunger gleaming in its eyes. Ren Jie tilted his head back, observing the scene, his lips twitching in disbelief. Am I some sort of dog food? Why does it want to gnaw on me? However, in the next instant, a voice rang out, Zhang Muchuan. Zhang Muchuan's eyes snapped open, and he uttered the curse of the witch god. Annihilate. With a thunderous explosion, the flesh and blood within the heart seal erupted violently. Simultaneously, all the frenzied hounds present, along with the towering undead beast, were obliterated from within. In that moment, blood and viscera flew in every direction, splattering Ren Jie from head to toe, while even the skies wept a crimson rain, drenching the battlefield in a scarlet hue. Wiping his face, Ren Jie cast a bemused glance at the visibly relieved Yu. Isn't there a more gentle method for your demon exorcising officials? We from the Saoyeo Hall are responsible for the aftermath, you know? Cleaning up is exhausting. Yu, watching Ren Jie, who appeared as if he had emerged from a bloodbath, felt her eyelids twitch. You dare to criticize us? You gentle? You even bite dogs. No, we are in this together. You are about to become part of the demon exorcism department as well. You must have received your enrollment notification today, correct? Ren Jie rolled his eyes and sprinted back to the team without looking back. Not yet joined. So it doesn't count. Let us talk after you sort things out for me. You seek hit in a spiritan. It seems one cannot open their eyes to money without a struggle. However, there's no escaping your fate. You will inevitably be a part of the demon exorcism department. The undead hound had been vanquished by Zhang Muchuan's curse, marking the end of the demon exorcism, yet the rescue operations were far from over. The officials from Xiaoyao were still aiding the injured, while the demon exorcists joined the rescue efforts, making the operations somewhat easier. Meanwhile, the Xiaoyao Hall commenced searching for their missing officials. During the previous rescue efforts, the distress signals from 31 officials had sounded, indicating they had not moved for over a minute. 17 others had completely lost their tracking signals. Ren Jie did not remain idle. He began locating his colleagues according to the signals. Amidst the frantic activity at the disaster site, on a high-rise rooftop in Area 48, Luo Su, clad in a pristine white raincoat, peered through binoculars, observing the calamity in Area 49, his lips emitting a series of clicks. Behind him, a suited subordinate held an umbrella to shield him from the sun. "My lord, the effect of this demon disaster seems quite satisfactory. This undead hound is particularly formidable," the subordinate remarked. Luo Su lowered the binoculars and scoffed, of course. Transformed from a fallen demon, the undead hound exhibits remarkable prowess. Behold its grotesque visage. Rationality devoured by malevolent spirits, acting solely on instinct, truly a repulsive sight. Yet, it serves its purpose well. Always remember, the paramount distinction between humans and animals lies in our ability to transcend mere instinct. We possess thoughts and will. Tools such as stone axes and bone clubs, as well as modern instruments like airplanes and missiles, are but extensions of our agency. We are the masters of power, not its subjugates. Yuan Pei, you do not wish to become a fallen demon, do you? Luoshu's gaze, laden with significance, rested upon Yuan Pei. The latter's complexion paled, and he hastily bowed, expressing, "I do not wish for that, sir." Luoshu smiled faintly. "Excellent. Thanks to this undead hound, we have drawn the attention of the Demon Suppression Bureau. The bait has worked splendidly. Is the list ready?" Yuan Pei promptly presented it, stating, "Here it is. The demon contractors in Jinsheng, including those who have recently awakened and recorded gene warriors, even those who might be involved, are all accounted for. But with so many individuals, can we truly investigate them all? Furthermore, do we genuinely intend to proceed? If things go awry, it would be a monumental affair. The great Xia would not take it lightly." Luoshu casually perused the list, the A4 paper thick with names and personnel information. Among them, Ren Jie's name stood out prominently. With a derisive laugh, he remarked, "This is not our concern. The higher-ups have their own directives. Should anything transpire, they will intervene. Our duty is to follow orders and cooperate. Moreover, Yuan Pei, you still do not grasp the gravity of our actions, do you? Unable to investigate? If we cannot locate them, this matter will not conclude. As long as they remain in Jinsheng, we must unearth them, even if it requires digging 3 feet into the earth. Do you recall how Jinsheng vanished a decade ago?" Yuan Pei's eyes widened in shock. You mean this could also?" Luoshu turned, placing a cigarette between his lips. "I am uncertain how far the higher-ups will go, but you had best hope they can find the individuals. Otherwise, it may very well be our demise." He retrieved a lighter, poised to ignite the cigarette, when an ominous chill enveloped him. Yuan Pei's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, fixated on Luoshu's cheek, muscles taut and ready to strike. Luoshu's expression stiffened. 10? 10 of them? How unfortunate. Discarding the cigarette, he turned away, his face clouded with displeasure. Chapter 46. The Justifications for Self-Deception as the sun dipped below the horizon. The relentless efforts of clearing and rescue continued, with heavy machinery now at work. In a cleared expanse, 28 lifeless bodies lay meticulously arranged, each clad in the orange uniform of the Siyao Hall. The chilling touch of their stillness symbolized the irrevocable passage of life. Some remains were so mangled that they were hastily pieced together, rendering their identities nearly unrecognizable, discernible only by the badges and insignia upon their garments. A multitude of Siyao officials and citizens gathered in somber silence, the air thick with an oppressive weight. In the distance, Ren Jie, his torso bare and covered in soot, emerged from the ruins, carrying a severed corpse upon his back. He laid the body on the ground, its arms frozen in a protective embrace. Ren Jie attempted to press down the lifeless hand, but it resisted, as if time had conspired to freeze that moment eternally. In a hoarse voice, he murmured, "This is the last one, Qinghua from the 6th team. When I found him, he was trapped beneath the rubble, his lower half crushed, cradling a little girl in his arms. That girl, she is still alive." A sense of desolation clouded Ren Jie's gaze. Just this morning, they had all gathered for an assessment, playfully competing to prove their prowess. Yet by afternoon, he had become nothing but a cold corpse, devoid of speech and motion. The son of the captain, with a promising future ahead, had seen his life abruptly halted today. Ren Jie fell silent, standing aside to render a quiet salute. In that moment, the Xiao officials could no longer contain themselves, despite enduring injuries with stoic resolve. The iron-willed men wept openly, tears streaming down their faces as they crouched on the ground, hiding their grief. The captain, in a state of agitation, pushed through the crowd, and, upon seeing Qinghua lying lifeless, his complexion drained of color, his body froze in place. He did not approach the cold form nor caress the still body. Instead, he turned silently and walked away. His legs buckled, nearly causing him to fall, but he was steadied by a bystander. "Captain, are you all right?" someone inquired. The captain brusquely shoved the man's hand away, snapping, "Get lost. Has the rescue work been completed? Do you have time to fret over me?" He pushed through the throng and ascended the transport vehicle. One individual attempted to follow, only to be restrained by another who shook his head solemnly. In the driver's seat, the captain gripped his hair in anguish, tears streaming down his face as he pounded the steering wheel in despair. Why? Why must there be calamities in this world? Why Qinghua? Why did I bring him into the Xiao Hall? The torment within him threatened to tear him apart, overwhelming him. In that fleeting moment, he appeared to age dramatically. Before others, he was the captain, the steadfast pillar of the 7th team, impervious to collapse. Yet in solitude, he was merely a father bereaved of his child. Nothing is more excruciating than a parent burying their offspring. Ren Jie withdrew his gaze, the whispers of demons echoing in his mind. The cost. Payment completed. Ren Jie forced a smile, reflecting on the harshness of the price he had paid. He indeed wished to make others weep, yet not in such a manner. Beneath the setting sun, Ren Jie silently distanced himself from the crowd, settling onto the ruins nearby, his gaze fixed upon the people who were laying flowers and lighting candles in tribute to the fallen officers, his eyes deep with contemplation. No one knew what thoughts occupied Ren Jie at that moment. Perhaps unbeknownst to many, the uniform of the officers contained a concealed drag strap at the nape, intended for use when they lost consciousness or mobility, allowing for their removal from the scene. This was the very first lesson Ren Jie had learned upon entering the officer hall. Wei Pingsheng leaned against the side, one arm bandaged and encased in a cast, suspended from his neck. He observed the scene in silence, burdened by the weight of past experiences. Noticing Ren Jie approach, he gestured for him to sit beside him. The old and the young, side by side amidst the ruins under the waning sun, their shadows elongated. Wei Pingsheng retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips. As he attempted to ignite it with a lighter, the one-handed operation proved cumbersome, and the lighter slipped from his grasp. Just as he reached to retrieve it, Ren Jie extended his middle finger towards him, a flame igniting at his fingertip. "Hey, you've been told multiple times to smoke," Wei Pingsheng paused, then chuckled as he used the flame to light his cigarette. Just this little indulgence. A puff of smoke escaped his lips, swirling in the air. And Ren Jie inquired with curiosity, "What is engraved on your lighter? Are there words?" Wei Pingsheng employed an old-fashioned kerosene lighter, hastily tucking it away. "Oh, it's nothing special, a gift from my first love. It's quite outdated now. She is probably married by now, right? Time truly flies," he mused, "by the way. Next time you hand me a light, could you refrain from using your middle finger?" Ren Jie rolled his eyes. "Are you that particular? There won't be a next time. You can light it yourself." Wei Pingsheng chuckled, shaking his head with a hint of nostalgia. This is the nature of the officer's work. In the end, few have a good conclusion. Those who remain in the team have their own reasons. After this incident, I too wish to retire. I'm getting old and less useful. Ren Jie frowned. "What nonsense. What do you mean by getting old and useless? Could it be that the ineffective merely grow older?" Wei Pingsheng choked on the smoke, erupting into a fit of coughs, laughingly rebuking. "You little rascal, can you speak sensibly?" As he scolded, he affectionately ruffled Ren Jie's hair. Ren Jie grinned widely, raising an eyebrow at him. Yet, Wei Pingsheng's expression turned serious. "Xiao Jie, I'm speaking earnestly. Leave the officer hall and attend the Demon Hunter Academy. You will find better opportunities and stand upon a grander stage. Don't squander your talents. This world is not confined to the small city of Jincheng." Ren Jie smiled and shook his head. "Uncle Wei, I am well aware of my own affairs, so please refrain from advising me. I wish to remain in the officer hall for a while longer." Wei Pingsheng frowned. "Why? Is it because of Tao Ran? Is it the guilt that lingers in your heart? The hurdle you cannot seem to overcome?" Ren Jie's expression stiffened as he vehemently denied. "It is not." Wei Pingsheng exhaled a puff of smoke and sighed. "Stop pretending. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. 10 years ago, Tao Ran sacrificed his life to save you, leaving behind a Ning and Tao Yao Yao. A sense of guilt has lingered in your heart. Guilt towards Tao Ran, and guilt towards a Ning and Tao Yao Yao. You believe that if it were not for your rescue, they would have lived happily. You are at a loss as to how to repay or atone for this guilt. For a decade, you have carried this burden, striving to be good to a Ning and Tao Yao Yao, yet the guilt remains ever present. Thus, you are fixated on the Sio Hall, determined to save others and continue Tao Ran's mission, hoping to rescue more individuals and restore more families. You think that only in this way can you find peace and suppress that guilt. Am I correct?" Ren Jie's expression grew increasingly complex as he retorted. "That is not true. You are overthinking this. I joined the Sio Hall for money, to secure benefits for Yao Yao as treatment. Saving people is also for the reward." It is. Wei Pingsheng shook his head. "Is it truly so? Although I may lack certain skills, I possess a keen sense of perception. To save that child was for money? You instinctively entrusted the child to me while placing yourself in danger. Today, saving so many others was also for money? You risked your life, leaping from the scaffolding to pull the steel cable, buying time? I can assure you, even without the reward, you would still save them. You would still act in this manner. You see, when a person engages in something they deem foolish, they instinctively seek justification for their actions. You are using this rationale to convince and deceive yourself. $200 is hardly worth risking your life for." Ren Jie grew agitated. "I am not. Don't assume that just because you are older, you understand better than I do." Chapter 47. Wei Pingsheng's wish, however, Wei Pingsheng interrupted. "You aspire to be Tao Ran. To exchange this life, he traded for the sake of rescuing more souls. Thus, every life you save is a continuation of Tao Ran's existence. In this way, your heart may find solace, would it not?" Ren Jie clenched his fist silently. His teeth gritted, unable to voice his thoughts. Wei Pingsheng offered a wry smile. "Foolish child, do you not realize that one cannot save everyone? As long as the calamity exists in this world, tragedies will perpetually unfold. Demons are the true architects of all misfortune. Serving as a demon officer cannot prevent the occurrence of such disasters. We merely patch up this frayed world. Yet, becoming a demon slayer, as long as one perseveres, is sufficient to alter this realm. Strive to grow stronger, to hunt down demons, to stem the tide of calamity at its source. This endeavor carries far greater significance than your role as a demon officer. Sometimes, slaying is a form of redemption. Do not squander your gifts." Ren Jie shook his head. "What gifts do I possess? There are countless individuals like me in this world, and geniuses abound. My absence would make no difference. I do not perceive myself as extraordinary, nor do I harbor fantasies of becoming a great hero capable of saving the world. In this realm, there exist both the exceptional and the ordinary. I merely wish to lead a humble life, to live earnestly and cherish those I hold dear. Is there anything wrong with that? The path is not limited to becoming a demon slayer." Wei Pingsheng inhaled deeply. "Indeed, that is true. However, life seldom unfolds as one desires. Who can accurately predict the future? You believe yourself to lack gifts and to be unremarkable, do you not? Little do you know, everything you possess is coveted by countless others. Look at those mechanized cultivators. Observe those who can only drift with the tide, and then behold me, Ren Jie was taken aback, staring at Wei Pingsheng in astonishment. Uncle Wei? You. Wei Pingsheng let out a bitter laugh, exhaling a plume of smoke as he turned his gaze towards the setting sun, the evening glow staining the horizon a crimson red, reminiscent of blood. I am but an ordinary person who has yet to awaken any abilities, as mundane as one can be. In my youth, I too dreamed of becoming a chosen one, a demon pact bearer or a genetic warrior, possessing the might to move mountains and fill seas, to quell calamities and reshape this world. Yet, the hand of fate has never graced me. At 18, I stubbornly joined the demon office, eager to try genetic serums once more, ambitious to carve out a legacy. But no matter how much I invested or how many serums I injected, I could not awaken any power. I longed for strength, for growth, yearned to wield this power to transform the world, yet it eluded me. I attempted augmentation surgeries and genetic transplants, all to no avail, and I paid dearly, losing an eye and a liver in the process. He pulled aside his shirt, revealing a conspicuous scar from the surgical knife. Ren Jie furrowed his brow. So, you became a martial artist? Wei Pingsheng sighed. Indeed, this is the only path left for an ordinary person like me. I trained day and night, honing my combat skills, dreaming of mastering the martial arts and forging a unique path of my own. Yet, it remains but a fantasy. I am too ordinary, like an inconspicuous wildflower striving to grow, unable to stand out amidst the vast expanse of grasslands. I have contemplated leaving the Xiao Hall, but you see, after spending so much time here and experiencing so much, it becomes hard to let go. My life is not solely my own. It also carries the unfulfilled wishes of my fallen comrades. Many elders remain in the team, each with their own reasons. Ren Jie sat in silence. He had known Wei Shu for a long time and had often taken care of matters at home. But this was the first time they had sat together for such a heartfelt conversation. Wei Pingsheng gazed up at the sky. I am unmarried, having had a girlfriend once, but we parted ways. I fear that if I develop attachments, I may hesitate to strive. Yet, after dedicating most of my life to this pursuit, I have achieved little, and still, I harbor no regrets. Even now, I yearn for strength and the power to change this world. I wish to eradicate the calamities, to drive away the demons, and bring about a prosperous and peaceful era. Ren Jie stared blankly at Wei Pingsheng, who, at this moment, was illuminated with a spark of passion in his eyes. Even at 48, he spoke of his dreams with the fervor of youth. Who has not known youth? Wei Pingsheng smiled, but I've come to terms with it now. After this, I will likely retire, perhaps go fishing, play chess, and chat with the elderly at the community entrance. However, you, Xiao Jie, are different. You possess talent and have what I can only dream of. To be honest, I envy you. I am like wild grass. My path is clear and finite, but you are a sapling, with the potential to thrive and grow into a towering tree, shielding the endless grass from the storms, and even expanding the territory for humanity. Do not squander your life. In this world, one must either live boldly or leave a lasting impression. Do not make this journey in vain. Upon finishing, Wei Pingsheng looked at Ren Jie with hope and anticipation, a smile gracing his face. As Ren Jie observed Wei Pingsheng's silhouette, framed by the setting sun, he appeared frail, yet remarkably towering. This resemblance stirred memories of his own father, whose figure had long faded in his recollection, yet Wei Pingsheng's presence felt familiar. Now that I know Uncle Wei, I will consider it. Wei Pingsheng then patted Ren Jie's shoulder. You stubborn boy. Keep striving to grow stronger. Justice devoid of strength will only lead to despair for those who believe in it. You are not like me. The path I chose has reached its end, but you must soar further than I ever could, understand? If Tauren were to learn of all this, that lad would surely boast. Look, the one I saved has become remarkable. Do not continue to live burdened by guilt, much like the words you once spoke to that child. If Tao Ran were alive, he too would not wish for such a fate. Ren Jie wiped his nose and nodded solemnly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. By the way, Uncle Wei, speaking of this, I have a question regarding the grade 8 demon disaster in Jincheng a decade ago. How much do you know about it? I recall that you accompanied Uncle Tao to assist Jincheng during that time, did you not? The black pendant that altered your destiny has an extraordinary origin and may be inextricably linked to the Jincheng demon disaster of 10 years past. Ren Jie was determined to uncover what truly transpired on that fateful day. He was merely 8 years old then, and although he experienced the calamity firsthand, what could an 8-year-old truly comprehend? His memories have grown somewhat hazy. Previously, Ren Jie had conducted investigations, but the information available was scarce. Yet upon mentioning this, Wei Pingxing's demeanor shifted to one of utter gravity, and deep within his pupils lingered a hint of unwillingness to revisit the haunting fear. Chapter 48. A sense of crisis. Ren Jie's expression darkened. It seemed that Uncle Wei had discerned some truths. Wei Pingxiang appeared solemn, stating, "I trust you have also searched online for the cause of the Class A demon disaster in Jincheng a decade ago. The official explanation attributes it to the upheaval of the Earth Dragon." Ren Jie's brow furrowed. Official explanation? Does that imply there are other underlying reasons? Wei Pingxiang shook his head. Indeed, Jincheng was ravaged by the Earth Dragon's upheaval, but the matter is far from simple. As you may know, the Earth Dragon is a creature evolved from annelids like earthworms, intellectually limited and not particularly aggressive, usually provoking minor tremors. Yet, the Earth Dragon in Jincheng was extraordinarily powerful, having evolved to a remarkable degree, to the point where it felt as though true dragons existed in this world. Furthermore, this dragon had completely lost its will and had become a thoroughly deranged fallen demon. Ren Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. A fallen demon? It is essential to understand that demon contract holders are not exclusive to humans. Beings from the demon, spirit, and human races may also be chosen by the abyss of time and space to become demon contract holders. Divine favored ones are not solely of human descent. Once the will of a demon contract holder collapses and is consumed by demonic spirits, they transform into pure malevolent entities known as fallen demons. But why do demon disasters frequently occur in urban areas? Why are they so unpredictable and impossible to foresee? This is due to the fact that the demons responsible for urban disasters are predominantly those who have transformed from humans. Demonic spirits feast upon emotional energy, and individuals who are mentally unstable, emotionally extreme, or burdened by darkness and depression are at risk of being devoured. Once consumed, they descend into demonic beings, driven by instinct to wreak havoc in cities. The previous lava giant demon was a manifestation of a reclusive individual turned demon. Such demons, born from ordinary humans, are referred to as human demons. In comparison to fallen demons, human demons possess less destructive power, as fallen demons originate from demon contract holders. Thus, preventing demon disasters proves impossible, a persistent concern for the three races of humans, demons, and spirits. Wei Pingxing nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the designation of the Jincheng disaster as a Class A calamity stems from its classification as the highest level of demon disaster, rather than merely indicating that the incident itself was classified as Class A. However, even so, a single Earth Dragon could hardly obliterate a city like Xinghe. There are formidable individuals among humans as well. The various demon suppression offices and the Great Xiao Defense Army were all mobilized. Yet, the issue was that forces from the Dantian demon domain also intervened, targeting the Earth Dragon, leading to fierce confrontations with the Great Xia Defense Army and the demon suppression officials in Jincheng. It truly was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The mere recollection sent shivers down Wei Pingxiang's spine. Ren Jie was taken aback. The forces from the Dantian demon domain have entered. They breached the borders of the Great Xia just for that Earth Dragon. The Dantian demon domain lies adjacent to the territories of humans, demons, and spirits. And while conflicts have persisted over the years, such a blatant large-scale incursion is exceedingly rare. Wei Pingxiang sighed. Indeed, many lives were lost. Among those who set out with me to provide support, less than 1/10 have returned. It truly was a nightmare. Beyond this, my knowledge is limited, as I am merely an officer involved in the rescue efforts. The specifics regarding the Jin City calamity have remained classified for years, and the fragments of information available online are scant. Currently, the ruins of Jin City, extending 100 kilometers in radius, remain under strict lockdown, designated as a highly secured military zone. Without a pass, entry is forbidden for all. According to a comrade who ventured inside, the ruins have transformed into an immense pit, with military personnel seemingly searching for something. Ren Jie swallowed hard, contemplating a possibility. Wei Pingxing strained to recall. I remember that after the incident, those who participated in the rescue, even the survivors extracted from Jin City, were interrogated. I too was summoned for questioning. They inquired if I had seen anything unusual, which struck me as rather perplexing. At that time, I signed a 5-year confidentiality agreement, but now that it has been lifted, there is little harm in sharing the details, as long as you refrain from indiscreetly discussing it elsewhere. Ren Jie's complexion paled. He was nearly certain. The entity from the dark sky demon domain was seeking him, or rather, what they truly desired was that black pendant. The military was also in pursuit of this item. Previously, Chen Hua and Li Zhan had acted upon sensing anomalies through their treasure-hunting prowess. Li Zhan, having identified the anomaly through his demonic aura, indicated that he must have encountered it before. Ren Jie's expression hardened. This implied that he was not the sole possessor of the black pendant. The thought sent a chill down his spine. During the rescue, he had fortunately refrained from employing his demonic power against the hounds. Otherwise, it would have been tantamount to broadcasting his possession of the item, inviting trouble. Wait a moment. Was the frantic behavior of those creatures attempting to devour him linked to the pendant? Ren Jie's face darkened. This method could not be recklessly utilized in the future. It must only be employed in solitude. The situation had escalated. The black pendant was no longer a secret. There were others who were aware of its existence. Having it on his person felt like holding a scalding potato. It could jeopardize his very life. Furthermore, the Demon Suppression Division must have surmised that the item was in his possession, prompting their attempts to recruit him into their ranks. A sense of urgency gripped Ren Jie's nerves. Had he exposed himself to the dark sky demon domain? If they were genuinely intent on eliminating him. As a mere novice, he possessed no means of self-defense. What was the Demon Suppression Division's stance towards him? Were they merely exploiting him? Or did they intend to ensnare him only to eliminate him later? Or could it be that they genuinely wished to protect him? What to do? In a fleeting moment, a torrent of thoughts flooded Ren Jie's mind, and his palms began to sweat. Xiao Jie, what troubles you? Your face appears quite ashen. Are you unwell? Ren Jie finally regained his senses and grinned. No, I might have just overexerted myself earlier and got a bit tired. Wei Pingsheng let out a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. If you're tired, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow, I'll grant you a day off. As for the matters in Jinsheng, don't dwell on them. What has passed is past. One must always look forward. Ren Jie chuckled heartily. All right, Uncle Wei. Just don't forget to help me apply for my reward. Today, I saved a total of 341 people, which comes to 68,200, plus there is an additional 200,000 from medical assistance. Wei Pingxing's expression darkened. Do you really need to remember every single detail so clearly? Ren Jie shrugged. You said it yourself. One must always focus on the money. With a playful farewell, he turned and ran home, completely unbothered by any fatigue. Watching Ren Jie's retreating figure, Wei Pingxing muttered with a smile, "You little rascal." He then lit 2 cigarettes, one for himself and the other resting atop a nearby concrete block. Taozi, you saved a fine young man today. Chapter 49. Light at home. When Ren Jie arrived home, the sky had turned completely dark. On his way back, he was praised by neighbors for his accomplishments. After all, today Ren Jie had appeared on television, even receiving a close-up shot, which had elevated him to a minor celebrity status. However, the graphic depiction of the violent scene involving the dog had frightened many children to tears. As Ren Jie stepped into Ning's laundry room, he found her standing in front of the washing machine, lost in thought, wearing an apron. "Anna Ning, are you?" The sound startled Ning, and she turned her head to look at Ren Jie. Her eyes reddened. Without hesitation, she rushed over to embrace him tightly, her body trembling as warm tears streamed down onto his shoulder. Caught off guard, Ren Jie felt a chill wash over him. "Anna Ning, what happened? Did that fat man bring trouble again? Have you been wronged? Please, take your time and tell me." In that moment, Ren Jie felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet, Ning shook her head, saying, "It's nothing like that. They haven't come. It's just that you are back, safe and sound. I saw you on television. It was so dangerous, truly perilous." Her voice trembled with emotion. Ren Jie was taken aback, his heart aching. "I'm sorry for worrying you. I'm fine. I came back in one piece. But Ning held on to him, shaking her head persistently. Listen to me. Perhaps it would be best if you reconsidered being a police officer. When Tao Ran was here, every time he went out, I was filled with dread, afraid of what might happen, afraid he wouldn't return, afraid of receiving a call from the station. Now, you have become a police officer too, and I fear that one day, you might. At this, Ning's voice broke as she choked back tears. Having experienced loss, she could not bear the thought of losing again. Ren Jie's heart twisted painfully, his eyes misting over. Don't worry, Aunt. I won't stay at the police station for too long. I am now a genetic warrior, quite formidable indeed. A mere little devil cannot harm me. Moreover, I have received an acceptance letter from the Demon Hunter Academy. Come school season, I might just attend there. And Ning's eyes widened in surprise as she cupped Ren Jie's face. Really? You're not joking? You can attend the Demon Hunter Academy? Ren Jie grinned, of course. Uncle Wei told me. My name is not just for show. Wiping her tears, and Ning's face lit up with a smile. Wonderful. I knew you could do it. Now, let me check if you're hurt. If a dog bites you again, you mustn't retaliate. How unsanitary. What if there are viruses or bacteria? It's not as exaggerated as you say. Nevertheless, do take heed. Hurry upstairs. I have specially prepared rib soup for you today. After a tiring day, it is essential to replenish your strength. Both Yao Yao and I have already savored it. At the dining table, Ren Jie savored the fragrant rib soup, sipping while rubbing his eyes. How could he bear to leave such a home? To hell with the chaotic demon realm, the claws of darkness, and the black pendant. He wished to dismiss them all. The rib soup was splendid. As soon as he returned to his room, Tao Yao Yao could not remain still. She drew back the curtain and crawled towards Ren Jie. Brother, my dear brother, quickly tell me about today's demon calamity. You are simply stunning. What does a demon taste like? Is it delicious? ISNT your power fire? How can you transform into a human-shaped weapon? Could you show me one? What a blade that broke. Can it regrow? If so, couldn't we sell scrap metal for profit? Ren Jie's expression darkened as he extended his foot to block Tao Yao Yao's advance. Stop with the scrap metal nonsense. I want to transform anything for you. Now go to sleep and leave me be. Tao Yao Yao pouted. I want to talk to you anymore. You don't know how to spoil your little sister. Ren Jie smiled broadly. I've saved enough money. The matter of the suppressants is settled. I'll help you procure some suppressants and pain relief medication tomorrow during my day off. Tao Yao Yao froze for a moment. Then her eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, you're simply the best. Come, give me a shoulder rub and a leg massage to reward yourself. Ren Jie wondered, why does it feel like something is amiss? Just as he was about to speak, a message arrived on his phone. Upon checking, he found it was a friend request from Yiyu. Her online name was Moon, and her avatar was a large, round moon. As soon as he accepted the request, Yiyu sent him a message. Come to the Demon Suppression Division tomorrow. I have something for you. Ren Jie replied. If I go just because you asked, wouldn't that be rather humiliating? Yiyu responded. 3 units of Huashing Demon Mark suppressants, 1,000 pain relief pills, a portable extracorporeal ion dialysis machine, and a green card for Jinsheng Divine Martial General Hospital. All medical fees waived. Come to collect it tomorrow. Ren Jie was taken aback. Oh, my dear Princess Yiyu, would it be acceptable for me to arrive by 8 tomorrow morning? I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please feel free to chastise me tomorrow for my previous tone. Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle, already contemplating her attire for the next day. After all, she intended to impress Ren Jie as she introduced him to the Demon Suppression Division. Ren Jie turned his head to Tao Yao Yao. The suppressants are arranged, and I'll also set up the gene medication for you tomorrow. If 1 injection ISNT sufficient, I can acquire 2 for you. At that moment, Tao Yao Yao was utterly stunned. Brother, robbing a bank is illegal. We cannot engage in unlawful activities. Ren Jie's expression darkened further. Rob a bank? What nonsense! I have no desire to be young and confined to a sewing machine, crafting paradise umbrellas. I shall wait patiently at home for your sustenance. Tao Yao Yao remained skeptical, asking, not robbing a bank, where would all that money come from? Surely, my brother has resorted to courting that formidable wealthy woman? Ignoring Tao Yao Yao, Ren Jie began to respond to messages on his phone. In the homeowners group, discussions regarding the lingerie thief ensued, filled with wild speculations. While Lao Wang and Lao Li engaged in a public spat, their exchange is remarkably riveting. "Where is Jiao Baoer?" Upon Ren Jie's call, Jiao Baoer emerged timidly from Tao Yaoyao's bed, gazing at Ren Jie with uncertainty. "Do not forget what I told you. Return what you took in the same manner, understood?" Jiao Bao fervently nodded in agreement, even leaving a blur in her wake. Just then, Lao Siji sent another message to Ren Jie. Initially, he presumed this internet beggar was once again seeking study materials. To his surprise, she sent a screenshot depicting Ren Jie in a fierce stance at the window. Bald-chested, covered in blades, his clothing tattered, and most notably, she chose to capture only the central part of his form. "How is it that the blades did not pierce your trousers? Otherwise, I would have ample material to study tonight. It would also allow everyone to broaden their horizons. After all, one's joy is diminished when solitary." Ren Jie replied, "If you truly wish to see, I could send it to you right now." Lao Siji retorted, "If you dare to send it, I would not be opposed to giving you 5 yuan. Ren Jie scoffed, "Just 5 yuan? What do you take me for?" If it weren't for the nature of this monetary exchange, the situation would be entirely different. "I could indeed earn that 5 yuan. Lao Siji cautioned, "Be discreet. Be wary of those lurking in the shadows who may incite you. Do not associate with such individuals. They lead to nowhere." Ren Jie covered his face, recalling how they had already attempted to incite him, even to the point of driving him to despair. Yet, warmth spread through his heart. Chapter 50. Beyond imagination, visiting the Demon Suppression Bureau had become imperative. On one hand, it was to procure the suppressants. On the other, it was crucial to ascertain the Bureau's stance towards him. If the incident involving the black pendant were to come to light, relying solely on himself would undoubtedly lead to his demise, especially considering that the denizens of the abyssal realm had gone so far as to obliterate an entire city in pursuit of it. Now, having ascended to the 8th stage of the awakening realm, he was but a step away from the 2nd tier of the spine realm, which would significantly enhance his prowess. Yet, when measured against true powerhouses, he remained inconsequential. He hoped for a smooth day ahead. The emotional fog stored within the Mirror Lake space was dwindling. Today, Ren Jie had succumbed to demonic transformation twice, utilizing the emotional fog to absorb and convert spiritual energy, thereby elevating his level and bridging the gap with the Tree of Illusions. The consumption had been immense. Had he not collected a substantial amount of emotional fog at the site of the calamity, it would have been utterly insufficient. Although little remained, it should suffice to carry him through the night. He was, however, perplexed as to why his second skill of the Eye of Illusions had yet to manifest. Now, at the 8th stage of the awakening realm, he should have awakened 2 skills, yet only one, the Instant Eye, had emerged. Was it possible that he needed to absorb genetic fragments to unlock further abilities? Reclining on his bed, Ren Jie's thoughts swirled as consciousness began to fade, lulling him into slumber. Meanwhile, the treasure-hunting ferret emerged from the covers, stretched languidly upon the windowsill, flexing its front paws and gazing out, its eyes ignited with fervent determination. In a flash of white light, its form vanished without a trace. The following morning, at the sound of the alarm, Ren Jie sprang from his bed like a fish out of water. His first instinct was to check the Mirror Lake space, fearing the emotional fog might have depleted, propelling him into a frenzy and committing some act of disgrace. However, he was taken aback by what he beheld. To his astonishment, the lake brimmed with emotional fog once more. Had a mere night's slumber yielded such an abundance? His gaze swiftly fell upon the treasure-hunting ferret. "You didn't engage in any scandalous activities last night, did you? You follow my instructions, right?" The exhausted ferret lay beside Tao Yaoyao's pillow, giving an okay gesture, which eased Ren Jie's concerns. After grooming himself, as he prepared to depart, he noticed Aunt and Ning standing behind the counter, lost in thought. "Aunt and Ning, I'm heading out now. I'll be back a bit later today." If time permitted, Ren Jie intended to visit the black market to procure 2 genetic potions for Yao Yao. However, upon seeing him descend the stairs, Ning quickly grasped his arm, speaking earnestly. "Shao Jie, I contacted a classmate of mine. Her daughter is quite beautiful and studying at Shenwu University. How about you 2 meet this weekend? Perhaps a blind date? If you hit it off," then Ren Jie was taken aback. "Why are you suddenly bringing this up? No, no, I have things to attend to. I must be off now. He hurried towards the door, while Ning called after him, Hey, 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 are you really not considering it? At this rate, you'll find yourself in trouble before long. Ren Jie. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he was taken aback. Early in the morning, 7 or 8 sheriffs had arrived. A group of men were rummaging about with shovels and benches, searching for clues. The elderly women, mothers, and young brides gathered together, chattering incessantly, while a few students resembling young girls sobbed quietly. Ren Jie sensed something amiss and pretended to pass by, straining to listen. Last night, the lingerie thief had struck again. He had managed to return all the stolen undergarments to their original places without anyone noticing. Even the newly installed surveillance cameras at my home had failed to capture the event. It was utterly bizarre. To make matters worse, those undergarments were all wrinkled and bore an unpleasant odor. What depraved acts had that perverted thief committed with them? Just the thought of it drove me to madness. Oh, what are you complaining about? Last night, I lay in bed, and when I woke up this morning, the number of undergarments I was wearing had doubled from 2 to 4, and they were the very ones I had lost 2 days prior. This was indeed a case of having my belongings returned in an unthinkable manner for 2 consecutive nights. He had taken advantage of my slumber and done something heinous and beastly to me. Upon hearing this, Ren Jie turned pale, nearly spewing blood in shock. No wonder he had collected so much emotional fog. Gao Bayer, you truly are something else. How on earth did you steal them and then return them? To strip someone of their garments only to have them worn again the next day. How utterly absurd. Diao, how are you faring? Have you encountered misfortune? Cold sweat broke out on Ren Jie's forehead as he sheepishly replied, Of course not. Yao Yao is at home wailing and crying. It's truly outrageous. Not even leaving the sick alone. I swear I'll make him pay if I catch him. His older brother exclaimed angrily, right? Don't let me catch him, or I'll dry him out and turn him into medicinal materials. Ren Jie turned pale at the suggestion. Ah, haha, is that even possible? I had no idea. You all keep searching, and if you find anything, do let me know. He hurriedly slipped away, thinking that if those medicinal materials were prepared, they would surely weigh at least 2 G. This time, he did not engage in any side jobs along the way, but instead followed the address provided by Yi Yu and made his way to the headquarters of the Demon Subduing Division. However, upon arrival, he was bewildered. Before him lay a narrow alley, one that could be seen to the end at a glance, flanked by trash bins with flies buzzing about. Was Yi Yu playing trick on him? Was this truly the headquarters of the Demon Subduing Division? As he pondered, he widened his eyes to peer inside. Just then, a voice emerged from around the corner of the alley. Why speak ill of others when they are not present? You sure are punctual. Yi Yu stepped out from the corner, leaning against the wall with a smile directed at Ren Jie, raising an eyebrow at him. Ren Jie's eyes widened in shock as he stood frozen in place. Before him, Yi Yu was clad only in a pair of black shorts, adorned with a cute bow at the waistband. The upper body was dressed in a lace tank top, exposing large swathes of her flawless white skin, showcasing her perfect figure to the fullest. Apart from these 2 items, she wore nothing else. Ren Jie slightly bowed, a gesture of respect, only for his nosebleed to betray him at that moment. Night Moon was taken aback. Why are you staring at me? Why are you still bleeding? Ren Jie opened his mouth, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. It's not my fault. With you dressed like this, how could I possibly tear my gaze away? Even a moment's distraction would be a disservice to you. Night Moon's cheeks flushed at Ren Jie's words, huffing slightly. I didn't choose this outfit for nothing. You do have an eye for fashion, don't you? Do you think this ensemble is attractive? Ren Jie exclaimed, Of course. How could it not be appealing? By the way, do you dress like this all the time? Aren't you cold? Night Moon chuckled with pride, Of course. My fashion sense is quite commendable. Cold? It's summer. How could it be cold? Stop standing there like a fool. Let's go. With that, she grasped Ren Jie's hand and led him into a narrow alley. Up close, Ren Jie was utterly dazed. He had never imagined Night Moon to be so audacious. Where are we going? Aren't we heading to the Demon Subjugation Division? As they spoke, Night Moon brought Ren Jie to the corner of the alley, where she twisted a street light on the wall. This is indeed the way to the Demon Subjugation Division. The headquarters held significant strategic importance, located underground, while the surface branches dealt primarily with clerical duties. Suddenly, the wall cracked open, revealing a concealed elevator before them. Are you coming in? Why are you still dawdling? Stunned, Ren Jie stepped into the elevator, standing beside Night Moon, casting an inquisitive glance her way. I understand that the headquarters is underground, but do you really wear such attire to work? Isn't anyone concerned? Night Moon appeared puzzled. Why would they care? The management at the Demon Subjugation Division isn't as strict as you might think. You can wear whatever you like. Besides, there are many attractive ladies in the division, and quite a few dress like me. Ren Jie's eyes widened even further. What? They all dress like you? This is incredibly avant-garde, beyond my imagination. Night Moon beamed at the compliment. After all, he was just a young boy still fascinated by girls. Well, you'll see soon enough. Ren Jie swallowed hard. I'm quite straightforward and not very educated. Please don't deceive me. Okay? Chapter 51. The inescapable conformity as the elevator descended. Ren Jie felt a surge of anticipation. What kind of place was the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division? If it were truly as Night Moon described, perhaps working here wouldn't be such a bad idea. After all, it was quite a feast for the eyes. No, she must be deceiving me. How could such a serious and formal institution be like this? The elevator arrived, and the automatic doors opened. Before Ren Jie lay an extraordinarily spacious underground hall, adorned with rows of advanced equipment, armored vehicles, individual combat mechs, and even a flapping-winged dragonfly fighter jet. It was truly an eye-opener for him. Yet what astonished Ren Jie even more lay beyond. The hall was bustling with activity. Everyone was engrossed in their tasks. Yet without exception, all were clad in nothing but undergarments, working with remarkable composure. Not only the women, but even the men were shirtless, donning only shorts. Is this truly the Demon Suppression Division? When I worked as a dancer at a KTV, I wore more than they do. Ren Jie's worldview shattered in that moment. Blood rushing from his nose uncontrollably, his senses overwhelmed. Silks, cartoons, stripes, fishnets, fine strings. There was no style he hadn't seen on these individuals. Why are you bleeding again? Nothing, just overheated. You truly weren't deceiving me. This is nothing short of paradise. Could it be that today is the division's lingerie day, hosting some sort of intimate gathering? Night Moon scratched her head in confusion. Let us go, I'll take you to meet the chief. Throughout the journey, Ren Jie's eyes darted everywhere, unable to absorb it all, while the crowd kept glancing at him, smiling warmly. Night Moon couldn't help but chuckle, as the chief had instructed everyone to be friendly and welcoming to Ren Jie, ensuring he felt at home. However, Ren Jie felt increasingly uneasy. Why were they all smiling at him? Were they mocking his attire? Was it a lack of confidence that prevented him from undressing? Suddenly, he froze. Night Moon, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong?" Ren Jie took a deep breath. Standing boldly in the center of the hall, and stripped off his shirt. Night Moon's eyes widened in shock. What? Before she could react, he unfastened his pants and let them fall, revealing pink floral shorts, tossing his trousers aside. With hands on his hips and a grin, he surveyed the crowd. At that moment, every gaze in the hall turned towards Ren Jie. Gasps of astonishment filling the air, their looks morphing into something even more peculiar. As they averted their eyes, forcing themselves not to look, Ren Jie smirked, laughing heartily. Now who dares to mock my lack of sophistication? Night Moon's mouth hung agape, staring at Ren Jie in horror. What are you doing? Ren Jie shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, nothing much. In the Demon Suppression Division, I often felt out of place, unable to seamlessly blend in with the others. My mother taught me from a young age that one must not be a misfit. What's the issue? Is there a problem? Night Moon was utterly perplexed. Was this truly how one integrated? How brazen? Emoticono caraguiñando. No, it's fine as long as you're happy. Quickly, she turned away, her face flushed, and thus Night Moon led Ren Jie, clad only in a mere pair of shorts, through the grand hall. Ah, how embarrassing. Each person who laid eyes on Ren Jie wore a look of utter shock, hastily averting their gazes. Some young women even blushed. Ren Jie, however, reveled in his triumph. Let them wallow in their insecurities. Yin Xiao, Yi Huai, and Wu Yunxing awaited at the corridor, and upon seeing Night Moon approach with someone in tow, their eyes widened in disbelief. Yin Xiao's lips twitched. If I may be so bold, aren't you cold? Ren Jie frowned. eyeing Yun Xiao, who wore a yellow-striped outfit adorned with a smiling sunflower. Cold? If you're not cold, how could I possibly be? Yun Xiao wished to say more, but was silenced by Night Moon's glare. She had gone to great lengths to invite him. Even if he were to stand in the Demon Suppression Division without a stitch on, they had no right to comment. Yun Xiao shrank back. As long as you are happy, Ren Jie furrowed his brow, perplexed. He was led by Night Moon to the office of the division chief. Observing Ren Jie's retreating figure, Yun Xiao couldn't help but muse. This person is quite the character. Yi Huai's lips twitched. That must surely be an adjective, not a particle, right? Yun Xiao? In the chief's office, Night Moon opened the door and ushered Ren Jie inside. Shen Ci, pondering how to phrase his thoughts, was taken aback the moment he laid eyes on him. Why is he dressed in nothing but a pair of shorts? Did you search him? What did I instruct you earlier? However, at that moment, Ren Jie regarded Shen Ci, who was clad only in red shorts with a zippered pocket, casually lounging in his office chair, raising an eyebrow. And you have the audacity to question me? Night Moon covered her face, exclaiming, how could you speak to the chief like that? He took it off himself, claiming it wouldn't fit in with the crowd. You can't blame me. Shen Ci was momentarily stunned by her retort, suddenly remembering the instructions from the chief. One must not allow him to form a negative impression of the Demon Suppression Division. Come, have a seat. It seems I have been rather reckless. This is an age of fashion freedom, whereas one pleases. Our division has no stringent regulations. Night Moon, you step out for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Ren Jie. While Night Moon was curious, she had no choice but to exit. Ren Jie, showing no restraint, took a seat in the chair opposite. Shen Ci promptly stood, mimicking the act of removing his clothing, tossing it over the office chair. I had not intended to meet you in such a manner. I had wished to see you in person. However, given that my visage is all too familiar to everyone, such an encounter would undoubtedly draw attention. Have you heard everything that Yi Yue had to convey? As I spoke, I moved to the side to retrieve a box. At that moment, however, Ren Jie was utterly perplexed. What was Shen Ci doing? He was clearly bare-chested. Why then was he mimicking the act of undressing? What clothing did he have on? There was nothing on the office chair. Yet in the next instant, Ren Jie froze in disbelief, for on the previously empty office chair, a black suit jacket had mysteriously appeared. Ren Jie, skeptically, he rubbed his eyes and stared incredulously at Shen Ci. A miraculous scene unfolded before him. Shen Ci's sole garment, a pair of red shorts, began to gradually turn transparent, causing a burning sensation to arise in Ren Jie's eyes. At that moment, Shen Ci stood before Ren Jie, utterly exposed. Ren Jie, what on earth am I witnessing? Shen Ci queried. Why do you keep staring at me? The items are in the box, Ren Jie. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, stammered. In nothing, the lace is rather nice. Shen Ci appeared even more bewildered. What lace? At this juncture, Ren Jie's mental state had erupted. Damn, was she not merely wearing a single piece of lingerie? Or was it that there was something wrong with my vision? Did it automatically perceive the garments she was adorned with? Good grief. Ren Jie's consciousness quickly plunged into the mirror lake space, arriving beneath the tree of broken illusions. As anticipated, the second branch of the tree illuminated, sprouting a new leaf. Gently touching it, Ren Jie comprehended everything concerning the skill. The talent skill of the Tree of Broken Illusions. X-ray vision. Chapter 52. The urgent talisman. Did I instinctively employ the skill of clairvoyance? So today was not a lingerie party at the Demon Subduing Division, after all. They were all clad in attire. And here I was, making my debut at the Demon Subduing Division, disrobing in front of everyone. I traversed the entire hall clad only in my undergarments. Ren Jie's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Ah, no wonder everyone gazed at me with such peculiar expressions. Was this not utterly bizarre? Was the eye of delusion this potent? Could it truly see through clothing? Would it enable X-ray vision in the future? With a darkened expression, Ren Jie hastily turned off the clairvoyance, and indeed, everything in his view returned to normal. Shen Ci was attired in tailored trousers, a crisp white shirt beneath a smart vest, his hair neatly styled to the side, exuding an air of cultured elegance. He was certainly not the same individual who had donned merely a red pouch. glancing down at himself. The only constant remained the pink floral shorts he was wearing. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Jie sprang to his feet and fled. Shen Ci. Hey, where are you going? You just arrived and uttered a single sentence before bolting? Did I say something wrong? Is this young demon so finicky? As Ren Jie flung open the door, he found Yi Yu standing outside, clad in light blue-fitted jeans and a white short-sleeved top, tucked neatly into her trousers. She appeared both simple and elegant. The black lingerie was, after all, worn underneath. Yi Yu tilted her head. What's wrong? With a scowl, Ren Jie replied, You've truly put me in a bind. Please could you fetch my clothes? The air conditioning is a bit too chilly for my liking. Having spoken, he slammed the door shut. Yi Yu. Inside the office, Shen Ci felt a wave of relief upon Ren Jie's return, pushing a box towards him and opening the lid. This is the sincerity of our demon subduing division. We do not mind your identity as a demon contractor. By joining us, you will acquire better opportunities and resources. Ren Jie glanced at the box, noting that his belongings were indeed present, along with an exquisite wooden case containing a shimmering silver earring. What about the lantern spirit herb? We had a prior agreement. At the mention of this, Shen Ci's lips twitched slightly. I have heard whispers regarding your sister situation. The lantern spirit herb is exceedingly rare, growing only in the depths of the Dantian demon realm. The perils of the demon realm are not to be underestimated. The higher-ups have already dispatched personnel from the Dragonhorn to delve into the Dantian demon realm to procure the lantern spirit herb. It will not be long before it is delivered. Ren Jie was taken aback. What is Dragonhorn? Shen Chizmai gently. You need not concern yourself with the intricacies of Dragonhorn. Simply know that there are virtually no tasks beyond their capability. If Dragonhorn cannot accomplish it, then no organization in this world can. Ren Jie swallowed hard, taken aback by the revelation of such a clandestine force within the Grand Empire. They were exerting such effort to procure the lantern spirit herb on his behalf. If that were the case, then I shall speak plainly. I do not believe that as a novice in the realm of awareness, I merit such significant attention from the demon subduing division, nor the willingness to incur such great costs to invite me to join. The reason why the demon suppression division is so insistent on recruiting me is because of something I possess, correct? Upon hearing this, Shen Ci's gaze suddenly sharpened, and a tumult of emotions surged within him, but he quickly quelled them. Initially, it had merely been speculation, yet it now seemed nearly certain. The object indeed resided within Ren Jie. It appears you have already gleaned some information. To be candid, we are indeed striving to enlist you due to the significance of the demon inscription. However, there is no need for you to feel anxious. The Demon Suppression Division has no intention of seizing the inscription. Our only desire is to safeguard you in this manner, to prevent you from straying down the wrong path, and to ensure your absolute safety. Perhaps you are unaware, but should this object be exposed, countless individuals would go to great lengths to possess it, regardless of the cost. Ren Jie furrowed his brow. So, the black fragment is known as the demon inscription? To speak frankly, I harbor no trust in the Demon Suppression Division, nor do I wish to become entangled in any troublesome affairs. Therefore, let us conduct a transaction. As previously agreed, if you provide me with the lantern spirit herb, I shall bestow upon you this so-called demon inscription. After all, it is something you desire, is it not? Take it then. A weakling holding a treasure that countless strong individuals covet can only meet one fate: death. Clearly, Ren Jie is the weakling in this scenario. After hearing this, Shen Ci laughed heartily, a resounding laugh. Ha ha, how amusing, truly delightful. Do you realize you have just relinquished your ticket to the pinnacle? Can you bear to do so? Ren Jie grinned. How could I not? After all, no matter how precious the treasure, it pales in comparison to life itself. Once dead, one possesses nothing. If the demon inscription were secret, Ren Jie could certainly keep it to himself. Yet, therein lies the problem. It is not merely a secret. The demon inscription is sought after by many powerful individuals. Even if he were to relinquish the inscription, without the demon tree, Ren Jie still possesses the broken illusion tree, remaining a genetic warrior with the potential to grow stronger. Abandoning the demon inscription to preserve his life and evade troubles seems a wise choice. Shen Ci shook his head, replying nonchalantly, This transaction is destined to be unfulfilled. The demon inscription has already fused with your body. To extract it, you would have to die for the inscription to reform. Ren Jie's expression darkened. What a predicament! Is this object akin to a stubborn adhesive? Is it truly impossible to part with? For him, it is not a treasure, but rather a death warrant. Shen Ci continued. I understand your concerns. You fear exposure will render you a target, ultimately leading to your demise. However, if you survey the entirety of Blue Star, few are aware of the demon inscription's existence, and in the Great Xia, it is known only to a select few at the highest echelons. As long as you remain discreet, it will not be revealed. The Demon Suppression Division will serve as your shield. Ren Jie frowned. Yet, those under the Demon Claw have already acted against me because of this. Shen Ci shook his head and said, there is no need for you to worry about this. Given the level of the demonic claws, they would not be aware of the matter regarding the demon inscription. They are merely acting on behalf of others. Through the preliminary confirmation by the treasure-hunting weasel, and subsequently through the overwhelming power of the great demon, it was established that you are indeed the individual sought after by the tarot cards. As for the reason they are searching for you, that remains unclear to them. Therefore, in the future, refrain from using the power of demon might in public. Even if you do use it, ensure that it leaves no repercussions. That earring is a concealed gem sent from above, exceedingly precious. Once adorned, it can obscure your aura, preventing any means from uncovering your extraordinary nature. Ren Jie was taken aback. Has the Demon Suppression Bureau considered this so thoroughly? Is this what the earring is for? Shen Chu replied. Your information has been modified and encrypted to the highest level. No one knows you hail from Jin City. There are no more than 5 individuals in the entirety of the Great Xia, myself included, who are aware of your possession of the demon inscription. Given that the bearer of the demon inscription may possess the potential to contract multiple demon spirits, the powers being complex, your public identity will be that of a demon contractor, with the contracted demon spirit being of pure royal lineage, the 7 luminaries demon. This deception regarding your identity will suffice for the time being. In due course, individuals from above will be dispatched to Jin City, who shall serve as your guardians to ensure your safety. Ren Jie felt a chill run down his spine. Everything has been arranged so meticulously. They have gone to such lengths. Chapter 53. Do you abhor demons? Yet, the more this was the case, the more uneasy Ren Jie felt. He directly inquired, why go to such lengths? Wouldn't it be easier to simply kill me and extract the demon imprint? Shen Ci's lips quirked slightly. After all, we are an official organization. We cannot engage in such ruthless acts. What is yours remains yours. We will not coerce you, nor pry into your secrets, or restrict your freedom. Moreover, not everyone can bear the burden of a demon imprint. At least for now, it appears that your condition is quite stable, and you have not been overly affected. Gazing at Ren Jie, who was clad in a pale pink tunic, Shen Ci found it difficult to utter the word normal. He spread his hands. I believe that some things in this world are predestined. Consider it an investment. Even if it were someone else, they may not be as compatible as you are. Besides, the lessons have been numerous already. So what say you? Will you accept? A flicker of hesitation lingered in Ren Jie's eyes. Shen Ci smiled. In truth, you have no choice. You are too weak, without support. The matter of the demon imprint will eventually come to light. Rising under the title of a demon child appears exceedingly unlikely, perhaps even negligible. Of course, you could opt for another faction, but then no one could guarantee your safety. The Demon Suppression Bureau, even the Great Xia, can serve as your shield. Ren Jie inhaled deeply. You mentioned that this is an investment. What must I contribute? Shen Ci replied nonchalantly. You need not offer anything. It is the duty of the Demon Suppression Bureau to protect the citizens of Great Xia. I only ask you one question. Do you abhor demons? I require an answer from the depths of your heart. Ren Jie paused, momentarily taken aback, followed by an extended silence. His mind was awash with fragments of memory. Once a blissful family of 4, they were obliterated by the demon calamity. At the tender age of 8, Ren Jie was left with nothing. The faces of his parents and the visage of his brother gradually fading from his memory. Had it not been for the temporal abyss, Yao Yao would not have contracted the demon-marked disease, and life would not have been so arduous. The demon calamity repeatedly altered the trajectory of Ren Jie's life. As fate toyed with him like a jester, heedless of his cries, prayers, and pleas. Were it not for the calamity, were there no demons? Would everything be different? In that moment, Ren Jie's eyes turned utterly frigid, his fists clenched silently. Shen Qi smiled, genuinely pleased. No need to respond. I've already gleaned the answer from you. All I require is for you to belong to Great Xia, to stand with humanity. Should you ever ascend, you will naturally know what must be done. At this juncture, Shen Xi's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, of course. Should you ever betray Great Xia or humanity, the entirety of Great Xia will rise against you with all its might, vowing to bring you to ruin, leaving no stone unturned. In that instant, Shen Xi seemed no longer the genteel leader, but rather a blade gleaming with lethal intent. Ren Jie rolled his eyes. Am I out of my mind to betray humanity for no reason? That would render my name meaningless. I accept your terms, but I must see the lantern spear her first. Shen Xi was a loss for words. This lad was truly stubborn. All right. I won't forget your request. However, just to be safe, put on the concealment pin. Remember, no matter what happens, do not take it off. Naturally, Ren Jie would not refuse something beneficial to himself. He promptly affixed the concealment pin to his left earlobe, also piercing his ear in the process. One more question. Those who have fused with the demon seal are referred to as demon children, correct? So, I'm not the only demon child. And the demon seal is not singular either? Who else possesses such a thing? Shen Xi did not hide the truth. Ren Jie would learn these matters sooner or later. The knowledge regarding the demon seal was limited in the Great Xia, but it was known that, including Ren Jie's, there were 3 in total. One was with the leader of the tarot cards, codenamed the Fool, who ruled over the abyssal demon realm. Another was with the great demon king of the Yao clan, the Shen Yao, who occupied the moon and commanded all its light. The third known demon child was Ren Jie himself. As for whether there were other hidden demon children or additional demon seals, that was beyond Shen Xi's knowledge. Oh, and it seems that demon children can devour each other's demon seals, so take care of yourself. Ren Jie was taken aback. What in the world? What kind of freaks are the other 2 demon children? One is a demon lord, the other a demon king, and here I am, just a harmless, sunny boy. If this gets out, won't the Shen Yao come crashing down on me with the moon? He wondered if it was still possible to back out now. What exactly was the origin of this demon seal? Why did it even exist? Shen Qi shrugged. Heaven knows. We have little understanding of this matter, and no means to uncover the secrets it conceals. You must unravel that yourself. Of course, if you wish to share any insights or information with me, I would be more than willing. Ren Jie grabbed his box and stood up. Farewell then. Share what? I have no intention of letting anyone know my weaknesses. Shen Xi raised his hand to beckon him. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. From now on, we are allies. To ensure your safety, I have specially arranged for the 3rd squad to conduct combat training for you. Ren Jie was astonished. Training? I've only just had some time off. Shen Qi smiled. Of course, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. In the face of danger, having more experience and skills will provide you with a greater chance of survival. This is for your own good. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Ren Jie's expression darkened. Seriously? Shen Xi's demeanor turned serious. Furthermore, our conversation ends here. Any leakage of information could bring you trouble. Without looking back, Ren Jie replied, Rest assured, I hold my life dear. As I stepped outside, I was greeted by Yi Yu's warm smile. Come along. I have meticulously arranged a training course filled with sincerity, ensuring you an experience akin to home. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, a chill ran down my spine at the sight of Yi Yu's smile. Perhaps it was due to the fact that I was clad in nothing but shorts. Sister Yi, do you provide meals here at noon? Sister Yi, it's Teacher Yi. Ren Jie replied with a smirk. In the office. Shen Xi let out a sigh of relief after seeing Ren Jie off. He felt somewhat fortunate that the 3rd magic child emerged among the human race. Otherwise, the path has been laid, and all that can be done has been accomplished. As for how far he can go, that is dependent on him alone. Before the training room, Ren Jie gazed up at the sign, his lips twitching. The room was ominously named the Try and You Shall Perish room. Flanking the entrance were couplets that read, training until you're utterly defeated, specializing in various forms of defiance. Ren Jie thought. Excuse me. Is it too late to return home? It seems I have fallen into a pit of despair. Chapter 54. A series of humiliating tasks. The entire training room was adorned in white, constructed from high-strength alloys, and filled with an array of training equipment. Upon entering, Yi Huai, Wu Yunqing, and Yun Xiao were already present. Wu Yunqing, bare-chested and glistening with sweat, was engaged in a deep squat, hoisting a barbell weighing over a ton. The barbell was visibly bent under the strain, while Yun Xiao had even taken a seat atop the weight plates. Ren Jie observed, his expression contorting in disbelief. At this moment, Yi Yu introduced, Ren Jie, I trust you are all acquainted. From now on, you shall be part of our team. Today's training will be overseen by us. Are you all prepared? Wu Yunqing tossed the barbell aside, his chest thumping loudly. Ouch! Yi Huai's forehead was throbbing, and he forced a smile that was more painful than tears, gritting his teeth. How could I not recognize you? Ren Jie, your presence infuriates me. I can hardly wait to commence training. He recalled the plaster statue and the terracotta warrior, both etched in his memory. Yun Xiao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Now, this is going to be entertaining. I'll go grab some snacks. Ren Jie stafet angry. You should hold back. Teacher Yi, to prevent any personal vendettas, I request that you train me directly. Yi chuckled. Very well. You certainly know how to choose. Let's South begin with close combat training. Prepare yourselves. I will count down from 3, 2, 1, and we shall start immediately. Ren Jie was taken aback, astonished at the rapid transition into action. 3. Upon hearing the countdown, he hastily assumed a fighting stance reminiscent of what he had seen on television. However, before he could settle into position, he was met with a blur of motion. 2 swift punches landed, sending him stumbling backward, sporting newly acquired panda eyes. Yun Xiao could not contain herself, bursting into laughter as she sat nearby, her legs kicking in mirth. Ren Jie was bewildered. What are you doing? Yi Yu, with a mischievous grin, remarked. The first lesson of special training. Never trust others too easily. Did you learn your lesson? Yi Huai, you go next. As the captain, I shall take the grand finale. Ren Jie retorted. Is it not you who seeks personal revenge? This is surely a response to my having doused you with hot pepper water. Isn't it? How despicable. He hadn't anticipated Yi Yu to hold such a grudge, thinking to himself, just wait. Yi Huai stepped in front of Ren Jie, cracking his neck and flexing his fists ominously. I want to go easy on you. I want to use my abilities and will allow you to use one hand. Feel free to try your best, if you can manage to hurt me. At that moment, however, Ren Jie disregarded Yi Huai and stared in astonishment at the entrance. Shen Sis, what brings you here? Is there something you need from me? Yi Huai posed, instinctively turning his head to look. Suddenly, Ren Jie's eyes widened, and flames erupted beneath his feet, surging forth with immense force, transforming his leg into a steel whip that struck upward with ferocity. With a resounding thud, it connected fiercely beneath Yi Huai, propelling him into the air, his head striking the ceiling with a clang, before he crashed back down to the ground. The pallor of his face was striking, beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, and he emitted a wail reminiscent of Tomcat, rolling about frantically while clutching his hands. Oh no, it's shattered. It must be shattered. Ren Jie anklimet, looking upwards with a resigned expression. Is this all there is to it? Never trust others too easily. Didn't your teacher ever instruct you otherwise? Yi Yu, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but cover her face, while Yun Xiao burst into laughter, spitting out a mouthful of chips and fervently capturing the moment on her phone. Wu Yunqing felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine, instinctively crouching, gaining a clearer understanding of the calamity unfolding in Ren Jie's hands. Tears welled in Yi Huai's eyes as he gritted his teeth and implored, Brother, avenge me. Take him down. Wu Yunqing inhaled deeply and stepped forward, her expression grave. Please instruct me. Her muscular physique towered over Ren Jie, imposing an intense aura of pressure. Before Ren Jie could brace himself, Wu Yunqing unleashed a powerful swinging punch, generating a resounding shockwave. Is she serious? Ren Jie instinctively activated his momentary vision, perceiving the world around him slow to a crawl. The trajectory of Wu Yunqing's actions, including the path of her fist, became crystal clear. He swiftly adjusted his posture, slightly tilting his head to evade the blow, mimicking Wu Yunqing's movement as he retaliated with a swinging punch of his own. A resounding bang echoed as Wu Yunqing's punch missed. Yet she found herself struck on the jaw, stumbling back 2 steps, incredulous that he had dodged her attack. "Do you have a foundation in combat?" Ren Jie rubbed his sore fist, feeling as though he had struck a steel plate. "Just learned it." Wu Yunqing was incredulous. How could someone with no training execute a counterpunch? If it weren't for her superior physical condition, a regular person would have already been knocked out by Ren Jie's blow. Meanwhile, Yu gazed in astonishment at the unfolding drama. Ren Jie had not lied. His movements, though rough and inexperienced, mirrored Wu Yunqing's precisely. To have memorized and executed such a response in such a brief span of time, was he truly a prodigy in combat? Wu Yunqing, undeterred, challenged, "Come again. This time you attack me." Ren Jie complied without hesitation, adopting the previous stance and delivering another punch. However, this time, Wu Yunqing caught his fist, executing a swift shoulder throw that sent him sprawling to the ground, immediately transitioning to a rear naked choke. Ren Jie's face flushed as he struggled for breath. Learn this. It's called a rear naked choke. Once it's locked in, no matter how you struggle, there's no escape. In a few seconds, you'll be unconscious. Unless you, before Wu Yunqing could finish her sentence, flames suddenly erupted from Ren Jie's hands, striking her forearm. With a sharp hiss, Wu Yunqing cried out in pain, instinctively withdrawing her arm, breaking the chokehold. Suddenly, Ren Jie's mechanical arm sprang forth, fiercely gripping Wu Yunqing's vulnerable spot. Wu Yunqing's eyes widened in shock as he let out a pained scream. In the next moment, Ren Jie's other hand ascended at lightning speed, aiming directly at his eye. My eye. Let go of me." Indeed, Ren Jie released his grip, but only to gesture in triumph before thrusting his hand into Wu Yunqing's nostrils, relentlessly poking. The nostrils were stretched wide, while his other hand seized Wu Yunqing's ear, twisting it in a circular motion. Wu Yunqing was on the verge of tears from the pain. Despite his formidable size, he found himself on the ground, twisting and crawling in a desperate attempt to relieve the pressure. As Wu Yunqing crawled in circles, Ren Jie continued to twist his ear, reminiscent of an old donkey grinding grain. Hey, enough. He conceded. It was only then that Ren Jie released him, shaking his head and remarking, "Is this all you've got? You think you could train me? You're centuries too early." Wu Yunqing, clutching his ears, wore a face of indignation. "May I inquire, young brother, what martial art you employ? Which school do you hail from?" Ren Jie clasped his fists together and replied, "Unrestricted combat. I am a disciple of the esteemed master Chen Hagao. It was an honor. Had I known this sooner, I would not have given you a chance to retaliate. I could have bulldozed my way to your home last night." Wu Yunqing's face turned pale. No wonder there were so many humiliating deeds. He recognized this predecessor, who had once been invited by the Great Xia Defense Army to serve as a combat instructor of formidable repute. Yue covered her face, realizing that relying on them was futile. "Everyone, step aside. I shall take over." Chapter 55. Encounter with a Spectre under the Moonlit Night. Yu drew a delicate wound across her hand with her fingernail, causing blood to flow and coalesce into a thin layer of crimson armor that enveloped her entire being. The blood armor glimmered like a brilliant ruby, concealing her skin completely. In that moment, Yu resembled a Valkyrie emerging from the battlefield, exuding an overwhelming aura. Ren Jie scowled. "Aren't you just bullying the honest folk? You're wrapped up so tightly. How am I supposed to strike back?" Yu smiled lightly. "Worry not. I shall temper my strength. Let me assess just how much you weigh." Ren Jie retorted, 141 Jin and 6 Liang. "No need to test, I can tell you directly." Yu raised an eyebrow. Such a silver-tongued fellow. Without further ado, she launched an assault, leaving Ren Jie with no choice but to brace himself and engage. Yu's movements were so swift that even with his instant eye technique, Ren Jie could barely catch a glimpse as she relentlessly pummeled him. As a novice in combat, adept only at dirty tricks, he was utterly overwhelmed. Yet, Yi was indeed holding back, only inflicting pain without unleashing her full power. Otherwise, given her prowess, Ren Jie would likely have been defeated in an instant. Initially, Wu Yunqing and Yi Huai found amusement in the spectacle, relishing the sight of Ren Jie finally being subdued. However, their amusement swiftly dwindled as they observed Ren Jie's combat skills evolving at an astonishing pace. He began to replicate the very techniques Yi Yu had employed, initially clumsy, but soon executing them with remarkable precision. He perfectly mirrored her fighting style and even the nuances of force application. Yin Xiao and the others were utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such a terrifying capacity for learning. Moreover, he absorbed knowledge amidst battle, immediately applying it in practice. It was simply outrageous. This was the frightening aspect of the instant eye technique. Not only did it slow down actions, but it also imprinted the visuals deeply into one's memory, making them unforgettable. Ren Jie merely needed to imitate, akin to having an instructional video playing on repeat in his mind. If he couldn't master it, there would be little hope for him. Gradually, Ren Jie found himself able to spar with Yi Yu. She, too, was taken aback. This fellow was indeed a genius, with an astonishing ability to learn. She also discovered that although Ren Jie was merely at the first stage, 8th rank, his physical prowess far surpassed that of his peers, almost double their capabilities, without even entering a demonic state. How had he trained in just a few days since awakening? Once Yi Yu recognized Ren Jie's rapid adaptation, she began to feed him techniques, losing track of time in the process. During this interval, Ren Jie frequently protested, claiming exhaustion, his body bruised and battered, hardly capable of continuing. However, a restorative spell from Yin Xiao revitalized him to peak condition, leaving him no room to feign fatigue. Ren Jie soon realized the purpose of Yin Xiao in the training room. These individuals intended to train him into utter submission. Thus, they engaged in relentless training from dawn till dusk, until Ren Jie collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to rise. Yi felt somewhat fatigued, having nearly completed the courses she had arranged. She then said, "Yi Zi, take him to practice shooting while I take a break. We'll resume after." "Ren Jie, you call this a break?" Yi Huai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped aside, declaring, "I'm about to show off." He dragged Ren Jie to the shooting range within the training facility. With a swift motion, he handed Ren Jie a Glock pistol. "You know how to disengage the safety, right? Eyes on the target, align the sights, 3 points in a line, and then fire." Yi Huai expertly drew his weapon and fired, the sound of gunshots resonating as he emptied the magazine, all bullet holes evenly scattered within the bullseye. He raised an eyebrow at Ren Jie, a smirk gracing his lips. "Hey kid, take some notes." Ren Jie tilted his head, perplexed. "Seriously? In this day and age, are firearms still effective? Can this thing really kill a demon?" Yi Huai rolled his eyes. "Of course, ordinary bullets can't kill, but there are various types of specialized ammunition. Demon-suppressing rounds, armor-piercing bullets, explosive shells, poison rounds. There's always something suitable. Sometimes, danger doesn't stem from demons, but from the humans around you. Understand?" Ren Jie pouted, but mimicked Yi Huai's stance, lifting the gun, activating his instant vision, and then fired. Bang! The first bullet went astray, striking the paper target above the left side. Yi Huai chuckled. "Ha, that is quite the miss. But don't be disheartened. It's your first time firing, and not completely missing is commendable. You have potential." Bang! The second shot landed on the lower left of the target, aligning with the previous bullet hole. Yi Huai clicked his tongue. "Is this gun confusing you? Try aiming a bit to the right." A flurry of gunfire followed, and the black dot in the center of the bullseye was decisively pierced, with each subsequent bullet hitting the existing holes with precision. By the time the magazine was empty, only 3 bullet holes remained on the target. Yi Huai's expression froze. Utterly dumbfounded, Ren Jie pressed a button, and the target slid forward. He tore the target from its clip and placed it on a nearby stand. The 2 bullet holes on the left perfectly aligned with the 2 hinge columns on the left side of the stand. Ren Jie raised an eyebrow. "Is there anything else to teach?" Yi Huai's face darkened. "No." "Where did you learn to shoot?" Without looking back, Ren Jie exited the shooting room, stating, "From a crossfire transport ship. I'm a sharpshooter." "Yi Huai, are you kidding?" Do you think shooting in a game is the same as in reality? Go pull a fast one on someone else. Who exactly is this kid? A reincarnation of a war hero? In truth, for Ren Jie, who possessed instant vision, this task was exceedingly simple. I'm just stepping out for a moment. I'll be back soon. A dazed Yi Huai returned to the training room, where he found Yi, who was drinking water, looking astonished. Didn't you go to teach him shooting? Why are you back so soon? Yi Huai, in a state of utter despair, lamented, I have nothing more to teach him. Rather, he has become a mentor to me. Yi Yue, with a hint of amusement, responded, huh? Meanwhile, Ren Jie dashed out of the training room, instantly activating his sprint mode as he made a beeline for the elevator. The corridor was devoid of any presence. Everyone had clocked out, leaving behind the absurdity of training at this hour. What a joke. If I don't hurry, those beasts will make me train all night long. Upon entering the elevator, Ren Jie pressed the button for the top floor, and as the doors opened, he bolted outside. However, after just a few strides, he was confronted with a sign indicating the training room. What sorcery is this? I distinctly arrived at the top floor. Why am I still on this level? Wonderful. Have they tampered with the elevator just to torment me? With the elevator malfunctioning, he resolved to take the stairs instead. Ren Jie raced toward the stairwell, ascending rapidly. 1 floor, 3 floors, 30 floors. His legs began to weaken, fatigue setting in. Is this a joke? How deep did they dig underground? I remember being on a 17th floor below ground. After all this climbing, why am I still stuck? After climbing yet another level, Ren Jie casually glanced at the stairwell entrance, only to be bewildered by the metal sign boldly displaying floor -17. His eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard, continuing to ascend. The nightmarish label of -17 still loomed at the stairwell entrance. At that moment, Ren Jie turned pale. What is happening? I've climbed 30 or 40 floors, and I'm still at -17. Unwilling to accept such absurdity, Ren Jie abandoned the stairs and rushed into the corridor, charging directly toward the training room. He kicked the door open with fervor, exclaiming, Are you all out of your minds? Have you forgotten how to go home? What kind of dark magic is locking this floor? Yue and the others, who were resting, appeared just as perplexed. Locked? What does that mean? Ren Jie rolled his eyes in frustration. Are we putting on a show? Come on. Without further ado, he grabbed Yue and dashed toward the stairwell, dragging her along as they began to ascend. Yue was utterly bewildered by his antics. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao and Yi Huai arrived in the corridor, curious about the commotion. As Ren Jie and Yue climbed another floor, they reached the stairwell entrance only to find Yun Xiao and Yi Huai standing there, equally astonished. Yi Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Huai and Yun Xiao stared in terror at the duo. They had clearly seen Ren Jie and Yue climbing upwards, yet in a matter of moments. They witnessed them emerging from below. What on earth? Ren Jie shrugged nonchalantly. See? I told you. Yi Yue remained silent, her expression grave as she descended the stairs once more. In the next instant, she appeared from the top of the staircase. At that moment, Yun Xiao and Yi Huai's faces turned ghostly pale, their eyes filled with dread. This was truly an encounter with the supernatural. Yi Yue's face was etched with concern. Surely, we are not experiencing a wall ghost phenomenon. What about the others? Ren Jie replied. Exasperated, stop the theatrics. It's late, and everyone else has long since clocked out. Yun Xiao shook her head repeatedly, fear evident in her eyes. How could they have gone home? The Demon Suppression Division operates in shifts, with personnel present around the clock. The corridor lay desolate. On this level, the 17th subterranean floor, only 5 of them remained. No one else was present. Chapter 56. The Great Crisis. Ren Jie swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his back. This isn't a joke, right? You truly had no part in this. Yi Yu's expression was grave. How could it be me? I only just broke through to the 4th stage of concealment yesterday. My cells are still in the evolutionary phase. I lack the power for such a feat. The anomaly was evidently not confined to the mere 17th sublevel. Perhaps the entire Demon Suppression headquarters had succumbed to a nightmare. Yin Zhao's face turned pale. What on earth is happening? This is the Demon Suppression headquarters. Within, innumerable Demon Suppression officers reside. It is said to be the most impregnable place in Jin City. How could such a formidable force incapacitate the the entire headquarters. Yu furrowed his brow tightly. Do not act rashly. First, we must contact our colleagues to ascertain the situation. Where are the communication devices? Yi Huai shook his head. They're malfunctioning. We cannot get through. Ren Jie pulled out his phone, and indeed, there was no signal. However, the next moment, his expression froze. The time displayed on the phone read 9:09 p.m. What time is it now? Wu Yinqing glanced at her watch. It's just past 9. Why? Unconvinced, Ren Jie seized Wu Yunqing's wrist to examine her watch. How can it still be 9? We haven't checked the time during training, but it should at least be past midnight. The watch's second hand swung erratically back and forth. The time frozen at 9:09:59, refusing to progress. The 5 of them seemed eternally trapped in that single second. 5 pairs of eyes fixated on the clock, silently counting to 60, yet the time on the watch remained unchanged, as did that on the phone. In the eerily silent corridor, the lights flickered and the sound of dripping water reverberated, creating an atmosphere of deathly stillness, as if it sought to consume the 5 entirely. Wu Yunqing's forehead throbbed with veins. Enough of this supernatural nonsense. Whatever this is, let us just break through the wall. With that, his muscles bulged as he transformed into a lizard man, delivering a powerful punch to the floor beneath him. With a resounding crash, the metal warped, the floor shattered, and a large hole was created, sending the 5 plummeting through. However, a scene of despair unfolded. The next level mirrored the 17th sublevel exactly, the same corridor and configuration. Gazing up at the hole above, the 2 corridors overlapped, as if infinitely stacked upon one another. Soon, the upper corridor was engulfed by darkness, and the hole smashed by Wu Yunqing began to seal, ultimately vanishing entirely, as if it had never existed. The expressions of the group darkened considerably. Wu Yunqing gritted his teeth. This doesn't make sense. Beneath the 17th sublevel should be the demon prison. Why is it still this level? Yin Zhao's face was ashen. This is bizarre. Yu spoke gravely. Without a doubt, we are trapped in a temporal loop akin to by a strip or Klein bottle. Our colleagues in the demon suppression headquarters must be facing a similar predicament. We have been trapped for at least 3 hours. If the one attacking the demon suppression division is indeed a demon, then his abilities undoubtedly possess certain spatial attributes, perhaps even temporal ones. This implies that within these 3 hours, no one in the demon suppression division has managed to break this cycle. Our options are limited to 2. One is to wait for rescue in place, and the other is to seek a means to shatter this cycle. Yi Huai inhaled sharply. Is this true? 3 hours have passed, and the division leader, being so powerful, has yet to resolve the situation? Yi shifted her gaze. Ren Jie, what are your thoughts? Do you have any good ideas? This could be considered a vivid practical lesson. Sometimes, when confronting demons, mere strength is insufficient. One must also employ strategy. Ren Jie, with a grim expression, replied, Seriously? The headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division is under attack, and we're still expected to attend class? I stood by, observing. If even Leader Shun has not managed to resolve the issue, it would be futile for us to exhaust our efforts. Wait, what did you just say about the area below the 17th floor? Wu Yunqing shrugged. The demon prison? Typically, the Demon Suppression Division selects certain subdued demons and confines them in the prison for research, seeking to identify their weaknesses. Due to the training room's usual noise, it has been arranged at a lower level. Why do you ask? Ren Jie grimaced, his eyes fixated behind the group. I can now ascertain that what you said is indeed true. The group stiffened and turned, only to witness the floor of the distant corridor beginning to distort, ultimately transforming into a pitch-black vortex. A demon, resembling a grotesque tumor and covered in hundreds of eyes, crawled forth from the whirlpool. Wu Yunqing turned pale, a 4th tier. The glaring-eyed demon? This is a serious predicament. The demons from the prison have escaped? The situation for other demon suppression officials must be equally dire. Ren Jie exclaimed. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Why is it so prone to glaring? In the next moment, the hundreds of eyes on the glaring-eyed demon all opened simultaneously, locking onto Ren Jie as it opened its foul maw, emitting a sound akin to nails scraping iron. Ren Jie, target member, capture, eliminate, Kiki. All its eyes glowed with a crimson light, and an overwhelming sense of danger surged from the depths of his heart. Ye yu shao to danget, dodge, old wu. Hundreds of blood-red laser beams erupted from the demon's eyes, instantly filling the corridor, wreaking havoc upon everything visible. The corridor was narrow, offering no refuge. Wu Yinqing roared and charged forward. Rock Lizard heavy armor. He managed to block the majority of the laser attacks, while Yi Huai waved a hand, causing the iron plating of the corridor to peel away, forming a shield to deflect the lasers. Simultaneously, countless firearms from the shooting room flew into the air, controlled by Yi Huai, unleashing a barrage of fire, with each bullet striking true at the demon's eyes. Yet, the glaring-eyed demon's formidable regenerative abilities came into play. The destroyed eyes swiftly regenerated, while the training room's ammunition consisted solely of training rounds, not the specialized demon-suppressing rounds. A sinister laughter echoed as Ren Jie found himself in a perilous situation. The formidable demon, undeterred by the onslaught of gunfire, charged directly towards him. Ren Jie felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Was it truly coming for him? Hadn't he already donned the invisibility charm? How could it possibly know his name? The headquarters of the Demon Suppression Agency was under siege, and the relentless pursuit seemed solely aimed at him. Such an audacious move. Had the secret of the demonic seal been exposed? This was dire trouble indeed. In the midst of this chaos, Ren Jie found himself utterly powerless, being merely at the first tier of awakening. No matter how formidable he might be, he stood no chance against a fourth-tier demon. As the group contemplated retreating to a more spacious area to regain their footing, another vortex erupted in the corridor. From it emerged a creature resembling a lion's mane, yet devoid of flesh, entirely composed of a skeletal structure, with crimson soul flames raging fiercely. With a deafening roar, an endless barrage of bone spikes shot towards them with remarkable speed. Spikes erupted from the walls and even the ceiling of the corridor. It was a fourth-tier bone demon, and with the simultaneous assault from both sides, the situation became exceedingly desperate. Chapter 57, Pocket Demon. Burning City. Yi gritted her teeth resolutely, summoning her divine transformation. A blood moon loomed ominously overhead, and an endless stream of blood surged from her wounds, coalescing into a blade of crimson. With a swift motion, she conjured a wall of blood to shield herself from the incoming bone spikes. The blood blade sliced through the protruding bone spikes with ferocity, and she seized Ren Jie by the collar, charging towards the furious demon. Frenzy Blood God Spear. The colossal Blood God Spear formed with a flourish, as blood-red divine patterns manifested upon Ye's body. With a violent throw, she launched the spear, followed by a swift kick to its base. In a thunderous explosion, the Blood God Spear soared down the corridor, piercing the furious demon. It impaled the creature against the far wall, cleaving it in two. The demon struggled momentarily before succumbing to its fate, for Ye, as a divine favored, wielded attacks imbued with sacred properties, too potent for any demon lacking formidable regenerative abilities. Fall back. Let us not be caught between foes. The five retreated strategically, positioning themselves beside the fallen demon's carcass, while the blood wall was relentlessly battered. Despair loomed as swirling vortices emerged from the ceiling and walls, with demons of various ranks clawing their way into the fray. Laughter vanished in an instant. Ye's fingertips had all but disappeared, her skin gradually dissolving into nothingness. Ren Jie, absorb the genetic fragments of this demon. They shall serve you well. Yeshi, Xiao old Wu. Hold this position. Prevent the demons from breaching our defenses. Commands flowed in an orderly fashion, the quartet synchronizing their efforts to form a defensive formation against the advancing demons. Though Ren Jie felt powerless, he did not falter in his resolve. He activated the gene absorption, consuming the fragments. The fourth-tier Furious Demon had elevated Ren Jie's momentary vision and penetration abilities to their maximum tier. In that moment, the corridor resonated with the clashing of weapons. Bullets ricocheted wildly, and blood splattered as Wu Yunqing's enraged shouts echoed amidst the chaos. Panic surged within Ren Jie. The current situation was unsustainable for long. When the world is happening, driven by a sense of desperation, he activated his X-ray vision, peering through the walls of the corridor. Gradually, the wall became translucent, revealing an abyss of swirling dark mist behind it. A sharp pang of discomfort struck his eyes as he pierced through the mist, finally glimpsing the scene beyond the wall. His face drained of color as he turned to Ye and the others, but upon doing so, a sudden rush of blood erupted from his nose. The overwhelming force of the vision forcing him back a step. For before his eyes, Ye and Yun Xiao stood completely unclothed, leaving nothing to the imagination. Why am I bleeding again? Are you injured? Ren Jie hastily wiped his face, his cheeks flushed. I understand where we are now. It seems the entire demon suppression headquarters is within the belly of a demon, which appears to lack a physical form, resembling perhaps a pocket? I can't describe it well. At that moment, Yi Yu was bewildered. How had Ren Jie discerned this? Damn it! Was it truly a pocket demon? One large enough to swallow the headquarters whole? What on earth was happening outside? Yi Yu had only heard of pocket demons, which rarely manifested, and the official records were scant, even less so regarding their weaknesses. Suddenly, the entire corridor began to tremble, twisting and spiraling like a tightly twisted pastry or a serpentine form, akin to a scene from Inception. The group could hardly maintain their balance, tumbling helplessly towards the demons, disoriented and overwhelmed by a profound sense of vertigo. In such conditions, standing firm was a challenge, let alone engaging in combat. At that moment, Yi Huai clenched his fist tightly. The steel rebar within the concrete detached, coiling around their waists like a belt. Under the influence of the metallic gravitational field, their bodies stabilized, finally freeing them from the chaotic corridor. However, the situation remained dire as the demons continued their assault and the corridor walls began to constrict, pressing towards the four of them. If this continued, they would either be devoured by the demons or crushed by the corridor itself, especially now that they were inside the belly of a pocket demon. What to do? Ren Jie frantically contemplated all possible scenarios. Invoking the power of the great demon was not an option, as it would spell their doom, with the threat approaching directly. The demons had just mentioned a personnel list, which meant he was uncertain whether he was indeed the third demon offspring. If he activated it, he would confirm that status, continuously using his ability to perceive the surrounding environment. Ren Jie was astonished to discover a dimly flickering point of distortion within the corridor, nearly imperceptible unless one focused intently. Yi Yu, stab the third light tube in the corridor with your gun. Without hesitation, Yi Yu thrust forth with the blood god gun. With a resounding explosion, the corridor's ceiling was pierced, revealing a dark abyss, though the rupture quickly began to seal itself. What is happening? Is there a problem there? Ren Jie atlimed, his eyes wide and bloodshot, blood streaming from his nose. You were a moment too late. You missed. That distorted point has floated away. Yi Yu and Yun Xiao were both somewhat dazed. What distorted point? There was clearly nothing there. Ren Jie wiped his nosebleed. I'll just forget it, ugh. Ye Huai. Old Wu, move aside and stop swaying in front of me. It's blinding. How many lovely ladies must I witness to recover from this? Yi Huai and Wu Yinxing were perplexed. What on earth was so blinding? Even if they weren't particularly handsome, they were hardly ugly to the point of being an eyesore. Bah, who even disparages others like that? However, Ren Jie hurriedly urged, at the 19 o'clock direction, where the emergency exit sign is, stab it, with all you might. Night Moon wore a grim expression, perplexed by the vague reference to the direction of 7 o'clock. Why not simply state 7? Although the reason behind Ren Jie's peculiar actions remained unclear the moment he uttered those words. Night Moon thrust the blood god's spear with all his might. A sharp crack resonated as the spear seemed to pierce a pivotal point, causing the space to shatter like a mirror. In the next instant, the entire corridor twisted, and an overwhelming force of repulsion acted upon the group, leaving them with a disorienting sensation of swirling chaos. Outside the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, the 5 individuals were ejected violently, crashing heavily onto a pile of rubble. Ren Jie grimaced, rubbing his shoulder in discomfort. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself rooted to the spot. The outside world had succumbed to night. The pale moon hung low, and the sacred heavenly gate loomed ominously above. At the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, a colossal, shadowy pocket demon loomed, devoid of a tangible form. Its elongated body resembled a dark, flattened pouch, most of it concealed beneath the ground, leaving only its head exposed. This head alone towered over 10 meters, with an elongated mouth resembling a zipper's teeth, tightly sealed, and enormous eyes filled with rage fixated upon the 5 individuals. Meanwhile, the entire city of Jin was illuminated by flames, engulfed in explosions, punctuated by the panicked screams of the populace. The city lay in ruins, seemingly ablaze. The piercing sound of alarms sliced through the night sky, echoing relentlessly. Chapter 58. The sunken vessel plan in the city. Colossal demons roamed the streets, towering like residential buildings, leaving a trail of flames in their wake. This scene resembled an apocalyptic nightmare. The Demon Suppression Bureau had been utterly reduced to ruins, as a massive, armored earthworm demon wreaked havoc on the surrounding terrain, encircling a pocket demon and safeguarding it within. Meanwhile, dozens of undead hounds engaged in fierce combat with several demon suppression officers, all of whom had not been present at the Bureau's headquarters during the incident. Among them was Zhang Muchuan, who, along with his companions, was organizing an offensive, striving to breach the defenses established by the undead hounds and the earthworm demon in order to confront the pocket demon. Yet, they found no feasible approach. Upon seeing the 5 emerge, Zhang Muchuan urgently inquired, "What is happening inside? Where's the bureau chief? What about the other officers? What have you all been doing in there?" Night Moon felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. "We have no idea about the bureau chief's whereabouts. We just managed to escape ourselves. What on earth is going on? What has happened to Jinsheng?" Zhang Muchuan's expression darkened. Multiple locations in Jinsheng have simultaneously erupted with demonic disasters. The number of demons is staggering, beyond comprehension, causing rampant destruction and chaos throughout the city. Schools, shopping malls, residential areas, and industrial zones are all affected. The entire Public Security Bureau, the Bureau of Supervisory Affairs, the station military forces, and the city defense troops have all been mobilized. Yet, the demon disposal force outside the city is hindered by a massive tide of demons and cannot return in time. All the demon suppression officers are now engaged in spontaneous demon suppression efforts. However, with the Bureau's headquarters sealed off, we lack sufficient manpower. Even if everyone were to emerge, it would still be inadequate. We have already requested assistance from the nearby Tianmen military district, but it will take time for the defense forces to arrive. The situation in Jinsheng has spiraled completely out of control. Zhang Muchuan and his team aim to breach the pocket demon's defenses to unseal the Bureau's headquarters, thereby increasing their numbers. Night Moon and Wu Yunxing turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was evidently a premeditated assault, meticulously orchestrated down to the last detail. Astonishingly, the Demon Suppression Bureau had failed to detect any anomalies in advance. At that moment, Ren Jie's face drained of color, his limbs cold with dread. Is this due to the demonic inscriptions? Have they orchestrated such a grand scheme for this? To directly attack the entire city of Jinsheng? The unfolding events forced Ren Jie to confront memories he wished to forget. The burning city of Jinsheng bore a haunting resemblance to the tragedy that had befallen Jinsheng a decade prior. History seemed to be repeating itself. Ren Jie's thoughts instantly turned to Ning and Tao Yaoyao. What had happened to them in District 69? Were they safe? They were still waiting for my return. Anxiously, he reached for his phone to call home, only to find that the line was dead. No one answered. In that moment, Ren Jie's heart felt as if it were being scorched over an open flame. Zhang Muchuan urged, "Forget everything else for now. We must breach this pocket demon's defenses." Just then, a somewhat youthful voice echoed from above. "Huh, you wish to break my pocket demon? You are a century too early." At that moment, everyone noticed a small figure perched atop the pocket demon, dressed in a trendy jacket and knee-length trousers, adorned with a hooded sweatshirt. The figure displayed a delicate fuzz upon their skin, speckled with white spots. Antlers crowned their head, and a pair of elongated ears stood out distinctly against their youthful visage, characterized by a 3-lobed mouth. A short white tail swayed incessantly behind them. Clearly, this was not a human, but a magical contractor from the demon tribe, resembling a faun. The deer demon tilted its head, disdainfully observing. I hadn't anticipated that you few would emerge first. I am rather curious as to how you located the pocket node. Night Moon chose not to engage in idle chatter. A blood spear materialized and shot forth towards the demon. Yet the deer demon remained unmoved. As the blood spear detonated midair, as if it had collided with an impenetrable object. White deer, conceal yourself well. Even though the pocket demon has been breached, the emergence of the demon-suppressing officials will not significantly impact this sunken vessel plan. However, I prefer to proceed with caution. In midair, a figure clad in a black trench coat, Luo Su, appeared to float dozens of meters above ground, accompanied by a man and a woman, among them the suited subordinate. Yuan Pei. Suspended behind him was even a coffin. White deer looked up defiantly. Humph. Do not command me. I am no one's subordinate. I am here to assist. Furthermore, Idatastumans. Night Moon clenched their teeth in anger. Magic Claw. Demon King Luo Su. Has he already reached the 6th tier? For only a 6th tier practitioner possesses the ability to traverse the air. Yet, his aura seemed to resonate merely at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Luo Su raised an eyebrow. Do you know me? Ah, splendid. This way, you shall not remain oblivious to your killer. As he spoke, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. Night Moon gritted their teeth, filled with rage. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? You will not succeed, and your demise is assured. The great Xia will not spare you. Luo Su scoffed. Consequences? That is not within my purview. Magic Law merely serves a higher authority. Moreover, my life and death are of no concern to a mere corpse like you. As he spoke, he ignited the cigarette and took a deep drag. No one can save you. Simply relish the terror and despair. Before he could finish, a loud slap echoed as Yuan Pei delivered a resounding blow to Luo Su's face, causing him to stagger back, a vivid handprint marring his cheek. The cigarette nearly crushed in the process. White Deer could not contain a laugh, while Ren Jie and Night Moon stood in shock, astonished by the audacity of this subordinate to strike his own leader. Was it possible this suited man was an undercover agent? Luo Su, clutching his cheek in fury, glared at Yuan Pei and bellowed. What the hell are you doing? I was discussing important matters. Yuan Pei turned pale. I lost count. Luo Su's eyes widened in fury. You must be joking. Today, I am fully aware. This marks the 9th occurrence. Yuan Pei hastily produced his notebook. No. Truly it has reached 10. I have recorded all, see? However, in the next moment, his expression froze. The notebook revealed a note. On August 11th, the number of cigarettes smoked by the boss, correct. A crimson glow ignited in Luo Su's eyes. You have made an error. Yuan Pei's forehead glistened with sweat. Before he could finish his sentence, an invisible force crushed his entire being, causing blood to spatter. The woman, resembling a secretary, was nearly paralyzed with fear. Bai Lu's eyes brimmed with derision. TSK, what a pity for such a loyal little brother. Luo Su's temples throbbed with rage. Behold, Ren Jie. Can this even be salvaged? A slap does not hinder him from posturing. Luo Su let out a sinister laugh. Next, it shall be your demise. In the next instant, Yi Huai and Yun Zhao's bodies were unexpectedly hurled away, crashing violently against the building. Wu Yunqing's body inexplicably soared into the air, only to plummet to the ground like a cannonball, creating a crater upon impact. Her limbs contorted grotesquely, her chest caved in, and she spat blood. With just a single strike, she was gravely injured, showcasing Luo Su's formidable strength. More terrifying was the fact that none of the onlookers could discern the nature of Luo Su's attack. Chapter 59. This blade is struck only for you at that moment. Ren Jie felt a chill run down his spine. You evade. To the left. Responding almost instinctively to Ren Jie's shout, you swiftly activated Blood Flash, shifting her body to the left. Bang! The space where she had stood was suddenly crushed, the air exploding violently. Retreat. Quickly. Ren Jie bellowed again. You had no choice but to retreat once more, only to hear a thunderous crash as a massive claw print, several meters deep, appeared in the ground. Yet, even as she widened her eyes in disbelief, she could see nothing. Ren Jie, what on earth is this monstrosity? Ren Jie's face turned ashen, filled with terror. It is a ghost, a spectral blue demon. Though others may not perceive it, Ren Jie, with his enhanced vision, could see it clearly, a formidable figure. Towering several dozen meters, a blue demon with 3 heads and 8 arms, exuding an aura of malevolence, resembling a specter. Around its neck hung a colossal skull pendant, and its 8 muscular arms had just struck at you. To others, this blue demon was invisible, its existence undetectable. The reason Luo Su and his companions floated in the air was that they stood atop the demon's head. Luo Su raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, you can see it? Quite interesting. In that instant, Ren Jie felt a surge of dread, and without hesitation, he turned to flee, even employing burning, for in his line of sight, a gigantic blue hand was ferociously descending upon him. You, her eyes blood-red, shouted, "Don't you dare touch him." Her blood flash surged towards Ren Jie, but the 2 massive claws of the blue demon were already descending upon her. You could not perceive the attack and was struck down instantly. A crack echoed as bones shattered, blood spewing from her mouth as she fell limply to the ground. The overwhelming strength of Luo Su was palpable. Bang! Ren Jie was hurled away, rolling on the ground as blood poured from the corner of his mouth. Just as he regained his footing, he saw the blue claw descending like a collapsing sky. It was certain death. The female secretary interjected, "Lord Ghost King? This fellow's name is on the capture list. The information matches. Should we?" Luo Su's eyes gleamed with interest. "Oh, it seems fortune is on my side." The blue claw then transformed from a strike to a grasp, seizing Ren Jie and lifting him into the air. Ren Jie struggled desperately. But how could he contend with a blue demon? Luo Su was a 5th-tier physical realm master. At that moment, you, lying on the ground, gazed at the unconscious Yun, Xiao, and Yi Huai, both gravely injured. Wu Yinqing had completely lost her ability to act. The other demon suppression officers could not inflict direct harm upon the blue demon, instead being severely wounded or even killed outright by its invisible claws. With great effort, you staggered to her feet, her disheveled black hair cascading around her. Wiping the blood from her lips, her crimson eyes fixed stubbornly upon Luo Su. "Release him." Luo Su scoffed. "You can hardly stand. What right do you have to command me? In this utterly despairing predicament, are you still attempting to struggle? Do you not find that pitiable?" Night Moon once again materialized the blood god spear, the crimson hue in her eyes seemingly ablaze. In this world, there's never been a truly hopeless situation, only those who have succumbed to despair in their circumstances. I command you to release him. Do you not comprehend? Luo Su's forehead throbbed with bulging veins, his gaze icy. You may as well perish. In the next instant, the giant claws of the blue demon clenched into a fist and violently struck down upon Night Moon. Instinctively, she raised her spear to block. Boom! A massive pit was blasted into the ground. 7 or 8 meters deep, the blood god's spear shattered, and Night Moon was forced to kneel on one knee. Yet, before she could catch her breath, for giant claws of the blue demon relentlessly descended upon her. The incessant sound of thunderous impacts reverberated, the earth trembled, and nearby buildings crumbled under the force. Night Moon was utterly trapped within the pit, relying solely on the blood god armor for defense, blood gushing from her mouth. The skin on her arms had completely vanished, a price paid for her divinity. What was fading away was the flesh of her forearm. If this continued, Night Moon would be reduced to mere pulp. Ren Jie, watching from above, was consumed with anxiety, veins bulging in his neck. Release him. Damn it. Undying blaze. Ignite. At that moment, an inferno erupted from Ren Jie, unlike any ordinary flame. This fire was the indomitable blaze of the blade of fiery destruction, unquenchable upon contact. In an instant, the entire blue demon ignited from its claws, radiant flames enveloping its form, transforming it into a blazing torch. However, this minuscule damage was hardly worthy of Luo Su's attention, hardly enough to tickle. Yet the flames outlined the shape of the blue demon, rendering it visible. Luo Su glanced disapprovingly at Ren Jie. "Tiske, still not obedient, are you? Then I shall make you more compliant." With that, he gripped Ren Jie's form with renewed force. Ren Jie's eyes rolled back as he was squeezed, blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain. A painful howl emanated from deep within his throat, feeling as though his body were being crushed. The mechanical arm emitted sounds of distress under the strain before it was brutally shattered. At this moment, Night Moon finally beheld the blue demon. Lying in the pit, she was in a state of utter disarray, blood continuously pouring from her mouth, mingled with fragments of her insides. She cast a glance at Ren Jie, then turned her gaze toward the towering, radiant divine gate standing against the night sky, her eyes filled with hope, silently praying, "O divine being, if there truly exists a deity beyond this door, I beseech you to aid me. No matter what, tonight, I must ensure his safety. This is my sole wish." In that instant, Night Moon's eyes brimmed with determination, a torrent of blood surging within her. The blood boiled and roared, seemingly infused with the very essence of her vitality. The moonless blood god descends. An infinite flow of blood surged and coalesced, rapidly forming a towering figure of a blood god, clad in heavy armor. Brilliant crimson light erupted from its eyes. Meanwhile, Yue's body began to wither away, her skin gradually vanishing, as the flesh and blood from her arms and thighs disintegrated as if devoured by some invisible entity. In that moment, Yue clenched her teeth, her gaze resolute. "I told you. Return him to me." The heavily armored blood god roared in fury, raising his fist and delivering a thunderous blow to the cheek of the blue demon, the sound of the impact echoing deafeningly. The massive form of the blue demon was sent staggering, even causing the nearby building to collapse. The blood god raised his enormous hand, reaching for Ren Jie, determined to reclaim what was lost. However, witnessing the battered state of Yue, Ren Jie was engulfed by a crimson haze, his ears ringing as he shouted in desperation. What are you doing? Are you mad?" It was evident that Yue was paying an exorbitant price. Her body, ravaged by the cost of divinity, was in tatters. Yet it had granted her power beyond her own limitations. The previous strike had shattered her bones and ruptured her organs, rendering her immobile. Lying in the pit, she looked towards Ren Jie, her eyes filled with tenderness. "I can't go on, but you must survive. You have a sister to care for. Your splendid life is just beginning. It shouldn't end here. It was I who brought you into this, and I must take responsibility for you." Ren Jie struggled frantically, shouting in anguish, "No. Stop. Don't pay any more price. You will die." Yet Yue gazed at the sacred heavenly gate, her eyes resolute. "Since I've been chosen by the divine, I must do something for this world, mustn't I?" The scarlet gun, a dazzling bloodlight, erupted from the blood god's hand, coalescing into a long spear resembling a radiant ruby. Meanwhile, Yue's flesh and blood continued to vanish. Even the skin on her cheeks was disappearing, revealing bone in some places. The deep red spear was raised high, striking violently at the blue demon. Luoshu, now enraged, retorted, "Do you think this can extinguish me? No way. Ghost devour." Waves of invisible white mist were drawn into his body, causing the blue demon to swell once more, then raising its colossal fist to smash down upon the descending scarlet spear. Blue demon's destruction. A blazing green light emanated from its fist, as if to obliterate everything before it. Boom! At the moment of contact, crimson and azure lights clashed violently, the shockwave generating a tempest that shattered all the glass in the nearby buildings. However, in the next instant, the deep red spear was utterly shattered, dispersing into countless shards, and the heavily armored blood god was pierced through the chest. As the energy erupted, the towering blood god was obliterated, transforming into a crimson mist that rained down, dyeing the world a deep red. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Luoshu laughed maniacally, reveling in the torrential blood rain, his eyes growing ever more ferocious. "Do you feel despair? This is the chasm of power between us. What nonsense about divine favor. No one can save you today, not even the gods." In this moment, an endless torrent of crimson rain cascaded upon the figure of Night Moon, who stood transfixed, gazing at the ethereal, unattainable divine gate, her eyes brimming with desolation. Did the gaze of the divine truly linger upon this world? The instant this thought materialized, A sanguine flame ignited upon Night Moon, engulfing her entire being in mere moments. Exquisite agony ravaged her senses, as if both body and soul were simultaneously being seared. Her flesh was gradually reduced to nothingness, dissolving into a cloud of dark ash that drifted into the vast sky. This was the divine fire. When a chosen one falters in their faith, they become consumed by these divine flames, burned to oblivion amidst excruciating torment. This was the punishment bestowed upon betrayers by the divine. In this moment, Night Moon had lost her faith in the divine. Luo Su retreated 2 steps, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Even the divine no longer favors you. Who else can save you now? Struggling to rise from the ground, Night Moon cast a cold glance at Luo Su. I have merely lost my faith, not my dreams. With great effort, she endured the searing pain of the divine fire, turning her gaze towards Ren Jie, ensnared in the clutches of the blue demon. Her expression remained gentle. Despite the torment, do not fear, I shall rescue you. At that moment, Ren Jie, held captive, wore a face of anguish, tears streaming down as he cried out in rage, "No, don't do this. Why must you all treat me this way? We have only known each other a few days. Do not throw your lives away for me. How can I continue to live?" Night Moon replied with a sorrowful smile, her eyes reflecting weakness. "Do not weep, remember? I once spoke to you of dreams, of reclaiming the moon that once belonged to humanity, allowing its light to once again grace the fertile lands of the great Xia. Now I entrust this dream to you. Fulfill it, just as I would, by doing something magnificent. The path ahead is yours alone to traverse. I shall not accompany you. Remember, never let the fear of parting deter you from meeting. Encounters are always a beautiful thing." Ren Jie shook his head vehemently, tears falling as he hoarsely pleaded, "No, please, I beg you." But Night Moon raised her hand, concentrating the last remnants of her blood into her grasp, transforming it into a blood-soaked blade, its sheath aflame with divine fire, burning fiercely. With unwavering intensity, she looked at Ren Jie, her smile radiant. "The divine cannot save us. The only one who can save us is ourselves, Ren Jie. This is my final lesson for you. This time, I stake my life upon this blade, no longer seeking to change this imperfect world. This strike is solely for you." Luo Su squinted, a flicker of fear regarding the divine fire evident in his eyes. "Are you still engaging in futile struggles? If you wish to die, I shall grant you your wish." The blue demon raised its colossal fist, hurtling towards Night Moon. In that moment, she gripped the hilt of her blade tightly, her gaze icy with resolve. Star of the azure sky, night without moon, the blood blade, tainted by divine fire, was drawn from its sheath. At the moment of its emergence, an exquisite crimson radiance erupted, akin to a blood-colored star shimmering in the night sky. The blade traced a stunning arc through the air, causing the world to seem as if it had shifted. Its brilliance resembled a sanguine full moon, only to suddenly dim. The arm of the blue demon, which gripped Ren Jie, was severed by a single stroke of the Night Moon. In an instant, the endless divine fire consumed that arm, and Ren Jie plummeted from the heights. Their gazes intersected beneath the night sky. "Survive." Ren Jie stood transfixed, staring at the Night Moon, engulfed in divine flames. In a fleeting moment, he was transported back to that initial evening, when they had shared the gentle breeze atop a matchstick, admiring the resplendent night view of the city, exchanging their dreams. She smiled, more beautiful than the shimmering lights of the city. She had promised to introduce him to the winds of fate, yet now the wheels of destiny began to turn, leaving Ren Jie to navigate the path alone. With just that glance, they were separated by life and death. She was utterly transformed into a swirling inferno of crimson divine fire, her form gradually dissipating within the flames, akin to a moth drawn to the flame, rushing towards the iron fist of the blue demon. Meanwhile, the Night Moon gazed at the dimmed moon above, her eyes filled with sorrow. In the end, would she not bask in moonlight? Boom! At the moment the blue demon's iron fist descended, the blood-colored divine fire, manifested by the Night Moon, ignited it completely, transforming the colossal blue demon into a blazing torch, staining the night sky crimson. From that moment forth, the world would know no more of the night moon. In that instant, Ren Jie's eyes turned crimson. His heart pierced as if by a dagger, tears streaming down uncontrollably. No! Amidst the ruins, the severely injured Yi Huai, bloodied and half-conscious, raised a trembling hand towards the falling Ren Jie. Go! In the next moment, the steel belt around Ren Jie was forcefully propelled by Yi Huai, sending him soaring towards the burning night sky. Chapter 60. The Executive. Codename, Demon Lord Losu, engulfed in divine flames, did not perish but instead writhed in agony, unable to extinguish the sacred fire consuming him. His complexion was ghostly pale as he clutched his chest and violently spat forth a mouthful of black blood, his eyes filled with despair. Cursed divine, favored one, that brat has fled. Bai Lu, summon your demon to pursue him, alive. Bai Lu mirli skoft, Castina disdanfel glansat losu. She had been an onlooker throughout, showing no intention of aiding him. I told you not to command me. I am not your subordinate. Losu narrowed his eyes. You may choose not to go, but any individual on that list could be the one sought by the tarot cards. Do not forget the purpose of your visit today. Bai Lu clicked her tongue and snapped her fingers. From the belly of the pocket demon, several torturous demons surged forth, racing after Ren Jie in tandem with the undead hounds. Bai Lu could summon any demon that had been swallowed by the pocket demon at any moment. Losugrin wikidli. Fear all you like. Your terror will serve as the coveted sustenance for the demons. As the blue ghost demon prepared to act, it aimed to obliterate all the demon-subduing officers present. However, at that moment, the pocket demon's form began to swell and distort, as if something within sought to rupture its belly. Pain was evident in the eyes of the pocket demon. Bai Lu's expression shifted dramatically as she leaped lightly to retreat. In the next instant, the pocket demon was cleaved in two from top to bottom, a blinding sword light erupting from its inky form, slicing through the night sky. It severed the encircling heavenly centipede demon and inflicted grievous wounds upon the blue ghost demon, splitting it asunder. The searing sword light cascaded down like autumn rain, even cleaving distant buildings in half. The incorporeal pocket demon was annihilated by this strike, dissolving into black mist, while Bai Lu coughed up blood, her complexion waning. The headquarters of the demon's subduing division, once ensnared in a nightmare, re-emerged. There stood Shen Xiai at the entrance, exuding an aura of terrifying power at the pinnacle of the fifth tier, with a colossal phantom of a sword orchid materializing behind him, radiating astonishing sword energy. Sharp as a blade. In that moment, Shen Xi's eyes reflected the burning city of Jincheng, the flames of fury igniting within his breast. Losu, I'll die to you. Today, I, Shen Xi, shall cleave you beneath my sword to the bitter end. Lo Su cackled madly, madness gleaming in his eyes. Ha ha ha, too late. Everything is too late. Jincheng shall sink like a vessel. Under such overwhelming circumstances, you, a mere Shen Xi, are nothing. Losu, omnidifferent, tremble before the might of the demon Lord Executive. This world will ultimately belong to us. Shen Xi's contenance d'arkened ominusly. Curse be this. Is the demon Lord himself orchestrating the siege? Has the demon Lord arrived in Jincheng? It is known that the tarot cards comprise 21 executives, each bearing their own code name, with the demon Lord being one among them, his title derived from the demon card within the tarot. All executives obey the commands of the tarot leader, the Fool, for he is the architect of this organization. He is the sovereign of the demonic realm of Di Engdian. Each executive possesses terrifying power, and their appearances are invariably accompanied by calamity. Damn it! Has Ren Jie been exposed? Do they know that Ren Jie is the third demon child? No, that cannot be. If they were certain, the tarot would not create such a commotion, but would act decisively against him. It indicates that there is still uncertainty. Where is Ren Jie? Where is he? Regardless of the cost, today I must protect Ren Jie. He must not fall into the hands of the Di Engdi and demonic realm. It concerns the fate of humanity. Take care of yourself first. Divine transformation. A gentleman is like an orchid. In that moment, Shen Xi unhesitatingly invoked his divine transformation. radiating an unparalleled brilliance of divine light. With a single hand, he summoned a verdant long sword. The sword-like illusion of orchids behind him erupted, countless leaves transforming into beams of sword light. The sound of the sword ringing, Ming Chui. The resounding echoes of the sword resonated through the night sky of Jin City. All beams of light targeting Luo Su. Gritting his teeth, Luo Su exclaimed, "Is that all you can do?" Demonic transformation, the king of the underworld. Before the demon suppression department, an incredibly fierce battle ensued. Thanks to Shun Ci shattering the demonic nightmare, the trapped demon suppression officials managed to escape and spread out across Jin City to quell the demons, and the situation finally began to ease. Meanwhile, Ren Jie was forcefully thrown over 1,000 meters by Yi Huai, crashing violently into a burning high-rise. Shortly after his impact, the building collapsed. Emerging from the fiery ruins, Ren Jie, now in demonic transformation, stepped out of the inferno, his clothing ablaze. An overwhelming force of fire was drawn toward him. The fiery cloud patterns on his skin glowing crimson, frantically mending his injuries. However, his left arm was entirely missing. The mechanical arm had been crushed, leaving only a few remnants attached to his shoulder, blood seeping from the interface. As the demonic transformation receded, Ren Jie stood amidst the debris, gazing towards the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Department, his heart torn as if it were about to explode with unbearable pain. He was still unwilling to believe that Yi Yu had perished, completely vanishing from the world. Just during the day, they had been joking together. Last night, they were still chatting on their phones. She had her own dreams, a passion for the work of the demon suppression officials, and was willing to invest all her enthusiasm into it. Yet, she had died to save him. Was it worth it? Was it truly worth it? A selfish person like me. Do I truly deserve for you to entrust your dreams to me? Ren Jie stood there, tears silently streaming down his face. On the outskirts of the ruins, many distressed citizens gathered upon seeing Ren Jie, grasping his arm and shaking it, weeping in despair. "Please save my mother. I beg you. Save my mother. She's still in the ruins. I recognize you. You are Ren Jie. I saw you on television. Please, save my sister, I implore you." Ren Jie merely stood still, his gaze encompassing nothing but suffering. The price has been paid. At this moment, the cost of the flame demon pierced Ren Jie's heart like a nightmare. He suddenly recalled the words that Wei Pingsheng once shared with him. People cannot be saved. Ren Jie, his voice hoarse, murmured, "I am not a deity. I cannot rescue everyone. Today, I too am one who seeks salvation." A rumble echoed. The ground trembled at the street corner as several torturous demons, accompanied by a horde of undead hounds, charged recklessly towards Ren Jie. The terrified crowd scattered in panic, their cries piercing the air. Gritting his teeth, Ren Jie faced the onslaught of demons, each one far beyond his capability to confront. He had just reached the pinnacle of his awakening. It had been less than 5 days since he discovered his abilities, leaving him with no time for growth. Yet, this world was unyielding in its cruelty. In that moment, determination ignited within Ren Jie's eyes. He had even resolved to unleash the might of a great demon. He could not perish here. How could he face the moonlit night that had risked everything to save him? Just as he was about to act, 3 massive, grotesque, soul-devouring demons crashed into the fray, their bodies writhing with horrifying human faces. They barreled into the undead hounds, engaging in a savage clash with the torturous demons. A shocking sight unfolded as the demons began to turn on one another. If one were to observe closely, they would notice fine threads, as thin as hair, entwined around the soul-devouring demons. While Ren Jie was still in disbelief, the roar of an engine filled the air. A figure clad in a white, form-fitting leather suit, adorned with a cat-ear helmet, barreled around the corner on a powerful motorcycle. With a screech of brakes, the motorcycle executed a perfect 180-degree spin, halting right before Ren Jie, its tires smoking. The rider propped the bike up with one foot, removed the helmet, revealing a stunning visage that gazed intently at Ren Jie. Old Sister Ji, Nuoyen. It was none other than Nuoyen, who now raised an eyebrow at Ren Jie. "Get on the bike." Ren Jie stared at her in astonishment. "How did you?" Chapter 61. The burning matchstick. Without uttering a single word, Ren Jie swiftly entered the vehicle driven by Lao Siji and settled into the back seat. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Nuo Yan's lips. "Where to?" Ren Jie hoarsely replied. "The old residential building in Zone 69. Home." Unable to establish contact at home, he was deeply anxious about Ning and Tao Yao Yao's well-being. Nuo Yan pressed the accelerator, causing the tires to screech as white smoke billowed, filling the air with a burnt odor. "Hold on tight." In the next instant, accompanied by the roar of the engine, the front wheel of the motorcycle abruptly lifted, nearly throwing Ren Jie off balance. Startled, he instinctively wrapped one arm around Nuo Yan's slender waist. The motorcycle sped through the streets, racing towards Zone 69. Glancing at Ren Jie through the rearview mirror, Nuo Yan inquired, "What happened to you? Why so disheveled?" Given Ren Jie's capabilities, it was unusual for him to be in such a dire situation. Surely, he could have sought refuge in a magical defense project. Moreover, with his mechanical arm shattered, what kind of fierce battle had he endured? Nuo Yan was well aware of the strength of that mechanical limb. Upon being asked about it, Ren Jie's gaze dimmed, and he lowered his head in silence. Nuo Yan, understanding the unspoken sentiment, chose not to pry further. Instead, Ren Jie shifted the conversation. "How did you find me?" Nuo Yan grinned. "Some fools with demonic claws attempted to take me down, thinking they could capture me, only to be met with my counterattack. They must be tired of living. Their target seems to be the magic contractors, which reminded me of you. I worried that you, my little rookie, might be taken away by them, embarking on a path of no return, so I came to check on you. As a mechanic, installing a locator on a client's arm is a standard procedure. Wouldn't you agree? You ought to be immensely grateful. If you had been captured, such a young talent would have been wasted on those demonic claws, don't you think?" Ren Jie wiped his nose and muttered, "Thanks." Nuo Yan rolled her eyes. "How boring you are. Why not refute me? Concerned about home? Don't fret. It's not that dire, and this turmoil won't last long." It merely caught Jin Cheng off guard. The great Xia is not to be trifled with. Just wait and see. Those from the demon realm will pay a price for their unruly actions. Ren Jie nodded sullenly, and seeing his lack of interest in conversation, Nuo Yan fell silent as well. The motorcycle roared, carrying Ren Jie at breakneck speed, skillfully maneuvering through various obstacles. Nuo Yan's driving skills were exceptional, even soaring over impassable terrain. All along the route, fierce battles raged throughout the city, with demon suppression officers and numerous city defense troops. Military-based defenders working tirelessly to contain the magical disasters. Teams of rescue officers were visible, aiding those in need. Yet, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming, and the situation remained perilously out of control, with insufficient manpower to cope. Throughout this journey, countless emotional myths have been collected into the Mirror Lake space, reaching an alarmingly terrifying magnitude, and they continue to accumulate. Strangely, however, Ren Jie did not wish to gather the emotional fog in this manner. Intriguingly, despite encountering demons along the way, each time a demon approached, its body would stiffen, and it would mechanically turn away. They faced no attacks at all, while the rapidly speeding Nguyen's right eye, concealed beneath her eye mask, consistently shone with an imperial purple light. Ren Jie had little interest in the scenery around him. Instead, he gazed upward at the dim moon hanging in the night sky. The moonlight cascaded like flowing water, transforming into a river of stars that flowed to the very edge of the night. In that moment, Ren Jie could not help but quietly clench his fist. Progressing without obstruction, they soon approached District 69. However, the matchstick poles scattered throughout the city began to emit a faint glow, and a terrifying torrent of energy surged from the base of the towers to the red spheres atop them. The red spheres grew increasingly bright, even forming fiery energy flames that radiated a dazzling light as if they were ablaze. Boom! 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 The four matchstick poles unleashed torrents of energy, intertwining with one another. And soon after, a substantial energy barrier emerged, transforming into towering walls that obstructed all. This created a fan-shaped grid reaching heights of over 1,000 meters. And above the grid, an energy dome began to coalesce, completely sealing off a specific area, isolating it from the outside world. The enclosed area would henceforth be referred to as the matchbox. The division of areas within the city exists because each district can form its own matchbox, cutting off internal and external access. One by one, the matchstick poles ignited. Nguyen pressed the accelerator to the floor, her expression grave. We must hurry. Once the matchbox of District 69 is formed, we will be unable to enter. Are you holding on tight? The energy barrier will not only prevent the demons from spreading, but will also block others from entering. The matchsticks are a means of last resort during a catastrophic demon disaster, illustrating the dire state of affairs we are facing. In the old residential buildings of District 69, several teams of Xiaoyao officials were urgently evacuating the populace, relocating them to the magical defense works excavated in the rear mountains. Tianmen Mountain, composed of granite, is quite sturdy and sufficient for dealing with an ordinary demon disaster. Leave your belongings behind. Is money more important than life? Money can be earned again, but once life is lost, nothing remains. Quirin, help that old lady. She has fallen and can't get up. Hurry. Don't block the entrance. Get inside quickly. If a demon comes, we're all doomed. The scene was chaotic, with Wei Pingsheng directing the crowd. His arm in a cast hanging around his neck, his voice nearly hoarse from shouting. His home was in District 69. He had just finished work and was preparing to sleep, unaware that such calamity would strike. He immediately contacted personnel to organize the evacuation. Yet even now, Wei Pingsheng remained unclear about the nature of the incident or why such turmoil had erupted in the city. The higher-ups had provided no directives, completely going dark. The officials on site were acting in a spontaneously organized manner. After all, once a Xiaoyao official, always a Xiaoyao official. And Ning and Tao Yaoyao were among those evacuating, standing in line to enter the magical defense works. Tao Yaoyao held the precious pet in her arms. Her phone pressed to her ear as she desperately attempted to contact Ren Jie, tears streaming down her face from anxiety. Yet the call would not connect. Mom, where on earth has my brother gone? Why hasn't he returned? Could something have happened to him? And Ning was equally fraught with worry. Don't say that. Xiao Jie will be fine. He must be fine. In times of disaster, nothing is more distressing than the absence of family. At that moment, Ning spotted Wei Pingsheng in the crowd and called out anxiously, Old Wei, have you seen my Xiao Jie? Where is he? I can't reach him. Wei Pingsheng scratched his head in confusion. I can't reach him either. He is not with me. You two should go into the works first. It's dangerous out here. Don't worry about that kid. He is more capable than I am. Just then, the 4 tall structures in Zone 69 erupted into flames. Fiery pillars of energy connecting in the sky as the energy barrier began to take shape. At that moment, a motorcycle sped towards them from a distance, and Ren Jie, spotting Wei Pingsheng's vibrant orange uniform, stood up on the bike and waved. Uncle Wei, over here. Have you seen my sister and Anne and Ning? Where are they? Hurry, hurry. It's about to be sealed. Nguyen gritted her teeth. I'm already at the limit. Wei Pingsheng paused, tilting his head towards Ren Jie's direction, relieved to see he was unharmed. However, just as they were about to rush into Zone 69, the energy barrier formed instantaneously, blocking everything. Nguyen slammed on the brakes. The tires locked. The vehicle skidded before ultimately colliding sideways against the thick energy barrier, causing ripples to cascade across its surface. At that moment, Ren Jie was merely a wall away from home. Yet ultimately, he remained outside, separated from safety. Chapter 62. The color of flames with a thunderous crash. Ren Jie's fist struck the energy barrier, yet not a single ripple emerged. Damn it. Nguyen sighed. There's no way through. Stop hitting it. We cannot breach this barrier. Even a 6-tier initiator would struggle. If it could be broken, it wouldn't be used to control the spread of the calamity. We're just a step too late. However, do not worry. The situation here appears relatively safe for now. The demons have not yet. Before she could finish her sentence, Nguyen's expression froze. From around the corner, a throng of ogres began to wander forth. And ahead lay the magical defense works of Qingting Mountain. These ogres were not particularly high in level, with the weakest being at the 2nd or 3rd tier. Yet their numbers were overwhelming, their limbs elongated, devoid of skin, their bodies cloaked in crimson muscle with exposed bones. Their heads resembled bird beaks, with sharp teeth and long tongues. Moving on all fours like gorillas, their eyes a menacing red. These ogres possessed immense strength and formidable regenerative abilities, making them quite troublesome. At that moment, some of the ogres were gnawing on the remains of humans, blood splattering everywhere. What compounded their distress was the sight of the largest ogre, upon whose head sat a man, tall and gaunt, dressed in black trousers and a white shirt, complete with a tie. His expression was grotesque as he savored a severed arm. Look at all these people. Coming here was indeed the right choice. I can feast to my heart's content. Just imagining it makes my mouth water. Young girl's flesh is the most tender. Sister Shasha, you one tea stop me, will you? Right? Right? Wang Feng exclaimed excitedly, glancing at the woman behind the horde of demons. Clad in a khaki trench coat, her complexion was pale, and her hair was disheveled, cascading down in long strands resembling spider legs that supported her entire being, allowing her to move. 20 or so individuals were bound within her hair, their limbs broken, their mouths covered, emitting muffled whimpers of terror. With half-closed eyes, Huan Sha replied, "Do as you wish, but don't go overboard. Let us not forget the mission we came for. We VE captured most in District 69, but unfortunately, they were not the ones we sought. I hope this lot does not disappoint me. The reward from the Demon Lord shall belong solely to me." At that moment, Huan Sha's gaze was filled with a chilling fervor and madness. Nguyen furrowed her brow tightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. The male demon contractor was only at the 3rd tier, but the woman was a formidable 5th-tier practitioner. TSK, this wretched matchbox. Why does it have to malfunction at such a critical moment? Outside the matchbox, Ren Jie was frantic. The demons are coming. Get inside, hurry. Yet, no matter how desperate he was, he could not breach the wall that separated them. Wei Pingsheng, observing the grim expressions of the ogres, noted that the residents had yet to evacuate, and he turned to shout, "Close the gates of the magical defense works. No one is to enter until dawn." For those who had not made it inside, he instructed, "Seek nearby cover and hide, awaiting rescue." Upon concluding his words, he abruptly tore off the plaster cast from his arm and forcefully injected a potent serum into his body. His complexion flushed with color as he brandished a fire axe and a riot shield, breaking away from the throng and sprinting towards the approaching demons. Ren Jie's eyes reddened with urgency. "Uncle Wei, what are you doing? Don't go." He pounded against the barrier, hoping Wei Pingsheng could hear him. Yet the latter did not turn in his direction. Meanwhile, Wang Feng let out a shrill whistle, prompting a multitude of ogres to surge towards the crowd. Standing atop an ogre's head, he spread his arms wide, eyes gleaming with madness. "I ask, does anyone here go by the name Ren Jie? The records indicate that his residence is nearby. Will you step forth willingly, or shall I seek you out?" His sinister laughter echoed. "If you surrender the one called Ren Jie, I shall generously allow my little darlings to feast upon only half of you. How does that sound? Ren Jie, where are you?" Nuoyan's heart sank heavily. Indeed, Ren Jie was listed among their targets. The terrified crowd, paralyzed with fear, began pointing at Ren Jie, who stood isolated beyond the barrier. That's Ren Jie. Spare us. We have nothing to do with this." As one person identified him, countless others followed suit, instinctively prioritizing their own survival in the face of mortal peril. Ren Jie bore no resentment. Instead, he boldly declared, "They speak the truth. I am Ren Jie. Cease your actions now, and I will go with you." All eyes, including those of Wang Feng and Huan Sha, converged upon Ren Jie, who was trapped outside the wall, their brows furrowing in concern. A wicked smile crept onto Wang Feng's lips. "Excellent, very well. Then we shall devour only half of you." "Hee. My darlings, dinner is served." Ren Jie exclaimed, "I am already here. Is this really necessary?" Wang Feng's deranged gaze fixated on Ren Jie. "Why should it not be? I, Wang Feng, require no justification for my actions. I do as I please. The weak have no right to negotiate with me. Go consume them." Ren Jie clenched his teeth, his fists nearly shattering from the strain. Never had he yearned for power so desperately. The ogres charged towards the crowd like a frenzied storm, sending those who had yet to flee scattering in all directions, akin to startled birds. At that moment, an orange-red figure emerged from the masses. charging towards the horde of demons with unprecedented determination. It was Wei Pingsheng. He positioned himself between the crowd and the advancing demons, surrounded by a menacing throng. With the lights of countless homes illuminating the backdrop, that streak of fiery orange seemed to cleave the world in two. Armed with a riot shield, he assumed a defensive stance against the oncoming ogres, gripping his fire axe tightly. Ren Jie's eyes brimmed with bloodshot urgency. "Uncle Wei, run. Don't be foolish. You can't stop them. You will die. Have you not always taught us to prioritize our own lives above all else? Those who cannot protect themselves are incapable of safeguarding others. In the face of malevolence, should one not flee at the first opportunity? Why then, do you choose to stand your ground? Have you forgotten the very lessons you imparted to me?" Yet, Wei Pingsheng merely smiled faintly, responding nonchalantly. "It's just a slogan, merely words to heed. Before the dawn breaks, someone must ignite the flames to cast a flicker of light upon the encroaching darkness." The color of the Sio official's uniform embodies the hue of flames. He cannot abandon his post. The people have yet to evacuate, and the reinforced gates of the magical defense remain unsealed. Someone must step forward, even if only to delay the inevitable for a fleeting moment, even if it means he may perish in this very place. But what of it? In the past, Wei Pingsheng could not comprehend why his fallen comrades, fully aware of the futility, chose to undertake such folly, risking their very lives. Each time, he would chastise them, tears in his eyes, calling them fools. Now, however, Wei Pingsheng understands that sometimes, despite your desire to flee, your heart compels you to step forth. In this moment, he too has become the fool in his own eyes. Yet, at this instant, he feels no fear. The long-dormant fervor within him has once again ignited. "Come forth, you wretched demons. Come at me, your grandfather." Chapter 63. Life like wild grass. Ren Jie pounded on the barrier with one hand, shouting anxiously, "Go. You must go. Leave now." Yet, Wei Pingsheng charged forward with a fierce roar, single-handedly confronting the horde of ogres. Towering over 3 meters, the ogre opened its massive, bloodied maw and lunged at Wei Pingsheng with ferocity. With a determined glare, Wei Pingsheng thrust his riot shield sideways with great force, colliding with the ogre's head, causing it to tilt awkwardly. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed down, while his other hand swung the fire axe, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Delivering a devastating blow to the creature's neck and severing its head, blood splattering across Wei Pingsheng's body. Turning swiftly, he struck again, cleaving off the claw of another ogre. As an ogre's tail swept toward him, Wei Pingsheng raised his shield, deftly catching the tail and pinning it down, before the axe fell again, severing the appendage. In that moment, armed with only a shield and an axe, Wei Pingsheng engaged in a fierce battle against the ogres. He dodged, defended, and rolled, moving through the horde like a bloodthirsty butcher. His assault was straightforward, unadorned, even clumsy, devoid of any elaborate techniques. It relied solely on 30 years of honed tactical experience, combat skills, and the sweat poured forth from countless days and nights of relentless training. He stood his ground as a mere officer, facing the demons head-on. Nuo Yin felt a chill run down her spine. Was this man merely an ordinary person? Just a martial artist with slightly superior physical attributes? Yet, his physical prowess was at least comparable to a peak second-tier genetic warrior. This was the first time she had encountered someone of such caliber. How had he achieved this? However, it was evident that Wei Pingsheng could not endure for long. His attacks failed to inflict lethal damage on the demons. Even when he decapitated an ogre, it could quickly regenerate. Blood had already soaked his uniform, clearly indicating he was wounded. Another ogre lunged at Wei Pingsheng, raking 3 deep, bone-exposing gashes across his back. As he attempted to raise his shield in defense, it was bitten by the ogre, which violently tore it away, flinging it aside. A tail then struck Wei Pingsheng's chest, propelling him like a cannonball, rolling across the ground for 2 or 3 revolutions before crashing against a concrete block. Wang Feng sneered, his eyes filled with derision. Laughable. Truly laughable. An ordinary person daring to annihilate demons? A foolish dream. Crushing you is as easy as squashing a mouse, yet I shan't end your games so swiftly. I wish to see just how long you can endure before my little cuties consume you. Hee, it is a delight to toy with an ant. Wei Pingshang leaned against a rock, coughing up blood, his chest caved in, the axe nowhere in sight. Yet he struggled to rise from the ground, tilting his head to spit out a mouthful of blood. He ripped off his tattered shirt, revealing a torso marred by countless scars and drenched in blood, and twisted his neck. An ant? Ah, your arrogance is truly remarkable. Yet unbeknownst to you, in the eyes of others, you are but a mere insect, worthless and insignificant. Ren Jie, as heart bled as he implored, Uncle Wei, please do not rise again. It is enough. Just run, I beg you. But Wei Pingsheng, deaf to his pleas, drew forth all the blood fury potions from his waist, a total of 5. Without hesitation, he plunged them into his own body, a quantity sufficient to prove fatal for an ordinary man. Pain etched across Wei Pingsheng's visage. His heart raced wildly, extracting the last vestiges of strength from his being. His skin turned crimson, muscles swelling as if his very form had expanded. It felt as though every drop of blood within him had ignited, his organs seared, as if life itself were ablaze in that moment. Yet, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. He had crossed that threshold, advancing a step further along the path of the martial artist, feeling surges of explosive power coursing through him. The strength of his body now rivaled that of a third-tier genetic warrior. Weapons were absent, so he would resort to his fists. In that moment, Wei Pingsheng slowly clenched his fists, the twilight in his eyes igniting. Little Jie, I have not forged a name for myself in this life, nor have I achieved any great feats, but I refuse to succumb to fate. I have vowed that life must not be lived in vain, either with resounding glory or profound resonance. Life is both long and fleeting, and every individual has their moment of brilliance, their most remarkable instant worthy of remembrance. Little Jie, I believe my most splendid moment in life is now. As the ogre charged towards him, Wei Pingsheng disregarded all caution, bared his chest, and roared, landing a powerful uppercut squarely on the ogre's jaw. The sound of impact echoed deafeningly, sending the ogre reeling backwards, its jaw shattered. Kulme, I have longed to strike down your wretched kind. The ogre's tail lashed out violently towards Wei Pingsheng, who caught it with one hand, sliding backward from the force, yet resolutely gripping the tail. With a furious roar, he spun the beast around and slammed it into the ground. In that moment, Wei Pingsheng cared not for his own injuries. He simply yearned to fight with all his might. Ren Jie clung to the barrier, tears streaming down his face, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. Uncle Wei, please leave. Do not perish here, do not. I have already witnessed you depart. I do not want to see you go as well. At that moment, Noa Yin, witnessing the scene, remained silent, biting her lip in distress. Sometimes the world is indeed this cruel. Meanwhile, Wang Feng had grown utterly impatient. You are merely an ordinary man. Why do you bark like a dog? I could end your life at any moment. Do you believe you have survived this long due to your strength? No. It is my mercy that has spared you. You are but a forsaken mortal. Do you truly think you are significant? Your futile struggles are nothing short of repulsive. However, drenched in blood, Wei Pingsheng tore off his arm that had been bitten by the ogre and struck forcefully at its head. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with fervor as he laughed maniacally. Ha! Are you afraid? I, a mere mortal, and yet you, a lofty demon contractor, have failed to kill me even now. It is you who are inept. What does it matter to be an ordinary person? I have never decried the injustice of fate. We are like wild grass, unyielding and resilient. We may come from humble beginnings, yet our aspirations soar to the heavens. I pour forth all my strength, if only for a fleeting moment of brilliance. That is sufficient. Enough. Wang Feng's forehead was tense with rage. You wish to die. I shall end you now. In an instant, his muscles surged, propelling him forward like a dart released from a bow, his form becoming almost ethereal. In a heartbeat, he was before Wei Pingsheng, and with a finger turned to a blade, he viciously pierced through Wei Pingsheng's chest. The searing hot blood sprayed into the night sky. His body was flung by Wang Feng several dozen meters away, coughing up blood in great heaves. Ren Jie's pupils constricted, his ears ringing as he witnessed the scene. Uncle Wei. Nuoyan's heart also trembled violently. Wang Feng leaned closer to Wei Pingsheng's ear, whispering, "Do you see? You have accomplished nothing. You could not harm me, nor could you slay a single demon. This is the chasm between an ordinary person and the chosen one. All your efforts have been in vain, worthless." Wei Pingsheng's eyes dimmed rapidly, and with a careless toss, Wang Feng left him crumpled among the rubble. Wang Feng then turned with smug satisfaction to Ren Jie. "I forgot, you know him? How unfortunate to kill him before your very eyes. I did it intentionally, ha ha ha. Does it hurt? Does it sting? Just as it should." Wang Feng cackled, his gaze deranged as it fixed upon Ren Jie. Ren Jie could only stare at the bloodied Wei Pingsheng lying on the ground, unblinking. Huan Sha remained a mere observer, devoid of any inclination to intervene. Her interest utterly piqued. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed from the heavens. A massive, jet-black spear descended, crashing into the makeshift stronghold of District 69, shattering the barrier with explosive force, creating a crater where it struck. The spheres above the 4 matchsticks erupted, and the earth trembled violently. Huan Sha's lips curled into a smirk. "Has the demon lord made his move? Young man, you are now mine." Yet before Ren Jie could react, Nuoyan, unable to contain herself, dashed forward first, exuding the aura of a peak 4th-tier concealed realm. She hurled insults at Huan Sha. "Filthy witch, I have long found you detestable. Seeking to capture him? I shall claim him first." Her eyes gleamed with violet light, and in a flash, the largest ogre turned to charge at Wang Feng, launching him away as it attacked him with frenzied bites. Meanwhile, Nuoyan herself charged towards Huan Sha. The wall shattered, and in that moment, Ren Jie seemed to lose his sanity, recklessly rushing towards Wei Pingsheng, cradling him in his arms and pressing his hand against the gaping wound in his chest. Yet, blood continued to surge forth uncontrollably. "Uncle Wei, it's all right, it will be fine, please don't move." As he spoke, tears cascaded down, falling heavily on Wei Pingsheng's chest. How could one possibly save him from such a grievous, penetrating injury? Wei Pingsheng struggled to turn his head, noticing that the crowd had dispersed and the entrance to the magical defense project had securely closed, which brought him some solace, though blood incessantly flowed from his mouth. He shook his head and rasped, "You little rascal, don't cry. In this world, tears are the most worthless thing. I have reached my end with no regrets. Perhaps life is merely about certain moments." Trembling, he extracted a blood-stained cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. "This is my only vice." He attempted to reach for a light, but Ren Jie's thumb had already ignited with a flame, raised high, and offered to Wei Pingsheng. Wei Pingsheng was taken aback, a smile flickering across his face. The cigarette caught fire, glowing a vivid red in the cold night, only to extinguish swiftly, before Wei Pingsheng could take a puff. His life extinguished like the dying ember, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Ren Jie knelt on the ground in silence. Wei Pingsheng's body slumped to the side, his hand slipping from his pocket, revealing a kerosene lighter clutched within his palm. The lighter bore an inscription of 16 characters, etched with iron brush and silver hook. Life like wild grass, unyielding, born humble, aspirations soaring high. In that moment, those 16 words on the lighter burned brightly, piercing Ren Jie's heart with anguish. He picked up the lighter and tucked it into his pocket, then rose silently, his gaze turning completely icy. In his eyes, directed at Wang Feng, smoldered an overwhelming hatred. Chapter 64: Witnessing Your Own Demise Within the Mirror Lake Space. An infinite mist of emotions was absorbed by the demon tree, drawing forth an immense amount of spiritual energy and infusing it into Ren Jie's body. At long last, he shattered his bottleneck, unlocking his genetic locks, and ascended directly to the 2nd tier of the spine realm, beginning with the great dragon of the spine. Every bone in his body was undergoing a frenzied enhancement. Upon the broken illusion tree, a branch illuminated, sprouting 2 leaves, marking the awakening of the 3rd skill of the Eye of Broken Illusion, which immediately manifested as a Tier 2 skill. Concurrently, on the demon tree, a primary branch glowed anew. Unlike before, This branch was not enveloped in flames, but had transformed into a crystalline form, exuding an endless chill. In his mind, the whisper of the demon resonated. The magical contract had been established. Contracted demon, demon of snow. Cost of transformation, a heartfelt confession rejected. The gene of the snow demon was infused. The spirit of the snow demon was born, initiating the first contract of transformation. On the main branch of the snow demon, a crystalline fruit formed, concealing the magical spirit within, while a skill branch was illuminated, sprouting 2 leaves. Simultaneously, on the main branch of the flame demon, branches representing the burning and searing blade had all transformed into 2 leaves as well, with another skill branch ignited, also bearing 2 leaves. This signified that upon breaking through to the second tier, Ren Jie had acquired 3 new skills, all awakening as Tier 2 skills. Furthermore, since his previous skill experience bar was filled, all old skills had been upgraded to Tier 2. Even his physique had been enhanced twice. In that moment, Ren Jie emanated a chilling aura, his black hair transforming to a snowy white, with his eyebrows and eyelashes reflecting the same. His skin crystallized into a snowflake-like appearance. An overwhelming chill surged towards his severed arm, as mysterious ice coalesced into a transparent, icy arm. From the palm extended a crystalline long knife. Simultaneously, flames ignited upon Ren Jie's body, enveloping his other arm, as the blade of scorching fire was grasped in his hand. At that moment, Ren Jie wielded dual blades, fire and ice melding perfectly upon his form. He struck a harmonious note of ice and fire. His gaze was fixed fiercely upon Wang Feng, his expression as cold as frost, as he advanced step by step toward him. With each step, the ground beneath crystallized with frost. A Tier 2 ogre lunged wildly from the side toward Ren Jie. Without a glance, he raised his hand and struck with his knife. An astonishing chill erupted forth. The wind howled as clouds rolled in, and snowflakes drifted down like frost. This strike was named Frostfall. With a swift sound, the ogre was instantly frozen by the chilling aura, encased in ice, as if its life were suspended in that singular moment. A melodious chime, akin to wind chimes, resonated as snowflakes formed and fluttered down. The heavens were snowing. It was not mere snowflakes, but carbon dioxide in the air, crystallizing into ice crystals due to the extreme cold, cascading down. Then, with a thunderous boom, the frozen ogre shattered upon being touched by the falling snowflakes, disintegrating into countless fragments scattered across the ground. The onlookers, including Nuoyin, were left in stunned silence, gasping. Had a demon of the same tier been eliminated in an instant? Wasn't Ren Jie's power supposed to be fire? How does one acquire the power of ice? Wang Feng, having finally vanquished the ogre, wore a countenance of frustration as he turned to Ren Jie, his eyes brimming with madness. "Oh, little one, are you incensed? Do you not realize that shouting without strength is akin to the barking of a dog?" Veins bulged on Ren Jie's forehead, and an even colder aura enveloped him. Suddenly, with a thunderous explosion, surging flames erupted beneath Ren Jie, creating a massive pit in the ground. This pit was not a mere circle, but a colossal, inhuman black footprint, reminiscent of a demon's tread. The ferocious explosion transformed into a powerful thrust, propelling Ren Jie towards Wang Feng like a rocket, filled with seething hatred. "Leave him to me. I shall carve him alive today," Nuoyin exclaimed. "Are you out of your mind? Wang Feng is at the 3rd tier of strength, while you have only just broken through to the 2nd tier. Do you truly intend to challenge him, particularly a demon contractor?" Wang Feng sneered. "Kill me? Have you not awakened? Ha ha! I can assure you, your demise will be even more tragic than that of the previous fool." As he underwent demonization, he transformed into a muscular behemoth despite being at the spine realm. It was not merely an act of desperation, but rather a delight in the exhilaration that demonization provided. The cost was merely the consumption of flesh, a price he was willing to pay. Wang Feng's skin split open, muscles swelled, and bones expanded, morphing him into a nearly 3-meter-tall figure, entirely enveloped in blood-red muscle, with a tongue that extended grotesquely. "I have resolved, once I kill you, you shall serve as my midnight snack." With a thunderous roar, he vanished from sight, charging forward at a speed almost impossible to perceive. His velocity far surpassed that of Ren Jie. The two were on the verge of colliding in an instant. With a bone-crushing strike, his fist barreled towards Ren Jie's head, producing a sound akin to a thunderous explosion. Yet, no matter how swift Wang Feng was, he was not beyond Ren Jie's keen gaze. Ren Jie widened his eyes, his pupils turning to gold. Focus. At that moment, it seemed as though Wang Feng could see nothing but Ren Jie's golden eyes. What a pair of eyes they were, cold, sharp, and radiating lethal intent. His movement abruptly froze. Arrested mid-strike, unable to respond despite his efforts. What was happening? Why could he not move? This focus was a new skill of Ren Jie's, the Eye of the Void. Upon activation, those who fell under his gaze would be momentarily paralyzed for 1 second, limited to those of the same tier. Those one tier above him would be immobilized for half a second, but any higher, and the gaze would not only fail but rebound upon a user. Wang Feng, being at the third tier, was ensnared by this ability. Though it lasted but a fleeting half-second, it sufficed for Ren Jie. In that instant of Wang Feng's immobilization, Ren Jie struck, the icy crystal blade cutting fiercely towards his arm, unleashing the frostfall technique. As the blade struck his arm, a chilling energy erupted, instantly freezing it. In the next moment, Ren Jie unleashed a fiery blade from his other hand, flames swirling ferociously. With a swift motion, Wang Feng's muscular arm was severed, spinning away and crashing to the ground, shattered into countless pieces. The indomitable flames rapidly engulfed his entire being, transforming him into a human torch. He emitted a harrowing scream, retreating in terror, his body racked with excruciating pain from the searing fire, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Ren Jie. Impossible. What power do you wield? Had he aimed for his head, he might have already met his demise. Yet Ren Jie remained silent, his expression dark as he advanced step by step toward Wang Feng. Wang Feng gritted his teeth, declaring, "I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe you can kill me." His eyes were filled with rage, and within mere breaths, his severed arm had regrown. His body morphed into an illusion, poised to charge fiercely, but he found himself once again immobilized under Ren Jie's gaze. With a sudden lunge, Ren Jie thrust the frostfall blade directly into Wang Feng's chest, pressing down and pinning him firmly to the ground. The frigid energy relentlessly invaded his body, causing Wang Feng to feel himself becoming rigid. Ren Jie slowly rose, standing upon Wang Feng's chest, his foot pressing down on his cheek with unyielding force. With a gaze that radiated murderous intent, he looked down upon him, his voice echoing with the weight of despair. "Now, who is the waste? Who is a mere insect? I vowed to flay you alive. Just moments ago, I witnessed Uncle Wei's brilliance, and now I shall also witness your demise." Chapter 65. The puppeteer. As soon as the words left Ren Jie's lips, brilliant flames erupted beneath his feet. The Inferno Demon's stomp. Boom! The surging fire blazed towards Wang Feng's face, a direct assault. Beneath the scorching flames, Wang Feng's visage was seared, his flesh charred. His body writhed violently, cries of agony escaping his lips. As the flames receded, he was left disfigured, his countenance terrifying, yet in his demonic state, he began to heal rapidly. He sought to seize the moment, to break free from his restraints and distance himself from Ren Jie, for he sensed the looming threat of death encroaching upon him. At that instant, the golden glint in Ren Jie's eyes reignited, and with a piercing gaze, Wang Feng's body was once again immobilized. With swift precision, Ren Jie severed both of Wang Feng's ears and nose, the searing blade gliding mercilessly across his flesh, stripping away chunks of meat. Wang Feng was perpetually subjected to the agony of dismemberment, his sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. A foreboding thought crept into his mind. Would he be kept under control only to be methodically carved to death? Terror filled his eyes, yet he defiantly exclaimed, "What sort of ability is this? If you dare, release me and face me directly." Nevertheless, Ren Jie's gaze remained unyielding, his blade continuing its relentless assault. "What are you barking about? Your empty threats are akin to the yapping of a dog. Enjoy this feeling of powerlessness. I too have tasted it. As he spoke, he dislocated Wang Feng's arms with a swift motion, blood splattering everywhere. I will subject you to 1,000 cuts, tormenting you to the brink of death, allowing you to perish in utter despair. Ren Jie sliced away, blood continuously spraying onto him. The vitality of a demon contract bearer was formidable, particularly in their demonic state where self-healing was exceptional. The regenerative prowess of the muscular demon was unparalleled. Yet this became Wang Feng's nightmare. On n'avait qui escape. Escape was futile. Wang Feng's spirit was nearly shattered. Fear overtook him, his eyes pleading. Spare me. I beg you, do not kill me. I can offer you money. Magic crystals. I can persuade Sister Sha to let you go. With a single stroke, Ren Jie gouged out his eyes. Wang Feng, shrieking in agony, cried out, Sister Sha, save me. He is a madman, a lunatic. Yet, Sha was preoccupied with Nguyen, whose strength was formidable. Despair enveloped Wang Feng, prompting him to voluntarily relinquish his demonic state. Kill me. Just kill me. Ha ha ha. Kill me. That useless fool will not survive either. Yet Ren Jie unleashed the flames upon Wang Feng with frenzied intensity. His gaze, icy. Awaken. If you do not wish to be incinerated, then unleash your demonic form. The pain from the flames brought tears to Wang Feng's eyes. The torment was excruciating, far worse than any cut. In utter humiliation, he succumbed to the agony, triggering his demonic transformation. However, the cost of his previous transformation had yet to be paid, and should the demonic mark manifest, the pain would only intensify. Thus, Wang Feng endured the excruciating torment, biting down on his own tongue and swallowing it whole to pay the price. To consume oneself was akin to devouring another. Wang Feng wept bitterly, his mouth filled with blood as he continued to plead for mercy. Ren Jie wielded his blade with relentless precision, his gaze piercing and unwavering. The burden on his eyes had exceeded its limits, blood tears streaming down his face. Yet he remained undeterred, fervently expressing the hatred within him. This scene left Nguyen's scalp tingling with dread. This young man, in his fury, was nothing short of monstrous, more demonic than the fiends themselves. Wang Feng had been reduced to a grotesque form, nearly devoid of humanity. Ultimately, Wang Feng could no longer sustain his transformation. His body lay in tatters beneath Ren Jie's relentless assault. He lacked the strength to pay the cost of another metamorphosis, as dark, malevolent marks began to crawl menacingly across his flesh. In that moment, Wang Feng endured excruciating agony, his form cleaved apart, clinging to the last vestiges of life. His eyes filled with pleading desperation. Ren Jie took a deep breath, discarding the flame blade, his expression heavy with disillusionment. He had lost all interest in Wang Feng. No matter how many strikes he delivered, Uncle Wei would not return. With a raised index finger and a thumb poised as if to fire a gun against Wang Feng's forehead, an infinite blaze of flame swirled between his fingers, coalescing into a small, crimson orb that radiated intense heat, warping the air around it. The firelight illuminated Ren Jie's face as he expressionlessly pulled the trigger. A meteor of flame shot forth with a resounding bang, akin to the report of a real firearm, piercing Wang Feng's skull and triggering a violent explosion. Amidst the cataclysmic flames, Wang Feng's body was carbonized, reduced to ash, his very bones scattered to the winds. This marked Ren Jie's first kill, yet his heart was filled solely with rage. Emerging from the inferno, Ren Jie brandished his dual blades of ice and fire, charging furiously towards the horde of ogres. The demons that Uncle Wei could not fell would meet their end at his hands. It was a one-sided massacre. Even against the third-tier ogres, Ren Jie felt no fear. Meanwhile, the battle between Nguyen and Huan Sha had reached a fever pitch. Huan Sha, at the formidable fifth-tier body realm, faced Nguyen, who stood at the pinnacle of the fourth-tier concealed realm. Yet, even in this disparity, Nguyen held her ground against Huan Sha. Frustration began to mount within Huan Sha. She had not anticipated that Wang Feng would be killed by that second-tier novice. Moreover, the blindfolded woman's abilities were exceedingly peculiar, and to this point, She had yet to discern the nature of the demon Nguyen had contracted. Time was slipping away, and a swift resolution was imperative. Reluctantly, she resolved to pay the price. Transformation, Azure Silk Demon. As Huan Sha invoked her transformation, her hair erupted into a wild cascade of azure strands, akin to a dark waterfall dancing in the air. The azure silk enveloped her body for protection, her crimson eyes glaring fiercely at Nguyen. Still not transforming? You truly believe you can defeat me? Nguyen responded with a light laugh. My cost is somewhat troublesome, which is why I do not wish to transform. I do not need to kill you. I merely need to delay you, and I can do so without opening my transformation. Besides, you are not that strong. Huan Sha ground her teeth in frustration. Then you can perish. In that instant, an endless wave of azure silk surged towards Nguyen, intent on ensnaring her. The streetlights and trees were all severed. Nguyen clicked her tongue in impatience, exclaiming, "What a bother! It's time to get to work, little stone." With a slight lift of her hand, her violet eyes illuminated. And in the next moment, a colossal shadowy hand materialized in the sky, its fingertips manifesting countless transparent threads. Suddenly, the void split open, revealing a gaping black chasm from which a stone demon, towering over 20 meters, was forcefully extracted by the dark hand. Covered in rock, the giant hand twitched, causing the stone demon to roar in fury, emanating a golden-brown glow as it stood protectively before Nguyen. Countless azure threads ensnared the stone demon, binding it tightly, while the demon unleashed a tremendous gravitational force, sending Huan Sha plummeting from the air and crashing violently to the ground. Huan Sha grinned maliciously. So that's it. Your contracted demon is a puppet demon. You are a puppeteer. Nguyen raised an eyebrow. Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much? Huan Sha gritted her teeth. A mere fourth-tier heavy rock demon cannot contend with me. With a swift motion, the azure threads sliced through the heavily fortified rock demon. In an instant, Huan Sha's hair turned completely white, draining the last remnants of life from the heavy rock demon and sweeping towards Nguyen. "D," she shouted. However, Nguyen frowned. What bad luck. After all the trouble to catch this toy, I thought it would last a bit longer. Mom, Dad. Suddenly, Nguyen cried out, and Ren Jie was momentarily taken aback. Huan Sha sneered. You're about to die, and still calling for your parents? How old are you? Crying for help won't save you. Just then, as Nguyen's words hung in the air, two enormous black fissures abruptly tore open behind her. From these rifts emerged two humanoid demons, each over 10 meters tall and wrapped in dark bandages. One was male with short hair, and the other was female with long hair, both enveloped in a swirling black mist, their skin entirely concealed beneath the wrappings, with only their crimson eyes visible. These two demons approached Nguyen, one on each side, bending down to embrace her protectively, as if they were devoted parents, shielding their child with all their might. Chapter 66. In an opportune confession, endless strands of white hair entwined the two humanoid demons, slicing furiously. Yet, they were thwarted by the malevolent aura emanating from the demons, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon Nguyen. In the next moment, those white tresses tightened violently, attempting to rend the two humanoid fiends asunder. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Every strand of hair that made contact with the demons rapidly decayed, losing its luster, and was subsequently torn apart. The mother demon let out a furious roar, seizing the white strands with a forceful grip, and yanked them with all her might. Huan Sha gasped in alarm, her body uncontrollably hurtling towards Nguyen. The father demon's eyes glowed ominously red as he rose abruptly, raising his colossal fist and delivering a crushing blow to Huan Sha's face, driving her into the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. Nguyen stood impassively, hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze frigid. Even so, they're still your parents' children, are they not? In that moment, the two demons descended into complete madness, charging forward and unleashing a barrage of punches upon Huan Sha. Ren Jie stared in horror at the two humanoid fiends, his eyes filled with disbelief as he turned to Nguyen. Could it be as he suspected? Were these two demons truly? Amidst the frenzied onslaught, Huan Sha could only defend herself desperately with her hair. Her eyes filled with pity as they turned to Nguyen, laughing maniacally. I thought I was mad enough, but you were even more unhinged. You would turn your own biological parents into demons, transforming them into your puppets. Ha ha ha. At least I still possess humanity. You have lost all semblance of it. Indeed, demon pact makers are a wretched yet loathsome lot. Ren Jie gazed in disbelief at the two humanoid fiends. Is this real? Yet Nguyen's expression had turned utterly frigid. It seems you truly wish to perish. Mother. At Nguyen's call, the mother demon went completely berserk, raising her enormous hand to forcefully pin Huansha to the ground. Tendrils of demonic marks spread along her arm, invading Huansha's body, coiling around her like serpents. In that moment, Huansha emitted a dreadful, inhuman scream, tears streaming down her face from the agony. Hair offering, her body suddenly vanished into the pit, transforming into a mannequin of hair, while Huansha's form appeared outside the pit, her once lustrous long hair now reduced to a short crop. With terror-stricken eyes, she gazed at her arms, rubbing them incessantly. No. How can there be demonic marks? I paid the price diligently. The mark disease. No. How could you have transformed me like this? Change me back. I command you. At that moment, Huansha was utterly unhinged. As a demon pact maker, no one was unaware of the horrors of the mark disease. She was about to take action when, at that instant, a blinding flash of blade light cleaved through the air, slicing across the entire battlefield. In an instant, the head of Huansha separated from her body, and she herself was yet to realize it. Suddenly, a burly man with short black hair appeared in the arena, clad in a black military uniform adorned with a vividly depicted red dragon that was both fierce and striking. At that moment, he gripped a gleaming dagger in his hand. This unexpected scene rendered the entire battlefield silent. Nguyen quickly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, chuckling awkwardly. Are you one of the Dragonhorn soldiers? One of us, just ask him. Ha ha ha. Even the two humanoid demons were withdrawn by Nguyen, who at that moment resembled an obedient child, genuinely fearful that her head might not remain on her shoulders for long. The black-haired man merely cast a glance at Nguyen before vanishing once more, and the air was filled with flashing blades. The ogres barely had time to react before they were all reduced to mere fragments by the onslaught of blades. The speed of the black-haired man's movements was astonishing. Even Ren Jie, activating his instant vision, could not discern his actions. He was a formidable warrior, the purest form of strength. In just a few breaths, he had cleared the area of all demons. Following this, numerous armed troops surged in, all exuding a powerful aura. The unit insignia indicated that they belonged to the Tianmen military district's Great Xia Defense Forces. Reinforcements had finally arrived. The black-haired man stood firm, surrounded by the scattered bodies of demons, his blade devoid of blood, as he slowly sheathed it. By my command, cleanse sectors 60 to 70 of all demons and hostile forces, ensuring the safety of the populace and cooperating with local defense personnel to rescue trapped citizens and organize evacuations. In half an hour, I do not wish to see a single living demon within these 10 sectors. At that moment, the Great Xia Defense Forces responded in unison. Yes. Commander, under the black-haired man's orders, the Great Xia Defense Forces commenced their operations. With no threats remaining, Ren Jie finally deactivated his demonization, feeling waves of fatigue wash over him, and hurriedly approached the surrendering Nguyen. Old sis, what's their situation? That black-haired one is incredibly fierce. Nguyen squinted playfully. Keep your voice down. Can the Dragonhorn people not be fierce? They are rarely seen, each one a ruthless warrior emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, wielding extraordinary authority. And the Great Xia Defense Forces are an iron-blooded legion forged in the crucible of racial warfare. None of them are soft targets. With reinforcements here, that group from the demonic realm is finished. The Dragonhorn troops have mobilized, indicating just how furious the higher-ups are. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. The black-haired man tilted his head towards Nguyen and Ren Jie. Sorry for being late. Are you two unharmed? Nguyen shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum, not daring to respond. However, at that moment, Ren Jie's expression turned solemn as he grasped Norian's hand, pulling her closer, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her eyes. Norian was momentarily taken aback, feeling a tinge of embarrassment under Ren Jie's gaze. She averted her eyes and stammered, "What? What are you doing?" Ren Jie, with profound sincerity, replied, "Having endured this life and death crisis, I have come to realize just how vital you are to me. And I feel increasingly unable to be without you, just as a fish cannot breathe without water. I wish for you to be my companion for life. Norian, would you do me the honor of being the heroine in my story? Will you be my girlfriend?" No one anticipated that Ren Jie would confess his feelings for Norian in such a manner. His words were earnest and heartfelt. Even the dark-haired boy blushed, discreetly turning his face away. What a surprise it was to witness a confession, especially one in a sibling-like romance. Yet, it was only natural. When two individuals face life-threatening situations together, sparks of love often ignite. At that moment, Norian was flustered, her heart racing uncontrollably. This was her first confession, and it was happening in front of so many people. Ren Jie, had he secretly harbored feelings for her all along? Okay, she stammered. "I've never had a boyfriend before, so we can give it a try. You seem like a decent person." However, she quickly added, "But let me clarify, I'm not agreeing because I like you. It's because you have certain skills that I find appealing. Yes, that's it. So what kind of profile picture should we use for WeChat? Should we take one right now?" Yet, upon seeing Norian's slightly flushed cheeks, Ren Jie stood frozen, devoid of the joy one might expect after a successful confession. "Wait, you actually agreed?" he thought. This is quite the predicament. How is it that the price for becoming a snow demon is to confess deeply to someone, only to be rejected? What kind of twisted hobby is this? Does a heart only turn cold after being wounded? With a huff, Ren Jie suddenly released Norian's small hand and exclaimed, "I can't believe you actually accepted. You must be quite the fool to like someone as morally ambiguous as me. What kind of nonsense is this? You agreed too easily. There is no sense of conquest in it. Forget it. Let us break up." Norian was taken aback. What? What the heck? I just got a boyfriend, and now I'm being dumped? She thought, feeling frustrated. What kind of joke is this? I'm not some fool who hasn't experienced anything worthwhile. Infuriated, she began to stomp her feet and exclaimed, "Ren Jie, what on earth are you doing? Norian completely disregarded her image, launching into a tirade. However, Ren Jie seemed indifferent. After all, he considered her merely a former love interest. The dark-haired boy was utterly bewildered. What was going on? A confession followed by a breakup? Is this for real? Just as he pondered this, Ren Jie strode purposefully toward him. Ren Jie tilted his head and asked, "Brother, what is your name?" "Chun Shi." "What is the matter?" Ren Jie gazed at him with profound affection. "Brother Chun Shi, I find you incredibly impressive and quite handsome. Would you be my boyfriend? If love can endure through the ages, why should it be confined to the approval of parents?" At that moment, the atmosphere became eerily silent. Chapter 67. Lu Qinfan Nuoyin stood frozen in shock. Could it be? She had just been rejected, only for him to turn around and confess to another man? Was it possible that Ren Jie's true inclination lay? What a waste of his potential. Such a fine young man. Why must he play the role of a troublemaker? However, upon observing the appearances of Ren Jie and Chun Shi, Nuoyan's expression quickly morphed into something peculiar. They seemed quite compatible. It was worth a shipper's delight. Thus, the shipper Nuoyan made her entrance, promptly taking out her phone to capture the moment for her collection of study materials. The Dachau Defense Forces stood in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Ren Jie. Today was truly an eye-opener, to discard such a lovely girl for the likes of Commander Chun. Chun Shi's forehead pulsed with veins, his face darkening. How audacious! Am I not impressive enough? He thought, seething. Get lost immediately. Ren Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement as he saluted, understood. He then dashed back behind in, exhaling a sigh of relief as the devil's whisper echoed in his mind. The price has been paid. Ren Jie had never anticipated that confessing to a man would suffice. Was there no restriction on gender? Regardless, the price was considered settled. It seemed that the snow demon's demand was not as daunting as it appeared. After transformation, all he needed to do was confess to a man, avoiding the risks associated with confessing to a girl. After all, with his boundless charm, what if he were to receive an acceptance like Nguyen's? That would be a waste of affection. Chunshi gazed upward at the night sky, his eyes reflecting a chilling intensity. These demon brats have grown too bold, daring to invade Daxiao's borders and attack Xingho City? Do they truly believe Daxia is defenseless? He vowed if they do not feel pain tonight, they will surely learn their lesson. The lives lost at your hands will be repaid 100-fold. This blood debt is duly noted by Longjiao. Chunshi understood well that without powerful figures backing them, these demons would not possess such audacity. The skirmishes within the city were mere trifles. The real battle lay above. At this moment, a massive contingent of the Daxia defense forces surged into Jincheng, securing the area, while Longjiao's men roamed the city, ruthlessly exterminating demons and members of the Demon Claw organization. Outside the city, the Demon Extermination Corps had also returned, and after a period of inactivity, the situation was gradually swinging back into Daxia's favor. Above Jincheng, in the vast night sky, a cloud demon floated ominously, swirling incessantly, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the darkness. Among the clouds sat one of the tarot card executives, a demon lord, clutching a bottle of vodka, taking swigs while gazing down at the fiery explosions erupting within Jincheng. His entire body was enveloped in a pitch-black hue, his physique robust, towering over 3 meters in height. Atop his head, a single obsidian horn jutted skyward, complemented by 4 eyes, their irises a striking orange-yellow, with square pupils that bore no resemblance to those of a human. As he settled down, the dark cloud demon spoke. "My lord, the list indicates that we have apprehended 674 individuals, yet 19 remain elusive. Among the captured, we have confirmed with the treasure weasel and the demon spiral eye that they exhibit no reactions. However, it is plausible that some have concealed their presence through special means. To mitigate risks, I have instructed to transport the target individuals outside the city for further verification." The demon lord grinned menacingly. "Having finally obtained a lead on the demonic inscription, we cannot let this slip away. I would rather mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than allow a single one to escape." The distance from here to the former Jin city was not insubstantial. The probability of encountering the third demon son here was quite significant. If we could indeed grasp that artifact. At this moment, a glimmer of yearning filled the demon lord's 4 eyes. The dark cloud demon interjected. "Reinforcement from the great Xia have arrived. My lord, we must depart." But the demon lord rose, casting the wine bottle high into the air. Squinting as he declared, "Depart? We haven't found our targets yet. How could I leave? Reinforcements? Huh, merely a bunch of rabble. The human race is devoid of capable soldiers. They cannot impede me." In that instant, the demon lord brandished a pitch-black octagonal staff. "I will personally handle the remaining few," he asserted. As the dark cloud demon was about to speak, a sinister smile crept across the demon lord's face as he gazed into the obsidian night sky. "Ah, have they arrived?" Suddenly, amidst the previously darkened sky, a figure emerged. This individual appeared quite youthful, perhaps in his early 30s, clad in jeans and a white hoodie, with neatly cropped hair. His starry eyes and sword-like brows framed a high-bridged nose, thin lips, and a physique that seemed somewhat gaunt, adorned with a faint scar on his forehead. With hands casually tucked into his pockets, he stood suspended in the void, his gaze indifferent as he addressed the demon lord. "Who bestowed upon you the audacity to trespass into the realm of Great Xia? Are you courting death?" Upon recognizing the face before him, the demon lord's countenance paled. "How could it be him? Lu Qianfan? Have you recovered?" Lu Qianfan narrowed his eyes, responding, "That is not your concern. You should be more apprehensive about your own life." The demon lord laughed maliciously. "I do not believe it. I refuse to believe you have healed. Lu Qianfan, your life is remarkably tenacious. Surviving such grievous injuries and lying low for so long. How much of your strength remains? Do you truly think a few words could frighten me away? Today, this Jin city is mine. I shall see if you can hinder me." With a resounding roar, an inexhaustible tide of black demonic energy surged forth from the demon lord, engulfing the skies above Jin city. The dark clouds pressing down upon the city were nothing short of catastrophic. The aura of the 10th-tier realm erupted from the demon lord, a fierce presence that even twisted the fabric of space itself. The inhabitants of the city, with expressions of terror etched upon their faces, gazed skyward, their hearts trembling under the weight of an unparalleled and ominous presence. Dark clouds surged and coalesced into a colossal demonic visage, its gaping maw aimed directly at Lu Qianfan. Devil's arrival, heaven-breaking cannon, an infinite reservoir of black energy gathered before the demon's mouth, then erupted with ferocity. A massive column of dark energy charged towards Lu Qianfan, intent on obliteration. Lu Qianfan scoffed. A futile struggle. He raised his hand slightly. With a thunderous roar, the heaven-breaking cannon was effortlessly halted by Lu Qianfan's single hand. The boundless black energy refracting through his fingers and cascading into the mountains beyond the city, igniting cataclysmic explosions. Mountains crumbled, and the earth lamented. As the dark light dissipated, Lu Qianfan remained steadfast and scathed, save for wisps of smoke emanating from his palm. With a single step forward, golden light erupted beneath his feet, and an immense Taiji Bagua diagram unfurled beneath him, enveloping the entire city of Jin. The golden diagram spun gracefully, illuminating the night sky as brightly as day. His gaze fixed upon the demon lord, eyes brimming with cold resolve, he declared with resolute clarity in the vast expanse of the great Xia. Every inch of land is drenched in blood. You may come, but your life shall remain. Xinyi, Sakaidendin Silash. In that instant, the rotating Bagua diagram beneath Lu Qianfan came to a sudden halt, an inexhaustible stream of golden energy converging in his hand, transforming into a radiant golden sword. He cleaved towards the dark demon's visage. A searing beam of golden light cleaved through the heavens, illuminating the night as if it were the sole star in the firmament. The demon's head was severed in an instant, and the demon lord himself was struck by the sword's brilliance, plummeting like a meteor into the mountains beyond the city, creating a vast crater. This single strike even split the clouds above, as if truly tearing the heavens asunder. The demon lord lay in the pit, blood spewing from his mouth, his face a mask of horror. Yet this was not the end. The Bagua diagram beneath Lu Qianfan whirled again. Zensi, Dragon Pressing Spike. A gargantuan azure pillar took form, its base sharp and pointed, resembling a colossal nail. It was thrust mercilessly into the very pit where the demon lord lay. With a resounding boom, surrounding mountains were flattened, and the massive dragon-pressing spike plunged deep into the earth. The demon lord's eyes widened in despair as he bled profusely, exclaiming, "I am unharmed. He has not injured me. Seer, save me." Chapter 68. The mighty warriors of the great Xia, as the anguished cry of the demon lord echoed. A fierce blade of light sliced through the night, seemingly intent on rending the very sky. A chill settled in Lu Qianfan's gaze. The gravest mistake you have ever made in your life was to draw near to me. Thunderfire. In the next instant, an endless surge of lightning and flames erupted around Lu Qianfan, radiating outward in all directions. A deafening roar resonated across the heavens and the earth, transforming the night into a dazzling day. An ethereal figure was abruptly forced back by the power of thunder and fire, spitting blood. It flickered into visibility for a brief moment before vanishing into the void, its presence extinguished. Lu Qianfan narrowed his eyes, raising his hand to grasp, as boundless lightning coalesced into a long spear, hurtling towards the demon lord. Demon lord, today I shall slay you. Not even the king of heaven can save you. This is the promise of Lu Qianfan. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted beyond the city of Jin, with thunderous roars that resonated in the air. The demon lord, realizing the futility of further combat, decided to flee. If he lingered, not only would he fail to retrieve the demon inscription, but he would also risk losing his life. At that moment, within the walls of Jin City, all trembled under the oppressive aura of power, an overwhelming force akin to divine wrath that was no jest. Chunxi observed the figure engaged in battle outside the city, her eyes filled with fervor and admiration. Ren Jie, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. Damn, just a demon inscription, and it's escalated to this extent. Who is that figure standing on the 8 trigrams? So formidable. Is this truly a pinnacle achievable by humanity? Hey, former, that young man in white, who is he? He is incredibly strong. Nuoyan rolled her eyes. What nonsense about a former? Do you think I 1T strangle you? Strong? Puffed. Do you not recognize Lu Qianfan? He is the mightiest of humanity. In his 30s, he has already attained the 10th level of power, lauded as the beacon of hope for mankind, the guardian of our race. Not only is he extraordinarily powerful, but he has also stepped into the spirit realm, clashing with the king of the spirit tree, fashioning wooden swords from its branches. He once ascended to the moon, contending with the Shenyang for territory, attempting to reclaim the moonlight. Though he ultimately failed, he left his mark upon the lunar surface. Just look at that octagonal crater on the moon. It is visible from Blue Star with the naked eye. Ren Jie felt a chill run down his spine. What? He asked that impressive? Venturing to the moon to battle the Shenyang? Is this truly a human? Nguyen Tsofed. What's the big deal? Humanity's spiritual springs were originally limited to a single source, rendering us significantly weaker. Now, however, there are 2 spiritual springs within our confines. The newly acquired one was seized by Lu Qianfan from the netherworld, effectively expanding the borders of the Great Xia by nearly half its size and doubling the concentration of spiritual energy. He is indeed a true pioneer of territory, the mighty warrior of the Great Xia. Yet it seems he has sustained injuries from that battle and has been silent for many years. Ren Jie swallowed hard. Good heavens, he is undoubtedly the strongest of humanity, the pillar of the Great Xia. I never expected that this city siege would provoke Lu Qianfan to take action. How crucial is the arcane inscription? This question heightened Ren Jie's sense of crisis once more. Clearly, the tarot executive present was not merely the demon lord. There was also the hermit. Yet, even with their combined strength, they proved no match for Lu Qianfan. The 2 had already begun their retreat, hastening towards their lair within the abyssal demon realm, for only there could they find the sanctuary and security they so desperately sought. However, Lu Qianfan showed no intent of relenting, relentlessly pursuing them, traversing half the borders of the Great Xia. Many citizens in the Starfire cities noticed the fierce battle unfolding in the skies above. Thus, he chased the 2 all the way to the very brink of the abyssal demon realm. Before them lay the abyssal demon realm, shrouded in an endless black mist, where everything was veiled beneath a heavy gloom, dominated by dark hues. Even the radiant light emanating from the sacred heavenly gate could not pierce through the dense fog. Upon spotting the abyssal demon realm before them, the demon lord and the hermit felt a flicker of hope and hastened their pace, plunging headlong into the thick mist. At that moment, Lu Qianfan stood outside the abyssal demon realm, gazing at the demon lord with a dark expression. The demon lord bore hundreds of wounds. One shoulder and arm were entirely gone, and one leg was missing as well. Black blood flowed freely, and under such grievous injuries, a typical individual would have succumbed long ago. Yet, the demon lord's laughter resonated with wild abandon. Lu Qianfan, you cannot keep me here. Do you dare to enter the abyssal demon realm? In the realm of humanity, the Great Xia, I come and go as I please, and you have no say in the matter. Yet, Lu Qianfan's steps did not falter. Wielding his sword, he advanced resolutely toward the abyssal demon realm. The smile on the demon lord's face froze. You truly dare to enter? Do you not know whose territory this is? The demon master will not spare you. Lu Qianfan narrowed his eyes. Whoever wishes to come, let them come. If I do not slay you today, I shall have betrayed the very mountains and rivers of the Great Xia. His body transformed into a beam of golden light, charging directly into the abyssal demon realm, intent on vanquishing the demon lord. The demon lord exclaimed, "What the hell? You really dare to enter?" He turned and fled deep into the abyssal demon realm, while the hermit began to curse loudly. Why provoke this fellow? If you had not incited him just now, perhaps he would not have pursued us. As Lu Qianfan burst into the realm, it seemed as though the entire abyssal demon realm trembled, the mist surging like waves. The demons howled in fury, and the earth quaked. 3 hours later, Lu Qianfan emerged from the abyssal demon realm, his complexion pale, blood trickling from his forehead, and his white attire stained crimson. Blood dripped from his fingers, yet in his grasp was the head of the demon lord. Evidently lifeless, his eyes wide open, the fear frozen within them. Without turning back, Lu Qianfan declared, "The demon lord is slain. You Taro executives may find another to take his place. Having destroyed a city of the great Xia, it seems only just that I should raise 3 cities of the abyssal demon realm in return." In this moment, within the tumultuous realm of demonic mist, a pair of crimson eyes gazed upon Lu Qianfan's silhouette. These blood-red orbs were filled solely with an icy detachment. Alas, what a pity! How unfortunate that you, Lu Qianfan, are not a favored one of the divine. Otherwise, the fate of humanity might have been rewritten by you. Lu Qianfan let out a derisive laugh, lifting his gaze towards the sacred heavenly gate, his eyes brimming with disdain. Ha, a favored one of the divine? I do not believe that humanity is truly inferior to the divine. The figure shrouded in mist replied softly, "Is that so? But how much longer can you, Lu Qianfan, endure? Without your great Xia, how far can you truly venture?" Lu Qianfan's gaze remained indifferent as he turned to face the mist. "You will find out," the misty figure continued. "Has the third demon child truly manifested?" Yet Lu Qianfan paid him no heed. Instead, he casually discarded a severed head and abruptly vanished. The figure in the mist then stared towards the brilliantly lit Great Xia. "If he has indeed appeared, then I shall seek him out." Chapter 69. The flame of legacy as the forces of the Great Xia Defense Army surged into Longjiao Town. This night would remain an indelible memory for all the inhabitants of Jincheng. Ultimately, the darkness must yield, and dawn shall inevitably arrive. Nguyen exchanged a brief farewell with Ren Jie before departing on her grand motorcycle, embodying a spirit of nonchalance. She reminded Ren Jie to visit the laboratory for a new prosthetic arm when he had the chance, for his current mechanical limb was under a lifetime warranty. With the city's demonic calamities eradicated, the malevolent claws claimed their victims. Some perished, while others were apprehended. Even the targets abducted beyond the city were intercepted and rescued by the forces of Longjiao. As the crisis waned, the defenses of Qingtingshan were dismantled, and people poured forth like a tide, relieved to have survived their harrowing ordeal. Amidst the bustling crowd, Ren Jie fervently searched for the familiar figures he longed to see. At last, he spotted a Ning pushing a wheelchair, and she, along with Tao Yao Yao, anxiously sought Ren Jie. Yao Yao and a Ning, one call intertwined their gazes, and tears cascaded down in Ning's cheeks, while Tao Yao Yao wept uncontrollably, reaching out toward Ren Jie. "Brother." Ren Jie navigated through the throng and embraced both women tightly, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears as the weight of his anxious heart finally lifted. And Ning patted Ren Jie's back repeatedly, murmuring, "It's all right, as long as you're safe." The demonic calamity, it was so terrifying. Why must such things exist? As Ning lamented, tears flowed freely. Ren Jie clenched his jaw and tightened his fists, pondering the same question. Why? I saw Old Wei earlier. He was organizing the evacuation. Where is he now? Shao Jie. Did you see him? Ren Jie, his heart jolted painfully as he hoarsely replied, "Uncle Wei has passed." And Ning's countenance drained of color, and tears continued to stream down her face. How could this be? Yet, reality can be cruel. The departed now lay silent, leaving those who remained to forge ahead. Fortunately, the old residential area had sustained no damage, and the laundry room still stood. After ensuring Ning and Tao Yao Yao were settled, Ren Jie did not rest, but threw himself into the rescue efforts. Perhaps only through this relentless activity could he find solace for his troubled heart. The rescue operations would extend for some time. The recent crisis had devastated many public facilities, shopping centers, residential neighborhoods, and industrial zones in Jincheng. Reconstruction would require a considerable span of time. However, for a nation akin to Great Xia, renowned for its infrastructural prowess, such efforts would not linger long. Various cities would dispatch supplies and manpower to assist Jincheng through its tribulations, embodying the spirit of mutual aid in times of distress. Ren Jie labored tirelessly until the afternoon, when he finally received a summons from the Sio Hall, notifying him of a farewell ceremony for the fallen officials who had perished in the line of duty. Within the Sio Hall's resting room, a line of officials stood in solemn formation, their expressions grave as they gazed upon the cremation furnace. Each appeared disheveled and worn, many bearing visible wounds from the harrowing ordeal. The remains of the esteemed officer were sent into the crematorium, transforming into a handful of ashes. At this moment, Ren Jie stood in the line, flanked by Tianyu and Lin Huairan, as they had come to bid farewell to Wei Pingsheng for the final time. Little did Ren Jie expect that just days ago, it was Uncle Wei who had escorted him to the crematorium, and now he was here to send him off. Uncle Wei had clearly decided to retire, yet he ultimately fell at the sight of the demonic disaster. The captains, who often found themselves at odds, personally pushed Wei Pingsheng into the flames, their fists clenched and eyes reddened with sorrow. The air was thick with the sounds of weeping. In a single night, the captain had aged considerably. For a day, an officer of the esteemed rank. For a lifetime, an officer of the esteemed rank. We bathe in flames, and shall ultimately return to flames. The vibrant hues of red and orange on our uniforms mirror the colors of fire. A glimmer of light amidst the darkness before dawn. The flames ignite within me, safeguarding the flickering lights of countless homes. At that moment, all present officers rendered a salute, reciting this phrase with solemnity. Indeed, it is merely a slogan, yet it embodies far more than mere words. The farewell ceremony concluded under a heavy atmosphere. Tianyu rubbed his eyes and tilted his head toward Ren Jie. Brother Jie, what are your plans now? Will you remain in the esteemed hall? Ren Jie was taken aback. You too. Tianyu exchanged a glance with Lin Huairan, then broke into a grin. Having gone through so much, we intend to dedicate ourselves to the esteemed hall. Since we cannot awaken our abilities, we still have the path of martial artists to pursue. In these times, striving to enhance one's strength is never a mistake. Who knows when it might come in handy? Ren Jie couldn't help but heartily pat their backs, grinning. You two rascals. Are you not afraid of death? Tianyu scratched his head. Of course I'm afraid. But, rather than being an ordinary person, praying that the demonic disaster doesn't strike me, I prefer to be an officer safeguarding the populace. Perhaps I cannot change much, but at least I can do something, right? Lin Huairan nodded earnestly. I feel the same. Observing the two, Ren Jie smiled, seeing in them the same spark he had once seen in Uncle Wei. The flame that ignited had not extinguished. It had merely passed on to others. Perhaps this is the essence of inheritance, the flame passed down. Lin Huairan's expression grew serious. Brother Jie, heed my advice. Go to the Demon Hunter Academy and hone your skills. Do not linger in the esteemed hall. With your talent, you should not confine yourself here. Tianyu chimed in. Go learn your craft and return to take down those demonic creatures. We're counting on you to protect us. By then, you may very well become a demon-slaying officer, and perhaps we will have opportunities to collaborate in the future. Lin Huairan raised an eyebrow. Exactly. It will be quite the tale to tell our colleagues. Wouldn't it? Look at him. He asked one of the esteemed Hall's own, previously in the same training squad as me. How impressive. Ren Jie rolled his eyes and playfully rapped Lin Huairan on the head. I'm entering the Demon Hunter Academy just to provide you with material for boasting? As he gazed towards the setting sun on the horizon, a sense of urgency gripped Ren Jie. Perhaps it was indeed time to depart. In that moment, he instinctively tightened his grasp around the lighter nestled in his pocket. Exiting the Siyao Hall, the evening had already settled in. Yet from the depths of the hidden enclave, the weary voice of Shun Ci resonated. Come to the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division to retrieve something. I've secured the Lantern Spirit Herb. I'll also take you somewhere. Startled, Ren Jie hurriedly made his way to the Demon Suppression Division, driven by an overwhelming desire to ascertain the fate of Wu Yunxing and the others. Were they alive, or had they perished? The losses sustained by the Demon Suppression Division this time were grievous. As night enveloped the world like a dense shroud, Ren Jie and Shun Ci traversed the streets, walking in tandem yet apart. In Ren Jie's hand was a box containing all the items for Tao Yao Yao, along with the Lantern Spirit Herb he had procured from the Dragon Horn. Shun Ci, his voice hoarse, revealed, "I have slain the white deer." But the ghost king Luo soon managed to escape. He is quite astute and withdrew before reinforcements could arrive. The demonic claws in Jinsheng have been thoroughly eradicated, and it is unlikely that disasters will occur as frequently as before, though they will inevitably seep back in. Your identity has yet to be exposed, so you're currently safe. The tarot card executor, the demon lord, was the instigator of this assault and has been pursued and slain by Lu Qianfan in the Dangtian demon realm, suffering significant losses. That group of demonic brats will likely be quieter for a time. The guardian will arrive shortly, so you need not worry for your safety at present. Taking a deep breath, Ren Jie inquired, "What of you? What has become of her family?" Chapter 70. May there be no demons in the world. May the age be peaceful at the mention of this. Shun Xi's gaze dimmed. Her parents had departed early, leaving behind an elder sister who resided far from Jinsheng. Here we are at the mountain peak. Shun Xi tilted her head slightly, signaling Ren Jie. Before them stood Bauta Mountain, the tallest peak in Jinsheng, home to the martyrs' cemetery of the demon suppression officers. Ren Jie paused in surprise, choosing not to speak. The two ascended the steps, surrounded by a multitude of white stone tablets dotting the hillside. Some were new, while others were covered in moss, though this was a burial ground. Walking here under the night sky evoked no sense of dread. Rather, it inspired a profound sense of tranquility. Shun Xi's voice was hoarse as she spoke. This martyr cemetery has existed for at least a century. The brave officers who died in battle are interred here. When I first arrived in Jinsheng, my master brought me here as his first destination. At that time, there were far fewer tablets than there are now. The personnel in the Demon Suppression Division have undergone countless changes, yet the name of the division remains unchanged. The sparks of Jinsheng ignite because of them. Perhaps one day, I too shall rest here, but I hope to be the last. Ren Jie tilted his head to gaze at Shun Xi. In that moment was filled with hope. After a prolonged silence, Ren Jie finally spoke. "Do not be so pessimistic. Perhaps by the time your day comes, everything will have already concluded." Shun Xi was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You truly dare to say such things? Then strive to grow stronger, if you wish to avoid resting here." The two continued their ascent to the summit, where, at the center, stood a colossal sword entirely sculpted from marble. The hilt bore the emblem of the Demon Suppression Division, while the blade was inscribed with 10 grand characters that flowed like dragon and snake. "May there be no demons in the world. May the age be ever joyous on the grassy summit." Many new stone tablets have been added to the Martyrs' Memorial, including that of Yiyu. Yun Xiao, her head wrapped in bandages, clung to a tablet, tears streaming down her face. Even Wu Yunqing, a man of iron, now had misty eyes. Yi Huai sat silently in his wheelchair, a solemn figure amidst the mournful scene. Observing this, Ren Jie approached slowly, never anticipating that he would attend 2 friends' funerals in a single day. Shun Xi stood at a distance, leaning against a tree, quietly smoking a cigarette. Yun Xiao sobbed. Sister Yiyu left nothing behind, only her demon suppression officer credentials. Her cries grew louder. The bond with Yiyu deeply felt among the members of Team 3. Ren Jie, with a hoarse voice, replied, "No. She did leave something behind. She entrusted her dreams to me." A gentle rain began to fall from the sky, filling the air with the fragrance of damp earth, as if the night rain was bidding farewell to the demon suppression officers. The rain washed away the gloom that hung over the city, alleviating the fear in people's hearts. But even healed wounds would leave indelible scars. Ren Jie turned to gaze at the mountain view, which offered a panoramic sight of the entire Jin city. The night rain adding a touch of haziness to its allure. This was the scene Yiyu cherished most. To rest here, overlooking the city she had protected, surely did not feel lonely. In the night sky, the dark moon was shrouded by clouds, obscuring the moonlight. At that moment, Ren Jie clenched his fist while staring into the pitch-black sky. He vowed that one day, he would let the moonlight shine once again upon the fertile land of the great Xia, illuminating this small hillside solely for her. With a swift motion, he conjured a flower of blazing flames alongside an ice flower, both materializing before Yiyu's gravestone. The fiery blossom was impervious to the rain. Yi Huai tilted his head towards Ren Jie, inquiring, "What are your plans now? You wouldn't dare think of running away at this point, would you?" Ren Jie did not respond, but turned instead to Shen Siyai, asking, "When does the Demon Hunter Academy commence?" Shen Siyai smiled lightly. "There is still over half a month until the school year begins, so there is no rush." Ren Jie then turned to Yin Xiao and the others, earnestly stating, "In this half-month, I will rely on you teachers to guide this newcomer." Yi Huai smirked slightly. "You better not go back on your word." After exchanging contact information, Ren Jie did not return home. His restless heart led him directly to the Jin City Biological Laboratory. He sought Nuoyin for an arm installation, as having just one arm flailing about was rather impractical. On the operating table, Nuoyin, cigarette in mouth, excitedly spoke while working on Ren Jie's installation. "Hey, did you hear? I heard that Lu Qianfan stormed into the demon domain and directly cut down the demon lord. Isn't he reckless? Even the tarot leader couldn't keep him around. It's such a shame he left so quickly. I didn't even get a chance for an autograph or anything. It's infuriating. I've been dumped by you, and now I have to help you with your arm? No way, you have to show me something, or I'll feel cheated." As she spoke, she began to pull down Ren Jie's pants. However, Ren Jie showed no resistance, merely gazing at the shadowless lamp, lost in thought. Nguyen rolled her eyes and, with a swift motion, poked Ren Jie's wound with a cell clamp, causing him to jolt in pain. "Have you lost your soul? Why do you resemble a corpse? I understand your heartache, but life must go on," she remarked. Ren Jie shot her an annoyed glare. "You've seen everything, yet you still have so much to say. Speaking of which, you, never mind." Nguyen gritted her teeth. "You leave your thoughts half-spoken, aging without a companion. What do you wish to inquire? Are you curious about my parents?" Ren Jie swallowed hard. "Am I allowed to ask?" Nguyen replied, exasperated. "Haven't you already asked? There's nothing to hide." She continued, "Those two demons are indeed my parents, my own flesh and blood." Ren Jie's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Nguyen. "Are you insane? You truly turned your parents into puppets?" Nguyen replied nonchalantly, "It's just that things are not as you perceive them. Initially, it would be more accurate to describe me as an ordinary genius. My passion for molecular biology reached an obsessive level. By the age of 15, I had already published over 100 SCI papers in the Journal of Gene Science and solved numerous research challenges, even causing minor tremors in the academic community. Various titles, such as Genius Prodigy in the Brain of a Deity, were bestowed upon me. Although I had not awakened any special abilities, my intellect garnered significant attention. Countless academicians, experts, and professors sought to take me under their wing. By the age of 15, I had already joined the Summer Research Institute, becoming the youngest researcher there. Ren Jie was utterly bewildered. Is this what one calls an ordinary genius? This hardly aligns with Nguyen's current delinquent persona. Nguyen proudly declared, "Surprised, aren't you? Don't be fooled by my appearance. I was once a pioneering scholar on the frontiers of science. If a knowledge possessed by humanity today is likened to a circle, then I was the one expanding the boundaries of that circle." Chapter 71. Just a fraction stronger than the Ren Jie was taken aback. "Then, how did you end up in Xiaoyan?" Nuoyin sighed with a bitter smile. "Yes, I was in Xiajing. I initially hoped to achieve great things at the Xiaoyan Institute, to expand and thrive, for there are still countless mysteries in this world awaiting my exploration. However, my parents fell ill, as you might have guessed, with the cursed plague, a malignant affliction that clings like a parasite. They lived diligently for most of their lives, never committing any heinous acts. Yet sometimes fate cruelly toys with those who earnestly seek to live. Ironically, I studied molecular biology, and my research could potentially heal countless individuals, liberating them from the clutches of disease. Yet, I cannot save my own parents. I scoured the depths of my knowledge, beseeched anyone I could, shifting my focus to the realm of the cursed plague, yet all was in vain." Ren Jie fell into silence, realizing that Nuoyan's earlier expression upon hearing her own child had contracted the same disease stemmed from her own experience. And what happened next? Nuoyan's eyes were filled with sorrow. "Eventually, I began to secretly appropriate laboratory equipment to concoct new medicines for my parents. When funds ran dry, I resorted to misusing research grants, pursuing every possible avenue in a desperate attempt to cure them. But still, I could only watch as they withered away. Tormented by the plague, my parents repeatedly expressed their desire for release, yearning for death, but I refused to accept it. I clung to hope, wishing to try just once more. In the end, they reached the final threshold, their bodies ravaged by the curse, barely clinging to life. And I stood there by their bedside, weeping as I gazed upon them. That night, the whispers of a demon echoed in my mind. Ren Jie felt a shiver run down his spine, staring blankly at Nuoyen. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I began to place my last hope in the demon. I only wished to keep them with me. But I was wrong. Even invoking the divine proved futile. How could a demon grant your wishes? My parents did not perish. They merely became my puppets, existing in this twisted manner. From that day forth, I too became a pact-bearer. Ren Jie looked at Nuoyen with a pang of sympathy, struggling to fathom the emotional turmoil she must have endured to accept such a reality. A little girl, yearning only to keep her parents, had unwittingly transformed them into something monstrous. Nuoyen sniffed once the truth surfaced. I can no longer remain at the Xiaoyan Institute. They branded me as the embodiment of evil, accusing me of using my parents as experiments, violating the sanctity of humanity. Everyone severed ties with me. The once gifted prodigy became a pariah. Fortunately, the Jiang family took me in, and I moved away from Xiajing, leaving that sorrowful place behind. Well, that's the end of the story. Cut. At that moment, Ren Jie felt a tumult of emotions within him, unsure of how to respond. Are you all right? Nuoyen chuckled and teased. Shouldn't it be me, your ex, who comforts you? How did it end up with you comforting me instead? What I wish to convey is this. Do not wear a sorrowful expression. Those who departed because of you would not wish to see you like this. I, too, have once succumbed to despair, yet as human beings, shouldn't we determine for ourselves what kind of life we wish to lead? No one will bear your suffering for you, nor can anyone take away your resilience. Ren Jie gazed at Nuoyen's smiling visage and earnestly declared, I shall gladly partake of this bowl of soul-soothing soup. Nuoyen laughed. Ah, my dear, this soup comes at a cost. Quickly, let me see. Just a glimpse will suffice. As she spoke, her hand reached towards Ren Jie's trousers, prompting him to instinctively perform a sit-up, raising his hand to shield himself with a newly fitted mechanical arm. Nuoyen grinned. All set. I told you, I am a master of arm installation. However, she added, with a hint of seriousness, nonetheless, the strength of the mechanical arm is inherently limited. As you grow, it may eventually lag behind your physical prowess. If you ever have the opportunity, it would be wise to procure some rare spirit herbs from the spirit clan to restore this arm. After all, the original is always the most delightful. There was a subtle sarcasm in her tone as she uttered this. Ren Jie smirked, teasingly retorting, nonsense. The original can't possibly compare to the capabilities of a new arm. Nuoyen responded with indignation. You may question my character, but you absolutely cannot dispute my vast knowledge. Ren Jie chuckled heartily and dashed out of the lab, exclaiming, Thanks. Treat me to a meal next time. Nuoyen gritted her teeth. At least you have a conscience, but I'll make sure to take my due. After leaving the lab, Ren Jie aimlessly wandered the streets. Despite having consumed Nuoyen's comforting words, his heart remained tumultuous. Perched atop a tall, slender structure, Ren Jie stood alone, feeling the cool night breeze as he gazed at the cityscape of Jinsheng. He toyed with an old kerosene lighter in his hand, repeatedly flicking it open, producing a sound that resonated with a soft ding before igniting a flame. The fire illuminated his profile, shrouded in contemplation. At that moment, no one could fathom his thoughts. On the platform below, an open box of Li Guang's cigarettes lay, with one cigarette standing upright, ignited and releasing wisps of blue smoke that were scattered by the wind. Stretching far into the night, he had learned of the dreams of Yiyu, the past of Nuoyen, Uncle Wei's obsessions, and the ambitions of Tian Yulin and Huiran. Each person around him had been, to varying degrees, influenced by the calamity, including himself. Yet each persisted in living their lives. But what of myself? What is it that I truly desire? Pondering the essence of life, are we? Ren Jie's expression faltered as he turned to his side, noticing an unfamiliar figure leaning against the railing. Clad in jeans and a black hoodie, he exuded an aura of a friendly neighbor, yet the truth was, This individual was Lu Qianfan, the very one who had battled the demon lord above Jin Sheng, a formidable presence within the realm of humanity. Now, he casually sits on the railing, his eyes sparkling as he gazes at himself. Ren Jie's lips twitch. Is it typical for esteemed individuals like you to be so leisurely? At this hour, around 3 or 4 in the morning, instead of sleeping, you come to chat with someone as harmless and sunny as me? Lu Qianfan chuckles. Aren't you also awake at this late hour, pondering the meaning of life on the railing? I heard you're the third demon child, and I was quite curious, so I came to see for myself. Ren Jie's expression darkens. Wasn't he said that, including me, no more than 5 people are aware of this? Why do I feel like the entire world knows? Lu Qianfan's smile broadens. Is it possible that among those 5, I am the only one? After all, I'm the strongest on Blue Star. I must have some right to this knowledge. Wouldn't you agree? Ren Jie is taken aback. The strongest on Blue Star? Aren't you the strongest among the human race? Lu Qianfan shrugs. Currently, I am indeed the strongest on Blue Star. The one on the moon doesn't count. There aren't many strong ones around, just slightly stronger than them, perhaps by a billionth or so. Ha 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 as he speaks. Lu Qianfan pinches his fingers in a playful manner. Ren Jie thinks, this is it. This guy is actually the strongest among the human race. The pillar, the great Xia, the human race is doomed. This is completely different from the heroic figure I had in mind. Chapter 72. A meeting at the pinnacle. Ren Jie gazed up at the dim moon, curiosity flickering within him. I heard from others that you once fought on the moon to reclaim the moonlight, but ultimately failed. Was that Shensha demon truly formidable? Lu Qianfan grimaced. Why must you dwell on such disheartening topics? The Shensha? It's merely marginally stronger than I am. Ren Jie's expression darkened. To be more powerful than Lu Qianfan, the strongest on Blue Star, was quite a daunting revelation. Night Moon had certainly created a monumental challenge for him. Nevertheless, in that moment, Ren Jie slowly clenched his fists. Lu Qianfan's interest peaked. What is this? Do you have thoughts on it? Call me when you decide to go. We could face it together. Ren Jie's expression grew even gloomier. I'm just a second-tier novice. How could I possibly confront a Shensha demon on the moon? You overestimate me. He couldn't even fathom how Lu Qianfan managed to journey nearly 400,000 kilometers from Blue Star to engage in battle with the demon. However, Lu Qianfan, ever at ease, patted Ren Jie on the back. Who can truly predict the future? You're the third demon child. Have a bit more confidence. Ren Jie couldn't help but inquire, is this demon seal truly that remarkable? Master Shen mentioned it as a ticket to the pinnacle. Lu Qianfan smiled. It is indeed quite impressive, but only if you can master it. It is the person who is powerful, not the strength itself. Ren Jie raised an eyebrow. Then would you want if I offered it to you? You are the strongest on Blue Star. Surely it would be of use to you. Lu Qianfan scoffed. You think I would want that? I already possess the best. I would never deign to use such a trinket. Be a divine favorer or a demon contracted. They can all step aside. His disdain for the existence of the sacred heavenly gate was palpable. Ren Jie, frowning, remarked just moments ago, you claimed this was a treasure, and now you treat it with disdain? You must be the very embodiment of double standards. Curiosity got the better of Ren Jie. Could it be that you are my guardian? Lu Qianfan rolled his eyes. Do you think looking handsome entitles one to lofty thoughts? This strongest one on Blue Star being a guardian to a mere second-tier novice? That would be a gross misallocation of talent. Individuals of my caliber are quite busy. Ren Jie, he must have meant it was a waste of talent. How ridiculous. Should he expose him? Wouldn't that embarrass him? Such eminent figures surely value their reputation, don't they? Lu Qianfan tilted his head and smiled. Let me ask you a question. Do you love Daxia and the human race? Ren Jie's expression was peculiar. I can't say I love it, but I don't dislike it either. Yet Lu Qianfan chuckled. I bet you'll come to love it. The journey has only just begun. And the essence of a journey does not lie solely in the destination, but rather in the scenery encountered along the way. Does it not? When you truly embark on this journey, the path will naturally extend before you. Thus, some matters need not be pondered with excessive clarity. Ren Jie found himself momentarily lost in thought, gazing down at the lighter in his hand. A gust of night wind swept by, carrying away the half-burned cigarette from the table. which twirled gracefully into the distance. As dawn broke on the horizon, warm sunlight bathed the vibrant city, illuminating Ren Jie's face. He was among the first to witness the sunrise. Indeed, some things do not require deep contemplation. Lu Qianfan smiled and said, "The day has dawned. It is time for me to depart. We shall meet at the summit. Remember, do not keep me waiting too long." With that, his figure suddenly vanished, as if he had never been there at all. Ren Jie hurriedly called out, "Hey, wait a moment." Lu Qianfan reappeared, asking, "What is it?" Ren Jie grinned widely. "Let's take a commemorative photo. And could you sign your name for me? I feel it will be a loss to let you go just like that." Without waiting for Lu Qianfan's consent, he draped his arm around his neck and initiated a selfie. Just as he was about to press the shutter, Lu Qianfan instinctively smiled and flashed a peace sign. Once the photo was taken, Lu Qianfan wore a look of exasperation. "I didn't expect you to be into this. Hand me the phone. Weren't you asking for a signature?" Ren Jie, somewhat dazed, handed over his phone. Lu Qianfan opened the Notes app and typed his name using a 9-key input method, then returned the phone to Ren Jie with a flourish. "There you go, signed." Ren Jie turned pale. "Are you serious? Is this what you call a signature? Anyone could write this." Lu Qianfan replied earnestly, "These 3 characters are typed by me, so it is unique." Ren Jie ground his teeth in frustration. "What is so special about it? Who would recognize it? I don't care. Use a pen and sign it on my bitter tea." As he spoke, he tore a piece from the edge of his bitter tea and displayed it to Lu Qianfan. Lu Qianfan facepalmed, thinking to himself that after years of fame, this was the first time someone had made such a peculiar request. He casually pulled out a signature pen and bent down to write his name on Ren Jie's bitter tea, muttering, "You really are something else." Ren Jie even recorded a short video on his phone, explaining, "It's not for me. It's for a friend of mine." My ex Lu Qianfan was even more bewildered. "Is a relationship this complicated? Your ex wants your bitter tea and wants me to sign it?" Just as Lu Qianfan was about to leave, Ren Jie reached out and snagged the edge of Lu Qianfan's bitter tea, taking the pen and writing on it, "I never owe anyone a favor. In the future, when I am remarkable, your signed bitter tea will be worth something." Lu Qianfan felt an immediate tension, his expression darkening. "You can sign, but don't tear off so much." With that, he declared, "I'm leaving." As soon as Ren Jie finished signing, Lu Qianfan vanished without a trace. Ren Jie, holding the pen, expressed his sentiments. "Ah, the floral shorts, such taste." With that, he leaped off the matchstick. Ding! Early in the morning, a groggy Nguyen was awakened by a message on her phone. Upon opening it, she discovered it was a message from Ren Jie. "Jiegu." Group photo JPG Nguyen was momentarily taken aback, but instantly became alert. "What? Is this real? Did you really meet Lu Qianfan?" "Jiegu, open the door." Without hesitation, Nguyen jumped out of bed in disheveled attire and rushed to open the door. Could it be that he was bringing Lu Qianfan to meet her? However, upon opening the door, she found herself alone, with only a pink tea leaf lying at her doorstep, adorned with a ribbon bow. Most importantly, it bore the signature of Lu Qianfan. "Nguyen, what on earth is this?" "Jiegu, that is Lu Qianfan's autograph. A gift for you as thanks for all your care. Enjoy." "Nguyen, what? This is the first time I've heard of gifting one's own tea leaf. You wore this last night, didn't you?" "Jiegu, the tea leaf indeed belongs to me, but the signature is genuinely Lu Qianfan's, video proof included." Video MP4 skeptical. Nguyen clicked on the video and was instantly frozen in place. "No way. It really is Lu Qianfan, the strongest of the human race. Is this on a matchstick? My ex definitely wants this." "Nguyen, you met Lu Qianfan and had him sign your tea leaf? You. No wonder he calls you a weirdo." "Jiegu, he didn't lose out. I signed his tea leaf too." Video MP4 Nguyen, what? It truly is him, the strongest of the human race, wearing floral tea leaf shorts. You actually borrowed his tea leaf? In that moment, Nguyen was at a loss for words. "Nguyen, wait. The outfit you're wearing is the same one. Did you take it off and give it to me?" "So, you went back and nude?" "Jiegu, that is not important." Chapter 73. The hope of survival. By the time Ren Jie returned home, morning had already arrived. Ning's laundry shop was operating as usual. Although Jin Cheng had faced a significant calamity, leading to considerable damage to various facilities, The efforts for cleanup and reconstruction were fervently underway, thus minimally impacting the residents' daily lives. Tao Yao Yao, cradling her beloved pet, was still fast asleep in her room. Ren Jie couldn't help but chuckle mischievously as he stealthily approached her bedside. With swift precision, he tugged down her pajama pants slightly and administered a dose of the suppressant into her backside. Still enveloped in slumber, Tao Yao Yao awoke with a start, thrashing about on the bed. "Brother, while I was asleep, did you commit some heinous act against this incapacitated 15-year-old beauty?" Ren Jie produced 2 more syringes, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "Don't resist, there are still 2 more shots to go. Once it's done, you'll feel much better." Tao Yao Yao kicked her legs in protest, exclaiming in disbelief, What a shock! An older brother without a partner would dare to do such a beastly thing to his ailing sister. Is this a distortion of humanity or a degradation of morality? "Mom, save me. My brother is pulling down my pants and wants to inject me." With a dark expression, Ren Jie lunged forward to cover her mouth, and amidst her terrified gaze, he administered the remaining 2 injections. "This is absurd. Are you watching too much sensational news? This is a suppressant. You needn't worry about the spread of the curse for several months." After much effort, Tao Yao Yao finally broke free from Ren Jie's grasp, astonished. Did you really manage to get it? Is it the top-tier one?" Ren Jie, beaming with pride, replied, "Of course. I procured this through considerable sacrifice, so you better be grateful. Apart from An and Ning, no one else in the world dotes on you as much as I do." Tao Yao Yao gasped. "You really sold yourself? But why did you only bring back such a small amount? My brother is so capable. They must not recognize true value." With a scowl, Ren Jie retorted, "I'll take that as a compliment. Here, a portable ion dialysis machine can also slow the expansion of the curse. This is a green card from the Divine Martial Hospital, completely free. Tomorrow, An and Ning can take you for a thorough checkup." As he spoke, he secured the watch-like dialysis machine around Tao Yao Yao's wrist. A sharp sting followed, prompting her to furrow her brows as she stared at Ren Jie, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Brother." Ren Jie affectionately ruffled her hair. "No more tears. You earn the right to call me brother. It's only right that you focus on getting better." Tao Yao Yao rubbed her eyes and nodded earnestly. Between family, there was no need for further words. "Indeed, let us ascertain the efficacy of this object, which I have procured with considerable effort. It is said to possess the ability to eliminate a portion of the demonic marks." At this moment, Tao Yao Yao's expression grew peculiar. "Brother, you haven't been deceived, have you? What in this world could possibly eradicate demonic marks?" However, as Ren Jie opened the box, Tao Yao Yao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Inside the box lay the lantern spirit herb, approximately 30 centimeters in height, its roots blackened, adorned with 9 small lanterns emanating a faint orange glow. "Brother, where did you acquire this rare treasure?" she inquired. "That is for me to know. I have my own channels," Ren Jie replied, carefully extracting the herb and placing its roots against Tao Yao Yao's arm. Soon, the roots began to entwine her arm fervently, a refreshing sensation coursing through her. In the next moment, the demonic marks on her arm began to miraculously fade, while one of the lanterns on the herb dimmed, turned black, and ultimately exploded, releasing a plume of dark demonic energy. The 2 watched in awe as 7 lanterns burst open, and Tao Yao Yao's arm was completely freed of the demonic marks, her upper body unblemished. The remaining 2 lanterns were utilized by Ren Jie to eradicate the marks on her waist. Ultimately, all 9 lanterns detonated, withering away entirely. Tao Yao Yao, brimming with excitement, waved her arms exultantly. "A miracle! This is nothing short of miraculous. Brother, this truly works. Can we obtain more of this herb?" Ren Jie was equally astonished, not anticipating the lantern spirit herb's efficacy. Given the extent of Tao Yao Yao's demonic marks, 3 or 4 more would surely lead to her complete recovery, and just 1 more would restore her mobility. In that moment, both perceived a glimmer of hope for healing. Eagerly, Ren Jie hastily dialed Shen Xi, inquiring whether he had any more lantern spirit herbs available, offering to do anything in return. However, Shen Xi responded with a wry smile. "Do you think this is a common cabbage found by the roadside? This herb requires the blood of myriad demons to grow. The one I provided you is already the finest of the lantern spear herbs. In truth, the task to harvest the dragon horn had failed, and this particular herb was retrieved by the formidable Lu Qianfan, who ventured deep into the demonic domain of Dantian, battling through 3 cities and vanquishing countless demons to procure this top-tier herb. The demonic domain was not easily penetrable, and he returned with injuries. Obtaining another such herb would depend entirely on one's own endeavors. Ren Jie felt a shiver run down his spine upon realizing the gravity of the situation. Lu Qianfan had sustained injuries. Last night, during their conversation, he had failed to mention this. Reflecting on the figure reminiscent of a neighborly older brother, Ren Jie felt a warmth in his heart. He resolved to venture into the demonic domain himself in the future. With a grin, Ren Jie turned to Tao Yao Yao, saying, "Currently, there are none available. But in the future, I shall procure some for you. Tonight, I will return home with a few genetic serum injections for you." Tao Yao Yao's eyes glistened with tears of joy, overwhelmed with excitement. "Brother, you are nothing short of a deity to me. Once I am ready, I wish to visit the amusement park, the seaside, and embark on a mountain climb." "Ha ha ha, all right. Dear brother shall accompany you. I also long to visit the zoo to see the giant pandas." "Yes, indeed. Once we are prepared, we shall go wherever our hearts desire." "Mother, look at my arm," Tao Yao Yao exclaimed with excitement, eager to share her joy with all her loved ones. In ordinary times, even when she wished to be happy, she found it elusive, for she was acutely aware that no matter how long medication could prolong her life, she was ultimately awaiting her departure. She yearned to spend more time with her family, to linger a little longer. Thus she donned the guise of a jester, not wanting to burden her family with sorrow. Yet, she knew that her departure was inevitable. But this time was different. She truly glimpsed the hope of healing, the hope of survival. Ren Jie did not linger at home, but proceeded directly to the demon suppression department to commence his training. After all, once school commenced, he would be attending the Demon Hunting Academy, and compared to those prodigies who had honed their skills at Shinwu High School for 3 years, Ren Jie had much to catch up on. He had no desire to be left behind. Presently, as the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Department was still under reconstruction, Ren Jie went to the grand villa of Yun Xiao for training. She was indeed a little heiress, and Wu Yunqing along with Yi Huai had also arrived. Only when the sun began to set did Ren Jie conclude a day of rigorous training and could not help but inquire about the genetic serums. Yi Huai tilted his head. "Are you getting this for your sister? If you wish to purchase it from a legitimate institution, you will have to wait at least half a year, not to mention the markup. If you truly desire to procure a few vials, you might consider visiting the Old World Street in Jincheng." Ren Jie tilted his head in curiosity. "Old World Street? P.S. I will be releasing 10 more chapters first, with an afternoon update as well. Rest assured, there will be no cliffhangers this afternoon. Please support me. Add to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and comment generously. I humbly request your 5-star praise. Love you all." Chapter 74. The Old Street of Jincheng, a standard spiritual awakening gene serum, typically costs around 200,000. Yet due to overwhelming demand, it is often subject to price inflation and lengthy waiting lines for procurement. While inferior gene serums may be cheaper, they come with significant side effects. Yi Huai sighed. "Are you unfamiliar with the Old Street? Well, it makes sense considering how recently you became a gene warrior. Ordinary individuals cannot access that place. The Old Street has a rich history, dating back to the establishment of Jincheng. Initially, it was a marketplace for nostalgic artifacts from before the cataclysm, relics of human civilization. Over time, with the involvement of explorers and adventurers, it flourished, as many would return from their ventures to sell their finds for currency and resources. Today, it serves as a bustling bazaar for gene warriors, currently managed by the Star Guild, though the market remains a mix of authenticity and deception." Ren Jie's eyes widened in surprise. "Such a place exists in Jincheng?" Wu Yunqing grinned. "The Old Street, also known as the Black Street, may be a bit chaotic, but those individuals possess remarkable skills and can procure virtually anything. The scalpers likely stock genuine gene serums, albeit at a price significantly higher than the market rate. Yet at least you won't have to wait in line. Items such as gene fragment vials, spirit crystals, magical crystals, and various mechanical prosthetics can be found there, and occasionally one might stumble upon a hidden treasure. Although experiences of being swindled are far more common. Yin Xiao leaned in earnestly, advising, remember to haggle. Always negotiate. Do not believe the tales they spin. Ren Jie's eyes lit up. Oh, it seems you have some experience? Yi Huai could barely contain his amusement, recalling how she once spent 270,000 on a packet of sunflower seeds that were supposedly five-spiced. Yin Xiao's face darkened, looking quite aggrieved. They claimed those were seeds of the luminous sunflower from the spirit clan. They would glow when cultivated. I toiled for 3 months watering them daily. How infuriating. Those deceitful scoundrels. Ren Jie was astonished. A glowing sunflower? You paid 270,000 for that? Have you lost your mind? I have some. Give me 200, and I'll let you plant them freely. Yin Xiao was taken aback. You really have some? Just for 200? Ren Jie replied nonchalantly, would I lie to you? Yin Xiao appeared contemplative. Perhaps 200 wasn't such a loss after all. She then carefully retrieved 2 red bills from her wallet and handed them to Ren Jie. Where are they? Show me first. Ren Jie swiftly pocketed the money, cleared his throat, and said, open your phone now. Download an app called Plants vs. Zombies. And within it, Yi Huai chuckled softly, while Yin Xiao's expression froze, revealing her sharp teeth as she lunged at Ren Jie. What nonsense about Plants vs. Zombies? Return the money to me. Wasn't it agreed that deceiving would be like a playful pup? Without glancing back, Ren Jie dashed out the door, barking playfully as he ran. It turns out, Yin Xiao is indeed quite gullible. Following the address provided by Yi Huai, Ren Jie made his way to Jincheng's outskirts, where the old world street lay not within the city, but at the foot of the Tianmen mountain, and it only opened at 8 in the evening. With the medical subsidies from Si Yaoting, the bonus for saving lives, and the earnings from his part-time job, he was carrying no less than 500,000 in total. Surely, procuring a couple of doses of gene serum would suffice. At 9 in the evening, Ren Jie finally sauntered to the entrance of Old World Street. The sparse lights of the suburbs contrasted sharply with the vibrant illumination of the street. From his pocket, the treasure ferret emerged, peeking out with its little head, its large purple eyes sparkling with excitement at the sights of Old World Street, even rubbing its tiny paws in anticipation. It looked ready for a grand adventure. Ren Jie quickly stuffed it back into his pocket and sternly warned, listen here, my little ferret, we mustn't recklessly take others' belongings in Old World Street. Everything here requires us to spend money. He then produced a 1 yuan coin from his pocket, saying, look, this is money. Be obedient, or I might just sell you for some cash. The ferret tilted its head, blinking with a look of half-understanding as it accepted the coin and tucked it into its treasure pouch. This being his first visit to Old World Street, Ren Jie had brought the treasure ferret along just in case. Its pocket was quite spacious, making it convenient to carry if he found himself short on funds. He could always sell it for some money, perfectly pragmatic. At the entrance, Ren Jie exuded an air of confidence, allowing him entry after the staff checked him. However, before he could even begin to explore, he was halted by 2 individuals wearing faceless masks. Hey there, why don't you understand the rules? You can't just waltz into Old World Street like that, one of them remarked. Ren Jie raised an eyebrow, retorting, should I fly in instead? Or is my walking posture not sufficiently imposing? The masked man was visibly annoyed, no? Everyone entering Old World Street must wear a mask. It's an unwritten rule. Just take a look around. Ren Jie tilted his head and indeed observed that many shoppers donned various masks, though some went without. Rolling his eyes, he replied, rules? Who made up this nonsense? The second masked man grinned. Is this your first time at Old World Street? You have no idea how deep the waters run. Wise folks know to keep a low profile, while foolish ones expose themselves. You wouldn't want to end up in trouble, would you? I happen to have spirit masks for sale, all styles available. Care for one? With that, the masked man opened his coat, revealing an array of masks. 3,000 each. No discounts, crafted from the bones of the white-armored rhinoceros, effectively concealing your level and appearance. Even a 6th-tier gene warrior wouldn't see through it. Ren Jie was speechless. All this fuss just to sell that? Go die elsewhere, he exclaimed, intending to leave, only to be blocked once more by the 2 men. Little brother, It seems you have yet to experience the harshness of society. Don't wait until you are targeted to regret not buying our masks. The demon bone masks are already at a bargain price, you know? Ren Jie repeated indiferently. You got your stock from Wang Fuguwei at the small goods workshop in the eastern part of the city, didn't you? The wholesale price is $1.50 per mask for the defective ones. You two are standing here fooling the newcomers, selling them at 3,000 each for quite the profit, I see. Next time you restock, remember to mention my name. I'll get them for $1.30 each. I may not have been beaten down by society, but I usually deal the blows myself. You two seem quite representative of society, don't you? The two masked men gritted their teeth. What the heck? You think you know everything about the trade? Speaking so loudly, how am I supposed to run my business? Kid, severing someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents. You've never faced the harshness of society, have you? Soon, you will experience it. Why don't you just buy 3 masks? Or else, before he could finish, a flash of white light emanated from Ren Jie's chest, followed by 2 sharp sounds, causing both masked men to shiver. As Ren Jie raised his hand, he found 2 strips of torn red cloth hanging from his fingers. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wow, Jiao Bauer, your hands are incredibly quick. Are you actually in a tussle with the red cloth? The 2 masked men were astonished, feeling as if a chilling wind had swept over them. Their eyes filled with terror as they stared at Ren Jie. What the? How did you? They hadn't even seen how he struck, and the cloth was already torn from them. Your warning method is rather unique, isn't it? Ren Jie smirked. What are you staring at? Never seen a shadowless hand before? It's my mother's product from 18 years ago. I can take your lives just as easily as I can take your masks, so why not scram? The 2 masked men quickly retreated, and Ren Jie casually tossed aside the 2 torn strips of cloth, leaving with a flourish. Jiao Bauer performed excellently, but couldn't we have a bit of pride? Let's not just rush at the red cloth. The treasure thief tilted her head, wearing a contemplative expression. Chapter 75. A fortuitous encounter. Ren Jie strolled into Old World Street, his small hands tucked behind him. The decor here was extraordinarily dazzling, with an array of shops lining both sides of the street. Antique stores, mechanical prosthetic shops, and treasure troves. The vibrant displays left Ren Jie in a daze, as various luminous signboards radiated hues of red, purple, and blue, while the streets bustled with crowds, many donning masks. A substantial number of mechanical augmenters wandered about, unabashedly showcasing their enhancements, altered limbs, eyes, and even spines, with some prosthetics being grandiose and strikingly attention-grabbing. The mechanical augmenters not only seemed indifferent to the gazes of others, but rather took pride in their displays. The air was filled with electrifying music and the incessant sounds of merchants hawking their wares. Take a look. Behold the newly unearthed old-world figurines of the deformed man, complete with flashing lights. Also available are transformation devices that illuminate when batteries are inserted. Behold the vintage chemical fuel engine, the 2JZ Bull Demon. Those interested may purchase it for home collection. Come see. A complete set of old-world 3 Kingdoms cards, Pokemon cards, 10 Bakugan, and a Jade Mahjong set, all newly excavated and reasonably priced. Ren Jie was utterly bewildered. What on earth were these items? Who would buy a deformed man figurine? Perhaps it was too childish for elementary students, but just right for university students? Young man, how about a bottle of the old world cellar stored Sprite? It has a history of at least 200 years. I also have some delightful junk drinks. The pulse is still alive. It's a riot. Only 500 bottle. Quite a bargain. Ren Jie's lips twitched as he glanced at the assortment of aged beverages on the vendor's table. Could this ancient cellar-stored Sprite even be consumed? Not buying. Hey, wait. Why are you leaving? You can sample it. You wouldn't want to miss out on experiencing the rich history and flavors of the old world. Would you? With that, the vendor popped open a bottle and poured Ren Jie a glass of Sprite. Ren Jie swallowed hard. Free? Indeed. This glass is complimentary. But if you taste it, you must purchase the open bottle. Without a second thought, Ren Jie turned to leave, but the vendor waved his arms frantically. In his haste, he accidentally knocked over the paper cup, causing the cellar-stored Sprite to spill. As the beverage met the table, it fizzed and foamed wildly. Ren Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is it toxic? You can't be serious. The vendor, infuriated, retorted. Toxic? This is a carbonated drink. Have you ever seen the world? However, Ren Jie had already distanced himself, reveling in a cloud of amusement. After all, wealth accumulates slowly. Not long after, Ren Jie found himself before a shop called Stone Record, surrounded by dozens of people. The atmosphere was electric, filled with shouts of open, 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 and whispers exclaiming how wealthy the young lady was. Enthusiastic to join the commotion, Ren Jie pushed his way through but found himself unable to enter. Thus, he meandered to a nearby store named Old Ding's General Store, with a sign advertised the sale of awakening gene serums. An elderly gentleman with a snowy beard sat in a rocking chair, leisurely puffing on his pipe while engrossed in videos of long-legged beauties, fervently showering likes upon them. Both of his legs had been replaced with mechanical ones. "Boss, do you have the awakening gene serum? I would like 2 vials," he inquired. Old Ding, fixated on his phone screen, replied, "Each vial costs 644,000. If you purchase 2, I can offer you a discount." Ren Jie's eyes brightened with excitement. "Really? You are quite generous, boss. So, that totals 64,400, correct?" Old Ding choked on his smoke, coughing violently. "In all my years of business on Old World Street, this is the first time I've encountered someone so keen on discounts. If you find it too pricey, feel free to seek another vendor." Ren Jie smiled broadly. "Come now. Boss, don't be so unyielding. How about I add a bit more?" Old Ding raised an eyebrow. "How much more?" With utmost seriousness, Ren Jie suggested, "How about 64,400? Old Ding exclaimed, "Are you jesting with me? You're proposing a fraction of a decimal. Are you sent by another shop to bargain? Off you go. Pester someone else." Ren Jie sighed in exasperation. "ISNT the market price, 200,000. You're selling it for 320,000. Why not just steal it?" Old Ding took a drag from his pipe. "You could also refrain from robbing me. There are indeed vials available for 200,000, but you would have to queue for half a year or even a year to obtain one. Miss the optimal awakening period, and you might find it difficult to awaken at all. What I have here is in stock. Just ask around the market, and you'll find the same price." Grinding his teeth, Ren Jie realized 1 vial was unfeasible, and 2 would exceed his funds. His gaze then wandered to the assortment of mechanical prosthetics hanging in the shop. "Boss, do you buy arms?" Old Ding raised an eyebrow. "Sure, do you have one?" Ren Jie rolled up his sleeve, revealing his left arm. With a flick of his wrist, he deactivated the camouflage mode, showcasing his black and gold native mechanical arm. "What do you reckon my arm is worth?" Old Ding's eyes widened in shock as he leapt from his seat, eagerly examining Ren Jie's mechanical arm. "This mechanical arm, well, it's decent enough. How does 800,000 sound? I can also throw in 2 vials of gene serum." Ren Jie was taken aback. "Can this mechanical arm actually fetch such a price?" "Oh dear, boss. Your words seem quite exaggerated." Before he could finish, a commotion erupted outside, drawing the attention of several mechanical augmenters who approached with gleaming eyes, scrutinizing Ren Jie's arm. "Whoa, come look at this. I've never seen a mechanical arm like this on the market. Titanium alloy, bionic muscle bundles. Wow." In no time, a throng of mechanical augmenters surrounded Ren Jie. "Not just that. This is a product from Huaxing Bio. ISNT it? An unreleased experimental model? Is this the TXH-1 type? Military-grade system? Hey, do you want to sell that arm? I'll buy it for 3 million. I can offer 5 million. Plus I'll throw in a Snapdragon mechanical arm. Who is the doctor responsible for performing the augmentation surgery on you? Could you introduce them to me? The technique is nothing short of exquisite." Lao Ding's face has turned dark. How can he possibly accept this? Ren Jie's expression is similarly grim. "Why do I have the impression that these mechanical augmenters are disparaging me? If I were to sell this mechanical arm, would I not become a vendor of limbs?" He had not anticipated that this mechanical arm would hold such value. Did Nuoyan not deceive him? Oh, ahem, if the bids from everyone reach my expectations, I might consider selling. Such a substantial sum could allow me to purchase 2 gene serums and even afford a nice new home for my family. I could manage with a broken arm. It's just a bit unfair to Nuoyan, but my special sign-bidder tea is not given away for free. Meanwhile, at the Stone Chronicles, 2 individuals, one tall and one short, were squatting on the ground selecting stones. "Wanru, please help me choose. You have such good luck." and I'm overwhelmed with choices. Mo Wanru, adorned with a green demon mask, advised, Shaoli, are you still going to continue selecting? You've already invested over $1 million. ISNT that a loss? Jiang Julie, clad in a white dress and wearing a fox mask, stubbornly declared, no way. I must find one today. Money is not a concern. Mo Wanru covered her face. Indeed, what was she thinking discussing finances with this little heiress? Jiang Julie stood up and stretched her back, only to find herself surrounded by a large crowd. At the center stood Ren Jie, and she was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence to encounter him. At that moment, Ren Jie was showcasing his mechanical arm, engaging in discussions about selling arms with a group of augmenters. Jiang Julie. She was instantly incensed, breaking through the crowd to seize Ren Jie's arm, glaring as she exclaimed, You shall not sell? Ren Jie was taken aback. Doghead girl? Chapter 76. I can tell Fortune's Jiang Julie was taken aback. How? How did you recognize me at a glance? This is a demon bone mask. Ren Jie looked at Jiang Julie, speechless. Did you buy this at the corner shop? 3,000 for one? If you give me 3,000, I can send you a truckload. Under Ren Jie's penetrating gaze, the pitiful mask was utterly laid bare. Jiang Julie was stunned, realizing she had been deceived, and couldn't help but grit her teeth. That's not right. It's 10,000 for one. Ren Jie burst into laughter. Jiang Julie's ears turned red, and she ground her teeth in frustration. That is not important. The issue is, why are you trying to sell that arm? I gave it to you. Seeing her gift being put up for sale stirred a pang of distress in her heart. She had intended to make amends by gifting him the arm, which she had lost, yet he now wanted to sell it? Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up as they regarded Jiang Julie with newfound intrigue. You gifted it to him? Who's this girl? This is a testing device. Ren Jie, with utmost seriousness, replied, Not for any other reason, but because I wish to experience a life I once had. Jiang Julie was at a loss for words. What nonsense are you spouting? How is an arm going to help you? Regardless, you must not sell it. You need to keep it. Ren Jie sighed helplessly. Sister, I have no choice. My younger brother's family is impoverished, and they can barely make ends meet. I don't have enough money to buy gene potions for my sister, so selling this arm is my only means of survival. Jiang Julie's expression darkened. Sell? Sell what? Why is this person so indiscreet with his words? You want to buy the Qiling gene potion? Don't buy it here. I'll call my second uncle. He oversees the gene potion production line and can send you 2 vials directly. Just pay the regular market price. No matter what, you must not sell this arm. It's a testing device still undergoing evaluation, specifically for military use, and cannot be allowed to enter the market. At this, the crowd grew restless. Good heavens! Gene potion production line? Only the Xia Research Institute and Huaxing Biotech have the qualifications to produce this. Is this girl with Huaxing Biotech? Upon hearing this, Ren Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's you. Please forgive my previous ignorance. I was young and foolish, mistaking an old man for treasure. Let me first express my gratitude on behalf of my sister. If you need anything, just command me. Jiang Julie rolled her eyes. What kind of plastic English is that? Just don't sell this mechanical arm. At that moment, Shituji stood up like a mountain. Xiaoli, what do you think of this piece? How about we take this one? Oh, Hogleveing. What brings you here? Ren Jie looked up at Mo Wanru. ISNT this the statue goddess? You're here too? Mo Wanru's forehead twitched with frustration. What statue? You can recognize me? I'm wearing an invisibility mask. Ren Jie admitted. Well, with your robust physique, even if you were truly wearing an invisibility mask, it wouldn't do much good, would it? Do you have any self-awareness regarding your own stature? Jiang Julie, with a sense of exasperation, said, Allow me to introduce my classmate, Mo Wanru, who is my dearest friend. Meanwhile, Ren Jie's gaze was fixated on the stone in her hand. What are you two up to? He inquired. Jiang Julie explained, We are extracting raw spirit stones. I desire this type of spirit crystal. As she spoke, she revealed the necklace adorning her neck, showcasing a translucent, azure crystal that was clearly a spirit crystal. Genetic warriors can cultivate not only by absorbing spiritual energy, but also by utilizing spirit crystals. In areas rich in spiritual energy, natural veins of spirit crystals form, which, when mined, are cut into cubes measuring 5 centimeters on each side for the cultivation of genetic warriors. The amount of spiritual energy contained in a single spirit crystal can equate to 3 days of absorption through natural means. In the early stages, one can rely on absorbing natural spiritual energy for cultivation. However, as one's level increases, the need for spirit crystals to facilitate rapid advancement becomes essential. A spirit crystal commands a market price of around 3,000, with higher concentrations of spiritual energy fetching even greater sums. The crystal Jiang Jie displayed was of exceptional quality. A spirit marrow. Its value exceeded 100,000. Moreover, hers was not merely pure spirit marrow. It also contained twinkling starlight, resembling a glimpse into a cerulean night sky. Jiang Jie remarked, "This is starry spirit marrow, a rare variant that harbors the power of the stars. I've already asked my family to assist in locating one on the market, yet none have been found. I acquired this one from a shop on Old World Street by chance, but despite spending over $1 million on stones, I have yet to find another. How frustrating." Ren Jie nearly choked on his own words, exclaiming, "You spent over $1 million on stones? How extravagant! With that money, you could have purchased numerous spirit crystals." He glanced at the starry spirit marrow in her hand before surveying the pile of stones at the front of the shop. "Is this the type you seek?" he asked, gesturing toward the stones. Jiang Jie nodded fervently, her expression earnest. "I want it." Ren Jie grinned broadly. "I'll help you choose. Accepting such a grand favor without offering something in return is not my style." Jiang Jie, taken aback, asked, "You can choose these? Are you a master of stone appraisal?" He replied, "Not exactly, but I can tell fortunes." Jiang Jie was left speechless. In the meantime, Ren Jie had already broken through the crowd, arriving at the stall. Before him lay a dozen baskets filled with stones, all appearing dull and even caked with dirt. The shopkeeper's face beamed with delight. "Ah, it seems this young lady has found herself a helper. So, young man, what do you think? Have you found anything to your liking?" The raw spirit stones in the baskets were priced at 50,000 each, and once opened, no refunds could be issued. They were authentic raw stones sourced from spirit stone mining areas, guaranteed to have the potential to yield premium spirit marrow or specialized spirit marrow. Ren Jie grinned at the price, 50,000 each. This shopkeeper is quite bold. He strolled around the stall with his hands behind his back, calculating as he went, while Mo Wanru beside him pouted. "Are you even capable of this? Why not try this one? I have been contemplating for quite some time," Ren Jie remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Wanru. "No way, it's too unsightly. It's evident that nothing valuable could be extracted from it." Mo Wanru retorted, "You'd better be referring to the stone." The proprietor of the stone record chuckled, finding the young man rather oblivious. Without hesitation, Ren Jie carelessly plucked a stone the size of a human head from the basket and tossed it to Mo Wanru. "Here, try this one." Mo Wanru tilted her head towards Jiang Jie, who nodded in agreement. After all, she held little hope. It was worth a shot. Another 50,000 was transferred to the proprietor, and Mo Wanru delivered a swift chop with her hand upon the raw stone, which cracked open immediately. A chorus of gasps erupted from the onlookers as, amidst the debris, 2 cherry-sized spirit marrow stones emerged, each shimmering with celestial brilliance. Montag van o stot in stund sie längse. Genuinely astonished, Jiang Jie's eyes lit up, and she quickly scooped up the 2 starry crystal marrows, examining them beneath the light. "Wow, this is incredible. It's even better than the one I had before. How did you manage this?" Ren Jie, wearing a triumphant grin, replied, "As I said, I am skilled in fortune-telling. Just wait, I shall craft you a beautiful necklace right away." Chapter 77. Revealing secrets can invite divine retribution. The proprietor was utterly astounded. Could it be true? Had he genuinely managed to uncover it? Was it a testament to his skill, or merely a stroke of luck? As someone entrenched in this field, he understood that even the most adept gemstone masters would hesitate to assert what lay concealed within the raw spiritual stones. Not even X-ray imaging could unveil their secrets, let alone the capabilities of a genetic warrior. One must recognize that the raw spiritual stones were imbued with chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations, which would obstruct all investigative methods. Was this young man merely guessing? However, Ren Jie's subsequent actions left the proprietor utterly dumbfounded. Ren Jie continued to extract raw spiritual stones, selecting over a dozen, while Mo Wanru deftly split the stones, and Jiang Juli frantically paid the bills. In the blink of an eye, they had unveiled 12 pieces of starry spiritual marrow, each the size of cherries, along with one larger piece, akin to an egg, which surpassed all the others combined in quality. The crowd was rendered speechless. Was this young man intent on wreaking havoc? With such prowess, why would he sell anything? The proprietor's face turned pale. Could it be that he was genuinely striking gold? How could this be so uncanny? If he had personally unearthed all these treasures, the profit would have been far beyond what he had made. It was simply devastating. At that moment, Jiang Juli resembled a little hamster, cradling a large collection of starry spiritual marrow, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement, her cheeks flushed with joy. "You're truly incredible. Is there more?" she exclaimed, astonished that Ren Jie possessed such talents. Meanwhile, the proprietor was losing his composure. "Young man, enough is enough. Do you possess some form of X-ray vision? How can you be so consistently accurate?" Ren Jie's lips twitched. Indeed, he did have such an ability. The raw spiritual stones could not conceal his X-ray vision. Everything within was laid bare before his eyes. The chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations were no barrier to his insight, for the Eye of Illusions was not merely a name. With a grin, Ren Jie replied, "If the raw spiritual stones could truly be seen through, that would be splendid. As I mentioned, I can divine. What exists and what is not, I can calculate." The proprietor, visibly annoyed, retorted, "Pa, you must possess some method of stone appraisal, right? Divination? Who are you trying to fool?" Ren Jie, speechless, countered, "Doubt if you will, but allow me to demonstrate today." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on the proprietor and began to calculate. "If I'm not mistaken, your name is Zhou Lei. You are 41 years old, residing in the paper town of Jin, Chung, Chi Shui Go, correct? You have 2 moles on your belly and 1 on the top of your foot, and you also have a floral design on your shirt, and Su Lei." He rushed forward, covering Ren Jie's mouth. "Let us not discuss my floral shirt," he exclaimed. "How on earth do you know this? You didn't spy on me while I was bathing, did you?" Ren Jie tilted his head. "What is so appealing about a grown man? I told you, I calculated it. I also know your wife is pregnant, about 3 months along. If I'm correct?" Zhou Lei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ren Jie. "How do you know this? I haven't even told anyone yet. Can you help me find out whether my wife is having a boy or a girl?" Ren Jie felt an inexplicable joy, for he was well aware that the wallet tucked away in the pocket contained an ID card bearing all the necessary information, alongside a pregnancy test with 2 distinct lines. At this moment, those around him were no longer calm. Could this young man truly possess such talent? He had even deduced a home address, which was utterly absurd. Ren Jie wore a troubled expression and remarked, "Ah, in the art of fortune-telling, revealing the secrets of heaven can invoke divine retribution. I only read the fates of those with genuine connections." He sighed dramatically while casually pulling open his pants pocket. The proprietor, quick to grasp the implication, immediately fished out 1,000 and slipped it into Ren Jie's pocket. "Brother, am I now one of the fated?" Ren Jie continued to shake his head, eyes closed. "No, not quite. Our connection is still insufficient." The owner, with gritted teeth, offered another 1,000. "How about now?" This time, Ren Jie finally broke into a grin, patting the owner's shoulder. "I can only tell you, it's a rather carefree young lad." The owner widened his eyes in excitement, laughing heartily. "Is it a chubby little boy?" "Inewite, ha." The owner was overjoyed, while Mo Wanru covered her face, bewildered by the term carefree. Ren Jie, meanwhile, chuckled to himself. With a 50% chance, it was a gamble worth taking. If he guessed correctly, it would prove his skills, and if wrong, the outcome would only reveal itself 7 months later. Finding him would indeed be a feat, however. Jiang Jie, utterly astonished, swiftly turned Ren Jie by the shoulder. "Do you really possess this gift? Can you tell me my fortune? I wish to know how my luck is faring lately." Yet, Ren Jie's eyes widened in shock as he stepped back, 2 streams of nosebleed gushing forth, which he hastily tried to contain. Hey, that was quite abrupt. I hadn't closed my perception yet. It's all laid bare now. What astonished Ren Jie even further was that Jiang Julie appeared utterly fine. Startled, she asked, What is wrong? Why are you bleeding? Ren Jie quickly covered his nose. It's nothing. I mentioned that revealing heavenly secrets incurs divine punishment. Didn't I? See, this is the consequence. Jiang Julie, slightly worried, inquired, Is it because I showed you too many stones? I apologize. That is sufficient. As for the payment for the genetic serum, I shall forego it and send you two instead. What is your address? I will have someone deliver it later. Shall we add each other as friends on Feishin? Ren Jie felt on the verge of tears. Was this angelic girl truly a paragon of virtue? Such kindness. Unbelievable. However, in the midst of Ren Jie adding Jiang Julie as a friend, he remained oblivious to the fact that the precious mink fur in his upper pocket had vanished. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber on the third floor of the Tianmen Trading Company on Old World Street, the atmosphere was extraordinarily solemn. A group of individuals clad in tailcoats and adorned with smiling masks sat opposite the conference table, their masks inscribed with cryptic phrases. There were cards featuring the 6 of flowers, the 7 of diamonds, and the 9 of hearts, all emblematic of a deck of playing cards. Seated in the prominent position was a man adorned with a wolf-tail samurai hairstyle, his mask intricately engraved with the ace of spades. In his grasp, he held a box, which he then placed at the center of the table. I addressed him, Boss Long. We are all comrades here. Maintaining this human guise seems rather distant, does it not? Opposite him sat a middle-aged, somewhat rotund man, puffing on a cigar, exuding the air of a shrewd merchant. He lounged with his legs crossed, casting a scrutinizing glance at the figures before him. Comrades? Huh. Who amongst you card players can be deemed as such? The city has just rid itself of the claws of malevolence. And here you are, stepping in to take over? Quite audacious, are we not? Do you not fear meeting the same fate as those fiends? Your urgency suggests there is indeed something you covet in this prosperous city. As he spoke, Boss Long began to slowly transform, shedding his human form to reveal a dark green lizard-like creature, its skin adorned with bumpy, verdant scales, and eyes that resembled the spherical orbs of a chameleon. To my astonishment, the proprietor of the Tianmen Trading Company was, in fact, a member of the demon race. Chapter 78. Are you joking? The Tianmen Trading Company is quite renowned throughout the Old World Street, primarily because the proprietor often manages to procure rare treasures from the realm of the demon kind. While many speculate about the impressive channels he possesses, few are aware that he himself is a demon. There are indeed numerous demon beings, like the formidable dragon boss, who feast in the Great Xia, and conversely, the same holds true. The Ace of Spades chuckled, remarking that the operations of the Demon Claw are rather crude. The former Demon Lord has been slain, and it remains uncertain who will ascend as the new Demon Lord. However, do not conflate our poker faction with the Demon Claw. We adhere to strategy in our dealings. After all, no matter how skilled a player may be at the card table, reckless play will inevitably lead to defeat, will it not? In truth, we are not particularly keen on taking over Jincheng, yet who are we to defy the wishes of those above us? Enough of idle chatter. Where are the items we seek? The Ace of Spades lightly tapped the table, gazing at Dragon Boss with keen interest. Dragon Boss smiled, stating that he had indeed gone to great lengths to procure this treasure, enlisting various connections and sacrificing a number of brothers in the process. However, isn't it prudent to inspect the goods first? As he spoke, he extended his long tongue toward the box on the table, his eyes glinting with greed. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed through the air as a sharp dagger was driven into the table by the Ace of Spades. Dragon Boss's tongue froze in midair. The Ace of Spades, eyes shimmering with a dangerous light, remarked, "Do not rush. You wish to inspect the goods? Allow me to assist you." As he spoke, he opened the box on the table, revealing a trove of black metal, along with 10 beads as dark as ink. As previously agreed, it contained 25 kilograms of demon tungsten and 10 demon thought beads, which can resist the mental attacks of thought spirit masters. You will not find such items outside my domain, the abyssal demon realm. Dragon Boss's eyes widened in astonishment as he began to examine each item meticulously. Meanwhile, The treasure-hunting weasel lay concealed in the rafters, observing the entire transaction with a furtive expression. The leader had advised him to aspire to greater ambitions rather than merely chasing after trifles. Was he not exhibiting ambition in this endeavor? The air was thick with a familiar scent, the aroma of treasures. Once he pulled off a significant heist, he would surely earn praise from the leader. The treasure-hunting weasel's mind whirred with determination, his gaze inevitably drawn to the box beneath Dragon Boss's feet. That shabby black strip and those subpar beads were hardly treasures worthy of his attention. What about the other box? In an instant, the weasel melded seamlessly into the rafters, as if he were passing through the very wood itself. Moments later, his little head emerged from beneath the table, cautiously approaching the target before integrating himself into the box. Dragon Boss, satisfied, set the box down with a grin, exclaiming, "Excellent goods, truly splendid. The poker faction is indeed generous." Meanwhile, the ace of spades pressed down on the box, narrowing his eyes and asking, "You have inspected the goods. But where are the items I requested?" Dragon Boss promptly lifted the box beneath the table, slamming it onto the surface and pushing it forward. "Rest assured, it will not disappoint." The ace of spades opened the box before everyone, and in the next moment, all the card players present froze, the atmosphere thick with silence. Dragon Boss let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Didn't he see this coming, did you? Ha ha ha. It took considerable effort to acquire this precious piece. You can surely trade these for something of greater value." The ace of spades felt a vain throb on his forehead, seething with anger. "Considerable effort? Of great value? Are you mocking me?" He abruptly slammed his hands on the table and stood up, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Dragon Boss frowned. "What? Not satisfied? A piece this size, I'm being quite sincere." Gritting his teeth, the ace of spades retrieved the sole item from the box, a $1 steel coin, his hands trembling with rage. "Is this it? Truly massive, isn't it? If you wanted to swindle me, you could just said so. Do you really want to play this game with me?" Dragon Boss was equally bewildered. "What do you mean $1? Rising to look into the box, he was momentarily stunned. What the heck? Where's the precious earth I placed in there? That sizable piece of precious earth? His gaze turned dangerously sharp. "Did you switch it out? Where is it?" The ace of spades retorted furiously. "Nonsense. Are you still acting? You think this is a game? I'll make you pay for this." Dragon Boss was enraged as well. "If you don't want to pay, just say so. Let us settle this." A cacophony erupted within the Tianmen Trading Company, drawing curious glances from onlookers, some even being hurled out of windows, turning the scene into a fierce spectacle. Meanwhile, the treasure-hunting weasel clutched a crystal ball, racing across the rooftops of the old World Street, excitement coursing through its veins. What a thrill! This shiny item must be a treasure. This isn't theft. It's a trade. The boss said to exchange it for something called money, and I certainly acquired it. The crystal ball was no ordinary object. It encased a pure white clay that writhed as though alive, attempting to break free from its crystalline confines. The treasure-hunting weasel stuffed it into its pouch. Just as it was about to return to Ren Jie, it spotted Mo Wanru and Jiang Julie walking down the street, engaged in conversation. A hooded teenager accidentally bumped into Jiang Julie. I'm sorry, big sister." Jiang Julie quickly replied. "It's all right, did I hurt you?" The hooded child blushed, lowered their head, and dashed away. Unfazed, Jiang Julie exclaimed, "I can't believe how much I've gathered today. These star essence beads are enough to make a bracelet. I never expected Ren Jie to truly be able to tell fortunes." Mo Wanru could not help but twitch her lips. Just let him boast. How could fortune-telling reveal one's home address? She mused, now seriously suspecting that Ren Jie had stumbled upon the boss's identification card. Jiang Julie remarked, "Oh, isn't Ren Jie also set to participate in the Hunter Academy's entrance exam? Perhaps we could form a team with him? It would be a way to express our gratitude for his assistance." Mo Wanru, however, wore a reluctant expression. "But he's only at the second tier. What use could he possibly be? He would merely hold us back. With both you and me in the team, it suffices. As long as I'm here, no harm shall come to you." Jiang Julie smiled. "I know, Wanru. You are the most reliable." Meanwhile, the hooded child swiftly blended into the crowd, retrieving a leather wallet adorned with a panda from his pocket. Upon opening it, a subtle smile graced his lips. Indeed, he thought Jiang Julie, the third young lady of Huaxing Biological Group, is quite the catch. He deftly pocketed a stack of red bills from the wallet, stashed the wallet into his trousers, and continued walking. Witnessing this scene, Diao Bauer felt a fierce fire ignite within her. I cannot allow any of my peers to exist on this street, she vowed. In a flash of white light, Diao Bao vanished instantaneously. Chapter 79. The targeted fat sheep. The hooded youth swiftly entered the backroom of a cybernetic specialty shop. Inside, pulsating music reverberated amidst vibrant, swirling lights. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and alcohol, accompanied by scantily clad dancers performing their routines. The room was filled with mechanical augmenters, reveling in the night's festivities. The hooded child made his way to a robust man lounging on a sofa. This man sported short, golden hair, and his limbs and spine were almost entirely mechanized. He wore sunglasses, puffing on a cigarette with a woman nestled in his embrace. Boss, I have confirmation. That woman is indeed the third miss of Huatian Shangbao. She has already been implanted with a tracker. Here is her wallet. Wait, where's the wallet? The child momentarily froze, frantically patting his pockets. The golden-haired man sneered, yanking the child closer. Are you certain? The child, pale with fear, stammered. Why, yes, I'm sure. I saw her ID, but the wallet? The golden-haired man grinned maliciously. Brothers, it's time for action. Let us go big. However, the raucous noise in the room drowned out his command, leaving no one to heed his words. His forehead bulged with veins as he seized a shotgun from the table and fired a shot at the speakers. Instantly, the room fell silent. The dancers ducked in terror, and the acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air. I said, it's time for action. Meanwhile, Ren Jie had begun his frantic search throughout the streets, exclaiming, Where's Diao Bao? How did she vanish without a trace? After a brief exchange of contact information with his companions, he had split from Jiang Julie, who expressed a desire to continue browsing. Yet as soon as he turned, he realized Diao Bao was nowhere to be found, having searched half the street without any sign of her. Just as worry set in, a flash of white light appeared at his chest, and Diao Bao re-emerged in Ren Jie's pocket. Where have you been? You didn't go and steal something again, did you? I told you. Diao Bao promptly pulled out a crystal orb from his pocket, presenting it to Ren Jie like a prized possession, gesturing wildly with excitement. Ren Jie, bewildered, accepted the orb, gazing into it at the peculiar soil contained within, his confusion deepening. Are you saying you didn't steal this? You traded for it with money? With the money I gave you? Diao Bao nodded vigorously, wearing a hopeful expression for praise. Ren Jie buried his face in his hands, exclaiming, What on earth did you buy for a single coin? There is nothing worth a coin in the old world streets. What even is this crystal orb? Why is the white soil moving? It can't possibly be an antique from the old world, can it? Just as Ren Jie contemplated which unfortunate soul had fallen victim to a thief, he noticed Diao Bao eagerly presenting a wallet to him. Ren Jie's expression froze. Surely Diao Bao had pilfered every wallet from the old world street. Upon opening the wallet, Ren Jie was taken aback to find the identification card of Jiang Julie nestled among various bank cards, VIP membership cards, even a workout plan, and a personal photo booth picture of himself. His expression darkened further. After having just been assisted by her, was he now rummaging through her belongings? Despite his lack of decorum, he still upheld certain principles. Did you steal her wallet? Diao Bao gestured animatedly, and Ren Jie was astonished. A thief has pilfered her wallet, and you've stolen the thief? Diao Bao nodded vigorously, even placing her hands on her hips, her demeanor exuding indignation. Ren Jie couldn't help but twitch his lips. You are truly something else. Old World Street needs someone like you to uphold justice. As he pondered how to return the wallet, a voice interrupted from nearby. Hey there, young man. Turning his head, he recognized old Ding from the grocery store, who took a drag from his cigarette and raised an eyebrow. That girlfriend of yours has caught the attention of the Progenitor Alliance. Those mechanical lunatics can resort to anything. In Old World Street, it's best not to flaunt wealth, or trouble will easily find you. Ren Jie was taken aback, his expression darkening. Thanks. Old Ding flashed a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Don't just thank me. Take good care of my business. What about that earring of yours? I can offer a good price. without sparing a glance. Ren Jie, slip away. You should continue showcasing your long legs. Until next time, the old man was certainly no ordinary character. His keen eyes had discerned the hidden treasure. Logically, he should not be overly concerned about the dog-headed girl. She was far more capable than he, being from the Demon Hunter Academy. Yet, an unease lingered. Perhaps it would be prudent to follow and ensure her safety. Diao Bao, do you know the whereabouts of the dog-headed girl? Diao Bao sniffed the wallet in the air, promptly directing Ren Jie with a gesture. He was astonished. You can do what the dog does? Impressive. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Jinsheng, near an abandoned junkyard, Mo Wanru was currently supporting Jiang Juli as they made their way towards the city. Why do I feel dizzy? Perhaps we should call for a ride. Was it that aged lady that caused this? I knew that stuff was expired and shouldn't be consumed. At that moment, Jiang Juli felt a twinge of regret. Had I known, I wouldn't have drunk it. My wallet is lost as well. It was a gift from my sister. Replacing the cards is such a hassle. Let us just head back. I haven't completed today as training plan. Have you? Wanru, you drank it too. Are you alright? Mo Wanru assessed her condition. I'm fine, just a bit weak and lacking energy. As they walked, they spotted a figure standing on the path in front of the junkyard, whose physique appeared even more robust than Mo Wanru's. Ladies in such darkness. Are you not afraid to go home alone? Would you like me to escort you to? The speaker was a blond man, donning sunglasses and carrying an enormous firearm on his shoulder, complemented by a biochemical-grade gas mask adorning his face. Muanu narrowed her eyes, swiftly pulling Jiang Juli behind her for protection. Get lost. Don't seek trouble where there is none. If you don't wish to have your skull crushed, vanish from my sight at once. In an instant, Muanru's muscles bulged, radiating a brilliant golden light. Yet the next moment her legs weakened, and a wave of intense dizziness washed over her, causing her vision to blur. Jiang Juli, her complexion pale, hurriedly supported her, as a fierce starlight enveloped her. However, in an instant, her brilliance dimmed, and her face turned ashen. The blond man grinned triumphantly. I must admit, this lady warrior possesses remarkable physical resilience. The hallucinogenic fragrance has lingered throughout our journey. Even an elephant would have collapsed by now. That you have only just begun to falter is impressive. Do not presume that you, as a genetic warrior, are invincible against us mechanical cultivators. You remain woefully naive. How do you feel? Is it quite uncomfortable? The more you channel your spiritual energy, the weaker you become. Brothers, let them witness the prowess of us mechanical cultivators. One by one, pickup trucks concealed in the shadows illuminated their headlights, their engines roaring to life as they approached, filled with eccentrically dressed mechanical cultivators, encircling the two. The blond man's smile grew increasingly maniacal. Chapter 80. The steel body. There were more than 30 individuals present, each exhibiting a high degree of mechanical augmentation, with some even being gene warriors. Their eyes were filled with avarice as they gazed at Jiang Juli, each adorned with gas masks. Boss, why waste words with them? Let us simply eliminate them, suggested one of the subordinates. However, the golden-haired leader, Tianmen, raised his hand, signaling his underlings to silence, and instead regarded the two with keen interest. Jiang Juli's eyes were cold, struggling against her heavy consciousness. What do you intend to do? Throughout my life, I have encountered numerous situations like this, and, without exception, their fates have been dire. You should be aware of the Jiang family's power. Withdraw now, and I shall consider this incident as having never occurred. Tynan clapped his hands, his expression one of arrogance. As expected of the third miss of Huashing Bio, maintaining composure under these circumstances, I admire that. Do not misunderstand. We are not here for robbery, neither for wealth nor for pleasure. We have come to discuss business. Jiang Juli furrowed her brow. What do you mean? As she spoke, she discreetly reached for a phone in her pocket. Tainan grinned wickedly. I have heard that Huashing Bio is currently developing a full-body mechanical prosthesis called Tyrant. I'm quite intrigued. I wonder if the third miss could procure a set for me? Additionally, we have a fondness for the mechanical prostheses manufactured by Huashing Bio, and we hope you can provide us with a batch of new models, along with a supply of gene serums. If you can accomplish these tasks, once we receive the goods, we shall ensure that you and your friend return safely. What do you say? A most equitable transaction, is it not? After all, your life is worth much more than this. Jiang Juli narrowed her eyes. I cannot agree to any of your terms. Tainan scoffed, "Oh, do you intend to call for help? The signals in this vicinity have long been jammed by our devices. We are not new to this game. I can anticipate every move you might conceive. Please do not doubt our professionalism. Since negotiations seem futile, I suppose we shall have to discuss matters when we strip you both and hang you in the basement. Get them." The mechanical enhancers howled and charged at the two. Jiang Juli gritted her teeth. Although the starlight around her intensified, the seductive aroma of the essence once again took effect, causing her body to plummet towards the ground. Yet, Mo Wanru's eyes widened in defiance. "You dare." She managed to withstand the effects of the essential oil, directly channeling her spiritual energy, which radiated a brilliant golden light. Mimetic, holy beetle, her muscles expanded once more, her skin transforming into a pure golden hue, resembling a robust golden deity. Counterattack. Without a second thought, she raised her fist and struck fiercely at the oncoming Tainan. Tainan sneered. "You wish to compare strength with me? You have chosen the wrong opponent." He raised his mechanical arm, fiercely swinging it towards Mo Wanru, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. Mechanical amplification. The components on the mechanical arm tightened, flames erupting from the elbow and shoulder joints. Boom! A muffled thud echoed, the sound of an explosion deafening, even bending the weeds on the ground. To Tainan's astonishment, Mo Wanru remained utterly still. The force she had unleashed rebounded entirely upon herself, as if she had struck herself a blow simultaneously. His body slid back several meters in an instant. Damn! Are Jin warriors truly formidable? Might is justice. With his other hand, he aimed a black hand cannon directly at Mo Wanru, pulling the trigger as flames erupted, launching a high-caliber explosive round that struck her head. A resounding clang resounded as Mo Wanru's head snapped back, the explosive deviating from its trajectory and crashing into a junkyard, causing a violent explosion. Mo Wanru merely bore a smudge on her face. Aside from that, she remained unscathed. Tainan's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of defense is this? Yet, Mo Wanru still knelt on one knee, the effects of her counterattack beginning to wane. It was not that she was incapable of fighting back, but rather that the effects of the mind-bending fragrance were taking hold. Charge! Everyone charge! It matters not if she perishes, as long as that plump sheep remains unharmed. The mechanical enforcers promptly hefted their rifles and fired at Mo Wanru's position. Gritting her teeth, she lay flat on the ground, tightly shielding Jiang Juli in her embrace. Boom! 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 As the projectiles neared her, they detonated, transforming into large nets that enveloped both of them. The nets, constructed from extraordinarily resilient fibers, were laced with sharp barbs and neurotoxic venom. In the next moment, electrical sparks danced across the nets, and a terrifying high-voltage current surged through, filling the air with crackling sounds. Mo Wanru was immediately subjected to an excruciating electric shock, her expression contorting in agony. Damn it, these bastards! Her counterattack began to fade, and her body reached its limits against the Rosemary's effects. Tainan sneered. "I shall see how long you can endure. Charge!" In an instant, the mechanical enforcer's arms split open, extending their barrels and unleashing a relentless barrage upon Mo Wanru. Yet it proved futile. The bullets ricocheted off her skin. However, as her counterforce diminished, the bullets began to pierce her skin, leaving trails of blood. Seeing that gunfire was ineffective, the enforcers resorted to jabbing her with electric batons. They even wrapped steel cables around her limbs, attempting to pull her apart with motorized winches, aiming to extract Jiang Juli from her grasp. But Mo Wanru roared, muscles taut. The winches began to smoke as 4 pickup trucks were dragged back without budging her an inch. This terrifying resilience was akin to a human fortress. Jiang Juli's eyes reddened with urgency, but his body would not obey. Wanru. Yet, a faint smile forced its way onto Mo Wanru's face. Rest assured, little Julie. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. I have sworn it. Tainan grew anxious. The commotion was too great. and they needed to subdue her quickly lest they attract the attention of the authorities. Suddenly, his arm contorted, revealing a gleaming chainsaw. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Jiang Jiuli was on the verge of unleashing his divine transformation, eager to ascertain whether it could suppress the effects of the enchanting fragrance. However, at that moment, a voice resonated through the air, while the crowd paused, lifting their gazes in unison. Atop the heap of discarded vehicles in the junkyard stood Ren Jie, barefoot and ablaze with two brilliant flames beneath him. A smirk played upon his lips as he remarked, "You fellows, bullying a mere lad. Is that not somewhat lacking in martial ethics?" Mo Wanru's expression was one of confusion. Tainan squinted, his mechanical eye whirring. "Who is this little brat?" "Scram. The Progenitor Alliance is conducting business. If you wish to live, keep your distance." Ren Jie scoffed. "The Progenitor Alliance? I believe you ought to rename yourselves the Alliance of Paternal Woes. Your actions are quite distressing for me." Tainan gritted his teeth. "Are you deliberately courting death, parading around like this?" But Jiang Jiuli was taken aback. "Ren Jie, how did he arrive here?" "Ren Jie, run. Quickly. You are merely at the spine realm and cannot contend with these mechanical progenitors. Hurry to the city and contact my family for assistance. I beg you." Ren Jie rolled his eyes. "Underestimate me, do you? That's rather insulting." With a resounding explosion, flames erupted beneath Ren Jie's feet. He soared into the air, landing directly in the center of the fray. His feet zeroed in on Mo Wanru, who was encircled by the crowd, his gaze growing increasingly frenzied. Chapter 81. Overwhelming the entire arena with both hands raised high towards the heavens, Ren Jie unleashed an intense blaze from his palms. The flames surged forth like a supersonic missile, hurtling downwards with ferocity, transforming his feet into a fiery crimson. Burning flame, demon tread. With a resounding crash, he delivered a powerful kick to Mo Wanru's back, igniting a conflagration that engulfed the surroundings, the searing heat even severing steel cables. Mo Wanru's counterattack incited a violent explosion, sending bystanders flying as darkness enveloped them. As the flames dissipated, a massive pitch-black footprint, over 3 meters wide, materialized beneath Ren Jie, still emitting steam. Jiang Jiuli covered her face, exclaiming, "Why is he still charging forward? This place is filled with illusionary incense. He won't last long." Mo Wanru's expression darkened further. "Why are you attacking me? I'm not here to be your stepping stool." Iron Man squinted. "Eliminate him. Turn him into a sieve." At that moment, over 30 mechanical enhancers revealed their ominous gun barrels, all aimed directly at Ren Jie. Fire! In an instant, the air was filled with the relentless sound of gunfire, bullets whizzing through the air. Yet Ren Jie did not flinch. He grasped the blade of flames in one hand and activated his vision. The incoming bullets slowed in his sight. With a swift motion, he sliced through the air, leaving trails of brilliant flame in his wake. Each bullet that came within reach of his blade was cleaved apart, melting into molten iron as it fell away. Hostile shooting? How childish! His body ignited in a towering inferno. The ground beneath him exploded, propelling him forward like a meteor of flames towards the mechanical enhancers. The bullets ahead were effortlessly severed into molten iron. In a heartbeat, he reached one of them, thrusting his flame blade upwards, cleaving the rifle in two. With a swift kick, he unleashed a burst of fire from his foot. Boom! The mechanical enhancer S-arm was deformed by the force, sending him hurtling backwards like a cannonball, crashing into a junkyard, blood gushing from his mouth. Fueled by the fiery thrust, Ren Jie surged towards another enhancer, snatching the pistol from their waist. Burning. Boom! A scream erupted as the individual was propelled away by the relentless firepower. Ren Jie brandished the pistol, thrusting it forward, instinctively loading it, and unleashed a barrage upon the nearby enhancers. The sound of gunfire resounded, each shot striking true, splattering blood and ringing in ears. With the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, he charged forth, using his flames to hurl 7 or 8 enhancers into the junkyard. Once the magazine was empty, Ren Jie clenched his fist, transforming the pistol into boiling molten iron, which he then flung at a nearby enhancer's face. "Oh!" They shrieked, clutching their face in agony. Ren Jie executed a precise kick, unleashing flames once more, sending the individual flying. Bang! 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 Jiang Juli shouted urgently, "Be careful." However, Ren Jie turned and unleashed 3 swift slashes, cutting through 3 high-explosive rounds, triggering a cataclysmic explosion behind him. The endless Martian winds tousled Ren Jie's dark hair as he provocatively gazed at Tianmen, exclaiming, Hey, is this all the mechanical colonizer is capable of? You've truly disappointed me." At that moment, Jiang Juli and Mo Wanru stood in stunned silence. How could he perceive the trajectory of a bullet so clearly? Moreover, his marksmanship was astonishingly precise. He single-handedly overwhelmed nearly 10 powerful colonizers in less than 30 seconds. Was this fellow truly merely a boundary dweller? However, Tainan's expression darkened. Impossible. How could the mysterious fragrance have no effect on you? As long as you're utilizing spiritual energy, it should be. Step by step, Ren Jie advanced towards him, a mischievous glint in his eyes, who said, "I was using spiritual energy?" Tianmen was momentarily taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. "You?" In the next instant, an overwhelming chill emanated from Ren Jie, his hair turning pure white in an instant, his eyelashes and eyebrows mirroring the transformation. Flames and frost coexisted upon his form. Demonic transformation, demon of snow. An ice crystal long blade materialized in his hand, and his cold gaze locked onto Tainan. Mo Wanru and Jiang Juli were both astonished by the scene unfolding before them. He was not merely a genetic warrior, he was a demon contractee. Thus, he remained unaffected by the mysterious fragrance. Furthermore, wasn't Ren Jie's power associated with flames? From whence did this icy power originate? In that moment, they realized that their understanding of Ren Jie was perhaps merely the tip of the iceberg. Tainan gritted his teeth. "No matter what monstrosity you are, we have slain genetic warriors of the 3rd level before. Taste this." With that, he revealed gun barrels from his palms, hurling a barrage of high-explosive fragmentation grenades towards Ren Jie. Simultaneously, his subordinates unleashed nets, descending upon Ren Jie like a torrential downpour. On Ren Jie's face, a wild grin slowly spread as he gripped the blade firmly and plunged it into the ground. Frostfall. The chilling air erupted around him. With a resounding boom, a massive ice crystal mountain suddenly formed around him, encasing him within its protective embrace. It withstood the nets and even the explosions of several grenades, merely fracturing the icy edifice. In the following moment, flames erupted from within